Someone was chatting in a small bar while the rain raged outside one evening. The man confirmed with a tired look that he knew perfectly well who he was talking about, and even with a great desire he would hardly forget. The storyteller recalled that he had met the Soul Collector when he was a serf soldier, right in the battle for the territory. The Soul Gatherer looked majestic and was a knight whose huge sword literally radiated as much power as its master. The knight's gaze was sharp, dangerous, and dedicated, as he was the chosen one who could use the ether. He was the only one who was willing to go up against an entire army, but his presence felt more powerful than an entire fold of men who had marched so fearlessly against him. The young man was fast and strong, so much so that none of the opponents just couldn't keep up, couldn't even think of such a thing. Despite the knight's full might, the opponents did not retreat, simultaneously swooping down 2-on-1. One day, one of the warriors blew a horn, calling for someone who was also worth fleeing from. The knight froze in a moment, looking away in surprise, waiting for something to happen following the call. Immediately after, the view opened up to Lord Jackson and the 8 knights behind him, who just by their posture alone showed that they were ready to fight and no guy would scare them, and they were called the Knights of the Ash Mist. One of them immediately lit up that he was ready to destroy the enemy without hesitation, as he was one of the strongest warriors. Nell's knight quickly snapped out of his seat, clutching his sword to his enemy's sword as their forces hovered in the air around them. The Soul Gatherer felt the might of his opponent, straining harder and sensing another strength. Except it wasn't even a moment before Nell was chopped in half, and the Gatherer quickly moved on. After seeing this, everyone could only remain silent as long as the knight remained on the battlefield. The mustachioed narrator raised a finger, claiming that he had clearly heard what the knight had uttered afterward. Calmly and without further ado, the Soul Collector notified that he had collected enough to continue his life. Suddenly, the young man's eyes lit up again with blue flame, as they had during the battles, and he asked for someone else's power, some god. After a few moments, the knight didn't even move, remaining in a sitting position while the unthinkable happened around him, and the entire horde around him simply fell. Not even half a minute had passed. The guy seemed to just burn, not moving while the remaining army just ran away, not daring to fight him anymore. But the knight looked threateningly at those fleeing, covered in blood, which was noticed by the opponents when they turned around. Suddenly, the mustachioed bartender was interrupted by a customer in a black cloak, bringing him back to reality, clarifying the details of what the very same knight had said. The hooded stranger continued to elaborate without fully revealing his identity. Suddenly, the one in the cloak threw a couple of gold coins, thanking him for the story, which the mustachioed bartender was madly pleased about, accepting payment. The man had already turned to leave, when suddenly the narrator didn't shout back at him, saying that he had forgotten to tell him the name of that particular mercenary, except that the stranger had long ago guessed the name of the young man, who was better known as Louis Delosi, a knight in armor and with a large sword on his shoulder, aka the Collector of Souls. The stranger spoke again, talking about being a mercenary and gaining his popularity recently. And by now the Soul Gatherer was celebrating in the bar in the light of day as the sun illuminated the building. Beer spilled from glass to glass as everyone chugged and shouted victory. He, however, sat apart while the crowd cheered and celebrated. His armor-clad hand rested on the table. He tapped his index finger and nervously repeated about how there wasn't enough time while there was a timer with time in front of him. It was the same thing again. The word insufficient repeated over and over again as the knight glanced nervously at the current time. The young man realized that time was too short, only a month and a half, causing him to throw back his head, sighing heavily and covering his eyes. Suddenly he opened his eyes, looking away, and something realizing that even such a burden was better than Minyuk's life. The mercenary suddenly remembered how he was destined to die in his real world, where he was confined to a hospital bed. He lay motionless in bed while he wore a mask over his face that allowed him to breathe, while all he could think about in his head was how he had dreamed of a healthy body and asked for it from someone called God. Except he transported a guy with a healthy to a medieval fantasy world, creating something super strong and dangerous out of him. Glancing at the timer again, all the guy could do was resent why he was given such a restriction. Putting the glass with the drink to his lips, he was lost in calculations, knowing that if he got a day for one serf, then how many would he have to kill to gain 6 months? After calculating the right amount, the knight exhaled relaxedly, smiling and leaving the glass on the table. Suddenly, someone called out to him, slamming him down on the table, directly overriding the timer that only he could see. The jolly man sat down in the chair opposite, holding a glass of beer and smiling broadly, asking Louis what was wrong with his mood, because the jolly man wasn't even close to worrying about his condition. The young man asked his acquaintance if he was drunk, and he only sighed, realizing that it didn't matter, because no matter how much he drank, he wouldn't know about his death, unlike the mercenary. Suddenly, someone from the side turned to the two talking, only mocking the fact that the merrymaker was enjoying himself, unaware of the consequences. The vice captain with the eye patch grinned cheekily, looking at his interlocutors, one of whom seemed like a sad fighter to the other. The people behind suddenly became animated, demanding to be told exactly what happened on the battlefield and how exactly the mercenary had won. Suddenly, the man with the armband bowed glumly, confirming the people's words in that he too was curious as to what the knight had done to come back victorious. He also mentioned that Misty Knights, especially Nell, didn't just show up on the battlefield for no reason, and there was clearly something wrong here. Louis pouted his lips, realizing that he was going to have to talk about this battle again, which was exactly no fun to tell. Suddenly, the guy smiled, covering his eyes and scratching the back of his head, assuring people that rumors only remained rumors, that exaggerated everything and nothing special had actually happened that could be so surprising. Everyone around them was surprised, except that the vice captain scoffed, not believing that this kind of victory could be called ordinary luck. Suddenly, someone in the crowd was talking about the trail Nell had left them by killing 4 of their squad, so it was anything but luck for sure. The man with the blindfold knew for sure that Luis was hiding something, but he didn't know what for sure, so he asked, looking at the guy expectantly. Louis fell silent, staring back just as coldly at his interlocutor, who stood above him. Suddenly, the knight raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, smiling and admitting that he was just kidding and ready to tell everything, as long as everyone listened. The mercenary rested his elbows on the table, catching his breath and beginning to speak, causing many around him to turn around. Luis admitted that he had put his whole life, which he had, on the line. Everyone froze, staring in surprise at the young man who spoke, not daring to utter a word at first. But coming back to his senses, only a murmur went up, shouting about everyone saying that, causing the guy to raise his hands again, smiling. While there was a commotion and beer was pouring from the glasses, someone nearby intervened in the conversation, demanding that the young man be left alone. Smiling sweetly, Thurn waved, narrating and wondering if Luis could have a word. The knight let down quietly while the vice captain standing behind him smiled briefly, warning the guy that if he didn't get back in time, the guys would drink all the beer. Luis turned around sharply, saying that it would already be too mean of the allies. But afterward, the young lad calmly walks away. As soon as the mercenary disappeared behind the doors, the vice captain suddenly ordered to stop drinking and gather all the kids from the knight's troop. The other man only looked surprised as the one with the bandage stood up, stacking his hands menacingly at his sides. The captain talked about how they should work as he was clearly concerned about something. The door opened with a sound, revealing a view of Thurn, who stood back and turned immediately on the comer. Louis immediately asked what his name was for, walking into the elder's office. Suddenly, the captain spread his arms, laughing and smiling, while simultaneously praising the young man, for who knew the newcomer would turn out like this. Grabbing the kid by the elbow, he pulled him toward the table, inviting him to drink and sit down while the other only smiled awkwardly. The knight brushed the man's hand away, saying he could walk to it himself. Realizing that all the man's chatter was leading up to something, Toth stiffened, smirking and reaffirming his importance at work, reminding his boss that he'd never once turned down an assignment yet. The bright liquid poured meanwhile into the glass that Tern held with one hand as he poured the drink. Holding both glasses, he proposes to have a drink first, to celebrate, and then to get down to business, because what's the rush? With a clatter, the man said that he had recently received this drink, and it must be good, for which he was immediately thanked by the knight. Louis began to drink the offered liquor under the captain's watchful gaze. Suddenly, the man thanked the guy again, but he added something he hadn't said before, namely the fact that the whole bar had refused the assignment and Luis was the only one who had agreed to help. Except that the victory was not final, so the small win was only the beginning, which was warned by the boss, because as it was previously known, the fight would be considered over when Bear paid the compensation. Except that Burr suddenly surprised everyone with the statement that he wanted to meet the customer in person for the first time. The mercenary suddenly suggested that it was all leading up to the fact that he wanted something like a new round, or to put it simply, the man added, saying that Burr probably just didn't want to pay those he hired, so it was much easier to kill them. The warden knew it was completely wrong and bestial, but even so, he offers Luis to accompany the aristocrat on a secret mission. But the young man was clearly not happy with what he heard, so he asked that if it was just an escort, he was not needed at all, and they would take someone else on the mission. Placing his hand on the table and lowering his head slightly, Thurn explained to the mercenary that this was all only for the honor of Byrne, that it was necessary to do so in order to preserve the Viscount's pride while he wandered the outskirts. Holding out a small scroll-like package, the captain explained that it contained the address of the meeting place. Now smiling, the boss reminded him that he would pay a decent reward for the work done, and he could take his time, but Luis immediately said that he would immediately take up the task. Turning over his shoulder, the young man smirked caustically while holding the roll firmly in his hands before adding that he would think about the reward later. The captain smiled wider, chuckling and bidding the mercenary farewell. Walking through the forest on a dark night, Luis thought about how his life is organized and he has to fight on the battlefield for his life, while aristocrats kill people just to save some money by fighting. Reflections on human life continued as the knight walked through the gloomy forest, looking around to see if he was there. Suddenly, the guy stopped, turning to the man standing behind the tree and peering out a bit. Suddenly, the knight tensed slightly, sensing someone behind him as well. After a few moments, hooded men started coming out from different directions, surrounding the guy, so he quickly caught on that it all looked like a trap. Looking around, Luis realized that there appeared to be Knights of Bear around, judging by their armor, which he had definitely seen earlier. From the looks of it, they were just warriors who wanted to avenge those they had lost from their unit. But this did not upset the mercenary, so he quickly grabbed the hilt of the sword hanging behind his back, because he knew very well that for such knights he gets much more time of life than for ordinary serfs. His hand gripped the sword handle tighter, filling with power. Luis screamed, clearly not expecting the next one, causing him to open his eyes and mouth wide, feeling a stream of blood approaching his throat. Suddenly falling to his knees, he rested his sword on the ground, spitting out all the blood that came up. Gritting his teeth harder, the young man suddenly realized that this had never happened before, and that meant only one thing. In front of his eyes is a shot of Luis drinking the drink offered by the captain, which apparently had poison in it. He continued to sit, thinking that most likely his drink wasn't the only one that had been poisoned, for his allies were also left in the bar, while someone in front of him had already swung a sword. He wasn't the only one in danger, which filled him with anger, thanks to which he raises his face, himself and the heavy sword following. Suddenly, everything seemed to freeze and there was no sound around as Louis opened his eyes wider, feeling the pain from the swords that were in his body. The sword was already flying from his hands, his eyes went wide and he flew backwards, still trying to realize what had happened. Opening his mouth with a scream, he spat out parallel blood that stained his chin. The sword pierced the knight's torso with an echo and was drawn back, leaving behind a plume of scarlet blood. The man with the bloody sword was standing right in front of Luis, who had fallen to the ground, who was only thinking about getting back to his allies as soon as possible. The mercenary gripped his torso tightly as the man standing over him spouted a fact about the poison, which as it turned out blocked the ether. So despite the power of the Soul Gatherer, he wasn't in an advantageous position right now. Suddenly the person speaking raises his head, revealing a face where there was a patch over one eye, so it is immediately clear that it is the vice captain himself. The warrior standing next to him looks sadly at his once ally, asking him not to blame him and the others, for they were not doing this of their own free will. Each time he tried to get up and fell again, resting his hands on the ground and expectorating blood as he assumed the Viscount was behind it all, who may have just paid them to do it to him. With difficulty, the young man suddenly rose to his feet, still holding onto his wound with one hand and barely able to stand, while threatening that if Thurn found out, they would be in trouble. Lifting his face, another soldier spoke up, delivering some not-so-good news to Louis. Frowning harder, he continued his story about who was really behind everything and who had come up with the whole plan from the beginning and organized everything just the way he wanted it. Captain Thurn himself had worked on everything, which couldn't help but surprise even more. A surprised Luis opened his mouth and eyes, unable to contain his emotions as blood continued to drip from his nose and mouth. Before my eyes seemed to fly by all the time together, and afterward the realization that they were allies, walked side by side and helped each other. But the key was being. Suddenly, a wide and seemingly beastly smile appeared on the knight's face, unlike anything he had seen before. In an instant, one of the opponents raised his sword, swinging it at the knight, who was in his own thoughts at the same time. The sword that almost made contact with Louis stopped in his palm, slicing through only skin for now as the young man held tightly to the cold and bloody metal. A certain system kicked in, during which the knight made a purchase of 1,000 hours of his life and received the blessings of the god realm, causing the rival to now only stare at the young man in surprise. Louis's eyes seemed to sparkle as the very power he spoke of earlier condensed around him. A fierce smile once again graced the face of the knight, who spoke to the opponents he had not long ago considered his allies. Louis's strength became so powerful that the sword simply shattered with a crackling sound in his hands, and everything around him seemed to disappear. And indeed it was disappearing. The timer had long since been read, and he only had 15 seconds of life left while he had all that power in his hands. Suddenly, everyone was on the alert to attack Louis since he didn't even have a weapon. Except that the young man only laughed at the former rival's statement, grinning crookedly. Truthfully, the Soul Gatherer knew for sure that he would have enough strength, and he definitely had weapons since he had entered the War God's field. And now he stood straight in front of the huge sword, knowing that as long as Realm's aura worked, then he could safely use the tool for revenge. Here he was already reaching for the hilt of his sword, knowing he only had 8 seconds left and time was running out. His eyes lit up with red flames, as did the aura around the mercenary, who was already swinging in an impulse to attack. The surprised soldier couldn't even utter a word, being surprised at the power of the Soul Collector. The Vice General only tensed more as the red line of Louis' ether slipped by his side. As time was running out, Louis suddenly froze and stopped, asking for an answer to the one question that was bothering him at that moment. The Vice General only laughed out loud upon hearing such an emotional question from the young man regarding who the mercenary was to them, since they were able to give up on him so easily. Taunting Louis, the man didn't even expect the man to start the massacre without hesitation, and after a few moments his time was replenished in a flash that only he knew about. But it was enough. In the aftermath of the actions taken, the recovery of Realm's dagger has begun. The guy screamed loudly, coughing up blood as his physical strength recovered and temporarily limited his abilities. Louis coughed harder, feeling temporarily weak. Putting his hand to his mouth and wiping away the remnants of blood, the boy reflected on the fact that the god of war had helped him enough for the moment, and now he was definitely not going to die now. The Soul Gatherer was still replaying in his head the fact that he had been betrayed by the Tran mercenaries, who were also his allies. Having dealt with his enemies already, he left them behind, being already with the timer winding down and thoughts that at least one person among all had to remain his ally. As he approached the right place, Louis suddenly froze, eyes wide and staring in surprise. He stood directly in front of the bar he had just recently come out of. Only now the building was completely engulfed in tongues of flame, while bodies of people lay around. Nearby, one man suddenly rumbled, struggling to crawl a little closer and shrieking the guy's name in surprise. Thoth told the young man to get away, warning him that Thurn had indeed turned out to be a traitor. Without pausing, the man continued to harp on the fact that Thurn had signed a contract agreement with Byrne himself, so he definitely couldn't be relied upon now. A pumped-up man with a bare torso stepped out towards Louis, telling the man that he clearly hadn't expected this outcome when he sent him away, cutting off his access to the ether, and the man still survived, and moreover was able to kill all of his subordinates. They both walked to meet each other as the fire raged around them, bodies of people lying around who may have been living out their last moments. An angry Louis resented how the purpose of his murder could have escalated to this. Eyes widening with anger and surprise, the mercenary shouted even louder in the direction of his former boss, asking what had earned all of his subordinates' death. Except that Thurn was looking at the whole situation from a completely different perspective, and if to some it was killing subordinates, to him it was just a moment of removing an unnecessary nuisance. Louis couldn't believe what he was hearing, still staring at his former boss in surprise. He continued to argue with the man, not believing that they had once fought side by side, but now against each other. Taryn covered his eyes, deciding that since they were alone, then he was ready to reveal all the cards and tell it like it was, since he had made a deal with Viscount Bear. Thoth shared what he had been promised if he left the mercenary army. They were destined to meet in the next territorial battle, causing Luis to decide that this was the reason for killing everyone. Thurn praised the boy for being so savvy and also reminded him where he was from and how he should feel about trusting everyone. The man chuckled, emphasizing that he expected Louis to be able to pull something stupid anyway. But that excuse wasn't enough, so the mercenary didn't wait any longer, swinging and flying towards the man, attacking. Red eyes full of resentment, anger, rage, and annoyance stared straight at the enemy as their swords clashed in battle. Taryn, on the other hand, watched with a slight smirk, clearly showing no fear. The former boss's eyes burned with green flames as he confidently flew back at his opponent. Luis, on the other hand, was already full of energy, fighting the man with red, angry eyes. From the heavy blow, the attacker pulled away, holding on tightly to his feet and not even falling. Grinning his white teeth, Thurn promised to give the kid the most painless end possible. Threatening the young man, the man decided to remind him once again, and to spell out that unlike Luis, he was a self-made man and had been a participant in the Holy War 50 years ago. He was proving that he was on a whole different level compared to a guy who's just off the street. Taryn also threatened that it was because of the power he had that he was nicknamed the Lumberjack. He continued to threaten, telling me that his power was capable of taking down everything in a 20-meter radius around him, as if they were all meaningless trees, except that one sharp movement and Luis just struck. The man choked on his own blood, looking somewhere in front of him in surprise at the moment. The ether suddenly glowed around the mercenary, which continued to amaze Thurn, who continued to wonder how this was even possible. Another brutal blow, causing his opponent to fall to the ground, tasting that one. Louis stopped, staring at the bar he'd spent 2 whole years in, while everything around him burned mercilessly with a fire whose flames were engulfing every meter of the building at an impossible rate. He realized that he had spent as much time waiting to die as he had with these people. Picking up a pair of swords and slinging them on his shoulder, the young man walked away, realizing that for 2 years in the real world, he had simply expected to die. And now for 2 years in this world, he was alone. Pushing aside the unnecessary, he walked on, knowing for sure that nothing lasts forever and sooner or later, he would definitely leave this group of mercenaries. Except that the moment had come much sooner than he had expected, leaving behind a burning building and a pile of rocks, swords and bodies, Louis realized. The young man also knew that if all the conditions in the present world were observed, then the average person would live 80 years, 3 minutes without air, 3 days without water, and 3 weeks without food. But for the soul collector, there is his personal timer, and that is how long he can live without killing. And to live at least 1 more day, he has to kill. A man in glasses holding a sheet in his hands interrupts Louis, telling him that you need nothing but money to live. Louis stared dumbfoundedly somewhere in front of him, listening to how much he owed. Slamming the table, an indignant Louis proved that he had never borrowed so much in real life. Young recalled that the building the band rented burned down yesterday, and he had nothing to do with what happened to it, except that the man pointed out an important detail of the contract, which stated that all who join the mercenaries obligate all to take joint guaranteed duty for the bar. The truth was that now there was only one Louis left, which meant he was the only one responsible for making amends, which the guy didn't want to believe and kept proving that he'd never even signed such a thing. A sheet suddenly appeared in front of the mercenary's eyes, confirming the stranger's words that there was a signature and that there was no turning back now. The memory of when Thurn had called Luis over and provided some papers, asking him to sign them, immediately popped into his head. Holding one glass in his hand, without much interest, the soul gatherer signed the contract, briefly inquiring of his superior what it was. Realizing his mistake, Luis only grimaced harder as the man next to him emphasized how important it was to read what one was signing. Suddenly, the owner of the burnt-out bar tensed up when the mercenary began to threaten that he simply would not pay the required amount due to a trivial lack of money. Louis tensed up more, putting his swords out in front of him, glaring at the landlord. Suddenly, the guy's neck was completely surrounded by the sharp blades of the swords, which was put to the throats of a huge number of strangers. The man spoke now, threatening that if he didn't pay up and run away, he would be hunted down by all the mercenaries in the world. Folding his hands in a lock and tucking them under his chin, the landlord informed the mercenary with a smirk that wizards charge far more for a knight who uses ether. Having finished speaking, Louis was given only a moment to think, except that it didn't scare the guy, and he realized that even a minute was enough to at least destroy half of it for sure. But at least one of the crowd had already threatened the guy to put the sword away before it was too late. Tom was threatened to be calm as they explained the worst-case scenario to begin with, but not the only one. After the threats came the offers, and with a smile, the building owner decided to go for the mercenary-style option, namely killing in order to survive. It was about fighting illegally armed forces in the Black Forest belonging to the Viscount. While Louis looked for another contract, the other continued to talk. The landlord also mentioned that he had sent 2 whole squads there, and none of them had come back alive. This time, the young knight read all the details carefully, thinking about the fact that most likely due to the losses in the Holy War, the owner of the building wouldn't have much funds. Holding out his hand, the landlord demanded the contract back if Louis' terms were not suitable. Louis was confident in his abilities, so he only slammed the door behind him as the man shouted after him, emphasizing that the knight should report back every 3 days or there would still be a bounty on his head. The landlord hesitated, for he seemed to have said everything, but there was a feeling that he had forgotten something. Delassie was now heading into the Black Forest, thinking about the fact that that was where the demonic creatures appeared. Realizing that the speculation was true, Louis became angry at the bald man who hadn't even warned of such a threat. The guy knew that there must be such creatures in this fantasy world, but he saw it for the first time. He realized it especially when he looked at the already killed demonic dog. The knight suddenly noticed that the timer had updated as well, which meant that even the death of such a creature counted. So he decided to check again, which caused him to notice that such a monster gave as much as 60 hours. It seemed much better than normal humans. Louis still remembered the first day he'd killed, and it clung so tightly in his mind as if it had been yesterday instead of 2 years ago. He remembered his gaze at that moment, his face completely covered in blood, and someone else's body being cut so ridiculously by the ether. And the look of the very guy who made Min Hyuk go from being a regular South Korean to being Louis Delassie. After that, he realized finally that to live on his own, he would have to kill living beings. He was often tormented by the thought of having to kill, how creepy and scary it was. He realized that he would need to become someone who thought of human life as if it were a consumable resource rather than something more important. Nevertheless, being alive betrayed to Delassie an exhilarating sense of relief that seemed even stranger. But this feeling did not last more than 2 weeks, which is not surprising since a person with a similar fate would hardly be helped by guilt. And now the soul collector, while he was fighting demons, remembered something he had begun to forget. Forgetting that this was absolutely not how he wanted to live his life. Standing in the pile of corpses of demonic creatures, he realized that these monsters gave far more than humans, and in this world, there were many such multitudes. But this realization helped him realize that maybe because of this, it would be easier for him, because he would be able to avoid killing people. Pushing his foot into the demon's open mouth, Louis caught himself thinking that once this job was done, he might as well just become a monster hunter. Suddenly, a man behind him called out to him, dubbing him the Monster Hunter. Looking down at Louis, he reminded the young man that he had barely made it into the forest to begin with. So it was strange to think that anyone could become a monster hunter. The guy only briefly mouthed something that until you try it, you won't know, after inquiring who was addressing him. The man first laughed, then introduced himself as a monster hunter who lived in the woods. Afterward, the hunter began to tell how 50 years ago, demonic creatures that no one knew of before had appeared all over the continent. There are usually many varieties of demonic beings, most of which have a strong hatred for humans. Among such, there are beings of the highest rank who can be compared to knights or surpass them in strength, and some have some abilities at all. With a crooked smile, he assured that those who hunt such creatures and are monster hunters like himself. Suddenly, the hunter jumped abruptly, starting to talk about the rules that were important among monster hunters. The first rule stated that you could not hunt in another's territory, regardless of the level of the demon you were hunting. The man with the scarred face smiled, crossing his arms over his chest and mouthed that he forgave the knight this time. But if it had been anyone else, the outcome would have changed just as much. Suddenly, Louis blurted out that he didn't care about the demon bodies and the hunter could have them, to which the man opened his eyes in surprise, staring at the guy he was talking to. The knight justified it by saying that he wanted to hunt, but he did not need the prey, so the hunter could safely take the heat. But after this statement, the collector of souls also asked if there were no illegally armed forces anywhere in the forest. The hunter pouted, saying it was most likely referring to him and similar hunters, as the Viscount still continued to call them that. After that, he grimaced tiredly, asking the young man to say inaccessible words so that it would be clear to him what exactly the guy was looking for. Suddenly, Luis swung around, attacking and threatening his interlocutor. His eyes sparkled red as the young man explained his actions by saying that he had no feelings and was only doing it because he had to. But the hunter was not frightened by this action, and he intercepted the sword with a mad smile, recognizing in the guy's words the excuses that he simply looked like a mercenary, only lonely, which was a bit surprising. But even more surprised was Louis, whose sword had been intercepted by the hunter despite the ether, so the man threw in that the lad still had room to grow. The one with a smile on his face remarked that he liked the spirit of a knight, that there were many such talents during the Holy War. Delassie just cringed, again hearing mention of the very war that made him feel strange. But here, even that didn't stop the guy from being at the thought that nothing was impossible, and he could even handle it for sure. In an instant, Louis tensed, feeling the sword infused with ether just break, something that seemed previously impossible. The hunter didn't wait long, so he accelerated and struck the knight. Louis flew back a decent distance, feeling the full power and force of the man's punch, which was not ceremonial. Another brutal strike from the monster hunter, causing the guy to fly farther away. The man does not spare the one and strikes again, not allowing the one to draw his sword again. A controlling elbow strike nails the guy to the rock, making his back feel the hard roughness of the mountain. And now the assailant's fist was already glowing with the blue color of ether. The soul gatherer did not give up, trying to attack even with a short blade, which made the hunter smile, mixed with the feeling that he was beginning to like the young man more and more. Tumbling Delassie finally to the ground, the man admitted that he hadn't meant to go that far, but he was too agitated. Now he was scratching his head, thinking about what he should do in this situation. Because if he just left the body in the same place where the battle took place, there was a chance that the boy would be eaten by demonic creatures. Suddenly, the stunned hunter looked at his arm, where he could see bloodstains and consequently a wound, which meant only one thing: he had hurt himself in the fight with the guy. As he continued to stare at his hand, he smiled wider now and then, not believing it had really happened. But what he knew for sure was that he wasn't the least bit upset. Looking again at the wound, and at Louis lying belly down on the ground, the hunter realized for sure that he had found a very entertaining boy. Louis G hated his life while standing knee-deep in the gore of blood and the corpses of the people he had to kill to live just one more day. Even after the territorial war he hadn't taken part in, Louis had just been walking around, daring to find at least some living body and finish him off. If it were his will and he could only achieve, he would stop killing innocents, which seemed so hard. Now it seemed to Louis that he was being mocked by Thurn, whose body had been chopped up altogether and lay among the other corpses. The one simply mocked and taunted the young knight, saying that he was just fooling himself, which seemed more and more true each time. They both stared at each other madly as the latter kept at it, humiliating the soul collector and proving to him that he just wouldn't admit the brutal truth to himself. Louis opened his eyes so abruptly, so suddenly and with surprise, for he had no idea that everything he had talked about with Taryn, including his former boss, was a figment of his mind and nothing more. Now there were a bunch of pairs of eyes staring at him, among them the same red-haired hunter who had dared to fight him in such a way that the young man had fainted. The kid suddenly jerked up and started screaming, which only caused the hunter to furrow his eyebrows, picking at his ear, demonstratively showing that it was too loud. The mercenary gripped his chest sharply as he was reminded of the wound he had sustained during the unexpected battle with the hunter. Bending in half, the young man clutched his stomach, going over everything that had happened in his head and trying to remember it all, not even paying attention to the hunter and, apparently, his subordinate discussing it in the background. Hearing the hunter addressed, realization came quickly to Luis, while the man only pretended to be surprised, supposedly forgetting to say so immediately. The one introduced himself as Guilford, and also mentioned that he was the foremost among all the monster hunters in these parts. So the knight was cordially welcomed into a whole city of hunters, not forgetting to remind him that the guy had been there for 3 days since his arrival. The guy couldn't believe what he was hearing, because how could it be 3 days out? The memory of how he was required to report every 3 days, because otherwise there would be a less than pleasant outcome in the form of a manhunt and a bounty on his head. After replaying what had happened several times, the mercenary realized finally that he was now at the very bottom of the well of problems. The collector of souls introduced himself, giving his name and saying that he was a former mercenary, which surprised the hunter, clarifying whether he was really a mercenary. Someone from outside suddenly called out to Gifford, asking if the kid had really been a mercenary before, to which the chief only laughed, waving off the fact that he had simply forgotten to mention it. Except that at one point several pairs of eyes were staring at Luis again, as the head hunter revealed that Luis had never known about hunters before, despite the fact that he had tried to complete the task himself. As a result, a great uproar arose consisting of the loud laughter of the hunters, who mocked how brave the young man had become since he had dared to do such a thing. Gritting his teeth harder, Luis restrained himself, realizing that he didn't even have anything to object to, since he had been beaten alone when it had never happened before. So the young man stayed in his thoughts, planning how he would gain strength and be able to take revenge on Guilford by killing him. But the big question was that the young man apparently didn't know exactly how he would do it, since it wasn't even clear whether he would be accepted after 3 days of not coming to report. Delassie continued to dwell in the clouds of his thoughts, going over all the facts and realizing that his reputation among the mercenaries was at stake, until Guilford, who was sitting next to him, asked why the young man had so many problems in his life, judging even from his facial expression. Pressing his lips together in a smile, the man with the scarred eye suddenly gave in forward, questioning if the mercenary really wanted to become a hunter when his past job was over. For some reason, Luis laughed at the hunter's generosity, so he reminded the man of how he had been beaten and was now suddenly being offered to become part of the hunters. Except that Guilford somewhat dispelled the nonsensical hopes that it would be all so easy and free, adding that such a thing would have to be paid for by banal hunting of demonic creatures. The main character was told about how demonic creatures are used to make various dishes, decor, and they are also used as a material for magical research, which made the guy realize that he's not the only one who benefits from killing and gets 2 birds with 1 stone. Noticing the look on Louis' face, the headhunter stood up, mouthed that he had spotted the interest and was ready to give the lad an entrance test. Putting the drawing sheet in the knight's hands, Guilford began to talk about the stone monkey demons that are in the west of the forest, instructing him to kill those, even though Louis had lost in battle to the chief hunter. Apparently this should be easy despite the fact that the skin of those creatures is needed to make various things and will need to be especially careful with it. Covering his eyes and putting his arm out, the guy showed with his one look that this was an easy one for him, that it would end up being just a morning warm-up. As usual, Luis didn't go into details and was already walking in the direction he wanted to go, frozen with the image in his hands and the thought that he hadn't been warned about one detail. And the detail was that the monkeys were not just tall, but as much as 4 meters, because of which the young man standing in front of them seemed quite small. But the main cherry on the cake was that these creatures live in groups. The creature with a huge maw and fierce burning eyes roared, glaring at the young man. Except that Luis looked again at the drawing, which now seemed like a child's caracole, featuring a harmless monkey rather than this monster. Pulling his sword from the sheath on his back, he endured a light shove, raising his head afterward. One tug and he makes a large and long cut at the monster, not entirely sure if it's really going to be as hard as it is, except that no one warned about the fact that this monster regenerates, because of which the large wound simply healed almost immediately after the appearance. For a moment, Luis thought of games where you had to do something to catch such creatures with unusual abilities. Delassie grasped the handle of his sword tightly, swinging and smiling crookedly as the blade glowed with the blue hue of ether. It was necessary to get rid of the monster in one blow. That was the goal the knight had set for himself, after which he would be able to rid the others standing in the shadows in much the same way, chopping each one down one by one. There was something inexplicably hopeful about the young man, as he considered how much useful and profitable he would get in return for killing just a demonic ape. The action had already moved to the town of the hunters, where Guilford snapped the young man out of his musings by shouting that this was why Louis could never make money. There were 3 corpses on the ground, bound together, which one man marveled at, while the other slightly behind only muttered something under his nose about the mess. But only one leader of the hunters was reprimanding the guy like a child who had misbehaved. He explained to Luis that the monster's skin was all marked and no one would buy something like this, And the main factor to be aware of was that these monsters lose the power to regenerate if their heads were cut off. The boy nodded, realizing that this was now different from his usual thinking and vision of hunting, and he would definitely need some time to get used to it. Louis was threatened that if he wasn't good enough, he would be kicked out. And more importantly, he would now have to train with David on how to properly hunt monsters. Therefore, after 2 weeks, the former mercenary was already quickly handling the monsters, surprising the chief hunter, who watched as the monkey heads flew off the monster's shoulders. Thus, the young man quickly adapted to the new place, where he even managed to show how well he was able to cut up the carcass of creatures, which slightly surprised those present, who thought that maybe the guy had done it before. And of course, he had to get used to the food he was literally served from the same people he had caught and killed. To which for a while, Louise clearly looked on in disbelief and reluctance to eat. The cook watched with a smile as the novice hunter tasted the monster stew, warning him to definitely not be too surprised. But it was little things like that that were a slight kick in the butt, reminding me that no matter how hard it is to get used to something, it's hard or even impossible to get used to it. Although the chef was clearly pleased with his creation, almost the entire army of hunters slumped on the table gagging. He knew this was something he had to get used to every day, because he certainly wasn't ready to die alone. Most importantly, after so much time from now on, Louis doesn't check the timer. While the cook was arguing with Delassie, proving to the man that the food he had prepared was excellent, the boy only guffawed, not even realizing that at the same time Guilford was watching them, chatting with the man next to him. The chief hunter was satisfied with everything, while his subordinate was troubled, reminding the chief that the boy still hadn't even told him about his past. Immediately, we remembered the first day when he regained consciousness and despite everything did not eat anything that was offered to him. Also reminded the boss that the knight had equated their food with poison at all. After all, the former mercenary simply didn't trust anyone, which was all too tangible. Guilford remembered it at once, for he had asked the kid if he really thought there was poison in the food. Only then, the man knew perfectly well that the food was fine, so he munched away at both cheeks, wondering from the younger man exactly what it was that could have traumatized him so much, since he was so unaccepting of help. But the most important thing that the chief hunter's interlocutor remembered was that every time everyone slept, it was Louis who followed them. And if the knight did let himself fall asleep, he had his sword held tightly in his hands, making it feel like he was about to just throw himself at you. He remembered that this behavior of Louis was indeed unnerving, but even amidst all these oddities, the knight remained normal, and his usual behavior was no different. So Guilford thinks the guy simply has trust issues, nothing more, and the fact that he might be a spy is immediately brushed aside. And while the chief was completely calm, the other was on edge from the fact that despite the situation with the guy, everyone started to lose contact with other posts in the forest, because of which, after such statements, the chief immediately caught on to what he would do. Louis was given the task of going to Joan's base instead of hunting for the day, which surprised the young man, who immediately wondered if there was another hunter's base besides the one he was in. In response, the hunter laughed, explaining to the young man that it would be difficult for one base to patrol the whole forest, which made it obvious that there were some other bases present, so now the boy should go straight to the east and find out if the people there were in order. Suddenly, memories of when Louis first came into this world hit his head, how all his nightmares had passed. And Louis was actually surprised that such peace existed, causing him to wish that it would always be that way. But this world was never like that, he thought, walking between the corpses straight on his way to the base. He marveled at the bodies then, and from the clothing, he could deduce that they were most likely monster hunters. And upon examining the wounds, he noticed some interesting details, for the wounds were definitely not monster bites or anything like that. It wasn't monsters that did it. The realization that this was definitely a person who especially possessed some sort of skill came to mind. As he looked around, he realized that this someone was definitely skilled in swordsmanship. With a jerk, the view opened up to a girl with blonde hair, whose one leg was bare and barefoot while the stranger herself was crying. She fell backwards in fear and surprise as the intimidating silhouette of the knight stood before her. He looked at the frightened girl coldly and downward, and asked questions about the base, where she was from, and whether she knew the way to Jonas' base, where the young man was headed. She only hiccuped and trembled in fear as the strong palm holding the sword handle was seen in front of her face. Suddenly, the girl grabbed her head, closing her eyes and starting to scream because fear was clearly taking over. She asked excitedly what she and her men had done to deserve all this, why they had called in the knights and mercenaries, while Louis's eyes widened in surprise as he stared at the stranger. At one moment, a stomping sound was heard from outside, which was immediately noticed by a pair of people talking to each other. The trio of maximally unpleasant people stared at the knight and the girl who was still settling on the ground. At first, the strangers wondered who was standing near the blonde they were about to get, except that after looking closer, they realized that Louis looked like the one for whom the reward was promised. The famous soul collector Louis, who digs into people's souls after they die, as described by the strangers, while the young man was already standing with his back to the girl, whose eyes continued to express only fear of consternation. The stranger listened as the young man standing before her was described as a mercenary who had stolen all the money from the guild after the deaths of his group members and fled away, which made his head count as the one for which rewards were being offered. Who would have thought that a meeting with such a mercenary would happen right here? One of the men kept muttering, suddenly being interrupted, as Delassie was tired of listening to the man's chatter. Except the wanderer didn't say everything, so he started by saying he wanted to know one more thing. Abruptly placing the blade of his sword against the guy's neck, the man spoke, asking what exactly Louis planned to write in his will, which only raised more questions from the knight. The other two behind went into a frenzy, screaming to kill the pair as soon as possible, for they never even thought they'd come across a fugitive, while the mission was only to do a sweep. Except Louis could only scoff at the strangers, asking them if they'd ever engaged in intimidating people before, which made the man with the sword in front of him a little surprised. But a couple of moments were enough, after which Louis sharply and without further ado fights off the first two wanderers, assuring those that one should always, first of all, assess the opponent's strength at face value. Enough for the man to tackle two of his attackers as he slowly walked to the side. A nervous cry was heard behind her from the remaining wanderer, who picked up the girl, putting his sword to her neck as Delassie turned around at the scream. The man continued to yell that if the mercenary even took a step closer, then he would definitely slit the throat of this girl, who at this moment continued to scream in his arms while closing her eyes. Except she closed her eyes harder, not even realizing what had happened, only feeling that no one was holding her now. But such threats from ordinary people seemed ridiculous and stupid to the soul collector, so he calmly pushed the last stranger away. Stopping and exhaling, he offered them the condition that if they wanted to live, they should just run away, and that would be enough, which the very wanderers did, hastily running away. Suddenly, the girl jumped up to Louis, grabbing his arm and clarifying if he really wasn't in league with those people. She couldn't stop screaming and crying, begging the knight to help and telling him that this group of mercenaries in Burns' army had attacked her town. The girl quickly led the young man to her town, but judging from what she saw, it was clearly too late. While everything around was red with fire and blood, while dead townspeople lay everywhere. There was still a frozen fear on her face, but now it mingled with grief and despair as she stared at the remains of the city. The stranger fell to her knees while Louis, who was standing a little behind, fell silent, not knowing what to say, for she was talking about how nice the people here were, which further stopped her from saying too much. Suddenly, Louis turned his attention to the terrain and the corpses of people, noting a certain peculiarity. All of the bodies were chopped up in a way that gave the impression that, say, there were marks left by the strong ether, and it definitely wasn't done by someone just for fun. Looking around once more, he realized that the entire area had been completely destroyed, and that could only mean one thing. In front of his eyes, the same look on Thurn's face again, and his words about how he had made himself on his own, and his powers were clearly greater than he thought. And based on the experience and skills of the former boss, the latter is clearly on another level compared to Louis. Delassie also remembered the exact ability that Thurn had and how the latter could destroy everything within the vicinity of 20 meters, which was saying a lot considering the terrain the Soul Gatherer was currently on. He was sure it was a typhoon, considering the epicenter and how everyone around him just died. The action unfolds in the eastern lands of Viscount Bear, Black Forest, Hunting Post. There were bodies lying around, darkness and blood, while some half-alive man was grunting, trying to crawl somewhere. Before the crawling man's eyes opened to a view of the assassin's legs, with weapons dangling beside them, all in the blood of his peers, except that the man standing there only scoffed. Creeping tried to sound confident and threatening, mentioning that he wouldn't be sweet if Guilford found out about everything. Only the Viscount's mercenary didn't care, and confidently continued killing, saying that such a fate awaited all who would go against Bear. Suddenly, the very assassin was called out, nicknamed Captain Marco after telling him that there was a town nearby in the woods where there had been an encounter with someone called a soul collector. The man in the helmet turned around, grinning and realizing Louis was here, which amused him. The captain, standing covered in blood, smiled beneath his helmet, slinging the weapon over his shoulder and glaring at his subordinate. The man's eyes seemed to glow red with desire to meet the famous Delacy just once. Meanwhile, Louis was already reporting everything he had learned to Guilford, with a couple more men behind him, listening to everything the knight knew about Bear's hiring of more mercenaries, which made the number of opponents much different. And even though those mercenaries lost, they're willing to use everything they have. The headhunter let down, resting his hands on the table and assuring the guy that they had been attacked by large armies before, but to have those take over an entire city was a first. It was only after the calm narration that the hunter raised his head with a grinning grin, picking at his ear with his finger and talking about how he was ready to take all of his enemies alive to take his final revenge on Baru. Except that Louis was a little surprised by this, because why wouldn't they kill them? But Guilford snickered, reminding the guy that monster hunters never intentionally kill people, only if by accident during the hunt, which is a big deal. Louis agreed with that, but advised caution, for there was a really strong mercenary among those enemies. He also added that if it's who he thinks it is, they're definitely not going to be sweet, and it's obviously going to be a very difficult battle. Immediately finished with the conversation about the opponents, Guilford's attention shifted to the girl standing behind the young knight, saying that soon everyone would need to split up to prepare for the next battle. But the stranger only stammered weakly, saying that she had not even struggled previously in Mr. Jones' position. Leaning a little closer to the maiden, the headhunter smiled reassuringly, saying that the role might not always be to fight. The man also mentioned that there would be one suitable place for her, which caused the girl to open her eyes and mouth in surprise as she looked at her interlocutor. But this part wasn't as cool as the girl had imagined, she realized when she and Luis were already sitting in the right place in the middle of the night while a fire burned nearby. The role of a decoy to attract attention outside the city, that's what she'd been dubbed, which she was not happy about. She was also surprised and unsure. Only Captain Marco was smarter than his peers, so he understood perfectly well how suspicious it was that not far from the post they had built a demonstrative bonfire in the middle of the night, literally giving away their position. Walking up to the couple more slowly, one of the captain's subordinates came almost right up to Louis, lifting his foot and asking where the others were. But only a second was enough, to which the others were surprised, noticing what had happened. The man grabbed his leg, of which only half remained, while Luis was already standing up to his full height, holding his sword in one hand. The girl only hid frightened behind the log she had been sitting on not long ago, waiting to see what would happen next, while the knight praised the one, telling her to leave and hide at the base while he took care of everything. Throwing off his cloak and turning toward the forest where the opponents were presumably located, the mercenary bided his time while the girl obediently ran off in the direction of the base. Noticing that the young man was all alone, the crowd of angry men rushed toward Louis. However, the fleeing army did not even think of such an outcome, when the ground beneath them simply subsided while they were running, as it was already a trap. Part of the army stopped while one of them shouted for everyone to be more careful and watch who was stepping where, as it was unlikely the hunters would get away with one hole. The people standing there were suddenly startled when they heard a suspicious noise coming from outside. Completely unexpectedly, on the other side, a large tree trunk simply pushed another pile of enemies into the pit with a single blow. The crowd decided to run around the other way, thinking it would definitely be safer there. There was now a huge net in front of the headhunter with an entire army of soldiers, which made him faintly frown. Exhaling, he only marveled at how stupid people were, since they were so easily caught, also by such a large pandemonium. Suddenly, Guilford froze, looking somewhere in the distance and noticing the silhouette of a man. Captain Marco only shouted at his subordinates, who seemed inconceivably stupid to him for not thinking of just cutting the nets with knives to get out. Except that one of the soldiers got kicked in the face, saying what was definitely a bad idea, since if they do start cutting the nets, they will simply fall into a hole. Guilford suddenly called out loudly to Luis, indicating that the very person he mentioned had come here. The man in the helmet suddenly looked at the hunter questioningly, asking if Louis the Soul Gatherer was really the one everyone was talking about. Meanwhile, the knight flying from behind Marco's back was about to attack the captain. Only he turned around in time, stopping the attack, burning with blue light from the ether. Except that the one who had stopped the blow tensed, as did Luis, who noticed that something was different. The opponent's ether shone with a bright yellow light, mixing with the blue color of the knight as the two joined in battle. He realized that the man was different in that his fighting style and the way he used his axe reminded him terribly much of the way Thurn fought. It seemed to him that it was too similar, literally the same as Thurn's, if not even faster. For his own conviction, Luis suddenly asked his opponent if he was the man he thought he was. The man suddenly became indignant, for how dare this youngster say this name in front of him. Suddenly, a huge carcass of a demonic monster monkey, which Luis had recently learned how to kill correctly, appeared right behind his opponent. She yelled louder and louder as the battle went on between the two. The helmeted captain continued to hold his defenses, glancing briefly at the demonic creature and wondering how it had even gotten here. And from the looks of it, all the trapped soldiers were blocked from getting out by the same creatures. Their behavior was surprising, for previously they had only used ambushes, but now they were using the entire environment. Intervening in the battle, Guilford shouted loudly, warning that it was dangerous to fight amongst themselves now, and they should fight the monsters first. Luis darkened, looking questioningly to the side and noticing how the demonic beast began to attack, destroying everything in their path. There was an outcry for everyone who needed to go back to base, while the rest of us built a squad and stayed in control of the situation. Luis and Captain Marco were still standing, locked in battle, while a huge demonic creature ran straight behind them, mouth wide open. The older hunter quickly turned to Luis, telling him to duck and orienting the boy to where the demon was. The two shouted that now was not the time to fight amongst themselves, causing both of them to tense up already, looking around. Both gained strength as the monster got closer and closer, screaming louder as it did so. The two rivals between them snapped when they heard another scream from the demonic creature, causing them to turn on the creature and yell for it to shut up. And now already with one joint strike to the two varieties of ether, the enemies between them became allies for a moment, attacking the demonic beast. One by one, the now completely different man struck. The chief hunter mercilessly scattered the monsters as his hands glittered with blue ether. Guilford didn't hesitate for a second, throwing punches, dodging and keeping things under control. The man paused for a moment, noting that even the stone monkeys had sped up despite the fact that they usually sit in the forest. Turning around, he also noticed that the walls of the base had begun to crumble, causing them to have to hurry to prevent the monsters from attacking. It was a bit late though, as it wasn't just the monkeys that got through. The wolf-like beasts were now at the base and in command, killing a couple of hunters while the others began to retreat, realizing that there were too many demons and they might simply not be able to cope. Guilford tensed, not understanding what was happening in the center of the forest, considering that nothing like this had ever happened before, and it was something strange and indescribable that simply took the edge off. The creatures seemed to attack endlessly. Captain Marco was already speaking, holding his axe on his shoulder. No sooner had the man wondered what was going on than another demonic creature attacked again from behind him. Now it is Luis who intervenes again, burning from the blue power of the ether while he was attacking creatures and defending allies from harm. The knight stopped in front of the captain, suddenly offering a brief alliance, saying that if they teamed up, he could tell the man something. Without waiting for Marco's answer, Delasi told him about the peculiarity of monkeys in that they stop regenerating if their heads are cut off. So he advised to stop doing senseless things and just punch them in the face. The man only clucked, talking about how supposedly he would have figured it out himself in time, and Louis wasn't surprised in the least. But no matter what, the monsters continued to advance more and more. With a brief glance at his interlocutor, the knight asked him not to die, saying that he would still have business to attend to. Without waiting for an answer, Louis went into battle while the captain remained behind with a quiet question. And Marco didn't think long, unleashing the power of ether and attacking the monsters afterward, saying that if anyone was going to die, then it definitely wouldn't be him. And if he did die, it would be a young mercenary. At least that's what the captain was sure of. Immediately, the knight slashed at everyone in his path. The captain, who fought none the worse for it, attacked as well. Cutting off another head, Marco agreed that they don't regenerate when the head is removed, adding that the stone monkeys wouldn't be the only ones who couldn't heal. Luis would join their ranks. Except the knight wasn't satisfied with that, so he quickly threw off the speaker's helmet. The young man threatened that this action was the first and last warning. He would not need any more, and if the captain dared to attack from the back, he would definitely get it back. Suddenly, the view opened up to a face that sported a wry smile, for the man was able to see the soul gatherer himself face to face, without a helmet on his head. The young man already knew that the man in front of him was not Thurn, but this action proved it conclusively. The stranger suddenly smiled again, asking Louis if his father had told him anything, which only caused one question on the boy's face. The one introduced himself by name, calling himself Marco, and revealing that he was the son of Thurn, whom Delassie had recently killed. Without much surprise or interest, the knight immediately asked if this man wanted to take revenge on him. But Marco only continued to speak with a smile, happy that Louis was the one to take care of such a scum, which he wasn't the least bit upset about, because it seemed like Thurn hadn't mentioned his son even to the group of mercenaries he valued like family. One of the soldiers looked around in surprise, noticing that something was happening to the ground. Luis and his companion quickly turned around at the sound coming straight from the ground, where all the soldiers had started to scatter. Now, an unrealistically huge demonic creature unknown to anyone was already bursting out of the ground. One of the enemies screamed even louder when part of his body was already in the monster's mouth. But the chief hunter, without hesitation, rushed into battle, deftly and bravely rescuing the soldier who had almost been eaten. Thoth immediately wondered why Guilford would want this, for they were and are enemies to each other. The hunter did not talk long, telling the man that if he could talk, he was obliged to help save his comrades, who now needed help no less. Hunter shouted for all his might about what time it was and no need to pick sides, as there was literally nowhere to run to and everyone should have banded together. Luis, on the other hand, immediately resented this statement of the chief, saying to the one that they are our enemies will not be useful even if they save them. But Guilford didn't rate people on usefulness, which is what Delassie advised, because there should be no such reason to save someone. This obviously surprised Louis, seemed strange and out of place given his lifestyle. Though the young man didn't accept it, he definitely understood that this kind of thinking made sense. In the real world where there was Minhyuk and not the mercenary Luis, it was called morality to help people like that. Except in this world they call it the honor of a knight. But Louis realized one thing, that in both of his lives, as in this one, neither did I notice in my past life that such a thing was in any way really honored in any way. And that's why he had to kill every time to survive. Guilford was the first and only knight in this world who actually honored what he said and told. Only even with all the headhunter's actions and words, Luis thought it was all nonsense. Suddenly, Thurn's son intervened, saying with a sneer that the chief hunter clearly didn't know how to use his men, for to Marco it was a foolish fact that the strong saved the weak. Said Dub Luis to at least take a look at them, taking stock of how those fought the demonic creatures, adding that if they did save them, then it was unlikely that those would actually be able to help in the fight and kill even one monster. And that is why the captain believes that at such times the strong should take care of the situation as a whole, so that the losses will be much less. But Luis realized that if the man really did use all these skills in this way, the outcome would be obvious. Everyone would die, and Captain Marco was well aware of that, sacrificing all of his comrades. Only such a decision clearly did not suit Delassie, so without thinking for a long time he stopped the enemy, attacking him again. Despite his own principles, it angered him how thoughtless and indifferent the son of Thurn was to the lives of his comrade. But he only exhaled in response, grinning and explaining that he was not killing his companions, but only thinking about the right solution to the situation. He scoffed again in the same way he did all the time, calling all his subordinates mere tools that should at least be useful in some way. What made the man laugh more, though, was the fact that Louis, in general, had become sharply empathetic to those he himself had just recently carved up on the battlefield, calling Luis a murderer of his own comrades, which already sounded ridiculous. Still, at one point, the knight realized something for himself for sure. It didn't matter to him what Glyford decided for himself. He knew for a fact that he wouldn't do the same thing to save those who came to kill him. After all, as Marco had nicknamed him, he was a master at killing people, so without thinking he cut off the man's arm. And it was the captain's words that were the last straw in the vessel of the young man's musings, who finally realized exactly what he should be doing, namely killing freaks like Thurn's son. Marco only squealed even louder, insulting Luis who had attacked him. Glancing at the timer, which had been growing in number more and more lately, Luis figured out just how much he'd get for this scum. Swinging his sword, which burned with the blue lightning of the ether, the knight thought about getting at least 60 hours for Marco. And he saw nothing personal in this action, for it was about Marco's life. A life that, having lost its significance, will become useful to other people. Standing over the body he had just stabbed with his sword, he tisked, surprised that the man was still alive at all. So Louis caught himself thinking about making another strike, a control strike, so to speak. Except that despite what was going on between the rivals, there were still demonic creatures rampaging through the city, intimidating people. The red glittering eyes could only frighten people, who ran away in fear. Louis quickly turned around at another roar from the huge demon. The young man realized that he had not seen this creature before, which was also unexcitingly large, which surprised the young man even more. Guilford was no less surprised, but at once explained that the monster was the master of the mountain himself, or a red bear, and had apparently gotten out of the rock. Suddenly, something from the side shoved the knight with force. Marco was the one who made the push, and it was with his stone hand, which was right where Luis had recently cut it off. The astonished and dumbfounded knight could not believe what he saw, considering it trivially impossible. Looking at Marco, he saw something else. Still not believing that after a severed arm and a body stabbed several times with a sword, one could look like this, or just survive. And the most interesting part was that the hand was now not just stone, but the same as the demonic apes. Marco, spitting something out of his mouth, resented how such a simple mercenary could call him scum. Immediately after his question, the man would literally explode with anger and rage that engulfed him, making his eyes practically glaze over. Time shifts to the memories of little Marco, who was cut by his father with an axe, leaving a deep scar across his face. Thurn stood as if nothing had happened, looking at his fallen son while holding his axe on his shoulder. With a hiss of displeasure, the father only continued to admonish his son, telling the one that if this was a real fight, the one would most likely just die, so he was still lucky. Little Marco grabbed his head as blood ran down the middle of his face, started screaming about how the man was just a crazy old man who was willing to break his own son's head so easily. After nicknaming his son a coward, he explained to the boy that it was quite normal to get injured during training, so there was nothing to sit your butt out and you had to get up. Otherwise, if Marco didn't train like this, could have died worthlessly on the battlefield. And even his anger at his father now didn't make as much sense as Thurn's words. Memories of Marco growing up, and even that didn't stop them from calling him scum, also flew by. And all because he was a knight from a family of hunters, which made everyone around him think he was weak as hell. And everyone knew that the reason Viscount Bear had accepted Marco at all was because his father had sold all his co-workers in return for patronage. So because of such rumors, everyone thought that the son was definitely not far removed from his father. Viscount Bear, on the other hand, looked elongated, lean, and majestic, especially when looking down on another knight who was bent before him on his knees. Did Marco make all the older knights look like this? The Viscount asked as the man sat with his hands tied behind his back and spears at his throat. And while he remained silent, the Viscount's subordinates continued to shout, insult, and demand answers to the Lord's question. Despite the threats, the kneeling man spat back at them that they were all rather idiots here. Mocking the knights, he asked what so noble they had done before, besides fighting on the battlefield and dying for the Viscount. Memories mingled with the present in places as the image of Luis attacking with a sword flashed before his eyes. The Viscount only wondered if anything had changed if Marco had been there in place of the weak knights. To which in response, the knight assured that surely things would change, as he is far more valuable than those guys. Since he is not only stronger, but also more capable than many, and he is sure that he was able to prove it earlier. Remaining with a calm expression on his face, Bear asked the man if the reason for arriving was to prove something to him. Without further ado, the man continued, calling Thurn's son Marco by his new title now. For from now on, Marco would be in charge of the group, 2 members of which were holding the scarred man hostage at the same moment. A little while later, Bear was walking along with the new leader of the band, suddenly starting to talk about something. Suddenly, the Viscount mentioned that the place they were in had previously belonged to his father at all, to which the knight remained silent in response. But Marco wondered if that was the reason why they had chosen him as leader and knight. Only as it turned out, it wasn't the only reason. Stopping, the leader suddenly turned only his head, asking if the man had been following the news, and especially the one where, as it turned out, Taryn was dead. Dumbfounded, Marco asked how exactly his father had died, by himself or by being killed. As it turned out, no one knew for sure at this point, but only suspected that the entire group had been wiped out except for one member, namely Louis the Soul Collector. And if the news had stunned him at the time, Marco smiled as he realized how much easier Louis had made it for them, not only by taking out the annoying mercenaries, but by finishing off Thurn himself. Burr suddenly noticed that the knight was not the least bit saddened by the news of his father's death. So the knight told about how his father told him that if you weren't strong enough, you'd just turn into trash, and in the end he was almost killed by his own weapon, proving to everyone that he was trash. So there was no time for anyone to grieve, as Marco had said, which even pleased Viscount Bear, because it did. After a short pause to talk about their father, they quickly went straight to the point. So the leader was already pointing to a tall rock in the distance, saying that it was the symbol of the dark forest where all demonic creatures appeared. Beru has a lot to spend, especially lately, so he needs someone reliable to deal with the pesky bandits from the forest. Marco nodded, smiling briefly and looking towards the forest before clarifying exactly what he needed to do, whether it was simply elimination. Holding out something in a bottle, the Viscount confirmed that this was exactly what would have to be done, and for good luck the man should take something. After inquiring of Bear what it was, the other was only silent for a while. Smiling wickedly, the man only assured Marco that it was nothing special, other than the fact that one would need to use it in a battle against rivals in the forest. And it certainly helped, causing the empty container to fall to the ground when, in the present tense, having already picked up speed, Marco headed towards Luis. Now already the Marco was no longer sparing his might, swinging towards the young knight, knowing he was overpowered. The first eerily strong blow is barely stopped by the mercenary's sword as the ether explodes from all directions, growing even brighter. Luis stands confidently on his feet as he rests his fist on the blade of his sword. With a laugh in his head, Marco asks where the kid's fuse has gone now. All because all Delasi did was block the striker's shots but didn't reflect or attack back. Flying backwards from the violent jolt, the guy stretched his arm forward, slowing down and glaring at his foe. Tensing, he raised his head to the top where he spotted his opponent. But the enemy's hand was already burning with a red tint of ether as he jumped up and flew towards the mercenary. Grinning, Marco promised he wouldn't leave a living spot on the guy either. Swinging again and trying with all his might to hit the young man, the man didn't expect his blow to be stopped by someone's hand. Guilford naively apologized for interfering, reminding them that the emergency was now a completely different situation, while swinging at Marco again. The hunter didn't want to be ceremonious anymore, so he threw a powerful punch at his opponent, knocking him back. Out of breath, Louis thanked the head hunter, but he didn't back away from the principles either, saying he could have handled it himself. But the ringleader obviously didn't see the need for it, which caused only a questioning look on the soul collector's face. Just a moment and Guilford jerkily turns around, delivering a punch to the youngster's stomach. Apologizing to the guy, he immediately explained his actions. Thoth justified that Luis had unfortunately crossed the line where a monster hunter could bitch about anything. The knights fled, looking for Viscount Bear's other men. While Fenil carried Louis out, they were on their way out, only Guilford remained behind. And while the man was carrying the young knight, his mind raced with questions as to whether Luis would be angry at such an action from the chief, or whether he would be madly indignant at all. But one thing the headhunter was certain of was that such emergencies are not allowed to be decided by the supporters, as it is the fate of the hunters that they must face. In the city, however, there was fear, as the very tall rock that always settled in place suddenly disappeared, and everyone could only wonder what kind of monster might come to them, and then the most terrible disaster would definitely happen. And even if a lot of people die in a given battle, the hunters know they can definitely buy a little more time. At least that's what Guilford assured everyone. But now the action moves to the backstory of the main hunter and how it all came to this, where it was said how half a century ago, the demon Chaos invaded the continent with his army, because of which all the peoples united to oppose him, and so began a holy war. During the war, so many times formed an alliance thanks to which the victory was won. But in the aftermath of the holy war, virtually all species except humans became extinct. And it was from that moment that unknown demonic creatures began to appear across the expanse of the entire continent. But Emperor Troyson, the man who had contributed the most to the sacred water, had instructed the aristocrats to take responsibility for the monster problems. Therefore, many knights volunteered to take over the areas where the demonic essence was most prevalent. Except that if we're being accurate and honest, they were forced to supposedly volunteer. There was someone among them who immediately intervened in decisions of this magnitude. Guilford immediately rose to the emperor's defense of the young warriors, asking why send such young men there if the aristocrats were to take care of it. The man immediately clarified if this was the solution the Lord really wanted. In truth, the emperor preferred not to answer Guilford's question. Immediately, the emperor's high priest snapped out of it, who reprimanded the knight, threatening whether he could then take charge, since he was so bold, while the Lord, seated in his chair, simply continued to listen in silence and did not utter a word. And going back to the present, everyone knew so-and-so about Hunter Guilford, who had lived that way since that moment and definitely never regretted a day of his decision. So knew for sure that even if he died today, then he would take the largest one with him to the grave. So no matter what, the man, full of strength with his partners, began to fight the demonic creatures. The battle lasted a long time, though the hunter expected that the number of enemies would definitely not be small. But the biggest, of course, was the one red bear that came straight out of the rock. The hunter felt and realized that an unknown and powerful energy was emanating from the creature. And this energy comes from the beast, the master of the mountains, who shakes the whole forest. Though similar energy is also felt strongly from demonic beings and smaller ones. But that didn't stop Guilford, and he bravely launched himself into the abyss of vile monsters, in one large blow tearing apart an entire crowd of wolf demons. Also, the hunter was sure about one reason that was the beginning of all these beasts going on a rampage. And the cause of all the monsters' frenzy was this huge red monster that had appeared so unexpectedly and uninvited. With more strength and power in his fist, the hunter swung, even though he had no idea what kind of energy was coming from the monster, hitting the area of the monster's chest with the strongest blow, and the power of the hunter's ether flashed around, who personally wanted to find out what kind of energy it was. After reaching the inside of the red bear with a kick, Guilford discovered a huge glittering crystal, and was about to smash it in an instant, when suddenly something bright practically blinded him. Carrying Luis on his back, Fenil suddenly heard an explosion somewhere in the distance, from the direction of the battlefield. Glancing around nervously, the man wondered as if someone would answer him, immediately thinking of the safety of the headhunter. Meanwhile, the passed-out knight slowly woke up, giving signs of life. Resting his head on Fenil's head, Louis mumbled, asking where they were taking him in the first place. But after a moment, he quickly remembered what had happened, which made him angrier, for he did not know why Guilford had arranged it. Fenil, on the other hand, was momentarily surprised that the young man was already awake, who in turn only resented it, scoffing that he definitely wouldn't pass out again for 3 days. Not intending to have a dialogue about anything, the man immediately got down to the important thing, explaining to the guy that they had no time for useless chatter and that the huge beast was called a red bear. But the most important and terrifying thing is that he gathers the power of the ether with a crystal inside his chest, and at his size this disaster would be imminent. So Guilford himself, in order to take Luis far away. Suddenly, Delassie seemed to snap and was about to object, but he was quickly pinned against a tree by Fenil as he continued to resent the fact that in such danger, he should definitely be out there on the battlefield. Suddenly, Louis also gave away that they were allies and that it was hard to believe from his lips, but if the mercenary could kill a couple more demonic creatures, then he could definitely do more. Except the man wouldn't listen any further, begging for the guy to evacuate all the people outside the forest, and most importantly, for him to warn the Empire. In fact, they were already prepared for this kind of situation, Fenil had already started to tell, when suddenly one of his arms was cut off with a jerk. A splatter of blood stained the face of the youngster, who opened his mouth dumbfoundedly, looking at the man and not believing his eyes. Everything came to a head now, as behind his ally, Luis saw the paw of the monster he had fought to the point of passing out. The guy screamed, watching as blood splattered in all directions. Behind, the view opened up fully on the monster, which raised one paw to the top, showing off its flesh while taunting Louis. Marco also added that a little more would have cut the mercenary himself, and what has happened is now part and parcel as the weak become expendable to the strong. Fenil fell straight into the knight's arms, coughing and making agonizing noises. His face was lifeless and his mouth was bleeding, preventing him from taking a proper breath. The man muttered softly for the young man to run away, for at least he should survive no matter what. Slowly lowering his ally to the ground, the young man spoke again, repeating Marco's phrase about the expendable, interjecting. Grasping the hilt of his sword more firmly, he added that Marco was right therefore. As he thrust his sword in, he only thanked the man for such a sacrifice, which, although unintentional, still happened. The enemy only laughed at these actions, suggesting that the man should take better care of himself instead of granting peace to an ally. Suddenly, Luis spoke firmly, offering to clarify two important things, starting with the fact that finishing off a friend was not an action for his world. Without waiting, he immediately snapped, attacking his opponent, continuing. And secondly, Delossi knew he certainly had nothing to worry about himself, for he was clearly different from Marco. Suddenly, the blade split his enemy's face in half with the force of the ether, causing him to marvel at the young man's strength once again. Luis muttered to the man not to hate himself too much, then finally chopped him in half, and now with sword in hand, he stood looking at his enemy who had been cut in half. Now the knight was sure that the man could not recover, for he had lost his head, and he had given a lot of time to Luis's timer, who compared the bonus he had received with the reward for killing the stone monkeys. Looking at the corpse, the knight wondered if humans in general could wield demonic power, though there was no time for such musings. Since the more important task was to deal with the giant monster, the light from which could be seen in the mountains where the guy was looking. With one last glance at Fanil's dead body, the young man thought that he would definitely have to stay here for a long time. So without thinking much, the man took off, heading in the direction he wanted and holding a majestic sword that was much larger than before, while shining with a bright orange fire. Due to the fact that this power had become greater due to Fanil's death, he knew for sure that there was no stopping, and he would fight to the last. Meanwhile, Guilford flew a decent distance away from the monster, surviving. He realized that the attack was really close this time, as was the chance of dying or being without ether. Looking at the giant beast, the man could not believe his eyes, simply not understanding how it was possible, because the red bear was once again unharmed, and unharmed looking down at the people. Shouting louder, the hunter commanded everyone to gather and attack the monster at the same time as it screamed. The demonic monster moved loudly, creating the sensation of an earthquake with its one step, while the people did not hesitate to rush into battle on command. Someone didn't hold themselves and their airwaves back, not even realizing how it could turn out. Suddenly, after a single blow, one of the attackers noticed that the creature was much softer than it had been, and the arm that had been burning with ether before was almost consumed. The monster opened its mouth wide until the man before it could just scream in fear. With maneuverable blows, the monster killed people one by one, with nary a bit of immediacy or pity. Guilford suddenly noticed that the demonic creature was transforming into something else in the process, causing him to immediately alert everyone by shouting about it. Suddenly, the hunter was taken aback, noticing what had happened, which in a moment seemed to make him simply speechless. The beast had completely transformed into something invisibly strange, huge and bloated, completely unlike its original form. Now, huge monsters that looked like giant worms were moving away from the monster, with their mouths wide open with large teeth. Henceforth, the creature devoured almost everyone in its path, as if chewing on its entire body. Guilford assessed the situation and realized that the phenomenon reminded him of something he had seen back in the Holy War. Suddenly, he realized definitively that this sinister aura that emanated from him was at the center of his body and also gave him so much power. The hunter realized that there was no way he could defeat the monster until this crystal inside the monster was destroyed. The man once again boldly threw himself into the battle without a second thought. He struck the first powerful blow, demolishing the tentacles in front of him that resembled giant worms. Afterward, the hunter jumped up again, gaining his strength anew. Filling with ether again, the man pointed his fist toward the monster, screaming at the top of his voice. The next burning blow slices another part of the behemoth in half with the power of the ether. Then blow after blow, the chief hunter dealt critical blows to the demonic creature without sparing it. Guilford was well aware that he could not delay, for many lives were at stake, and even one slip could cost several fates. The man was sure that he would be able to kill the monster with this blow. The blow was aimed straight at the center of the monster, overflowing with all the power that was in the hunter's fist. But suddenly something happened that made the man dazed and surprised. And what happened was that putting all the power of the ether into the punch didn't give any result after the punch. But the worst part was also the fact that despite all of Guilford's spent power, the monster began to recover and regenerate again. Despite his fear, the hunter didn't give up, continuing to attack. So he grabbed the flesh on the monster's chest, bursting inside. There was simply no time to put things off, so we had to act decisively. Guilford realized that it was impossible to delay, so he did not give up until the last. Never ceasing to tear flesh in its path, it moved on and on. It seemed as if he was going mad with each new movement as blood splattered his face. Each new blow felt both heavy and as if it were the last. He dug deeper and deeper, not calming down or stopping. Guilford knew there was no turning back, and he was certain he was ready to die if anything happened. The memory of how many people downstairs were now living in fear swirled around in my head. The man had no idea how many people would be affected if he was defeated, and it seemed that the end was about to come. But Louis heard a loud noise, which caused him to quickly find the main hunter, jumping into the middle of the battle, right behind the man. A surprised Guilford turned around at the familiar voice, looking questioningly at the young man he thought had been carried away. Louis briefly warned the hunter to hold on tight, for the fellow intended to blow the whole thing up at once. As he swung, the knight suddenly spoke the name of the god whose power he was using, demanding a change of weapon, which ended up being a two-handed sword, using which took 12 hours of life every second. The dazed hunter couldn't believe his eyes, realizing that this power was clearly different from ordinary ether. Now he understood, for it was the power of Raum, the god of war himself, that the former mercenary now wielded before his eyes. Every second, everything happened as promised, while the timer decreased in number at an unrealistic rate. A few powerful blows cut the demonic beast in half, destroying it in the same way. Just like that, the transforming monster's body was destroyed, which was immediately talked about by the people as bits of flesh fell from the sky, showering the ground. And while the men were cheering that it was over and they had won, somewhere in the background behind them stood a hunter and his new ally who wanted to know something from the man. Toth clarified that if it hadn't been for the noise, and if Louis hadn't gotten there in time, then there was a good chance the hunter would have simply died. Delassie sincerely did not understand how such a leader could act so recklessly. The man laughed hoarsely, clutching his head and saying that he had expected a different question. While Louis asked how Guilford could have done such a thing, knowing that Viscount Bear would be in charge of everything after his death. But the man only laughed in response, saying that he was a demonic monster hunter for a reason, and how could he so easily give such a large prey to someone else? Louis, on the other hand, smiled, nodding and agreeing with his interlocutor's statement. But afterwards, Guilford spoke angrily, asking the knight then why he was here when the man mentioned that it was completely none of his business. Only Louis didn't stop smiling quietly, interjecting why he thought it was none of his business. After all, he wasn't ready to leave such a large monster to someone else. Copying the leader's words, the young man, after thinking that it was really worth it, considering how much time as a reward he had gotten. The guy also added that he couldn't ignore this factor, being a demonic monster hunter. Suddenly, the headhunter laughed loudly and resoundingly, mocking the young man for saying such a strong statement, knowing the skills of the one. And all because how could a really good hunter destroy a monster in a way that didn't leave a single piece? To which Delassie only hummed, asking the man to teach him differently in that case. Smiling proudly, the leader mouthed that the lad would have a special training session starting tomorrow, to which Louis smiled in response, saying that he was ready to rely on Guilford. Only the man frowned briefly, glancing furtively at the boy. In an instant, the youngster fell sharply, surprising the hunter standing next to him. The man in charge immediately asks if the young man is okay, who in turn quietly mumbles that he is not. Louis was suddenly gripped by the realization that this was what it felt like when the God of War's buff came off. But what else bothered him was the sound of something beeping coming from nowhere. Suddenly, an important message for Delassie appeared in front of his face in place of the timer, stating that from now on, the guy couldn't use Raum's defense. The action shifts to a moment where a young man with blonde hair sighs tiredly, beginning to whine about not wanting to work at all. He also added that he thought the dark forest was sealed, and he didn't expect to drag himself into the forest for something like this. Only, the girl sitting next to him coldly cut him off to keep calm and silent, for the seal of the dark forest was imposed by the rocky mountain that surrounds it, and that by breaking down it would be a minor problem, except that a certain them would be involved in it. The hooded blonde whimpered again, his whole appearance showing his displeasure at the fact that his partner never agreed with him, which he really wished she would. but it was clearly something more difficult for her. Suddenly, the guy sounded more confident and calm, saying that the girl should not take everything to heart, because clearly he says such things only to distract from stress, because everyone knows what will happen in case of breaking the seal. They knew that if the seal was broken, it would release all the magical power and the surrounding area would be completely contaminated with magic, leaving only dead ground where nothing grows. And remembering the smell, the blonde asked never to mention it again, because just the thought of it made him sick. But the girl reassured her interlocutor, mentioning that she would probably do without nausea, which the boy was immediately surprised by. Two young men in cloaks rode in a map through the forest, noting that everything around them was quiet, which was even strange. Suddenly, the blonde asked his partner named John if they had even arrived correctly, given the surroundings, to which he answered him by sweeping up their location in the dark forest of the northern part of Trosen, except that the terrain clearly surprised the young man, and especially its condition. He smiled wryly, thinking that he and his ally had gotten themselves into what he thought was a very interesting situation. The action once again revolves around Luis, who sighs as he sits tiredly on the beast, while saying that he spent all day trotting through the woods, but only one monster out of his prey. The young man noticed that there had been too much change recently, as the number of demonic creatures had drastically decreased. He and Old Man Guilford were convinced that the culprit was the same giant monster that Louis had killed the day before. But among other things, there was another problem, no less important, even more serious. After all, Louis still didn't know what exactly had happened. Why exactly he had been cut off from access to the power he had previously used, because even the reason was nowhere to be found. The young man's unexpectedly strong train of thought was interrupted by Guilford, who called out to his pupil, wondering why he was keeping his teacher waiting so long. He resented the fact that the former mercenary had asked him to teach him, and he was just sitting there, which meant that he lacked determination. Smiling at the man, Luis mentioned that the leader looked worried while he thought in parallel about how he would need to get used to the power of the ether during the battle. Even though the demonic monsters were finished, it had taken a lot of casualties, so it was decided by everyone to have a light ceremony, burying everyone near the village. And at Guilford's special request, Bear's soldiers were similarly buried side by side, which at one point, though doubted by the chief hunter. Toth implored them to rest well, adding that he would see more of the dead later. Fenil was buried the same way, Lush observed, standing beside his sword, which had the man's chef's cap on the hilt, and the young man thought of what he hoped in his next life his ally would be good at cooking. But at the moment, Delassi was only spending his time practicing with Guilford. The teacher explained to him all the details and subtleties, also adding that the boy should learn to concentrate so that the ether did not spread throughout the body, but gathered in one point. He justified it by the fact that then the blow will definitely feel more powerful, which in principle and felt the young man, who received a couple of test blows, to which the leader laughed, saying that during the attack did as he taught himself, namely concentrated on the point where he hit. After the blows were delivered, the man moved closer, questioning the realm god's power directly, trying to find out how the knight had used it. After all, the hunter was sure that the day they crushed the giant monster, he had definitely seen the power of the god of war that was so emanating from Luis. Except Delassi only said that it was definitely some kind of mistake, so he relaxed a little in his body, which allowed the teacher to strike harder, knocking the student to the ground and pushing him a couple of meters away from himself. Immediately after this action, Guilford added that he did not blame the young man, for since he did not share such things, there was obviously an important reason. Truthfully, while the man was saying this, Louis couldn't help but think that even though the headhunter had beaten the crap out of him, how would he tell him that he was from another world? But despite the dialogue, the guy exhaled, realizing that it was another person's turn to engage, namely the girl. Belle reminded herself of her name again, as she was once again dubbed Bait, which she clearly didn't like. Louis also suddenly whispered to the teacher to be careful, as the girl had been moodless all week, which reminded the man that it had been his mistake to take her on as his student in the first place. Still, the thought of a mistake was fleeting, for they remembered the day when Belle had returned from a massive battle alive as a ghost, proving to everyone that she was far more capable than anyone thought. Suddenly, the blonde bowed in front of Luis, calling him senior and thanking him, to which the young man clearly reacted strangely, as if it was some kind of joke. But ignoring the guy's reaction, she addressed him like that again, adding, "See you around," while the knight kept asking not to address him like that, besides asking what was wrong with her hands. Only Belle's remark passed her ears, simply muttered with a smile that it was trivial respect and good parenting. Louis was now resting by the tree, watching as the teacher explained to his student how to use the ether properly, to which she once again became indignant, wondering when they would switch to swords. True, her mentor kept telling her that it was important to know the basics first, after which she could move on to sword fighting. Luis, who was sitting off to the side, hummed, a smile on his face as he watched the lesson in progress. Belle clenched her hands into a fist, concentrating on the ether while under the man's watchful eye. At one point, someone called out to the hunter, nicknaming him Uncle, which made him a little surprised. As the teacher turned away, the girl flashed one eye open, peeking out while the two carried on a conversation. The blonde-haired hooded guy smiled as Jean stood just behind him. The young man said he supposedly just decided to stop by to say hello while he was heading somewhere, but the hunter didn't believe it, only discussing it further, offering Luis a hello, whereupon the knight waved the strangers back. Guilford presented them as the main traitors for the hunters, except that looking at the pair of young men, unarmed and unguarded, it was hard to believe it was true. The older hunter didn't believe the nonsense about a visit without reason, so he just got straight to the point, clarifying what the boy wanted from him. But a tense Luis is quickly welcomed into the conversation, saying he senses the possible presence of someone using divine power. The sight of the younger knight was getting just as tense, so Guilford gloomed a little, but still didn't panic. Except that the blonde-haired kid kept smiling, showing with all his appearance that he was relaxed and definitely did not understand what exactly was being talked about, after which he suddenly clicked easily for everyone. In an instant, several magical rings appeared around the hunter's body, restraining him as if in chains. Following the man, almost at the same second, Belle was similarly chained, who cried out weakly in surprise. And the last to be similarly caught was Luis, whose surprised and questioning face froze.
Delassie realized that the three of them had been shackled by restrictive magic, which really took them by surprise.
All because there was a wizard in front of the trio whose power would be enough to overpower all of them at once. Despite the fact that the guy apologized, it did not cancel the indignation of Guilford, because of which he continued to shout, to which the wizard asked to listen to him, since somehow he supposedly has to tell something important. The young man immediately told what he knew about the fact that the people here had recently encountered a crystal called the sealing crystal, and it can only be destroyed by sacred power, but someone destroyed it. So they came here to find out exactly who did it. So in case the power was not divine after all, but pagan, they would have to deal with the destroyer. It seemed to Guilford that the wizard knew too much about it, which he told him at once, after adding a guess that apparently this was not the first time such an incident had happened. The blonde-haired man said there had been a couple of similar cases before, but somehow he didn't think to notify them. And after all, if they had only known, if they had been told that it was specifically about divine power, then there wouldn't have been so many losses. Hunter frowned and muttered grimly that if he and the others had been warned, then everyone could have avoided this outcome. The youngster only grinned, saying that he knew everything beforehand about the battle and its outcome, so he didn't say anything. All because then the wizard would have lost the location of the demonic monster's byproducts, for which he was ridiculed by Guilford. The blond man let the caustic comments pass his ears as he continued to explain himself, saying that the man's appropriate job just allowed him to get everything with ease. And in the course of everything it would be beneficial to them, the blonde calmly issued, clearly not expecting it, that in a moment Guilford would no longer be held by shackles. So snapping out of it, he struck. Except that the hunter's solid strike was stopped by someone's sword, blocking out the one who had spoken before. Jin, who was standing behind her before, reacted quickly, displaying her magic sword and hiding Teshua behind her, telling her to always think first before speaking. Louis could not believe his eyes, for the girl had prevented Guilford himself from striking with a single sword. The bursting hunter realized that Jin was fighting with a sword that had been shaped thanks to the ether, and she was doing it quite skillfully and confidently. Many people knew which one family on the continent used this kind of technique, which meant that the girl was from the Frozen Chazels, the laziest family of swordsmen. True, the girl preferred to be called nothing more than the third best sword of the Emperor. She also added that her nickname sounded like a lazy sword, but she didn't like being called that. But here the hunter only laughed out loud at that fact, finding it amusing that her youngest apparently didn't like it. Immediately after the brief taunt, Guilford decided to see what else Jean had in store for him, who was already in a fighting stance, waiting for his opponent's first move. In a nutshell, then there are 8 main families of swordsmen, among which there are 3 of the best because they are trusted by the Emperor himself, and the first sword presented was known as Croyd Electricity, was the sharpest sword. The second sword is known as the Chefmun, or Haze, which was the heaviest sword. Guilford literally crushed the sword in his hand, causing it to shatter into splinters. What is known about the third family is that they make temporary weapons by solidifying ether, but they lose their freedom of action in exchange for said weapons. Therefore, the third sword was nicknamed the laziest sword, for obvious reasons, the sword of the frozen chazels. But the hunter clearly had no intention of giving up, destroying nearly every sword she struck with, while overflowing her hands with ether. And he attacked more confidently, as he knew there was still a limit to the weapons she would create at a time. But as confident as the man was, Jean stood further confidently, spreading her arms as magic formed behind her palms. The man gritted his teeth in anger, looking at what was happening and not knowing what it meant. Pinning her opponent to the ground while holding the ether sword at his neck, the girl simply mouthed that it was a good try, attacking her like that, knowing she was from the weakest family. Since the family had clearly not been resting all this time, and while Guilford was here, they had been practicing harder and harder, honing their skills. Putting her opponent in a comfortable position for herself, the girl calmly asked to talk about the person who had used the divine power. But he wouldn't tell so easily. Only through his clenched teeth he said that he wouldn't give anything away so easily, and that the girl talked too much. There was no desire to be ceremonious with the hunter for long, so raising her blade above his back, she was ready to strike. Moving the blade to the side of her hand, the girl was already at the ready, though she added that she wasn't a fan of violence at all. But from the side, Louis shouted loudly, drawing attention to himself, which the warrior was immediately distracted by. And then Delassie simply confesses that he was the one who used the divine power, so she has to let the old man go, and the only one she needs is him. Hearing his apprentice's words, the man darkened much more, stiffening at first. He realized that if he had kept silent, they could have gotten by with just one hunter's hand, but it was definitely not going to be sweet now. Teshua finally intervened, wondering about the name of the guy who dared to say something like that, not realizing the accusation he was making. Suddenly, the blond man threw up his hand, lifting Louise into the air, causing the girl next to him to be surprised, as well as telling her to check the validity of his words first. Being lifted slightly into the air, a surprised Delassie asked what was in store for him, to which Teshua calmly replied that the knight shouldn't worry, and it was only magic. Thanks to which he will pass through the young man's body, studying and learning all the important and necessary information for him. And all this to see if there were any traces left in his body, which are always left after using this or that energy. Louis tensed more and more each second as the wizard's magic explored his body, making himself uncomfortable. He could feel the discomforting energy traveling through his blood vessels, making him wonder if all wizards live with this sensation in their bodies. It was only during the inspection that something surprised the blond man, causing him to leave a thoughtful expression on his face. Even so, the inspection was completed, after which the restrictions were lifted. Jean was ordered to let them go right away, and the shackles holding Belle the same way came off. The girl who had attacked suddenly bowed briefly and weakly, muttering that she was truly sorry for her actions, though the words did not inspire confidence in the headhunter who was kneading his shoulder. Now Tusha suggests that Louis step back to talk, though he gets an immediate counteroffer to discuss everything here and now, without the privacy of a word or two. The blonde came closer and spoke quietly, emphasizing the fact that if his guesses were correct, then it would be problematic to decide anything, because Louis was from another world, and the wizard himself had said so. Delassie's eyes widened in surprise, not believing his ears, for how could this strange stranger so easily know about this? The boy added that the sealing crystal they had destroyed had been created for a reason, during the Holy War to stop the spread of demonic creatures. There was not just one, but several such rocks all over the world, and the most important thing was that one of them was in a dark forest. But what was most surprising was that somehow the rocky mountain was destroyed and the sealing stone vaporized without leaving a trace, and it happened all at the same time, which was equally strange. Louis exhaled, tired and disinterested, not realizing if he'd really been called out just to be told this again. But the wizard explained to the boy that everything said was just to emphasize the fact of how the crystal could be destroyed. Only Tusha didn't understand what exactly moved the knight to use such power. When he was a knight under whose power there was ether, the former mercenary suddenly tissed, asking if there were any problems with that, not even expecting to hear that ether and divine energy couldn't coexist. It turns out that most people don't even realize they can use a divine power like ether. And while the wizard was telling this, something helped Luis realize something else. The guy remembered how back then, during a battle with his former allies, he had a notification that the ether was transformed into holy power every time there was a consumption of time. And it comes out to use that power because no one ever realizes exactly what Delasi is using. But as mentioned earlier, the blonde is the type of power that almost no one knows about, and that's why Guilford then asked Louis if he had met Raum. Staring at the stranger's back, all the guesses regarding the power surfaced in the young man's mind. But he was still more concerned about something else, namely how Teshua knew he was from another world. But so casually, the wizard turns around with a smile on his face, offering Louis a prayer, which surprises the knight. The latter explained such a suggestion by saying that he simply wanted to know Delasi's connection with God, and his power he certainly did not condemn. But suddenly the interlocutor wondered whether prayer would help to contact Raum. Resentment froze on the blonde's face, turning to interest regarding the person he was chatting with, questioning if the young man really wasn't communicating with God through prayers. Except that the knight was a little embarrassed, looking away and explaining everything still by the fact that he hadn't received notice at all recently that the god wanted to terminate their agreement. The statement about the contract made Teshua a little uncomfortable, for gods do not negotiate with anyone but their equals. But here was a man who had made a deal with a god. Both boys stared at each other, looking at each other with the same thoughtfulness, which made Louis think for a moment that he would pretend to be crazy and tell the other that he knew what he was thinking. Exhaling glumly, the wizard insisted that they still pray, as he still had many questions in store. Louis gathered himself into the proper pose, folding his palms and covering his eyes as the guy in the background continued to speak to him, admonishing him that if he was being sincere and honest, God had definitely answered him. Trying to ignore the guy's chatter, Louis tried to focus and connect with the one who was trying to consume his life. The young man hadn't even counted on it, but a moment later he found himself in another dimension in front of some giant thing he was addressing. Manifesting before the boy, the creature introduced itself as Mercilla, the goddess of abundance and life, who answered his call. Louis stared at the goddess unhappily and said that he was trying to summon Raum, the god of war, and this woman he never even knew. Mercilla explained to the lad that Raum would not answer him, for since his arrival, Louis had not obeyed the gods at all and did what he wanted. He treated the deal they had blessed him with as his property, so now the connection to the high gods was unavailable. Louis still didn't understand anything either, so with a suspicious and irritated look, he continued to ask what kind of inquiries were being talked about. The goddess of abundance and life ignored his question and explained that she had also come to blame the young man's laziness. But when she saw him, she understood everything. Upon examining Louis, she immediately realized that the guy had come to this world in an unstable state, causing many of his interfaces to be inaccessible. The boy had to pay his own price, but since the goddess was not evil and soulless, she decided she would help Louis. Mercilla pointed her hand at the boy and triggered the system's repair process to resume most of Louis' body functions. It even activated the one main quest, whose final reward was the removal of the limited life system. Teshua, who was standing there watching the whole spectacle, opened his mouth in astonishment, for this was simply impossible. That kid had just merged with the divine power of Mercilia, which only a few knights in this world could see. Whether it was ether or mana or divine power, such unique energy couldn't be poured into a random body like Louis. Even gods couldn't handle divine power if it belonged to another god. But this guy easily absorbed the energy of other gods. The hooded youth watched Louis suspiciously and pondered whether this boy could be the one he had been looking for so long. Guilford, meanwhile, was sitting under one of the trees in the woods, waiting for the traitors to finish talking to his comrade Delasi. Noticing his painful grip on his shoulders, Jean approached the man and asked if everything was okay, which Guilford quickly denied. Eager to change the subject, Guilford asked the girl why that capricious rascal had so suddenly decided to seek out someone who had used God's power. Jin coldly replied that she was only doing what she was told, which was why she didn't ask Teshua any unnecessary questions. Guilford sighed, grasped his shoulder, and said all the girl could say was that she didn't know anything. But suddenly Jean added that it was being done for the purpose of putting an end to the potential threats and finally sorting out all the problems. Zdorvila cast his menacing glare at her and hissed that if anything happened to Louis, he would no longer be a former knight of the Empire. He loomed over the girl with all his intimidating appearance and shouted that he would make the rascals pay for fingering his village. Feeling the pressure from Guilford, Jean realized that he had fought far from full strength before, if he could emit such energy. In order not to frighten the peddler, Guilford sat back and scratched the back of his head, saying that he hoped Louis Witt would do the right thing. As Jean stood there thinking about something, Belle came up to her and asked if she could ask the peddler something. The girl stepped closer to Jin and asked interestedly why the glowing sword she was holding before was glowing at all. The merchant pulled out the very same sword and asked if that was what was being discussed, while Guilford snorted derisively that such a technique was kept secret. But exactly the second Jean started explaining to the little one how she had done it, he screamed, not understanding how such secrets could even be talked about. Jin paid no attention to the big guy and continued to tell him that they were creating swords out of ether using the magical seal symbol on their hands. Guilford sighed unhappily again and said that they were not seals at all, but simple circles drawn on the palms of his hands. The merchant shifted her annoyed look at him and explained that there was a yang on the air that was scattering and a yin that was picking things up. That was why knights who circulated ether in their bodies had both strength and stamina that depended on their skills. When they created pathways in the body for energy flows made of ether or mana, the ether would pass through the flow and it would be impossible to use the skill. Finishing her explanation, Jean also showed the little girl her Chills Ball Clan skills, as Belle was madly enjoying watching this girl. Immediately after this account, the little one rushed to Guilford and asked with a broad smile if there was anything of the sort in their plan, which the latter denied. Seeing the girl's disappointed face in response, Guilford was not at all pleased, but Belle only said that she had simply expected him to be different. The big man grudgingly folded his arms on his chest and told the girl not to be greedy because this skill was precious and only the talented received it. Jean continued to listen to their conversation, and Belle was now missing something, for thanks to that stupid magic, the merchant had beaten Guilford like a dog. Their conversation was finally interrupted by Louis, who, along with Teshua, finally returned to the clearing with questions about what was going on there. Without removing his hands from Belle's cheeks, Guilford asked his comrade if Teshua, who was an expert at this, had done something stupid. But Louis immediately calmly stated that they had worked it out and everything was fine now, disregarding the fact that Teshua really was a fool. While the comrades were talking amongst themselves, Jin walked over to her partner and asked if that young man was really able to use God's power. Looking at Louis, the kid explained to his friend that that young man could use both ether and God power, which was extremely rare. In fact, there was more than one god associated with that kid, for this was the second time Teshua had seen such a thing with his own eyes. However, he found no trace of the god who created mankind, so this guy seemed much busier than he really was. Finished talking to Louis, Guilford turned to his partners and offered the guys something to eat before leaving, trying to be friendly. But when Teshua laughed in response, the man withdrew his offer and asked if the little rascal had learned all he wanted to know. Teshua smiled contentedly and stated that he was satisfied because Louis was a good man and broke the seal in a safe manner. Thinking of something, Teshua suggested that Guilford and his men leave as well, for after the seal was broken, the number of monsters in the forest began to decrease drastically. Even though Guilford was aware of the fact that the animals were becoming fewer and fewer, he had no idea that in about 10 years they would not be in the forest at all. Even so, the hunter realized that in 10 years he would most likely die during some sort of battle, so it didn't stop him. Louis was walking and listening to the guys talk about how Guilford should have gone back to being a knight, but he just kept quiet and kept walking forward. Guilford, for his part, told Teshua that he was doing it anyway, so he was making money by selling the remains of the monsters that were being finished off. Suddenly, a bunch of some knights appeared in front of the guys, looking decidedly bad-tempered. The monster hunter quickly realized that it was a squad of Bara knights that wanted to attack again, but suddenly the knights protested upon hearing this. They began to explain to Guilford that they had managed to sneak away from their boss to sneak to the hunters in the woods, who had misunderstood them. One of the boys explained to Glasselford that he and his partners had brought booze and meat to show their gratitude for their rescue during the battle. Their leader confirmed his colleagues' words and asked if the warriors wanted to celebrate the day with them if they were comfortable with the conditions. After a while, Gifford, along with the Knights of Bara, were enjoying large glasses of beer in a friendly and cheerful manner, laughing loudly and discussing something. Belle was also in their company and was chowing down on monster meat thighs at that moment, suggesting that Jean try them too, for they were excellent. While Jean declined the offer, for she was forbidden to eat at work, Louis sat silently on the sidelines and enjoyed his dinner. Noticing how lonely he looked, Teshua approached the young man and asked him why the guy liked being alone so much, even when there were tons of people around. Louis gave the merchant a displeased look and asked why he had come to see him, for Teshua had made the knight terribly angry and disliked him very much. Having no desire to fight with the kid, Teshua showed him the article in the paper and explained that Louis had a wanted notice. Seeing the numbers that were promised for his capture, Louis immediately became angry, as this was utter nonsense and a huge disrespect to him. Upon hearing that 20,000 gold pieces were being offered for his comrade's head, Guilford and Belle approached their buddy and asked who he had pissed off so much. Measuring the furious expression on Louis' face with his gaze, the hunter emphasized the fact that with such a reward, the guy was lucky he was still alive. Louis, for his part, quickly explained to Guilford that such a price had been set because of a debt, which he would soon pay off and all would be well. Even Teshua joined their conversation, deciding to ask Guilford if he would stay with the hunters after such a thing. In that place, for that second, not only Bear soldiers gathered, but also the civilian who lived nearby, for they too wanted to celebrate. If it wasn't for the hunters and knights, all these people would have died without even knowing that death was following them at the speed of light. Guilford wasn't going to listen to the proposal of the unlettered merchant and said there were enough great knights in the palace without him, and the people needed him. It wasn't the answer Teshua had expected, so he just made a disgruntled face and whispered that he still didn't understand. Teshua decided not to insist or stir up conflict with the healthy Guilford, so he said with a slight smile that he would not change his mind. This outcome pleased even Louis himself, who was still sitting not far from the guys and watching their conversation. Suddenly, strange holograms appeared in front of the boy, which stated the completion of recovery quests and the beginning of a new quest. When the system gave him his first assignment, the young man turned to Guilford and Teshua and stated that he had some very important business to attend to. After a little thought, Louis measured his companions with a menacing glance and asked if they knew anything about Bumhar. Exactly the second the kid finished his sentence, Guilford flashed to his side and covered his mouth with his hand. The hunter shouted furiously, giving the guy to immediately shut his mouth, or he would very much regret daring to utter the name in his voice at all. Looking around and making sure that only Jean, Teshua, and Belle had heard the word, Guilford calmed down and exhaled a little. Taking a close look at the other guys in the area, the man emphasized that they were very lucky that everyone else was busy drinking and chatting. The man turned to the merchant and told Teshua not to even dare stutter to anyone about what he had heard just seconds ago. Louis finally removed Guilford's hand from his mouth and asked with a disgruntled cry what was so wrong with that name that it couldn't be spoken aloud. The boy shifted his gaze to Guilford, and Teshua noticed that the expressions on their faces were extremely irritated and even slightly angry. The faces of the girls standing nearby were exactly the same, so Louis was even more confused about what was happening and the reactions of his acquaintances. Trying to get some explanation, he asked again what bad thing he had said and why everyone had gotten so agitated in a flash. Guilford felt as if the roof had been blown off his head at these words, but Teshua was quick to stop him, for it seemed that Louis really didn't know or understand anything. The peddler turned toward the kid and said he'd start with the basics, so he asked if Louis knew about the 3 gods that kept mankind safe. Delacy had actually heard this information for the first time, so looking closely at the 3 fingers on Teshua's hand, he said he didn't know. Teshua began to explain that in their world there were 3 gods who protected humanity, and one of them was Ram, the same god of war. The second goddess was Mercilla, who was responsible for abundance and whom Louis had previously met while trying to recreate a non-connection. But the third god was Charlot, who was responsible for order and humanity itself, being one of the most important of all. Once some fought for mankind against a god whose name Louis mentioned, and since that war caused great damage, that god was never mentioned again. Realizing the gravity of the task the system had given him, Lewis realized that he had to find the very enemy of humanity and fight him. It was because of the cost to humanity of peace and freedom that Bamhair's name could not be mentioned, and Lewis finally realized it. Finally, Teshua added that many academicians of the past had mentioned the name of that god, and for that they met a sad end, for it was forbidden by law. This surprised Louis a little, for nothing had happened to him after he had said the name of that god. So Teshua explained that it was a different punishment. Calling the god of evil by name was considered blasphemy in their world, so a trial awaited all guilty parties for this offense. If it could be proved at this trial that blasphemy had really occurred, the perpetrator was subjected to a horrible execution in front of everyone. Looking at his companion, Guilford said that if someone other than them had heard it, Lewin might have been reported to the sect and then killed. Carefully looking straight into the young knight's eyes, the monster hunter menacingly asked him if Lewis understood the seriousness of the situation. Louis sighed heavily and said that he couldn't give details, but now he had an excuse to track down this word of God and straighten him out. Guilford misunderstood what the knight had said and immediately lashed out at Teshua, thinking it was the petty merchant who had set Louis on this path. Intervening in their squabble, Lewis quickly explained that Teshua's words had nothing to do with it, as it was his decision. The boy began to tell his mentor that he used to live without purpose and just still existed, accomplishing things without which he could simply die. But today, thanks to Teshua, he was able to talk to the gods and realize that they had intervened in his fate to make it a little easier. Guilford looked at the petite knight incredulously and asked if that meant why he could use God's power. Louis himself didn't know. That was why the kid wanted to find out what kind of gods they were and what they wanted. Plus, Lewis really wanted to know what he was about to do. The monster hunter continued to glare menacingly at the kid and wondered what the kid was up to. The man simply couldn't believe that depending on the circumstances, the knight could fight even God himself, which was something none of them could do. Watching the puzzled expression on Guilford's face, Teshua stood and looked at Louis with a slight smile that was about to change something. Lewis, for his part, said that though it was much talked about, the conclusion from it all was quite simple, and the time to leave was too soon. Not wanting to cross the kid's enthusiasm, Guilford sighed and said that the young man was constantly asking him for extensions and lived by his own rules. Since the hunter wanted to help the boy, he suggested to Louis that he should go to the kingdom of Cetria and then see what the circumstances were. The kingdom of Cetria was founded by dragon men, so there Louis can find a tip-off to an evil god who used to be in that place quite often. Louis looked at Teshua confused and asked how Cetria was connected to the god of evil, to which he only said it was a common legend. According to the people, the evil god took the form of a dragon, and moreover, unlike the empire, those places had little faith in the three gods, respecting the god of evil. The next day, after all the evening's festivities, Petite Belle decided to take herself out for a little exercise by heading into the woods. Suddenly, Sis Jean was beside her, emphasizing how hard Belle had started training in the early mornings. The girl explained that it was the only way to get stronger in a short period of time. Besides, those were Jean's own words. Remembering how throughout her life she had needed to submit to someone, Belle said that this way people would no longer be able to boss her around. But other than that, the petite one really wanted to swing a sword, just like Mr. Louis, and right now she could only use her fists. Jin smiled and handed the girl her sword, saying that she wanted to give it to her, since with her current skills, the sword was no longer suitable for a merchant. Belle had never imagined that at such a young age she would be able to become the owner of such a great weapon, so she couldn't believe it. The girl began to immediately thank Jin for such kindness on her part, for now she would work and train even harder. But as soon as the beauty started swinging her sword and using her magic, the weapon broke for some reason, thus terrifying her. The poor girl started screaming, not understanding why the sword had broken, while nearby the girls were being watched by Lewis along with Guilford. Ignoring what was happening, Guilford emphasized that Lewis should use the ether he had taught him carefully. The hunter explained that this style was based on strength, so if Lewis used it before he reached his opponent, his weapon would break. It was as if it hit Louis in that second, for he realized that Belle had just managed to use ether if her sword broke immediately. Watching Belle, who was already in tears over what had happened, Louis asked how it had happened if Guilford had only recently started teaching her. The man smiled and emphasized how talented this little girl was, so such people were often called geniuses. Such conclusions pleased Lewis himself, because in this case, it would be much easier and more interesting to study with Belle than with him. Noticing Guilford's nod of his head, Lewis heard the footsteps of Teshua behind him as he and his partner were about to leave their lovely camp. The lad explained that such a dirty place was not suitable for an elegant young man like him, to which he received shouts of Guilford in return. Teshua ignored the big man and handed Louis some paper with a very nice drawing on it, saying it was his gift to the night. The merchant said that he was the owner of the trading company, and it was Horn's honorary buyer's certificate that might come in handy for Louis. In addition to this identification, Guilford walked over and handed the lad some sort of small pouch, asking his comrade to take this gift as well. He put the light and valuable goods from the demonic monsters there, which he could consider as a severance payment for his help in that battle. Louis accepted the bag of valuable goods and thanked Captain Guilford, who had recently become a most genuine, intimate friend to him. The young man had spent 2 months with that man, and they had actually become very close, causing Louis to now feel slightly resentful of leaving him. 2 months ago, the boy fought alone, trusting no one, and after this time, he was no longer alone and had real friends who were there for him. After finishing crying over the broken sword, a distraught Belle ran up to Louis and asked the boy if he would return to their forest village yet. Captain Guilford seconded her words and with a slight smile said to let Louis visit whenever he wanted, for this was his home. Nothing in this world lasted forever, so Louis just had to accept the fact that one day he would have to leave this village and go on his way. As it turned out, this hour came much earlier than the young man had imagined, because of which he was heavy at heart and painful in his heart. As Louis slowly but surely left his friends, he was watched by some strange man with 4 wings visible on his back. He measured the boy with his gaze and couldn't believe that the seal stone from the dark forest had disappeared without consequence, and even so quickly. The stranger assumed that all this commotion was because of the night he had seen, for there was a terribly powerful energy emanating from this kid. The strange man realized that he should have kept an eye on this kid who could become a major obstacle in their way because of his god power. When the winged stranger finally finished studying Louis and guessed he was headed for the center of Cetria, he headed home. There was a wench waiting for him there, who was already very much amused by the information that the wretched man wanted to get to Cetria. Not wanting to alarm Louis just yet, the girl wanted to observe his actions, so she ordered her subject to allow him to reach Cetria. The castle of the kingdom of Cetria looked far more majestic in person than in all the stories Louis had heard from his acquaintances. As soon as Louis approached its fence, she immediately fell victim to the local guards who guarded the gate from all sorts of evil. Pondering why these men had started chasing him, Louis immediately thought of an afterthought that must have been even Cetria. But even with that in mind, the guards were still trying too hard for a normal wanted, so those guards weren't as easy as they seemed. The fact that they wouldn't leave Louis alone irritated the boy, and he thought about killing them. Remembering Guilford's words that he in no way wanted trouble in this song, Louis decided it wasn't worth it at all. Ignoring the Adam Guard's shouts for their bounty to stop and surrender, the kid kept running away from them anyway. While Louis was trying to escape, he accidentally ended up over one of the main roads leading to the kingdom, which a demonic monster came from somewhere. People who were trying with all their legs to run and hide from that creature were screaming and begging for help, wishing they hadn't said goodbye to their lives. The young knight watched all this and tried to understand how monsters could appear so close to the city and even dare to approach it. But the fact was, for the demonic wolves rushed at the poor souls and tore their bodies apart, not intending to let anyone pass. Suddenly, when one of the wolves almost pounced on some townsfolk, someone from Cetria's army immediately rushed to help. Louis watched this and smiled slightly, for if the kingdom's army was sane, they should have attacked these monsters. It was certainly bad luck for the guys to encounter monsters like this, as Cetria was the last place they had ever gotten to in the first place. But suddenly, out of nowhere, the kingdom's army was joined by mercenaries who were happily killing monsters and simultaneously calming the townspeople. The people in turn tearfully thanked the mercenaries and repeated that if they protected their belongings, Cetria would reward them. Louis, meanwhile, stood there wondering, not understanding where the mercenaries who weren't even supposed to be there came from. Those guards who were herding after the boy also stopped at the edge of the cliff and began to stare into that meat grinder at its base, doing nothing. Since they might have been in trouble now, the warriors decided that they would just go and leave that guy who was promised 20,000 gold for. The young knight looked at the cowards disrespectfully, for he could not understand why the local army was fleeing just when it was so needed. The mercenaries, meanwhile, kept the situation under control and attacked the demonic wolves, cutting their bodies apart with their sharp swords. But since the wolves had the ability to regenerate, they were not afraid of ordinary cuts. But the mercenaries did not even know about it. The guys realized the full range of skills of this foul thing only after several of the mercenaries died due to the powerful blows of the demonic wolves. The townspeople quickly realized that those warriors were completely useless, so they continued to scream and beg for help fearfully while looking around. Louis looked at the poor people and felt how he wanted to help them, but common sense stopped the boy, for he was a wanted man. The kid could just draw attention to himself, which didn't make sense, since it was the Cetria army that had to deal with such a problem. In that second, Guilford's words rang in his mind, commanding Louis not to judge people's lives by their usefulness and to save the needy without reason. His comrade's words were indeed meaningful to the knight, and he truly believed in them, so he couldn't stand idly by any longer. While he remembered his mentor and pondered what to do, the demonic wolves, meanwhile, continued to attack the local townspeople. In the end, Louis made a decision and lunged at these creatures, chopping off their heads to prevent the wolves from constantly regenerating. The kid's eyes glowed with red rage, which came from the feeling that the local army didn't care about the lives of their own people. When the young man finally killed a few monsters, he saw that the system only granted him 40 hours each for them, which was slightly less than the forest. After a while, Louis finally dealt with all the monsters that had arrived and heard a female voice addressing him from behind. A moment later, a girl named Laya, who was the manager of the Cetri branch of the horn trading firm Teshua had spoken of, ran up to him. Hearing the familiar name, Louis immediately thought of it and realized that it was most likely a beauty he could use in the future. The girl, in turn, ran up to the knight and said that according to the contract with the kingdom, their firm was supposed to deal with monsters. Louis didn't care, and just asked Laya to give him his share, when suddenly, behind him, he heard the disgruntled voice of the mercenaries that were also entitled to the reward. The mercenaries menacingly stated that they had almost killed those monsters when the stranger showed up and dealt the demonic wolves one last blow. Laya was experienced in this field, so with a smile, she stated that since the situation was complicated, she should have followed strict protocol. After measuring the mercenaries with her gaze, the girl ordered them to strike the demonic wolf's body with her sword to test how much they had helped their victory. The men looked among themselves and realized that they had decided to sway their rights in teaching the wrong place, but now they had no choice. Trying not to show insecurity, one of them jumped onto the dead body of the monster and swung his sword at it, wanting to cut through its skin. Laya smiled, for that mercenary sword hadn't even left a scratch on the wolf's body, so she suggested the next man do the same. Unwilling to retreat, the first mercenary shouted that he was failing precisely because he was very tired during the battle. Their talk began to annoy Louis, who clenched his sword tighter in his hand and ordered them to be quiet, for it was too noisy. Without delaying the process, the kid stuck his sword into the demonic wolf and said that instead of playing around, they could just settle things with a fight. He looked at the cowardly mercenaries and declared that the men could attack in pairs, for the victor would take all in all the glory. The guys didn't want to risk their own lives because they could feel the energy that was coming from Louis, so they just turned around and walked away. Laya, for her part, had mercy on the mercenaries, so she tossed them a small pouch, saying it contained a small reward. The girl smiled and said that even though the mercenaries couldn't kill the monster, her firm still had to reward them for the slightest bit of help. If it wasn't for their comrade who died, everyone around them would have died a long time ago, because Louis never would have gotten involved in the bloodbath. The mercenaries smiled happily and thanked the generous lady before turning around and actually leaving Laya and Louis. He looked at the beauty and asked why it was necessary to reward people like them, but she only explained that trust was the highest value of their company. If they didn't pay the mercenary now, the guys wouldn't help next time, so it was only for profit. Eager to get down to business, the young man took out of his pocket what Teshua had given him and introduced himself, saying his name was Louis Delossi. Seeing the sign of the industry leader, Laya disintegrated into an even wider smile and asked in a friendly manner how she could help her guest. The kid explained that he needed to get to Cetria's castle, but there was a bounty on his head, so Laya was supposed to help him with that. The girl was so surprised that she even lowered her glasses and showed her green eyes behind them, looking dumbfounded at the boy. She glanced at Mr. Delosi and said excitedly that she hadn't advised the lad to go inside the castle of the kingdom at all. Cetria was in a terrible state at this point and was literally falling apart from the inside, for the throne was ruled by such an evil one. Monsters appeared even in front of the castle gates. Many starving soldiers deserted. But the girl on the throne was far from caring about Cetria's problems. She never worried about the problems of the kingdom, for she only worried about her own benefit and what was best for her. Instead of listening to the townspeople at least a little, the girl simply killed them, since she wasn't even going to listen to the whining. Her right-hand man was the former king of Cetria, who now did all the queen's bidding and callously murdered the people who lived in his kingdom. The man had no control over himself and was under the full control of the unclean force, for he kept repeating that his Cetria was strong. Cetria hasn't been ruled by anyone for a long time, as the kingdom was run down and its economy destroyed, degrading the quality of life and happiness of the citizens. Because of money problems, people increasingly quarreled, refused to sell things for the kingdom's currency, and began stealing to make a living. It was so terrible right at his place that due to financial problems, there were even fights in places because vendors didn't want to accept Cetria currency. The guards watched the whole process and tried to do something about it, but in reality they became useless and crime became rampant. Initially it was petty, but over time it grew to the point where murder was a common thing. No one could do anything about it. In order not to cause any unnecessary trouble, the kingdom guards simply turned around and pretended not to notice what was happening. Everything outside the palace was no longer a country, for now there was poverty, crime, and everything that could not be survived. Despite all this, Laia still agreed to help Louis and guide him into town on the wagon, because the local guards knew her well. They weren't even going to check her wagon after the girl tossed them bags of small rewards for their lack of curiosity. Because of this, Laia was always confident that any issues could be resolved if you ensure that people trusted you before doing so. Trying to crawl out from under a pile of luggage, Louis thanked the girl and told her that he was only able to sneak in because of her. Laia smiled again and said that he shouldn't have thanked her, for it was nothing to someone who had saved her life from the vicious demon wolves. Louis didn't argue with the girl and gave up trying to get out of the wagon because he couldn't do it alone. In the lad's mind, the very moment when Captain Guilford and Teshua had talked about the evil god came to mind, for that god was now his primary concern. The young knight began to ponder where he should have gone to find out more about God, since the task would not accomplish itself. He definitely couldn't speak Bumhar's name in this place either, so that wasn't an option, so the first destination for Louis was the library. When Louis got out of the wagon, he took out a small bag from his pocket containing the materials of the monsters he had killed in the Black Forest. The kid showed the thing to Laia and asked if he could exchange the materials for money so he could have at least some currency. Although the young man understood the risks, he still went to the mercenary guild of Cetria, where he was not met with a friendly welcome. Since there was still a bounty on Louis, the mercenaries didn't even think about making concessions for him because they wanted the money. One of them, who was their leader, broke out into a grin and shouted that he would rather have a bounty on the lad's head than forgive his debt. But all Louis said in response was that if the guys really wanted to kill him, they would have done it a long time ago and not hesitated. The lad was quite ready to fight the filthy scoundrels, so he gave them his menacing look and declared that he would prefer a quick battle. Noticing the terrified faces of the mercenaries, the knight menacingly announced that he would kill every man who dared draw his sword in his presence. Suddenly, someone whom Louis knew very well began to come down to the boys, for even now the man was talking about a wanted poster and a reward of 20,000. The bald scoundrel who put the debt on the lad said that the mercenaries thought it would be more profitable to catch Louis alive than to kill him. Looking at the man in surprise, Delassie initially didn't even realize who the stranger was, but very quickly Louis remembered him. He smiled broadly in return and gleamed his white teeth, fixing his glasses and saying that he had missed Louis. Louis stared at the bald man incredulously and asked what he was forgetting in the kingdom of Cetria and how he ended up there at the same time as the guy himself. The man told him that they were planning to cease operations in Cetria and he had come to the kingdom to take care of some business. Looking at the papers Louis had brought him, the bald rogue began to scrutinize the information about the knight's duty. But when in response to Louis' question about whether they would remove him from the wanted list, the bald man stated that they couldn't do that yet, the boy just went wild. He pounded his fist furiously on the bald man's desk and shouted, asking who dared to put up the ad and why the percentage of debt payment was so high. The man explained to the guy that the mercenary guild's percentage was 30% per month, and though it was crazy, they didn't have laws to limit the rate. Louis quickly realized that no one was going to be in this place and help him, and if the guys were still declared for him, then all these scoundrels wanted to kill him. But the mercenary leader quickly calmed the guy down and said that they weren't going to fight in a place like this, especially if the reward wasn't given by the guild. The man in charge left the room and gave one last shout that the cost for catching Delasi would only go up if they let him go for a while and let him leave. Trying to make things better somehow, Louis turned to the bald man and said that he had monster parts that he hadn't found a use for yet. Looking at the small bag containing the monster's body parts, the bald man was even slightly surprised that Louis had decided to pay with materials. When Louis said the thing must have been worth about 10,000 gold, the bald man explained that he couldn't sell them for more than 5,000. Delasi grudgingly pounced on the man, not understanding how the rogue had managed to have the price. But the bald man explained that Citria had no money. In the kingdom, the most capable buyer of raw materials was the corn industry. But even if they didn't have enough money, nowhere else could the materials be sold. Baldy said that for Louis, this meant the need for a solution outside the kingdom where there would be no depreciation. Finishing his story, the man stared contentedly at the boy and added lastly that the process of getting the guarantees had to be considered. Noticing Louis's displeasure, the bald man said that the mercenaries had their own tricks as well, so they could solve this problem with a single task. The man ordered Louis to head to Lumen's Tavern and catch the guests in 201 rooms, which was not a difficult task at all for such a strong knight. Once in front of the tavern, Luo looked around carefully and thought about the fact that either heads of countries or aristocrat families were asked to catch someone alive. The kid didn't like the situation he was in, because dealing with that bald man meant disrespecting himself, but he had to do this assignment. As soon as the kid walked up to room 201, some girl immediately flew out of it, smashing that door right in his face. The stranger didn't expect to meet anyone on the other side, so she stared at Louis Delasi in astonishment. Just like this girl, the knight himself wasn't expecting her to show up, so purely by instinct he threw her backwards, securing himself. Peering through the hole in the door, Louis decided the girl was trained as she had precise movements. While he was pondering, a second girl with a piece of wood in her hand appeared right above the boy and was about to attack and kill him. The knight took the girl by her small hand without any ceremony and told her in a calm voice to just go along with him. The girl didn't expect any impudent man to stop her attack, so she hung in the air, looking at the stranger. As soon as Louis suggested that this girl might have been the daughter of the past girl, the petite one furiously shouted that her age had nothing to do with her short stature. After a while already, the petite one was laughing loudly and apologizing for surprising Louis, because she needed to check how good a mercenary he was. Mentioning the mercenary guild in her stories, the girl was glad that finally those guys had sent them someone normal and strong. Noticing Louis's confused face, the beauty explained that they had left a request with the mercenary guild today, and they had finally sent them a worthy candidate. An image quickly came to Louis's mind of a bald-headed scoundrel who had once again seen him off and was probably sitting contentedly in his own office. Delasi looked at the petite one incredulously and said he was only going to do the task and get paid for it. The pretty girl laughed again and mentioned that the mercenary guild understood the language of money alone, but she also added that Louis shouldn't have worried. The girl explained that as soon as he was done working, she would give him as much money as the young man wished, for Sirius Downey never lied. Upon hearing this stranger's name, Louis immediately realized that she was royalty, so he was in good standing with his new job. The second Pernicia turned his back on the small one to finally leave. Sirius screamed furiously that no one dare turn their back on her. That girl who had just recently pierced through the door of room 201 menacingly ordered Louis to stop and sit down, for the princess had not yet spoken. This whole environment was insanely disliked by the boy and really annoyed him, but the boy had no choice but to obey them. Louis realized that there was no point in causing trouble, so all he had to do was listen to the royalty, and that was it. He turned to Princess Sirius Downey and asked in an affectionate voice what such a noble girl wanted with a mercenary like him. Sirius Downey asked the knight if he had listened to anything about Josephine, who was the evil queen that destroyed the kingdom of Citria. The main task in the young princess was to get rid of this rascal who ruined the kingdom and raked in her hands the girl's father. How absurd this assignment sounded made Louis have a hysterical smile on his face, because he wasn't even going to do it. The kid once again turned his back to the little guy and stated that if it was about the emperor's family, he didn't have the right to hear it either. The country founded by dragons and humans was slowly dying and going from a small kingdom to a horrible place where it was impossible to live. For hundreds of years, it was a beautiful place where people of all social classes respected each other and lived in wonderful relationships and were happy. Young Siri Donnie's father, who was king of this country, also wanted to create a country for his people, for he was a very good man. People truly respected the king and very often gave him various gifts to show how much they loved him. The king responded to all these do-gooders with great affection, showing how much he respected the people of his own kingdom. In one of those moments, Mr. King realized that he had one person he loved more than all of his subjects combined. When a man heard this girl's voice, he would instantly become embarrassed and felt his heartbeat speed up several times. The girl herself, for her part, was always kind to the king and constantly paid him tons of compliments, bringing a happy smile to his face. This girl was Siri Donnie's mother and part-time Queen Josephine, who in her time was a beautiful woman who was loved by all. Those were crazy happy times for little Siri Donnie, and she always wished they would last forever and never end. But the girl's mom died because of a disease, which although she had been sick before, but in the moment, the disease began to progress and killed her body in an instant. Hearing that the king had given in to despair after the death of his beloved, Louis finally understood everything, and the puzzle in his head fully came together. After running the words in his head that Josephine had died because of her illness, the knight asked Siri Donnie if she really wanted to kill the ghost. The mercenary who had been standing next to the princess the whole time said that she understood the guy's confusion, but here the real story was just beginning. A few weeks after the queen's funeral, the king was in utter despair as his heart had never been so broken. In an instant, a miracle occurred, and Josephine appeared before the desperate king in a light in which he had never seen her before, for it seemed as if it were not her. Normally, the dead never returned to the world of the living, so the new Josephine behaved very differently from before her death. Even so, when the king called her by name, the woman would answer with the same voice and expression, reminding the king of the old days. Her warm touch, along with her scent, was enough to play with the king's heart and drive him mad, making him his subject. The king was obsessed with his wife, because of which he lived thinking only of the queen, forgetting about the whole kingdom, which he used to love and respect so much. Once the inhabitants of the kingdom learned that the country was ruled by Josephine herself, and if someone tried to interfere with her, she immediately eliminated that person. But to be more precise, the elimination of the man was handled by the king himself, who shouted furiously and would not allow anyone to take his Josephine away from him again. Upon hearing the story that with the king's support, Josephine's reign continued to this day, Louis called the story a very complicated state of affairs. Raising his eyes to Siri Donnie, the boy asked the girl why she was telling this heartbreaking story standing on the bed. "Not going to stand for such insolence in my direction," the petite one rudely yelled at the kid that she didn't want to look down on Louis. The lad sighed heavily and said he had one more question, then asked why the young princess needed his help specifically. He looked straight into her big pink eyes and asked why the princess herself was turning to some mercenaries rather than tackling the situation herself. The girl threw an annoyed look at him and explained that all the nobility of the kingdom was on Josephine's side, and she didn't have enough power. The princess companion asked why it was so important to Louis, and he explained that he wasn't interested in money as much as the other mercenaries. The boy said that any mercenary risked his life while on a mission, so he didn't want to sell his life for a suicide mission. The young man hissed to the princess that he didn't care if Josephine was bad or not, but Siri Donnie had better be worth convincing him that he could win. For the last time, Louis nodded that if the girl didn't have anything else to add, it was time for him to leave on his own business, of which he had plenty. In response, the princess shouted that the boy could not be so indifferent to the fact that an entire country was doomed to perish. The girl's friend turned to Louis just the same and ordered him to sit down, while he dryly asked why he would even care about such a thing. The girl's tone was starting to annoy the guy dramatically, so he hissed that she should have learned to pick her opponent better. The young man measured the princess companion with his cold gaze and asked if she was sure she could handle him if he bared his sword. The mercenary did not argue with this knight and allowed him to come out and finally leave, leaving her and the princess alone. Once Louis was outside, he wallowed in the thought that he had wasted his time since these ladies didn't even have any information about their enemy. The boy felt anger toward the bald bastard who had lied to him again and fooled Louis into sending him on such a stupid mission. Trying to distract myself at least a little, the kid logged in, wanting to check the main quest to make sure it hadn't changed. Since he had nothing else to do now, Louis remembered his conversation with Laya about the library and decided that now was the time to go to the book depository. After a few dozen minutes of walking, the kid found himself near the large building of the Royal Library of Citria, which looked extremely majestic. As Louis got closer to this building, he noticed something strange that made him wonder where it came from in an ordinary library. At the kid's feet was something like a barrier in the form of a translucent barrier that prevented anyone from getting inside the library. Louis touched this magical barrier and wondered why the Queen had forbidden ordinary citizens from entering the common library. But since Louis was far from this world, he still didn't fully understand how it worked, so he acted as he thought was right. Delossi didn't think about the fact that the world was divided by social class and access to knowledge was only given to the nobility, so he started to draw his sword. The young man also didn't care about the fact that the methods of nurturing power were only passed down through family clans to a select few, so he broke the barrier. The realities of the real world were very harsh, so to prevent the lower class from becoming smarter, the Royal Library was well protected. Louis looked at the barrier, which didn't have a single scratch on it, and made sure that it was going to be much harder to get in. The knight wasn't going to spend all his time near that building, so he turned around and decided that there were probably other libraries in town. Even though the guy had been walking straight the whole time, he suddenly noticed that 10 minutes later, he was back in the same place. But only this time, instead of emitting the same powerful energy, the magical barrier seemed weaker than before. As soon as he looked up, the barrier began to gradually disappear, revealing the young man's entrance to the Royal Library. Although such events surprised Louis Delossi, but he could not take the chance that some unknown force was giving him. The boy came to the conclusion that it looked like the library itself wanted him to go inside. On it still seemed suspicious to him. Once inside in the middle of the huge tall book stacks, Louis looked around and noticed that no one was in the library either. Louis slightly disliked the fact that the person who had invited him inside was ignoring the guy and didn't even bother to offer him a mug of tea. Suddenly, on top of himself, he heard someone's voice declaring that absolutely everyone who entered the library for the first time had the same reaction. The man standing on the balcony stated that people usually couldn't move at the sight of such a huge number of books, but here was Louis who was different from them. The stranger measured the guest with his cold, piercing gaze and asked if he really just didn't care about this collection of books. Louis looked up at him grimly and said quietly that he had already had experience in these matters, for the quantity and quality of books on Earth were better.
Wishing not to pull the cat by the tail, the boy asked the stranger if there were any books about gods, specifically evil gods, in his library.
The library owner broke out into a smile and said he thought Louis was a regular weirdo who was going to rob the library in times of turmoil. Watching the irritation on his guest's face, the man went on to say that this boy really interested him as a person. Suddenly, the sword that Louis had been holding in his hand all this time disappeared, causing Delossi to worry. But a second later, the kid noticed the very strange man put his weapon away and said that he wanted to talk to Louis without dangerous objects. He sat the knight down at the table and jabbed his finger at the mug of tea Louis had so requested, then said he wanted to speak to this young man.
A second, and he realized that this stranger was a real powerful mage, so he calmed down a bit and took the offered mug of tea in his hands.
The magician placed a small hourglass on the table and stated that he and Louis would ask each other questions until the hourglass stopped. Since the kid felt that he might die if he spoke dishonestly, he decided not to lie to this stranger and tell him the whole truth. The man decided to start the interrogation first, so he asked Louis if he knew the name of the evil god called Bamhar, because not many people knew about him now. Louis explained to him that because of a divine revelation, he was looking for an evil god, so now the guy decided to ask where he needed to go to find Bamhar. Even though the mage didn't like the fact that Bamhar was arrogantly called an evil god, he still said that Louis would need a sacred object and a temple to meet him. Afterward, the powerful magician asked Louis why he thought Bamhar was an evil god, for good and bad gods did not exist in this world. Delossi looked at him with a disgruntled look, said that in that case, Bamhar was evil only by the standards of humans. The mage agreed with the young man's assumptions and added that people wanted the gods they worshipped to be considered good, but others were simply shunned. When the man told Louis that they did not know exactly where Bamhara was, for she had lost her body, The boy was extremely surprised. The owner of the library explained that Bamhara did not exist now, for she had rebelled against Shalat, the god of humanity, and had unfortunately lost. The mage said, didn't see what Shalota did to her, but after that incident, Bamhara lost her power, then asked Louis to tell about himself. Trying to restrain himself with all his might, Louis called his name in a loud voice and asked if there was a way to contact Bamhara. But in response, the man emphasized the fact that Louis wasn't telling him the whole truth, which further infuriated the kid who wanted to hear answers to his questions. Sighing, the mage told him that the sacred objects were made from God's thoughts, so if Louis took them to the temple and performed a ritual, he could contact Bamhar. The man measured glances into Louis's disgruntled face and added that although he wanted to tell him how to perform the ritual, unfortunately, he couldn't. These words made Louis even angrier, and he asked the mage why he couldn't tell him if he knew about the ritual. In addition to that, the library owner also spoke about Bamhara as if he had already personally encountered her, since he was speaking from the perspective of a god. Remembering how intently he had looked at him during the entire conversation, Louis suspiciously asked the mage what he was trying to keep from him. Looking the lad straight in the eyes, the mage said he wasn't hiding anything at all, and it was his turn to ask the young man questions. But in addition to it being his turn, the man jabbed his finger at the hourglass on the table and said time was up. The mage melted into a smile and informed him that next time they could talk without a time limit, so Louis should come officially. A moment later, the boy was outside, never having had time to drink his tea, which the mage had allowed him to take with him without even asking him. Looking back at the library, the boy realized that he still hadn't learned anything. But in return, the mage gave him a mug of tea with him, which he immediately threw away. Suddenly, behind him, Louis heard some strange sounds that belonged to the local guard that was just about to find him. The head of the guard suspiciously asked the young man why he was roaming the lands that belonged to the imperial family of the kingdom of Citria. Louis didn't want to get into any trouble, so in a calm voice he explained that he had just left the library, thus surprising the strangers. They didn't believe a word this obscure young man said, so they drew their swords and pointed them straight at him, saying he shouldn't have lied. The headman looked at Louis with his cold gaze and reminded him that no one could enter the royal library without permission from the imperial family. Trying to get an answer to his question, he again menacingly asked Louis why he was in this place and how he was able to enter the library. Louis finally realized that when the mage asked him to come to the library officially, you meant the guy needed to get permission. The image of young Sirior Dawny popped into his mind, as the girl was the only member of the royal family he knew. Louis wasn't happy at the thought of needing her help, but right now the guy had much bigger problems, because he was in trouble again. When the kid told the guards that he was about to leave, those men stopped him and told him that the rascal had already managed to cross the line. Since the boy had trespassed on someone else's property, the men still drew their swords and used force, rushing at Louis and going to arrest him. Delassie himself sighed heavily and drew his huge sword, hissing softly that he really didn't want things to get to this point. The guy measured the strangers with his stern gaze and added that he didn't want to complicate things. So he wasn't going to kill the guards, but he wanted to teach them a lesson. The leader of the hunters shouted angrily and called Louis names, saying he was very interested to see how much of this profiteer's arrogance would last. Not wanting to delay, the man shouted loudly to his partners to go on the attack and fight to the last man, not sparing the scoundrel. For Louis, who hadn't fought in a good long while, the opportunity to fight was like a fresh breath of air, because he missed it. The boy also grabbed his weapon tighter and pounced back at the guards, not doubting his strength for a second. Suddenly, one of the hunters saw among the pillars of smoke a human image that intervened in their fight and tried to stop it. When the smoke cleared, the hunter realized it was Knight Emma, who informed him that Louis had received permission to enter the library from the princess. The girl then shifted her menacing gaze to the boy himself and ordered him to put away his sword, for she didn't want him to complicate the situation. The leader of the hunters stepped up close to Emma, questioned her once more about what the girl had said, then informed her that if that was the case, he would back off. Lastly, he added, dubbed the knight Emma to tell the princess to stop giving the hunters trouble outside the palace as well. Not intending to waste their precious time in this horrible place, the hunters turned around and started to walk away, leaving Emma and Louis alone outside the library. After that, Louis finally holstered his sword and thanked Emma for her help, but she only replied that the guy should have thanked Princess Sirior Dawny. Delassie sighed and told the girl that he already wanted to talk to the young princess, so he needed to go back to her lair anyway. No sooner had he finished his sentence than he heard the loud laughter of a girl who was standing on one of the fences around the area, happy to be able to help Louis. The girl laughed to the point of almost crying, for they had accidentally found Louis in a mess and had taken the opportunity to make him feel indebted. Donnie finally calmed down and added that she would be sure to give her guest a chance to repay her with her nobility and strength. Even though Louis didn't like it, he had no choice but to accept it, because he needed the princess's help. Once in her den, the girl began to be genuinely pleased that the boy had decided to cooperate after all and help her and Emma in their endeavor. Louis sighed heavily and asked the princess to call him by his first name instead of mercenary, then asked why she had climbed the hill again. Trying to ignore the fact that he was asking the same question as last time, the girl disintegrated into a smile and ordered him to shut up. When the kid told the princess the story of how he'd gotten into the library, Sirior said she'd be sure to get him a pass after the mission was over. Finally, his stories, the girl asked how exactly Louis managed to get inside, but Louis didn't want to tell her the truth because she wouldn't believe him. He told the girl that there had been a slight misunderstanding, but he just wanted to know something. Whereupon young Sirior Donnie thought about something. After a bit of silence, the girl shifted her gaze to the young man and said menacingly that she wanted to ask if he was one of those who had been searching for the legendary dragon. Since this was the first time Louis had heard of the legendary dragon, he asked the beautiful girl in surprise what it was about, and she told him that it was rumored that there was a dragon living in the library. The girl flashed a wry smile and reminded him that a mercenary like Louis, who put money first, wouldn't be interested in learning more about it. Louis was terribly annoyed by this girl, so he decided that as soon as it was over, he would hit the little brat once. After the partners explained their plan to Louis, the boy said that he would not risk his life in their operation. After all, it was a rebellion. Their opponent was the king's guards, and if the boys failed to get farther than the battlefield, they would become enemies of the kingdom and be in danger. Sirior Donnie said calmly that she understood Louis quite well, for it was unfair to ask a mercenary to risk becoming an enemy of a kingdom he did not live in. But beyond that, like Sirior said at the beginning, they didn't have enough power to prepare for a different outcome, and there was no time for another plan. Watching an equally disgruntled Louis, the princess reminded him that the young man only needed to scare off the royal guards so they could enter. In the end, Louis decided that he would help these young ladies, then asked if they were going to go against the queen, just the three of them. Princess Sirior Downey angrily slammed her fists on the table and shouted that she thought Louis de Lacy was far more intelligent and sensible than he was. She didn't want to continue insulting her single mercenary, so she told him that luckily her brother was also to join their plan. The girl was about to tell the boy something else, but suddenly Emma came up to her and said that the princess shouldn't have been in such a hurry just yet. The knight looked Sirior Downey in the eye and explained in a whisper that someone could have been eavesdropping on them, so it was very dangerous to talk about such a thing. Though they spoke very quietly, Louis still heard every word clearly and agreed with them, for in such a matter safety was paramount. When Emma stepped away from the princess informed her that her plan was going into effect in 3 days, and Louis just needed to protect her and not worry much. After finishing speaking, the princess let the boy go and added that he needed sleep, to which the young man agreed and headed to the room across the hall.
As he left Princess Sirior Donnie's lair, Emma was watching de Lacy carefully with her gaze, as if worried about something.
Sirior Donnie yawned widely and motioned for her friend to go to bed, for they were going to have a couple of sleepless and very difficult nights in 3 days. But Knight Emma was indeed excited, so in response to that, she only said that she wanted to go and check something out first. Louis, meanwhile, was just outside trying to wash his face under the cold running street water that was barely pouring from some faucet. Suddenly, the kid saw someone's foot in front of him, who closed the faucet with a quick movement and called him a soul eater, which was his nickname. The young man asked Emma if she was going to say anything else, but she only explained that she had learned this information through the manager of the mercenary guild. Emphasizing the fact that the guy had an astounding list of merits, Emma said that Louis was rumored to have destroyed an entire mercenary squad he was a member of. Without raising his eyes, the boy said he was sure that the knight had not come to him just to prevent him from washing before bed. After these words, Louis looked the girl straight in the eye and asked her with a menacing look what she wanted from him or what she was trying to find out. Emma pulled out her sword and said that she didn't want any trouble, and especially didn't want to ask anything important, so she only asked Louis to get his sword. Continuing to gaze at the young man and his stern look, Emma added that the princess wanted only the best for the country, but she was a poor judge of character. As their brother Sirior was joining them, with him they would be supported by the Order of the Knights of the Blue Dragon, which was the true symbol of the kingdom of Satria. Especially important of these fellows was their leader, General Caesar, for he was there even during the Holy War, in which he invested much. While Louis reflected on the fact that he had met another person connected to the Holy War, Emma added that unlike Sirior, she disliked Louis a lot. Emma had ordered the guy to prove that they would need him, even though they had the Order of the Blue Dragon, so the girl challenged him to a duel. Louis got close to Emma and asked if she was doing it because the kid had accidentally kicked the girl during their first meeting, but the girl said no. The boy realized that this knight wasn't going to relent that easily, so he turned around and started pulling his huge sword from behind his back. The guy didn't want to hurt Emma at all, so he indifferently applied himself to making things simple, keeping in mind that if Emma fell, she'd lose. He realized that this girl would be a lot less strong than he was, so he decided to give her a head start and let Emma strike first. Immediately afterward, as Louis added that he wouldn't use ether, Emma snapped off her feet and rushed straight at him, swinging her sword. As it turned out, Sirior Dawny had been standing and watching the two knights fight the entire time, convinced that she hadn't gone after Emma for nothing at all. The princess giggled and was glad that her friend had decided to test that mercenary's abilities to keep her safe and calm her anxiety. She wondered how strong the mercenary from the Northern Kingdom was, and she was also sure Emma was strong enough to test it out. But no matter how confident her friend was, Emma could sense how difficult it was for her to stand up to Louis. Watching Emma and the way she moved, the kid marveled from what was the strength of the best knight in the kingdom of Setria. The girl was much more powerful than Louis had thought, but the Blue Dragon Order she was a member of probably had an influence on that as well. Not wanting to play with Sirior's girlfriend anymore, Louis applied more force and tossed Emma into the air, making sure she was still weak to him. The princess, who had not at all expected to see her strongest friend in Setria being dealt with by an ordinary knight, exclaimed in astonishment. Louis de Lacy blurted out a smile and sarcastically asked if it was really all the abilities of the best knight from the Setria kingdom. Remembering Josephine's image, the boy emphasized that at this rate they would never be serious opponents with the queen who had taken over Setria. The boy with the blue cloak of the Order of the Blue Dragon was on his knees and breathing heavily, trying his best to get to his feet. In front of him stood Queen Josephine, and next to her stood the leader of the order, General Caesar, while behind the guy was a pile of dead soldiers. The boy looked the queen straight in the eye and hissed furiously that even she had no right to attack a full-fledged heir to the throne. General Caesar, in turn, threateningly ordered the prince to surrender, for here was all the evidence and men that were involved in the plan. The leader added that even though this guy was a prince, even he shouldn't have done in some things. And even then, Setria was crumbling from within. Looking at the lowly human, Josephine smiled slightly and spoke of how she never thought her son would try to kill her so brutally. The prince wasn't going to listen to her emotional manipulations any longer, so he shouted menacingly for Josephine to shut up, for she was no longer his mother. The queen smiled again and calmly added that she would cut off the prince's head at any cost and hang it in the center of the plaza to be admired constantly. She circled the corpses lying around with her animal gaze and reminded the prince that their deaths were at the prince's hands because of his lust to sit on the throne. The boy felt tears begin to form in his eyes, but he still hissed to the woman that it was all done just for the sake of the kingdom. Josephine stepped closer to the boy, took him gently by the chin, and asked in a caressing voice if the prince was really sure. She looked straight into his soul and asked him if the prince was only doing it for justice, or if he was also doing it for his own personal reasons. In Sirior Dawny's lair, meanwhile, Emma was just reporting to the princess that they had lost contact with her brother and she couldn't figure out what had happened. But beyond that, as Emma said, since midnight they had been unable to get a response from anyone who was supposed to be involved in the coup operation. Bad thoughts quickly entered the young prince's head, but she refused to accept them and said it was too early to draw any conclusions. Emma suggested the girls move to a different place for starters and started talking about the information leak, but suddenly, Sirior heard something. The sound didn't give her any peace, so she got up from her seat and went to the window, then looked in and was slightly surprised. Seeing the extent of the problem, Sirior Dawny exclaimed in astonishment, not understanding why it happened so early and what caused it to happen. As it turned out, hundreds of thousands of townspeople and citizens of Cetria were heading toward the palace in a large column, which according to the plan was to happen later. This country was completely doomed, as it became even harder to get food and basic necessities for living after the horn industry left. It wasn't for everyone, as a few days ago the sister of one of the townspeople was killed by thieves who were merely trying to get food at the market. The man didn't want to continue to sit still and wait for his death, so he and the others decided to finally go out and take action. His heart was overflowing with pain, so he threateningly stated that they only had to become thieves themselves, but the little girl shouldn't do that. Syria, who was behind the man, said that she was not a child, for she walked forward with the column of people to see what was going on. Without missing an opportunity, the princess asked the man if he had heard of the people inside the palace who had turned against Josephine. The townspeople began to look among themselves and say that this rumor was probably a lie, and that it had been put out so that people would moderate their fervor. Ignoring their conversations, Syria Dawni said in a quiet voice that people needed to wait a bit, and then things would definitely clear up. But all the girl could hear in response was that even if Josephine hadn't stolen the throne, the royal family still couldn't be trusted. The angry men started talking about how the nobles were only thinking about how to hold on to power. They didn't care about ordinary people. People were fed up, so they weren't going to take it anymore and wanted to do something about it, or burn the no to the ground rather than dutifully wait for death. The princess was amazed at such talk, as she didn't understand what the townspeople were doing this about and why they hated the royal family so much. To keep her friends safe, Emma said they needed to back off for now because things were getting serious and their plan could fall apart. But Syria Dawni stood firm, for the girl wanted to know what the townspeople wanted, and also to understand why they disliked them so much. Considering the fact that there could even be bloodshed, the princess said she would need Emma's help in that case. Thousands of locals had gathered around the western entrance of Cetria's palace and were about to sneak inside and get through the guards. The guards wouldn't back down and repeated that they couldn't solve the problem of the people just because the townspeople gathered under the locks demanding to go inside. They told people over and over again that there was some kind of rule, but the working class of Cetria was not even going to listen to these arrogant scoundrels. While the man argued with the guards about the fact that people were literally starving to death, Syria Dawni was glad that so far things had been resolved with words. While the people were demanding the guards to call the king or at least share the food from the palace, someone came out of the castle to the people, asking what all the noise was about. The deputy head of the Order of Blue Dragon Knights named Maxwell calmly asked the guards what exactly was wrong and why people had gathered. Without waiting for a response, Deputy Maxwell addressed the crowd and introduced himself, adding that he wanted to help the townspeople and was willing to listen to them. Emma immediately recognized this guy, for he was Caesar's apprentice and was also very, very talented, as he had even studied abroad in the Trojan Empire. What's more, Maxwell became the youngest knight in the position, which was terribly commendable and actually came as a shock to some. Emma had heard that Maxwell was arrogant, but she didn't think anything bad was going to happen because of the kid's temper. But a second later, the girl realized she was very wrong, for Maxwell impaled one man in the crowd with his sword, shouting loudly at him. As it turned out, the deputy head was not going to solve the problems of the people who came to the king to complain about the state of affairs in Cetria. After measuring the faces of the men with his cold-blooded gaze, Maxwell ordered them to calm down, or each would meet the same fate as their friend. Maxwell decided to tell people that the king used to keep in touch with his men, and that's why Cetria was in this position. The royal family was above the law, and so people shouldn't act arrogant just because they had been treated kindly before. The deputy added that this was a final warning to the townspeople, so now they needed to disperse or security would arrest them all. But suddenly one of the guards ran up to Maxwell and asked the deputy to wait, for he was going to say something. The guard turned to the people and shouted that this was too much, for a royal knight could not point a sword at civilians. Exactly the second he said those words, Maxwell drew his sword and chopped off the scoundrel's head for daring to get cocky and speak in front of the people. Once again, looking around the people with a callous gaze, the man said that he had given the people enough time to think, so now they had to leave. As the people continued to stand in their seats, the rogue turned around and shouted in a furious voice for the guards to arrest everyone around him. Syria Dawni was so shocked by what was happening that at one point she couldn't help but exclaim, ordering her deputy to stop. Because people quickly started running away from the guards, the poor woman was caught in the crowd and couldn't get out of it. People were trying to run away so fast that Donnie didn't stand a chance, so she finally lost sight of Emma. The big men and the rest of the townsfolk simply paid no attention to the petite girl who was stuck in the middle of the crowd, continuing to run. Suddenly, Donnie felt the body of some big guy start to fall on her, eventually pinning her to the ground, preventing the girl from moving. The princess quickly began to climb out from under the man and realized that he was already dead, as there was a huge pool of blood under his head. Donnie looked at this horrible picture and could not believe her eyes because her kingdom was turning into a real horror. Tears came to the girl's eyes at the mess that was going on near the palace entrance, and how cruelly the guards were behaving. She didn't want this at all, and knew she had to stop the ferocious guards from carrying out cruel orders, but Donnie couldn't. The pretty girl was so engrossed in her own thoughts about saving people that she didn't hear someone come up to her and put a hand on her shoulder. From surprise, the girl exclaimed and almost gave the man a punch in the face, but stopped in time, for she saw that it was Louis. The princess was not in the least surprised from what the mercenary had done here, but Delassie quickly explained that he had been following her and Emma all along. Looking at what was going on behind their backs, Louis said that things had turned out to be something strange, so he and the princess needed to leave first. The girl clung to the hired man and screamed that there was no way they could leave because this horror had to stop. Listening to what Madame was about to act without any plan, Louis was convinced of how inexperienced a little wench the princess was. Louis gasped and said it would be much easier if he just killed all the guards. But Syria protested and said the guards were part of Citria. Watching what was happening, Louis was convinced that they had no other choice, so they had to do something soon. While the boys were talking, an excited Emma finally emerged from the crowd of townspeople who had been trying to find her mistress all this time. Instead of finding the girl, Emma saw the red cape the princess was wearing lying on the ground. The next second, the girl heard a familiar voice shouting loudly and ordering everyone present to stop and not even move. When the soldiers, along with the guards and the deputy, turned toward the source of that voice, they were simply stunned at the sight. On the crèche of a neighboring building, people saw Louis Delassie, who held his sword right near the neck and at Princess Donnie and would not let her go. The guy shouted menacingly that if any of the people moved, the princess's head would roll down the road and she would never be seen again. Hearing such words, Donnie forgot for a second that none of this was real and exclaimed with fear, fearing for her own life. Maxwell shouted back at the young man for daring to take the princess hostage without fear, and if he didn't release her now, he would die himself. Lest people think that this was all just an ordinary play, Louis took a knife out of his pocket and pretended to wound the princess by cutting his own hand. People stared at the boy in amazement, trying to believe that he had actually just caused the princess herself to rave, fearing nothing. Emma, who had no idea what the real purpose of all this was, stared at the guys just as stunned and felt anger raging inside her. Maxwell ordered the men and guards to stand and not move, for he realized that if the princess' head flew, his head would be next. The townspeople of Citria, meanwhile, quickly realized that nothing more was at stake, so they tore themselves away and began running for their homes. Louis whispered in the princess's ear that he had succeeded in solving the problem after all, while Donnie turned to Maxwell, trying to say something. This item wasn't in their plan beforehand, so Delassie looked at the girl in surprise, being in anticipation of what she would do. The princess, in turn, asked the deputy if he really thought he could protect the dignity of the kingdom by threatening the ordinary citizens of Citria. The girl shouted angrily that Maxwell's actions were a real insult to the royal family, so as soon as she returned, she would deal with him. Louis didn't wait for a moment for the princess to finish her speech, so he immediately jumped off the roof and started running away from the scene with her in his hand. The young lady stared at him in surprise, and the young man explained that if Donnie acted like that, no one would believe she was a hostage. Not realizing what that had just been, Maxwell hissed irritably that for the sake of these people, you just couldn't live in such horrible conditions. Suddenly, the deputy heard a woman's voice among the crowd saying that they lived just for the one who had been captured in such foolish ways. Turning around, Maxwell saw standing among the people was Dame Emma, who was in charge of protecting the princess and had just had a good so-so puncture. This gave the scoundrel new thoughts, which made him smile evilly, for he was just thinking about how to resolve this situation. Maxwell began shouting reproaches at her for the girl not keeping an eye on Syria and allowing such a horror that now made Emma not worthy of being a bodyguard. At the same time, the deputy ordered the troopers to arrest Emma for not being diligent and allowing these situations to occur. He looked the girl straight in the eye and emphasized the fact that Emma pre-negosu duties inked the reputation of the Order of the Blue Dragon. As soon as the poor woman tried any excuse at all, Maxwell shut her mouth and ordered her to be quiet, for he wasn't going to listen to excuses. In response to such rudeness, Emma shouted that the man didn't have a high enough rank for that order, so he had no right. Maxwell didn't care what she said, so the man barked at the guards to add the article for mutiny and throw the wretch in the dungeon now. When things finally settled down a bit, Syria Dawny began to walk the streets looking for Knight Emma, who seemed to have fallen under the ground. The girl looked around and couldn't understand where her bodyguard, who could always get out of such situations, had gone. Suddenly, the little princess was noticed by some of the townspeople, who very quickly recognized her face in the one who had recently been taken prisoner. One of the men rushed towards Syria Dawny because he thought she was a princess and thought that allowed him to brood. They weren't going to let Syria go, as the respect for the royal family was already fully gone and replaced by hatred in their hearts at that moment. The men repeated that Hen, who had been their friend, had died in that mess because of the cruelty of the royal guards, which was the princess's charge. The people believed that the royal family had abandoned their people, so now they were unworthy to be a ruler and had to repay the suffering of the people. Syria Dawny was in such a huge shock at what was happening that she couldn't even move from her seat, realizing that something bad was going to happen very soon. The man who had been talking to her all this time pulled out and from his pocket a knife, grabbed the girl by the head and swung it at her with horrible screams. Exactly the second the man did so, Louis appeared in front of the young princess and pushed the rogue away from the princess with a deft movement of his hand. The men stared irritated and surprised at the lad who had recently taken Syria Dawny as a pawn and was now boldly defending her. Realizing that their whole plan had gone down the drain, Louis suggested that people help him and stir things up again to restart the mess. Ignoring the men who were about to attack him, Louis calmly turned to the princess and ordered her and not to walk alone around the neighborhood. Just at that moment, the very man who dared to swing his bat at the knight hit the guy's neck with a wooden club. Seeing that his bat had broken from such a hard blow, the man stared at it in amazement, not realizing how this was even possible. Delassie turned in his direction and said in a cold voice that he didn't expect a simple thank you for saving their lives, but now the townspeople were getting out of line. The boy would not stand for this horror, so he started to pull out his huge sword, but Syria stopped him, for he could not use it against humans. The kid sighed and apologized to the princess, saying that it had become a habit of his and he couldn't help it, especially under stressful situations. Syria Dawny had never been in a situation like this before, so she barely held back her tears and in a shaky voice asked the couple not to go home. Louis had no choice, so he sighed once again and decided that this petite young lady was not going to be sweet to him at all. The boy took up his cloak and gently threw it over the princess to hide the little one, at least a little from the malevolent gazes of Cetria's townsfolk. They began to walk away little by little, while the young man pondered the fact that he had surfaced and reached for the ball, but Syria had enough self-control and awareness. At least that's what Louis thought until he knocked on the girl's room that same night, because he also needed money for the assignment. Syria Dawny replied in a quiet voice, saying that she had a lot of things to think about, so Louis should have left her alone for a while. The boy didn't argue with her and said that Beauty knew where to find him, so she had to track him down if she needed him. Poor thing, meanwhile, sat on the floor of her room and cried, pondering at what point in her life things had gone completely wrong. Syria Dawny had never wanted to harm the people of her kingdom, but now things were turning out very differently than she had imagined. The girl terribly wanted the good old Cetria back, where people loved and respected their king, and he provided them with a wonderful and happy life. The princess assumed the people wished it too, but all she saw in their responses was deep anger and hatred for the entire royal family they loved. Syria was terribly afraid, for at some point things had gone full tilt and she had been unable to prevent it, which made the girl feel ashamed. She flashed this all at the thought that she thought herself weak in spirit, which was quite out of character for a future heiress and princess in general. Remembering that she no longer had parents and Emma had vanished somewhere, Syria Dawny realized she was all alone. Louis understood the fact that the girl was kind and gentle. But in all of history, such people never had a good ending waiting for them because of their generosity. Besides the emotional state of the princess, the kid was also concerned about where Emma had disappeared to during the whole mess with the girl. Even though Emma was weak, there was no way the owner of the ether could have gotten hurt in that crowd. So something had definitely happened to her, Delassie thought. But very quickly the boy dismissed these thoughts because he should have been busy doing the quest to cope with the damn system and survive. The princess and Emmy's affairs did not concern Louis at all, which made him start to think about going to Josephine's side, but he quickly dismissed the thought. He suffered in his past life not only because of a fatal disease, because besides that, many terrible things happened in the kid's life. Louis went through the hardest times because no one was there for him for the rest of his life, which made the poor guy feel lonely. Because of this, the boy should have thought positively, for there was a time when he himself was like a child to Guilford, who had taken him under his wing. While Louis was in his own thoughts, some man appeared near him, clearly pleased that he had finally found the soul eater. It was Maxwell who, at that point, finally realized that the protesters, Louis and the princesses, were on the same side during the riot. Delassie began to draw his sword and told the deputy that the man had come to him just in time, for the lad needed to refresh himself from recent events. Maxwell did the same and added that Louis looked rather relaxed, which seemed awfully suspicious of the others. Not fully understanding who this rascal was talking about, Louis looked at him and directly asked which others the deputy leader of the body was talking about. The man sighed unhappily and recalled that he had sent a squad after the rebels, whose goal was to find all the traitors, including the princess. At the head of those guys was a mercenary leader Louis knew, who informed them that the more people they caught, the more reward they'd get. The scoundrel ordered his men to scrutinize every building and not to let anyone go unchecked, for they could easily miss the culprits. Maxwell added that the kingdom's security was unstable right now, as there were problems with personnel, so mercenaries were a marvelous solution. Realizing what the rascal was getting at, Louis angrily hissed at the man and ordered him not to even dare to speak about what he was getting at. But Maxwell didn't bet to wait a moment for the knight to figure it out, so sprang up and swooped down on him with his sword, about to launch an attack. Louis wasn't directly ready for his attack, but still ducked and bounced farther away, in time to orient himself and attack his opponent as well. The kid wasn't serious enough about Emma, but here was this man who was even more good at his job than bodyguard Syrier Downey. While Delassie was pondering, Maxwell was telling him that after all these incidents, he would still lead the rebuilding of the future Cetria. The Dark Knight wasn't going to listen to his plans, so with flames in his eyes, he ordered his opponent to get to the fight so as not to waste his time. Suddenly, Louis' eyes were caught by Maxwell's shield, which he had been using while he was using the ether, which was a rather unusual tactic for the guy. Of course, among the 4 swordsmanship schools, there was one that practiced such a technique during the era of the 4 great swordsmen when Maxwell was learning it. But even such skills of this rogue didn't scare the knight at all, so he accelerated and rushed at Maxwell with all his might, trying to break through his defenses. Well, no matter how hard Louis tried, Maxwell's shield somehow pushed his powerful sword away and in no way gave the villain a chance to strike. Delassie had never faced this before, so he started thinking about changing trajectory and hitting the side, which might have been more successful. Even after the change of strategy, the boy still failed, as the sword still reached for the shield and disobeyed its master. Louis didn't understand how this was possible and how he had to act to defeat this scoundrel, because he definitely couldn't lose to such a person. Maxwell could see Louis starting to get worried, and it made him insanely happy, so the man smiled and said it was behemoth fencing. As he continued to fight, the deputy told Louis to let him remember his tactics with honor, as a mercenary like him rarely got that in a lifetime. But suddenly, Maxwell noticed some strange pattern on his opponent's shoulder and wondered what it was. When Louis exposed his shoulder, the Order's deputy leaders realized that it was a stigma given in their world only to a select few. Maxwell poked at the kid's arm and couldn't believe that a worthless mercenary like him could have such a powerful symbol. Louis, for his part, didn't expect anyone to be able to recognize the stigma symbol that belonged to lightning fencing, where he had once trained as well. It was the stigma of Croyd fencing, of which Louis Delassie was insanely proud, for it gave him a healthy amount of strength and increased his stamina. The boy reminded himself that he should have kept his cool, for Yu, his opponent, was rushing forward with an overly simple technique. By staying calm, he would be able to easily block the blow, caught in the right opportunity and seizing it correctly and in time. To find the enemy's weaknesses, it was only necessary to concentrate on the fight, and Maxwell understood this better than anyone, especially knowing that he was weaker than Louis. But in a moment, the deputy noticed something and got madly excited, for he realized that the stigma wasn't complete, and Louis couldn't apply lightning swordsmanship. He couldn't count the number of times he'd had a duel with the Duke of Croyd's niece during his studies abroad in the Empire. The guy never once managed to beat that girl, no matter how hard he tried or how much effort he put in, which made Maxwell mad every time. That girl's stigma was fully completed, so she was simply invincible. But even so, the man got a ton of experience out of a bunch of defeats. When Louis came at him with all his might, Maxwell called him a worthless warrior who was incapable of using lightning swordsmanship. But moments later, the man regretted it, because he felt with what force the boy hit him in the face with his knee. Not expecting a blow of such force, the narcissistic Maxwell simply flew backwards, not even trying to grab onto something or slow down in any way. The boy stopped only when his body flew at great speed into a large rock, which was covered with cracks from the impact. He looked his opponent in the eyes and couldn't understand how he had such strength without a stigma, much less a swordsmanship style and so on. In response, Louis only explained that the rogue only relied on his technique with weak fundamentals, causing him to be terribly weak himself. In a normal situation, the knight would have slit the scoundrel Maxwell's throat, but since he was hired by the one who was now watching the fight, he couldn't do that. The mercenary turned to the princess and asked what she would advise him to do with the deputy. If anything, the girl was watching their contest. Donnie was still sad, so she said quietly that she wasn't sure she could make the right choice towards him. The princess started to talk about how even this rascal was a resident of Cetria, but Louis cut her off very quickly and told her that the girl was talking too much. The kid turned in her direction and added that the girl was also thinking a lot, so this time he was going to help her out a little and show her something. Delassie shifted his gaze to Maxwell, who was smiling, and said that the scoundrel might have shared his brief death wish with them. Maxwell, for his part, took advantage of the princess's condition and asked how she could have allowed her knight to die at the hands of an uncouth mercenary. Observing how depressed the girl was, the rogue kept pressing her and saying that she couldn't let the man die. To finish the poor man off for good, Maxwell called the princess pathetic and ordered her to do something if she wanted to make any contribution. Louis did not tolerate the impudence of the shameless man, so with a deft swing of his sword, he cut off his head and added that he was not going to listen to him any longer. Donnie was once again in a state of shock that made her unable to even take her eyes off the corpse of the royal knight lying on the ground. The sight of Maxwell Betalaga's severed head made her scream and fall to the ground, feeling tears blocking her throat and her breathing getting harder and harder. Louis approached the princess and told her that it was his decision in this situation, but she should remember that in cases like this, someone would definitely get hurt. Donnie didn't like it at all, for the princess wasn't one of those who could so easily kill a person or even injure them. The girl realized her head and looked the mercenary in the eyes, said she understood everything perfectly, but she was too kind for this world. The beauty added that she thought good intentions would be enough, but even that way she couldn't get Louis Delassie's attention. Louis finally realized what the petite young lady was trying so hard for and kicked his skin, so he felt globs of guilt inside him. Donnie wanted to solve the problem in the most ideal way, and she really believed that everyone would understand if proven from the heart. But unfortunately, life was far more cruel than the princess had thought, so now she was sure she was too complacent. To avoid feeling that he could do nothing at all, Louis snatched the girl up and threw her on his shoulder, ignoring her indignant cry. She looked at Louis in surprise, who explained that they still had one problem to solve, as Maxwell had sent mercenaries after the men. Not wanting to go into details, the knight only said that they had to either save the people or leave them to die at the hands of a rogue kingdom. The choice was obvious, so the princess shouted that they didn't have to save them, which Louis actually expected. The lad reminded the beauty that not long ago those people had tried to kill her. Still exclaimed that she couldn't abandon her people. Louis had expected the princess to have firm values of her own, but he didn't think they would be so steady and stable. The girl really didn't understand the real rules of this world, so she just hadn't found herself yet and was looking for someone to show her the right path. To encourage her slightly, Louis said that first, he and the princess needed to end the anxiety in their own hearts that was hindering them. He then added that if Syria wasn't sure about something, she could always ask for help. After all, she didn't have to carry everything on her shoulders. Syria Donnie didn't bother to contradict the mercenary and just relaxed, being on his shoulder and counting on the guy to carry her straight to the house. In the outer city of Setria Castle, meanwhile, all hell was breaking loose, for the houses were enveloped in flames and constant fighting was grinding in the streets. The mercenaries were trying to catch all those people who had previously appeared in front of the castle, and they didn't show a single note of regret as they threatened people with weapons. Before killing innocents, the villains demanded property from them. When people had nothing, the mercenaries simply killed them. When the knight, along with the princess, finally reached the town, Syria Donnie slipped off his shoulder and shouted in exasperation for them to stop. Not expecting to hear a child scream in such a hot place, both mercenaries and humans alike flashed to a halt and stared at the one who had let herself scream. Syria Donnie was much more forceful this time than usual, so she asked with a stern look how the scoundrels dared to torture and beat her people. The girl shouted that she would definitely make them pay for such ferocity, after which she clarified that it would be Louis, not her, who would take her place. The mercenaries, along with the men, stared at the knight, not realizing who this kid was, and if he could really be the one the town had been buzzing about all morning. The first to come out to Louis was the leader of the mercenaries, whom he had met before, and said that since they had come into town first, Louis would get nothing. In this situation, the knight was not interested in money at all, so he took out a small pouch from his pocket and threw it directly at the leader's feet. When the man asked what it was, Louis said with a satisfied look that it was payment, and if they opened the pouch, their relationship might change. The ringleader took his words literally, so he waited for the pouch in his hand and asked contentedly why it was Louis who had chosen to reward him with such a gift. Maxwell's head was in the pouch, so Louis told the mercenaries to fuck off, as there was now no one to pay them for the task they had completed. Syria Downey didn't expect Louis to decide to negotiate before the fight at all, and the guy explained to her that he loved more than just fighting in this life. Delassie added that he was ready to cross swords if he had to, but if it could be dispensed with, the boy wouldn't kill for nothing. Louis said that if there was another way, it was better to choose it, but when villains cross the line, one must act without delay for the sake of survival. The Princess of the Misunderstood raised her head at the mercenary and asked what he meant when he said that the rogue could cross the line. It didn't take long to explain those words, as within a second the mercenary leader shouted that he wasn't going to accept their arrangement. The men tossed their former leader's head to the ground and shouted that they didn't even think to obediently disperse once they were tossed the coin. He added that if you cut a mercenary's pay, they easily turned into real thugs who didn't sit around for anyone at all. The rascal pointed his finger at his companions and added that if the royal family didn't bring them the gold now, everyone around them would die a painful death. Grabbing one of the civilians by the head, the ringleader grinned nastily and was glad he hadn't killed these guys earlier. While Louis stood there silently observing all of this, the princess asked him if this was what he meant when he spoke of a crossed line. The girl had no desire whatsoever to stay in the middle of this fight, so she turned to the knight and said she was leaving it up to him. The princess added that the safety of her people came first, and she herself lacked the strength to defeat the rogue mercenaries that were dangerous. In addition to that, she called Louis her precious ally, who will definitely do the right thing, because of which she asked him not to get hurt. A small smile appeared on the boy's face at these words, and he added with a chuckle in his voice that he was the one who should have been worried about the little one. Despite this, Louis really wasn't going to slow down, so he quickly reached for his sword, about to pull it out and pummel anyone who deserved it. As soon as the mercenaries saw his huge weapon, they immediately cried out fearfully, not realizing how this knight was so swift. Thanks to the motivation that the princess had instilled in him, Louis was actually feeling much better than usual, which was why he was prescribing punches one after another. His attacks were so strong that his opponents would instantly fly back several dozen meters, not having a single chance to win. After dealing with the most active mercenaries, the young man emphasized that from now on, anyone who threatened people without weapons would die on the spot. Looking at the furious face of the mercenary leader, he added that if the scoundrels dared to attack him, they would meet their deaths just the same. Remembering that they were only asking 20,000 for this guy, the mercenary leader decided that considering his ability, that figure was too small. Louis, who showed himself in that second as the very real Soul Reaper, asked the ringleader in a cold tone what he now thought about their deal. He measured him with his intense and eerie gaze and wondered if the man had any thoughts of separating or if he wanted to fight to the very end. The new leader of the mercenaries was a lot more impassioned than the guy thought he was, so he shouted that he wasn't intimidated by such statements from Louis. But suddenly, instead of lunging at the knight, the mercenary fell at his feet and began to beg for forgiveness, begging Louis to let him and his men go. Delazy, along with the princess, stared astonished at this lowly rascal, not at all understanding why he had changed his mind so drastically. Even so, this outcome pleased Louis much more, so he agreed to the mercenaries' terms and took full control of the situation. Sirius Dawny watched the knight and made sure that even when he had to fight against a bunch of strong men, he still remained brave. Though on the other hand, the girl realized that people were afraid of this guy, at least because he looked awfully strong and scary. Seeing that a townsman was bleeding from a wound, the princess approached him and offered him her handkerchief to clasp and stop the bleeding. The man stared at the girl in surprise, trying to check into the fact that the very princess he disliked so much was now offering to help him. Finally, he snapped and started yelling that if it wasn't for the damn princess, none of this would have even happened. But suddenly, another townsman swooped down on him from behind and shouted that the ungrateful wretch shouldn't have even opened his mouth in the direction of his savior. He prescribed him a couple punches and reminded him that if it wasn't for the princess, the mercenaries would have killed everyone and anyone in this town. The second man added that no matter how much they suffered because of the royal family, they had no reason to treat the princess badly just because of her blood. He then jabbed his finger at Louis and added that if it wasn't for the knight Sirius Dawny had brought, the ingrate would no longer be alive. Louis stood and listened to all these statements to the side, pondering that in this situation he shouldn't have said that he was also a mercenary. The very man Sirius had offered to help approached the princess and apologized to her for what he had said without thinking. But the girl was not angry with the man, for she knew that the people were suffering because of the royal family, and the anger of the people was entirely justified towards its members. The people agreed with the young princess. Then even so, there were still dissenting opinions reigning among them that they didn't want to put up with. The people didn't like the fact that the mercenaries were now rampaging through the city at all, and they couldn't wait for the country to become normal, or the way it was. Sirius Dawny stood and watched as people fought over not having somewhere peaceful to sleep, since half the city had been destroyed. The girl realized that it didn't matter how strong Louis was, because they couldn't protect everyone and help everyone in the town anyway. Belle exclaimed that she had one safe place for all the guys, so they just needed to follow her and not fight anymore. People began to look amongst themselves incredulously, for although the princess seemed kind, they still didn't fully trust her. Noticing the doubts in their eyes, Louis reminded the people that it was up to each of them to believe or not, but he was more certain of one thing than others. Guy said that if people don't believe Sirius Dawny, they won't be able to see how the princess will change the country and get things back to normal. That sounded overconfident enough, but one of the men still came out to the princess and said that they couldn't be completely sure of her either. But afterward, the man clarified that they wanted to rely on the girl, so they were going to follow her to see what would happen next. Convinced that the people of Cetria were now on their side, Louis decided to ask people if they had seen a knight with a scar on the right side of his face. After thinking for a moment, the men replied that they had seen a girl very similar in description being grabbed by other knights for not doing her duties well. When Sirius Dawny heard that Emma had been captured and locked in the royal dungeon, the girl visibly began to worry. Noticing how worried she was, Louis leaned over to the petite girl and asked if she had forgotten anything from the conversation they had recently had. As confident as the princess was in her friend's strength, unfortunately, the fact that she was locked in a dungeon was the full-fledged truth. Emma found herself sharing a cage with the young prince, who was just apologizing to her for causing such trouble before the ceremony. The girl calmed the boy and said that it was not the heir's fault, but the prince was more difficult to change his mind than she thought. Suddenly, Emma heard some strange sound that instantly caught her attention, for they were in danger in this dungeon. In that second, she somehow miraculously noticed that the lock on the cage didn't fit well, and the cage could be opened by giving it a good kick. The prince approached the girl knight and asked her what she was up to which Emma replied that the cage was poorly secured against escape attempts. The royal guards must have relied on a device that suppressed the ether, hence the poor surveillance of the prison, which presented them with an opportunity to escape. But once the future heir heard that Emma was about to escape from prison to return to the princess, it was like he went wild. The guy pounced on the girl and started yelling that there was no way she could ever regain the authority of the royal family, turning around dumb Syria. The prince pinned the poor man against the cage and began to scream even louder, repeating that the girl had gotten off on her own and he was the only hope for this country. Listening to him say that only he could save the nation, Emma tried with all her might to dodge and break free from his arms. But she couldn't. It was as if the future heir had gone mad, for his eyes burned with anger and his mouth foamed as he shouted that he should become the second king of Cetria. A few days earlier, at the same time, Emma had stood in the prince's house and suggested that he join forces to overthrow Josephine together. Initially, the future heir didn't want to believe the girl and questioned whether it was really true and if they were going to set him up. After Emma's numerical confirmations, Prince still believed her and said he didn't have some guys he could trust with this. He turned to the girl and motioned for her to tell Cagliore that he need not worry about military force, for the prince had a decision to make. In that second, the prince seemed quite sane to Emma, for he himself wanted to handle this crisis together and finally defeat the evil queen. But now it was as if the young man had really gone off the rails, for he kept shouting and repeating that such low lives as they were would achieve nothing. In the moment, Emma started to stop scared, and she asked the prince to stop, talking about how he was acting very differently than usual. The kid kept screaming and telling the girl that he had been suppressing his true desires all along, and now he was finally letting them out. He grabbed the poor thing by the neck and began strangling it, repeating that he felt he was the rightful and unwavering savior of Cetria, whom no one could cross. The prince wasn't like that until Josephine grabbed him, so it was clearly about the queen who could instill her anger in the kid. To somehow calm the young man down, Emma prescribed a heavy slap across his face with the hope that he would finally settle down at least a little. The girl was right, for her blow was so strong that the prince instantly passed out and fell into her arms, submitting to the movements of her hands. Upon hearing the strange sounds, the royal knights entered the dungeon and asked Emma what was going on and if she was going to escape from them. The guys noticed the prince lying on the floor and started asking questions again, but the girl only responded by saying that she had to get out of there. The warriors were serious, so they started pulling out their swords and ordering Emma back to her cell if she didn't want to feel their power on her. The girl grudgingly exclaimed that she held no grudge against the men, for it was also part of their mission, but they had to get out of the way. When the guards ignored this request as well, Emma rushed towards them, initially trying to make an attack, but then just running away. The guards weren't so inscrutable, so the men immediately got wind of the girl's plans and rushed at her, waving their weapons at her. Suddenly, the sword of one of them jabbed the girl right off her shoulder, but she grabbed it in time and prevented what could have been an armless man. The warrior quickly drew his sword and pounced on Emma a second time, shouting that if she didn't surrender to them, she would regret it very much. At the last second before he should have swooped down on her, the knight took a few steps to the side and dodged the rogue's ferocious attack. She held on to her collarbones, the pain from which spread through her body, and realized that it was simply impossible to fight these animals with an arm like that. The guards did not give up on her and continued to attack the poor girl, hoping that this fight would eventually end with their victory against the girl. The guys' problem was that they were overconfident, but at the same time, a protracted fight was terribly disadvantageous to Emma because she was injured. To avoid wasting time, the girl decided to use her useless arm as a shield and make her way forward, then ran towards one of the men. When she succeeded, that knight who was running at her accidentally flew into his partner, dropping him to the cold stone ground. The fact that Emma had gained a few dozen seconds head start by this action didn't stop the girl, so she attacked the villains with fists. When the fight was over, being barely on her feet, Emma huddled against one of the walls, trying her best to ignore the horrible pain from the many wounds on her body. Emma felt resentful that she wasn't as strong as the one whose image first popped into her head when she thought of a strong knight. As soon as Emma felt her eyes begin to darken, she immediately heard someone's voice asking why she was trying to sneak out. The knight raised her eyes and saw a figure on her way out of the dungeon, and someone who looked an awful lot like Lord Caesar. Lord Caesar said in a menacing voice that Emma was exacerbating a situation that could have been resolved with a sober head and a fresh mind. She could already feel the anger within her and hissed to Lauder that it wasn't emotion at all that had pushed her to do this, a promise to the princess to act for the good of the country. After this information, the Lord's gaze became even more menacing. So the man said that he too was only and wished for the prosperity of the kingdom of Cetria. Cetria had been covered in fog for months now, making it hard to see what was going on outside the palace, namely where the common people lived.
The king reflected on the fact that his favorite prince was preparing a rebellion, and the princess was nowhere to be seen. Besides, the courtiers kept rebuking the queen.
The man believed that his heavy burden was to blame, but Josephine stopped her king and said that he loved Cetria more than anyone else. The woman approached the king and told him that he had done nothing wrong at all, and that the perpetrators of this mess would be found and killed very soon. Josephine added that the others were just trying to thwart the sacred ruler, so she was definitely going to get back at them all. She went on to say that even though the whole world would envy plots against him, his beloved would always stay by his side. These words warmed the king's soul, so he took a step towards his beloved and hugged her tenderly, saying that he was very lucky to have her. While he was pleading with his wife not to let the villains bring Cetria to ruin, Josephine was already contemplating how to do it herself instead. Josephine knew that she was already tired of dealing with the old man, so she wanted to impose her rules and regulations on the kingdom as soon as possible to destroy him. Though there were still many in the kingdom who believed in its success, some were slowly beginning to guess the fatal end. One of those people was a mage from the library who believed that the end of Cetria was already fated and no one could change that. Suddenly, his musings were interrupted by some strange and uncharacteristic noise in the depths of the library, which made the mage turn around and find its source. His eyes were immediately drawn to Princess Syria, who smiled at the mage and said she needed his help. Instead of asking the man for help, the girl simply confronted him with the fact that the library would now be inhabited by townsfolk and mercenaries. Since usually only members of the royal family were allowed to enter the library, people were surprised that they were allowed in there at all. It was the only good idea that could secure the inhabitants of the kingdom roofs over their heads, but Louis still didn't like it. Ignoring the princess's annoyed face, he kept asking her what she would do if the guy wanted to run away from her. Syria Dawny didn't even think that a knight could be so dishonest with her, so she still couldn't find an answer to these questions. When Louis realized that the girl didn't take his words as a joke, the boy began to worry that the princess was even thinking about such a thing. She turned to him with tears in her eyes and told him that she had only been getting something from Louis all this time, so she hoped he would honor their deal. Since the princess had allowed her mercenary to enter the library with her, she said it was a kind of prepayment for his kindness. Judging from the rumors from the mercenary guild, not only was Louis hung up on debt, but he was also wanted so Syria could help him. The girl turned to look at her new friend and said that she could provide the lad with protection from the kingdom and vouch for him. But instead of seeing Louis behind her, Syria Dawny saw only an empty space there as the boy disappeared somewhere in a split second. Syria Dawny looked around nervously for the mercenary, who had already gone somewhere else. Louis, meanwhile, headed over to the mage to inform him that the guy had finally managed to officially enter the library and they could talk. The boy broke out into a satisfied smile and motioned for the man to return to their unfinished conversation, as he was still interested in something. Looking the mage straight in the eye, Louis asked with a fire in his own gaze what the mage knew about Cetria's dragon. To avoid telling a whole story, the mage simply showed the kid the book, specifically a copy of it, created before the Empire destroyed part of history. The magician added that information was skewed when different people wrote it down, so having access to differing viewpoints was very important. He used his magic and showed Louis that a lot of people had come to the library, which couldn't leave him at ease in any way. Turning to the young man, the man asked why the princess had brought these children to his library, but Louis ignored the question and muttered something to himself. Delossi looked at the mage and said that the man should have asked the princess about it himself, unless he was just afraid of a girl of royal blood. Such insolent and fierce words made the magician angry, which caused a smile on Louis's face. But the boy stopped in time, because that man was not to be trifled with. After he finished talking to Louis, the mage saw that there was already some talk between the townspeople and the guests of the library about what the princess had authorized them to do. The mage watched in amazement as the men picked up huge stacks of books and carried them somewhere, which was terribly strange and unusual to him. When the townspeople saw that the mage was just standing around idly, they asked him to either stay out of the way or join in and help if he had hands. The man wouldn't listen to the commoners, so he just continued to watch what they were doing as they started ripping pages out of books for some reason. At the sight of it all, the mage simply became furious. After all, these books had been written thousands of years ago, but the owner of the library was trying to keep his cool in front of the others. As soon as the man noticed that there was a very familiar cloth in the hands of the men, he turned and saw a huge hole cut in the curtains. Curtains had hung in the library to keep the sunlight off the ancient writings, and now that they had been destroyed, the mage could no longer keep his cool. The man's patience was hanging on by a thread, so he walked over to the nearest table and sat down heavily beside it, trying not to think about this barbarism. But he was terribly bad at it, as the mage didn't understand how these people could walk into his nest and turn everything upside down. Noticing the mage's anxious state, the princess approached him and asked if everything was all right, so the man had to pull a smile on his face. Even though he said everything was fine, the thoughts of history repeating itself again couldn't help but pop up in the mage's mind. Looking into Syria's eyes, the man recalled that everything happened just as it had when this girl had entered his territory without permission for the first time. This girl had once before found herself in a library and accidentally stumbled upon a real Cetria dragon there, who was rumored to be dead. In addition to the fact that this dragon defied all legends and stories, remaining alive, he was also able to talk, which then very much frightened the princess. The beast explained that orcs and elves could speak to humans just as well as dragons, so the little wench shouldn't have been surprised by that. Syria Dawny got to her feet and grudgingly said that this was the first time the dragon had seen her, so she shouldn't have revealed her abilities so quickly. The dragon sighed, rose to his paws, and said that if the humans had found out where he was, then the hour had come when he should have left. The little princess smiled sweetly at him and reassured the beast that he need not worry, as she would not tell anyone about the secret at all. When Syria saw that the dragon had closed its eyes, Wayu grabbed your sword and started swinging it around as if practicing. The beast looked at her, leaned over to the girl, and asked why she was waving her weapon around so diligently, and she only said she thought he was asleep. Syria Dawny explained to the dragon that she had been training to get stronger, as she really wanted to protect the weak and help people. The dragon laid his huge head on his paws and said that was commendable, then closed his eyes again and began to fall asleep little by little. Instead of leaving him in peace, Syria said that the dragon was not allowed to sleep, for she wanted to show him some skills. The mage had heard that wish countless times and had seen all too often the talent that Syria was then about to show the dragon Cetria. The beast took a closer look at the girl and emphasized that she had grown stronger, which Syria explained was because the king's death had caused a war to break out, and she had to save the kingdom. The petite was now strong enough to protect her family, loved ones, and friends, so she was going to fight against Cetria's enemies. But instead of supporting the talented little girl, the dragon said she should have chosen her life over winning and benefiting others. Syria certainly wasn't expecting that answer, so she shouted that she thought the dragon knew how to show concern for the people of her kingdom. The beast did not cross the young princess, let her go free, ensuring the horrible end that the magician had imagined many times. Eventually, Syria Dawny ended up in front of a pile of corpses with swords in their bodies, while everything around them was shrouded in flames and smoke. The mage approached the girl and emphasized the fact that she was still alive, while the girl realized that his voice reminded her very much of the voice from the cave. The man knew it would end this way, so Syria was sure of how ridiculous and foolish she looked when she voiced her intentions. The poor woman felt resentment that she could not protect her loved ones and comrades, even though she had promised so much to everyone. In addition to failing to save those she loved, the princess had killed a lot of people and was barely surviving on her own. The mage reassured the beauty, explained that such was the nature of the warrior, for any Eulogaya cause turned on people taking by force what they wanted. He added that many had originally raised their swords for similar reasons, so at times like this he would revisit very old issues. When Syria Dawny turned around in surprise and looked him straight in the eye, the man wondered why she was swinging her sword so violently. Not wanting to spend any more time on this than necessary, the mage closed the book and finally tried to forget these thoughts. He looked out the window and said that things change with the passage of time. So people, kingdom, and striving would always be different things. As he flew in his own memories, it wasn't until he heard Princess Syria Dawny behind him once again. The girl brought him a biography of the founder king, for which the mage thanked him very much and asked how she knew about the job. Petty explained that this thing was her favorite book, And when she was little, she used to immerse herself heavily in a book and read more than 10 times a day. The little princess thought she could find the dragon like the main character in the story, so she searched every cave in the mountains many times. When she heard rumors that a dragon might live there, she wandered to faraway places, hoping to find it and become famous for the whole kingdom. But in the end, the beauty gave up, because it was impossible to chase only pipe dreams as a rebuke to the real events of life. If she had learned anything then, she wouldn't be so helpless now, so that was one of the things Syria regretted. The magician turned to the girl and said that the princess could accomplish a great deal by doing nothing, but she should have only known how to do it. He looked into her beautiful eyes and wondered why she was so desperate to come to power if there were still so many beautiful things right now. Back on the battlefield, the girl stated that she wanted to make sure that these horrors would never happen again, instead creating a brighter future. The princess explained that she didn't want people to have to suffer, so even though it was difficult, she would still do her best. The man sighed and said that the blood of kin was a terrible thing, and he wanted to see if it would manifest in the princess until the very end. The little one looked at him uncomprehendingly and asked what he was talking about, but instead of explaining, the mage only gave her a book of some sort. He turned around and said lastly that he wanted to give the young princess some advice, as she needed to take care of the people around her and think before she did. If she failed with her power, the ruler had to have the right qualities for her to work on anyway. Besides, if the princess really was a dragon, they should have met her much sooner. Not wanting to continue talking to her any further, the mage vanished, leaving Syria Dawny alone with herself and the book he had given her. Louis Delosy, meanwhile, was also lying down somewhere in the middle of the library, reading that book the magician had given him before. The man approached him and asked how long the knight had left to finish, but the man hissed unhappily for the mage not to press him, for he did not like to read. Louis was just about to ask the library owner about the contents of the book, but he beat him to it and said that surely the young man was now reading the rules of the game. To keep things simple, the mage explained that they had just exchanged memories with the boy, so through that, he had learned a lot about him. Ignoring the young man's disgruntled look, the mage said that he would help him with the main task, but he would also ask the knight for something in return. After a little thought, the man turned toward the lad and asked if he had enough dragon heart as a suitable payment for his help. Not a couple of seconds after this offer was made, Louis immediately cut off that he was backing out of a deal with the library owner. The mage sighed heavily and said that Louis didn't even know how much weight the dragon heart carried, but Delosy was quick to correct him because he knew about it. Louis said that usually high reward assignments had an elevated position, and he couldn't accept the case so easily with his limited time. The man calmed him down and explained that a large reward was often given for hard errands, but this conversation made Louis feel uncomfortable. The mage once again ignored his words and continued to talk about how there could also be a low reward quest that could affect the quest. This wasn't an ordinary human problem, because after Louis appeared, not only people from outside the game world, but also wanderers like him began to influence the fate of the country. Delosy agreed that he really wasn't because of this world, after which asked if the exact same creatures could have been on their side. The mage said those creatures weren't the same as Louis, but here was Queen Josephine was a known demoness who had vanished from their world with the ends. In the kingdom, meanwhile, Josephine was just asking Bonifa what was the matter. You are, after all, he came to check on the state of things in the country after that incident. He grudgingly asked the queen if it took her too long to take control of one country, but she said not to rush her. Not to be left on the losing end, the queen reminded her boss of how he had been defeated in the Black Forest and then came to her in a terrible way. Bonifa asked the queen what was the status of the mysterious knight who had maimed him, but Josephine had never seen him since that day. She asked her boss with a slight smile if she could eat that knight if he found him, but Bonifa only ordered the woman to kill them all. He ordered the queen not to contact him until she defeated Cetria, then disappeared and left the woman alone as usual. Josephine disliked her boss, for she didn't like playing games like this, but she still ordered her men to prepare for the demon god's resurrection. The woman sauntered over to the Muans of the urban part of Cetria, convinced herself that this kingdom was already insignificant, so it had nothing to lose. When the mage told Louis about the existence of the demon lord, the boy was not surprised, for he already knew about the real dragon living in the library. Guy asked the man what he would get for challenging such a powerful being, for it really could have become dangerous for him. The mage explained that he didn't intervene directly in the eyes of mortals, so Louis must know it from the memory fragments he saw in his head. For fun, the kid asked the library owner what would happen if he refused, so the mage was quick to say that the two of them could just die. This outcome didn't please the young knight at all, so he grudgingly and irritably said that it was just nonsense. Ignoring his displeasure, the magician asked the kid how much he had read, and he told her he had gotten to her second half. The man said that in that case, Louis should have known about the connection between the gods and the races, since mortals had a mutually beneficial relationship with the gods. Through the spread of faith, one side prospered, while the other increased its strength, and so it continued throughout. Since the mage was the last dragon of this world, if he died, he would lose his connection to the race bound to Bamhara, and only Louis could help him with that. The mage replayed in his head Louis's memories of how Teshua had guessed he was a man from another world, and said that was where the clue lay. Although Louis de Lacy had a human body, but he wasn't really human at all. Just like the mage was a dragon, but was born from Bamhara. If Bamhara disappeared, even a magician couldn't foresee what might happen to Louis, whose origin was unique. Finally realizing the situation, Louis asked the man if he really needed to find the Temple of Bamhara initially, and then defeat him to save Cetria. The mage raised his heavy and deep eyes at him, then said that it was the only way he could keep the lad safe. It was the kind of outcome that could have ended easily and simply, without a bunch of human sacrifices, but it was a very difficult one for Louis and the mage. Even though this method seemed very simple, Louis still told the mage that there was something suspicious about it all. Louis emphasized the fact that the mage didn't just come to the library after getting the main quest, so someone could decide their fate instead. The lad was no fool, so he asked the man menacingly why Bamhara had brought him to this world and what she needed from him. The mage smiled at Louis and explained that although he didn't know all the details, he and Bamhara wanted the same thing. It was far from the fact that the goddess of death needed something from Louis, for she had brought him to their world to meet some people. One of those people was the same little girl who sat in the middle of the library, sad, trying to think of something. When Louis approached her, she raised her naive ruby eyes to the kid and asked in surprise what was wrong. The boy's task was to get close to these people, so he carefully squatted down beside the princess and carefully measured her with his gaze. Siri Dawny was not in the best of moods, but she was about to do exactly what the mage's words had prompted her to do during their conversation. The girl thought for a bit and became convinced that the ruler really had to have the right qualities. So she made up her mind after all. As hard as it was for her to go through with it, Siri still found enough strength to ask the mercenary for one more favor. She apologized to Louis in advance for her insolence, since the knight had already gone through a bunch of difficulties because of her. But Louis didn't even bother to finish her sentence, as he quickly said that he wanted to find Emma himself and had been waiting for that request from the girl. The young man reminded him that he wasn't so shameless as to run away after the payment, but he would need the extra reward after saving Emma. Siri Dawny didn't care at all that the kid might have asked her a second time, so the girl scrambled off her feet and threw herself into his arms. She hugged her new friend tightly and began to thank him, repeating that she would never in her life forget how the boy had helped her. De Lacy, meanwhile, was hovering in his own clouds, thinking about whether it was too big a task to just try to survive in this world. He stood looking at Cetria, pondering the villagers' words about the queen being caught, but Louis still wasn't sure of the truth of it. If this turned out to be true, then there should have been skillful knights in the royal palace who, although strong, were unable to resist the ether. These thoughts gave the young man the idea to use the ether during the operation, when suddenly his attention turned to the explosion that sounded near the castle. Louis decided it would be great if he killed one before he went inside. After all, he needed to test the knight's reaction to the ether. The boy raced towards the castle at full speed, on the way noticing strange bloodstains that looked like the after effects from the power of the ether. He touched one of the puddles of blood and realized that the blood hadn't dried yet, so the wounded man was very serious. De Lacy felt some strange energy coming from the entrance of the dungeon, so he boldly headed there, wanting to check that place out. Once near the entrance, the boy saw Emma lying on the ground, with a huge pool of blood underneath her, and the girl herself didn't even move. The knight gently lifted the girl, wondering how she had managed to escape, but suddenly he realized that Emma was barely breathing, and her heartbeat couldn't even be heard.
Louis looked at the poor thing and felt how cold her body was, immediately realizing that Emma had lain in that place for a good so long.
The guy realized that at this rate she would die before he brought her to the library, so he needed to apply healing methods. Lewis didn't have time to think, so he decided to trust the power of his inner sources, channeling it into the poor man's wounds. Suddenly, there was a huge flash of light that even Josephine herself felt, for such a thing could only happen because of the sacred power. She quickly remembered Bonhoeff's words that night was extraordinary, and now Josephine was also convinced that he was in Cetria. Her eyes lit up with red flames, and within herself the queen felt something terrible breed within her, a desire to find this knight. The woman felt the energy of the sacred power more and more, and eventually through her magic, she managed to find Louis de Lacy. It was the same knight fighting with the power of the gods, and now Josephine had no doubt about it, so she could begin to act. Then when Emma accidentally stumbled upon Caesar's leader, the man showed no remorse for her and decided to deal with her as a traitor. Without further ado, the scoundrel threw the girl outside one of the castle walls, which was about 10 meters above the ground. Caesar knew that Emma was actually doing the right thing, but since he didn't want to die by Josephine's friend, he couldn't do otherwise. Watching the poor thing fly down quickly, the leader in the back of his mind hoped that she wouldn't die after this fall and stay alive. When Lewis finished healing the girl, Tuyu looked at his hands in amazement, for he hadn't believed until the last moment that he had succeeded. To save one person, the guy had to kill 3 people, because the act of healing took as much as 70 hours of his life. For the moment, the most important thing to de Lacy was the fact that he had succeeded in saving Emma, for she began to breathe again and even opened her eyes. The young man rose to his feet and asked the girl how she felt, but Emma only looked at her body in surprise and asked how she had survived. He said it was going to take a very long time to explain, so they should have just gotten their act together and gone to Princess Siriordani. Emma agreed with him, but when the girl heard that Angles had taken the princess along with the people to the library, she stiffened in defeat. Actually, it wasn't those words that made her stiffen in defeat, for behind Louis II, she saw Josephine, who had appeared just out of nowhere. The queen blurted out a nasty smile, ordered Emma to be quiet, then reached out and placed her hand gently on Louis de Lacy's shoulder. But Emma wouldn't go along with it, so at the last second she shouted and warned the knight before engaging her power. The girl looked at what was happening and just couldn't believe that this was all happening just when she couldn't move one arm. Louis did not like this unexpected turn of events at all, for it was disappointing to him that all mages behaved in such a horrible way. In a split second, the mercenary found himself in the royal palace, where Josephine greeted him affectionately and made him feel at home. In order not to delay the reason for the visit, the queen immediately addressed the kid as the owner of the god power, hinting that she knew all about him. Perhaps it was because Louis had heard about this place from a dragon, but the atmosphere here was not at all like a human. Josephine, meanwhile, went ahead, going on about what a friend of hers had told her about a knight's shenanigans in the Black Forest. She said that was the reason she was so eager to meet Louis, before pointing her hand at César and adding that she wanted to test the guy's abilities. But to make things easier for the leader of the Order of the Blue Dragon, Josephine ordered him to bring Iron Dragon Knights to help him. De Lacy shifted his menacing gaze to the queen and asked why she didn't find out on her own if she was so interested. Josephine laughed in response and explained that she was trying to hide her face, so initially the men would decide things between themselves. Lastly, she added that ordinary ether couldn't be used under the roof of the royal palace, so to survive, Louis should obey Caesar. Such a turn of events did not please the Soul Eater at all, for all he had counted on in the battle in the palace was the ether. Included in their discussion was Caesar, who said that although he didn't understand their conversation with the queen, he knew for a fact that he was supposed to be guarding the palace. Caesar snapped out of his seat, rushed at Louis, and shouted that he was now merely doing his duty as notified by the queen. De Lacy didn't even expect that this man could be so strong, so suddenly he flew away from his blow. He was increasingly annoyed by the fact that the palace was off limits to air, and on top of that, the boy couldn't even borrow damage powers. Since that day, he still couldn't make a deal with God, and he still didn't have enough time to think of anything else. Eventually, Louis realized he no longer had a choice, so the kid grabbed his sword and decided to fight to the last man. Now he had to show the swordsmanship he had learned in this world, for by other means without Caesar, he would simply not be able to win. Louis was doing his best to break through his opponent's defenses, but he sensed that something was wrong. He didn't hit the Blue Dragon leader at all, and it was as if he knew in advance how the boy was going to attack him, causing him to defend himself with his shield. The knight just didn't understand how Caesar was able to predict even how he was going to move, because even mages sometimes couldn't handle such a thing. After a few minutes of fighting, Caesar still managed to wound the boy, thus gaining himself a small head start and weakening his opponent. While Lewis came to his senses, the dragon leader still didn't stop and continued to attack him, asking if the boy knew about Croyd's swordsmanship. The last second before the big guy was about to pierce through his body, Louis turned around and blocked his attack with his huge sword. Stabbing his sword into his shoulder, Caesar began to tell him that the distinguishing feature of Croyd's wave lay in the development of maximum potential. Even though the roof of this building suppressed the ether, Caesar said he still didn't expect it to be so easy for him to make Louis obey. The man measured the kid with his cold gaze and asked if he was really relying on technique, neglecting important training. Unfortunately, it was true and Caesar realized it, so he called Delassi too naive, whereupon he pressed his sword on his shoulder and threw him off. Louis had no choice but to succumb to the blue dragon leader, for he had an extremely large strength advantage. Caesar said he had already managed to break about 20 ribs on the boy, so it wouldn't be long before he could move and do what the queen was against again. Instead of remaining silently in his seat and not even moving, Louis laughed loudly, thus surprising his strong opponent. The kid put 2 fingers out in front of him and said he was laughing from 2 interesting things he had just learned about. The first such thing was the fact that even if he couldn't use ether, he could still rely on divine power through a transaction. Caesar looked at his opponent, trying to understand how the knight could even possess the power of a god, and even at a level that could heal him. Lewis continued to say that the second detail was very important, for by refusing the deal, he could turn the remnants of divine power into ether. Not wanting to pull the cat by the tail, the boy used the stigma, and its power was so immense that even Syrier Dawny saw the flash of light. The princess stood looking out the window, wondering if it was thunder, because that night the sky was insanely clear and the weather wasn't about to turn bad. Caesar stared at this kid and didn't even realize what he was talking about before, but that didn't negate the fact that the young man had managed to use the ether. Despite his stigma being unfinished, Louis Delassi somehow miraculously managed to unleash Croyd's lightning bolt and attack. Lewis, meanwhile, blurted out a smile and said that he had complained in vain about this world that didn't give him any special skills in the beginning. His stigma turned out to be one of the greatest privileges that led to overload and injury, but thanks to his power, he was able to get rid of that side effect. Finished showing his opponent the full power of the ether, Lewis said that he now wanted to get started on Croyd's lightning swordsmanship. Croyd's fencing was that the sword became both a weapon and the embodiment of the emperor's confidence. The very same Croyd. Thanks to the imperial powers, the owner's weapon became the sharpest among all others, and was also characterized by its terrifying power. Strengthening one's body with ether generated a strong striking power that opponents simply couldn't resist for longer than a few seconds. But of course, if the technique was limited to just that, the wielder would have nothing to counter a knight stronger than himself. Croyd's idea was that the stigma could only be inflicted by a family member, for it circulated the ether at a speed that the ordinary body could not handle. The power of this thing was so terrifying that it released a crushing charge of energy immediately after activating it. Only the strongest, but far extraordinary knights who were considered stronger than the common people could resist this energy. Eventually, the concentration of power and energy became so great that there was an explosion that could be compared to a natural disaster. As soon as this explosion rang out across the expanse of the castle, powder immediately sprinkled from the dungeon ceiling as the building slowly began to collapse. The young prince, who had been lying passed out in the middle of before prison all this time, opened his eyes from such a loud sound and finally came to his senses, standing up. He headed for the exit to see what had happened in the castle, for all around him he could hear a bunch of human screams and yells that were running somewhere in the commotion. By the edge of his ear, hearing one of the men shout that the palace was under attack, the prince once again felt anger begin to abide to his body at a breakneck speed. Caesar knew that Behemoth's barrier sucked out his opponent's ether and dissolved it into the ground, thus making Louis Delassi weaker over time. Even so, Caesar's shield, which was made with terribly strong materials, was still damaged by Louis' attack. One extra blow would break that shield in half, and Caesar knew it well, so he felt he was doomed to defeat in this fight. But if a person gathered ether and then immediately used the power of the gods, it meant that his body couldn't handle the effects of the lightning strike. The Blue Dragon leader looked his opponent in the eyes and realized that he was completely right, for Louis's gaze looked very tired. As expected, while he was recuperating and coming to his senses, the effects of the ether ceased and the boy was completely vulnerable to attacks. Taking advantage of this, Caesar once again gathered all his strength into his fists and swooped down on the boy with renewed vigor, trying with all his might to break through his defenses. No matter how hard Louis tried, the boy himself realized that he needed to recover before engaging in battle again with renewed vigor. Caesar continued to shout that on top of that, the young man should have known that to defeat a knight-wielding ether, one had to be skillful with it himself. Watching the kid's arms swell and enlarge, the leader asked him how long it would take him to fix it. Without waiting for an answer from his opponent, Caesar himself was certain that he would not be able to hold out until the second the recovery was quite over. The man decided that the point of Louis's exhaustion was irretrievable, so he told the boy to surrender, for only then would he be able to survive. It was the last thing Delasi was going to do, so he turned out, after which Caesar asked why he wanted to be a hero so badly. Louis measured him with his stern gaze and told him that the rascal would never understand him, but it had to be done to keep from dying. The enraged Caesar grasped his sword, shouting that this was a bad time to joke, for he could end this fight with one move. Louis kept fighting him and thinking that he was indeed right, as the ether had a colossal effect on the outcome of the swordsman's battle. On top of that, the boy also knew that he couldn't defend himself unless he used Mercilla's power, but then he wouldn't be able to heal his arm. And with a damaged arm, he will be unable to use Croyd's ball technique, without which he won't be able to break Caesar's shield and eventually defeat him. The young man had no guarantee that he would be able to pierce through this big guy with a single blow, for he had the strongest defense of the behemoth sword technique. Still, Louis managed to make a decision, and he pounced on his opponent with a new attack, choosing the ether instead of his hand, for victory was more important to him. But Caesar drew two hasty conclusions, for in a second he saw the satisfied face of Louis, who was about to do something to the contrary. A picture of Guilford telling him about a year ago that he should be awfully careful with ether during a sword fight popped into the boy's mind. He immediately remembered how quickly the sword had broken in Petite Belle's hands when she hadn't gotten away with it and used the ether without preparing. Louis realized that he only had one chance to defeat this big guy, so he needed to concentrate and not make a mistake. The boy looked him in the eye with his beastly gaze and asked snidely how the leader of the Blue Dragon Order, Caesar, felt now. The man, for his part, had never clashed with such strong opponents before, so he was truly amazed at the boy's strength. Suddenly, when Louis still managed to destroy his shield, Caesar exclaimed in exasperation, for the young man had not even dealt him a single blow. Delasi didn't bother to explain himself in detail, so he briefly said that it was a technique his mentor had taught him recently. After saying goodbye to Caesar, Louis used the full power of his force and threw him away, accidentally overcharging and destroying his armor. Not to leave Caesar's chances at all, the kid swung his fist and kissed him right in the face, wishing for this fight to be over as soon as possible. Flying back a dozen meters and hitting the ground, Caesar was still walking himself in strength to get up and be at least on his knees. That boy had destroyed his shield with his bare hands, and Caesar couldn't believe it, for it was as if he was looking at the legendary Iron Templar Knights. This young man looked so believable to those guys that from time to time, Caesar wondered if it was accidentally true. The more Josephine watched what was happening, the more exciting it became, for Louis had already managed to take advantage of Croyd's swordsmanship stigma. On top of that, he was able to combine it with the divine power of Mercilla's recovery, which only a few had been able to do before. Josephine thought that Louis had turned to Rom's strength in difficult situations, but it looks like Caesar and the likes of him won't be enough to finally defeat him. The queen continued to watch the lad and pondered whether there might have been restrictions on the very lightning bolt he had recently shown Caesar. She took a closer look, but finally dismissed the thoughts as unimportant in light of the events at hand. A knight with the power of a god, and not even one, just by his mere existence, caused Josephine to take a great interest in him and his powers. The woman gazed at the hologram of the boy on her arm and speculated that this knight could help her a great deal. She knew better than anyone that she could easily kill Louis at this very second, but she really didn't want to do that, because she could make him hers. Josephine supposed that the boy would not be able to refuse what she would attach, for people had their own sacred desires. In the library, meanwhile, lights burned brightly in all the windows, and from within could be heard the noise from the constant conversations of townspeople who had never been there before. Suddenly, one of the men approached Princess Syria Dawni and said that someone had been looking for the girl in front of the library for several minutes now. When he added that there was a female knight with scars on her face, Syria quickly realized everything and exclaimed, asking if she was still at the entrance. Without waiting for that townsman to answer, the princess ran outside and saw Emma there, who was unharmed, she thought. The princess quickly ran up to her faithful friend and asked if she had seen Louis, for the boy had gone in search of her to rescue him. But instead of just giving Syria Dawni an honest answer, Emma gently took her hand and looked the princess straight in the eye. In the same second, the girl was off her feet and pulled Syria behind her, screaming that they needed to leave Satraya right now. As she walked, she told me that all plans had gone awry and Sir Caesar had disowned His Highness the Prince and imprisoned him. Emma explained that she only managed to escape because Louis's mercenary saved her. But immediately afterward, the boys were victimized by Josephine, who found them. Syria Dawni screamed in exasperation that she couldn't leave it all behind and tried to stop as people believed in them and sought protection. Emma didn't seem to hear the girl, for she began shouting and repeating that the princess was too weak and she was the last knight in Cetria. Trying not to drag it out, Emma clearly hissed that without reinforcements, the princess didn't have any combat power, so they wouldn't be able to cope. Suddenly, the girls' conversation was overheard by townspeople who quickly approached them and started asking them if they were going to leave them behind. Syria Dawni immediately went to the men and assured them that she would never leave them again. But they did not believe her, for they had heard Emma's words. The princess agreed, saying that they did lose reinforcements, but she wasn't going to run away without trying to fight back. Now that they had no escape route, it seems the girl had to turn to the townspeople, for they needed to trust her. Emma looked at the princess in astonishment and didn't understand what had happened, for the girl wasn't the type to act without the help of others. The princess in turn told her friend that Louis had not succumbed to Josephine's influence, so they needed to go to his rescue. Syria held tight and said that when she met the mercenary, she would do everything in her power to protect or save him. Louis, meanwhile, continued his participation in the very battle that had just been joined by another opponent for Caesar's benefit. The lad didn't like the fact that now the prince was also in the fight, who was just trying to tell him something about Syria Dawni. Without wasting any time, the prince began to reveal that Josephine was no ordinary person, for she used strange magic to control people. Delossi sighed and said that he knew that the queen was a demon, so the prince shouldn't have told him about it a second time. The prince was relieved that Louis was familiar with it, so he said he too had fallen under that woman's magic and lost control of his body. He shouted to Louis for the young man to lower his sword, for Sir Caesar was now also under the influence of that wretch's magical charms. Caesar, who was listening to all this, smiled and whispered quietly that he was not under the influence of Josephine's magic at all. His eyes blazed with anger, and he shouted that his mind was clearer than ever. So defying the prince and following orders was exactly his desire. The prince immediately rushed to Caesar and began to say that he was wrong, but the latter only said that he was an ordinary tool in the hands and washes. The tool did not define what justice was, because it simply had to fulfill the task given to it at the risk of its own life. Louis had nothing to add to that, so the boy began to draw his sword from behind his back, glancing at the boys in silence. He measured them with a menacing look and asked if it was pleasant to be common puppets. And Caesar retorted that Louis didn't understand anything. Ignoring the prince, the man said it didn't matter how much you cried out for justice, because the guy's actions were rebellion. Louis responded by saying that in that case, the princess or prince could get rid of Josephine after the coronation, and Caesar would be left with nothing. Since the man couldn't find the words to answer that, Louis said he expected Caesar to be confused and mired in misunderstanding. The boy turned around and went somewhere, saying he had lost interest and was going to talk to Josephine since he didn't understand what to do. Louis looked at the hologram with his time and realized that he had about 400 hours left, so that was enough. Even so, the young man still couldn't back down, and he couldn't make up for it by killing people in the capital instead of on the battlefield. In a way, Louis was spending the most time with Cetria right now, and right now he needed to have a word with her as soon as possible. The prince turned to Caesar and asked why he had given up justice and wanted to live as a tool, being a hero of the Holy War. The man explained that he wasn't a hero at all, and now the Holy War may have had a loud name, but in reality, it was the most ordinary. It was a very long story, so Caesar simply added that the participants in the Holy War were not heroes, but real sinners. Delasi, meanwhile, found himself practically near the castle, where a bunch of knights were waiting for him, who blocked his way and were not going to let the guy inside. Seeing this, Louis smiled, for it was a marker that he was heading in the right direction and was to meet the queen very soon. If one looked closely at those warriors, one could sense an aura similar to Josephine's, which was confirmed the second the knights rushed at him. Louis didn't want to spend too much energy fighting these fools, but even so, the boy still needed to get inside somehow. Without much effort, Delasi dealt with several warriors with a couple of deft movements, going to move on to the others. Listening to the sounds that came from the street, the king and queen stood looking at the front door to the castle, wondering what was happening there. Josephine smiled at the fact that the night had come much sooner than she thought, so that was very commendable. As soon as the king asked his consort in surprise who was in question, she immediately saw the door ajar, and there appeared Louis Delasi. The boy pushed the door forward and gave the royal family member a marvelous view of the dead warriors they had sent at him. He was the powerful man with unusual abilities whom Josephine had invited to enlist in her devious plan. The queen said that although she was now close to her king, she liked Louis much better and would have loved to be his consort. She more than knew what she was doing. For a moment later, the king shouted furiously at Louis, accusing him of mocking the queen's pure heart. The king grasped his sword and shouted loudly that he would finish off this rascal who even dared to enter his castle and appear before him. Louis sighed heavily. After all, the king's aura didn't even need to be checked, so now he needed to stay in control and deal with this old man. Lord Cetria, meanwhile, was under full control of Josephine's magic, so even without a second thought, he rushed to run at the knight. In the last second before the old man was supposed to come at him, Delasi took a step to the side and told the queen that it wasn't fun. Josephine, for her part, laughed and said that she was really surprised that Louis had managed to defeat Caesar so quickly and easily. When the woman started talking about how Louis had the power of the gods and also had the stigma, the knight didn't hold back and started lunging at her with his sword. With one deft sweep of her hand, Josephine used her magic and stopped his attack, saying that she was just asking him a question. Realizing that the queen had just stopped the attack with the back of her palm, Louis realized that his affairs were far less good than he had thought. The queen asked the kid why he didn't use his mind power, but when Louis didn't answer her, she decided to use her power. Josephine grabbed the knight by the throat, flamed with a blaze of anger, and hissed that very soon Louis and herself would tell everything in detail. She lifted him into the air and asked about them initially getting to know each other better, as she hadn't met any power-wielding gods before. The wretch looked Louis straight in the eye and asked in a nasty voice exactly what the boy desired. If wealth, fame, and power he might already have. Using the power of reason, Josephine whispered enticingly in his ear for Louis to tell her his deepest desires. Well, very quickly, the queen changed her mind and decided she should be a little more welcoming to her guests, so she loosened her grip. Josephine gently touched her hand to Louis' chest and said that having a desire of her own was quite natural for sentient beings. The woman wondered what she could say to Boniface now that she had managed to catch the very knight that had maimed him after all. The queen was so confident in her powers that she lost her attention for a few seconds and soon regretted it. A moment later, Josephine felt something hot and sharp cut into her chest in a quick movement, followed by an explosion. Louis Delasi was far from someone she could control with her mind power, for the boy was not of this world and did not lend himself to such magic. The boy felt a terrible anger that just burst his body and created a desire to kill the queen for all that she had done. He ran after the queen, who very quickly came to her senses and started trying to understand what was going on around her. Eventually, it came to Josephine that her magic hadn't worked and that Knight had broken free of her control, setting a trap for her. Very quickly, the queen was convinced of her theory, for she saw Louis flying at her in the air, who was about to attack her with his sword. Josephine didn't understand why all of a sudden this boy started attacking her, so in desperation she screamed for him to stop. Inwardly, she realized that those words were useless, so she followed them up with her magic and created some sort of energy ball in her hand. Louis wasn't even frightened from her moves, so he just continued to fly straight at the queen, wanting to end this once and for all. Josephine, for her part, was now much more confident in her powers, so she shouted with a nasty grin that she was sure to get caught now. She grabbed the young man's arm, swung that very lump of energy at him, and screamed that whoever he was, he wouldn't be able to dodge this attack. In fact, all this time, Louis was under the influence of Josephine's magic, which was felt in every inch of his body. This magic was so strong that to avoid the consequences of being hit by the woman, Louis even dared to chop off his own arm. He didn't even care about his own body now, as the boy also had the same desire that Josephine used to dominate. For the king, this desire was rooted in his love for his wife, his daughter, and the kingdom of which he had been king for decades. For the prince, it was a desire for power, which he never got due to the fact that he was always considered an irresponsible and insignificant being. But for the mercenaries of Cetria, this desire revealed itself in money and fame, as these were the only goals they could achieve in life. When the desire for these things was stimulated, most people would begin to doubt when confronted with their true feelings, and Josephine took advantage of that. However, since Louis was quite different from all her past victims, his desire was primordially different from all those the queen had encountered. This kid's desires were not something luxurious or something precious, for he understood the real value of life and all the moments he lived. The young man's greatest desire was to survive in the world he was lucky enough to be awarded a second chance. To survive, Louis de Lacy would not hesitate to sacrifice his own arm, revealing to the world his terrifying obsession with this desire for life. When Josephine lost control due to surprise, sanity returned to Louis. He used Marcella's divine power to recover. The queen wondered if the guy was really sane to cut off his arm, even though he had the means to repair it. It was terribly difficult for Josephine to understand this, for she saw before her a man willing to harm himself or kill others in order to survive. It was that very real soul-gatherer personality that was based on the uniqueness of Louis de Lacy because of where he would have come from in Josephine's world. Most humans also had a drive to survive, but they lived as if they had forgotten their mortality, as if they had gained immortality. However, Louis, who had already lived Min Hyuk's life, clearly knew about death. Plus, he had unique abilities and limitations after coming to this world. This kid was unique at least because of the timer that extended life by killing powerful creatures. Because of this, powerful enemies became both a threat to life and an opportunity to prolong it, leaving the poor guy no choice. In other words, for Louis, gripped by desire, Josephine became a being that would satisfy his desire to survive in this reality. She had become someone the kid had to kill in order to keep living and stay happy. And Louis understood that, even while under her magic. The fighting of the opponents was so ferocious and progressive that something was constantly exploding and flying around the castle in different directions. While Josephine was equalizing with Louis, the king finally woke up and grasped his head in surprise, not understanding why it hurt so much. Josephine, meanwhile, didn't stop either and kept attacking Louis, as suddenly, in the moment, he accidentally siphoned off her attack and aimed it at the king. The king, who was standing quietly on the roof of one of the castle towers, only had time to exclaim in surprise. As soon as the explosion broke up, the king, still being in shock, opened his eyes and realized he was still alive, again not understanding how this happened. The man looked up and saw Sir Caesar standing above him, from whom the old man asked what had happened to him, for Caesar was badly wounded. Caesar asked the king to ignore his body, for if his majesty was unhurt, the rest was no longer important. The king kept looking his loyal subject straight in the eyes, trying to say something, but all his thoughts kept running away from his head. The warrior understood this, so without further ado, he told the king that his majesty needed to leave this place immediately, as it was not safe here. At the same time, Josephine and Louis were still fighting the same way, scoping out windows of inattention in which to strike. Josephine didn't understand what it was about, but she thought she knew how this kid moved because he sure wanted to fight him. The power of the gods of Realm was the power of the orcs, so the queen assumed that the action of her magic and worked wrong precisely because of this divine power. Only now did the woman realize that if she had already encountered a guy like this, she had better dispel the charm effect now. Eventually, the queen did make it, and it was as if Louis woke up shocked at what had been going on around him all this time. The boy looked at his hands, which clutched the sword awfully tightly in them, and wondered even more about what was going on here. Josephine took advantage of the very few seconds he was lost and immediately launched an attack, knocking the poor man back. But the villain's power was unable to manifest itself in all its glory, for Sir Caesar came to the defense of the shocked Louis and stood up to the boy. The big man looked the queen in the eye and said that to this day, as a guardian of the kingdom, he followed absolutely every order the woman gave him. Since the woman had attacked His Majesty, Josephine no longer had any right to give him orders, so Caesar stood up to her. Holding his shield firmly in one hand, Caesar menacingly declared that in this place he would pass judgment on the traitorous Josephine, who had threatened the kingdom. Hearing such harsh words, the queen laughed out loud at the fact that an ordinary knight from a small kingdom was threatening her with such a reprisal. Caesar said that of course it would be difficult to do it alone, so he got someone who had the same goal as him. He said that since the queen had lost her power, the princess's orders, which Louis had followed until now, had finally become enforceable. The man turned to Dalasi and in a serious tone asked for his help, for he alone could not defeat the queen. Louis was surprised that the man had changed his mind so quickly, for not so long ago he had been dead serious about finishing him off. But still the lad trusted Caesar, for in the present situation it was the best choice with which they could defeat Josephine. The queen, for her part, wasn't going to give up either, so she generated new balls of energy to attack the traitors. Caesar shouted to Louis that he would go forward, while the boy asked him where the warriors had gotten the shield he had destroyed during the first battle. The order leader explained that Behemoth's defense ability depended on the caster's skills, so Louis didn't have to worry about his powers. Immediately afterward, Caesar put his shield forward and, thanks to this, stopped the queen's ferocious attack with which she wanted to kill them. The man shouted that this shield was just a tool, but it was its existence that was the real defense. The guys didn't wait for the right moment, so immediately afterward, they rushed to run at Josephine, for they wanted to finish with her quickly. The woman didn't like it, as she wasn't at all prepared for such a situation, as she couldn't even imagine someone attacking her. Louis and Caesar understood and knew this perfectly well, so they gathered all their forces into one pile and rushed at her fleeing, waving their weapons. Seeing the speed at which Caesar was flying at her, Josephine froze like that, staring at his image blocking her light from the moon. Josephine looked at him and began to berate herself for previously thinking that this man only knew how to absorb blows, and that was it. The queen's opinion was quite wrong, and she was convinced of it the moment Caesar came at her with all his might, trying to kill the woman. She shouted to the man that using weight was a good approach, but it was useless against the unearthly strength she possessed. Josephine rushed madly at these words, for she was distracted and did not see Louis quickly appear behind her, swinging his sword at her. With one deft blow, Louis managed to cut off the queen's head, feeling some sort of relief, but for now, as it turned out later, it was misguided. Caesar noticed this and shouted loudly to his partner not to relax, because nothing was over yet. Louis was convinced of the truth of his words exactly a second after it happened, as his body was pierced by a dozen magical arrows in a moment. As it turned out, the queen could move even being headless, so she put her arm forward and started attacking the guy with her energy. After realizing that this rogue could move even with her head severed, Louis looked at his time and saw that he had no time added for killing her. Suddenly, the boy didn't notice how a huge hand sprouted from the very spot where his head used to be and turned the queen into something horrible. Now she no longer looked like a human, for she looked like a monster, the likes of which he had never seen before, for that was her true form. Turning into something resembling a snake, Josephine roared and called the humans annoying creatures, for they had thwarted everyone's attempts to absorb Cetria. Even so, there was nothing else the queen could do, and her original plan changed, for now she was going to devour all humans. Out of nowhere, mercenaries appeared near the palace, who had been in the library before and were now going to defend the castle. When the leader of the guards ran closer to the rogue, he was immediately enveloped by the strongest punch in the face from the leader of the mercenaries who had arrived at the castle. Kelior broke out into a nasty grin and shouted to his boys to grab their weapons and go to the defense of the royal palace. Now, in addition to Josephine's fight with Louis and Caesar, a battle was about to break out on the other side of the castle between Cetria's palace guards and the mercenaries. Even though it was far from the first time for him, Kelior was still very happy that the princess had finally allowed him and his boys to go out hunting. As they quickly disentangled themselves from the palace guards, Kelior turned to Sirior Dawny and asked if they would truly be rewarded for the task they had completed. The girl convinced the mercenary that they would pay them generously, so he shouldn't worry and just do what she would tell them. Noticing Emma's confused looks, Sirior explained that she had turned to the mercenaries for help because they were the only ones who could defeat the palace guards. While the princess was wasting time defending her views, people were suffering day by day, So now it was important to make a decision and finally put a stop to it. But suddenly, to the midst of the crowd, Donnie heard her brother's voice shouting that everyone should stop, for they didn't need to fight. The girl quickly found the future heir with a glance in the crowd, while the prince smiled at his sister and welcomed her into the palace. He quickly ran up to the princess and told her that she didn't need to worry, because terrible situation happened because he was under Josephine's influence. Since they had very little time, the prince said that this was all very wrong and he and his sister should have entered the palace together. Realizing that the poor girl didn't understand anything at all because of how fast everything was happening, the prince explained that Louis was now fighting Josephine. When Emma heard that Louis managed to win the fight with Caesar after everything that happened, the girl just didn't believe the prince at his words. Donnie was much more gullible, so she instantly shouted that they needed to hurry to help Louis and finally defeat Josephine. Delosia, meanwhile, was trying with all his might to cope with the terror in the form of the demonic creature that had come over him. No matter how hard the boy tried, it was still difficult for him to deal with Josephine, because after all, she was a goddess, and she also served the devil. The queen wasn't just using spells, but delayed action bombs that were much harder to repel, so Louis needed Caesar's help. Josephine laughed contentedly and asked Louis how long he could hold out with Caesar and his stupid shield that was worthless. She vehemently and intimidatingly repeated that the humans were just regular annoying pests that would be coming to an end very soon. Realizing the situation, Caesar said it was terribly risky to prolong the battle, so they needed to launch a counterattack. He looked at Louis and said that when he let go of the shield, the boys would need to launch an attack that could do significant damage to the queen. But when Caesar took a closer look at his partner in detail, he realized that Louis was in no condition to attack. Then the kid still agreed. Even though he really couldn't feel the strength in his body, Delassi knew that he couldn't drag this out any longer. He needed to act now. If they continued to fight like this, he would still waste his time, which he didn't have much time left, so he needed to hurry. With this in mind, the boy pounced on Josephine and left several deep cuts on her face, from which green blood immediately began to pour out. Louis checked his built-in clock and realized that he had less than an hour left, so he could die very soon. Now the boy had nowhere else to retreat to, so he needed to gather all his strength and finish the battle with the next blow. On the roof of the library, meanwhile, there was some person standing on the roof of the library watching carefully what was happening near the entrance of the royal palace. He could see that the fog throughout Cetria was finally clearing, and Josephine's magic was weakening, so very soon their suffering should be over. The mage decided that enough time had passed to borrow the language of this world, as it was about to be time for the main event. Louis, along with Caesar, meanwhile, tried not to waste a second, so they ran at Josephine with all their might, about to attack her. Caesar was exactly the kind of guy who took no damage at all from mediocre attacks, so he required a very different approach to counterattack. But Louis was his opposite, because the guy healed wounds with the power of the gods according to the principles of a knight, which was astounding. Watching these fierce fellows, the queen realized that she had used up all the magic circles set up in the palace. The woman had originally assumed that they would be used to capture that night, but now things had not gone according to plan, and there were some difficulties. But Josephine's mind quickly came up with an idea, which she implemented in a flash, directing a bolt of energy at her opponents. Feeling the queen's strength, Caesar shouted to Louis that she was using the same techniques, but they were definitely weaker from her fatigue. It seemed obvious, but here Delassi wasn't so sure of Caesar's words, so he ordered him not to jump to conclusions. Suddenly, the boy was convinced of his uncertainty, for the men saw that where only a second ago there had been the queen, and there remained only an empty space. Realizing that Josephine had taken and disappeared, the boys rushed after her, as the queen couldn't have gone far in a matter of seconds. But suddenly, Kelior came at the warriors from the back, swinging his weapon at them while shouting that the queen had not escaped anywhere. Caesar managed to defend himself in time from his ferocious attack with his sword, which the man held out in front of Kelior's face. Louis immediately realized what the matter was, because as it turned out, Josephine had a knack for controlling the minds of those in the royal palace. This time, her victim was the very person who was easiest to control, because there was almost no goodness left in his soul. But aside from the fact that the rogue had managed to take control of Keliori, all the others, considering the princess and Emma, were in her hands as well. The castle guards and the future heir to the throne were no longer in control either, for Josephine's power was too strong for her to resist. The queen herself laughed evilly and shouted to her opponents that this was exactly how she had imagined their surprised faces afterward. Just a moment ago, Josephine had been at a disadvantage, but now she and the boys had switched roles, and the battle was about to gain new momentum. Now it wasn't just one evil goddess against Louis and Caesar, but her whole army, which consisted of so powerful people. Not going to pull the cat by the tail, the woman screamed loudly and ordered her army to kill the two traitors who dared to fight her. Louis was not at all happy about this trend, for the boy realized that he was running out of time and the situation was becoming problematic. But on the other hand, of course, if you look at it differently, it could also be an opportunity to pony up some extra time. Even taking the minimum, which is 20 hours per person, the boy could easily secure 100 hours of life in no time at all. While fighting Emma, Louis thought about the fact that his principle was usually to mercilessly slay those who would even try to kill him. But these guys were in that place way out of choice, so now Louis's rules were changing and he wasn't allowed to kill his opponents. The kid looked into Emma's eyes and realized it wasn't her, but Josephine, who was standing behind and directing the girl's actions. As Caesar was about to fight the civilians, Louis shouted loudly to him that the queen was trying to engage the villagers to kill them. The man immediately realized what Josephine's plan was, so he took off from his seat and ran towards the poor townspeople who might have been hurt. Caesar used his body as a shield for the people the queen wanted to kill, but in return he only felt dozens of swords pierce his body. Although he received no thanks, laid himself many wounds, the man still managed to protect the poor residents. Despite being a big guy, Caesar's strength was running low, so he still fell to his knees, though he tried very hard to hold himself together. Louis realized that the matter was dire, for with so much time it would be difficult for him to use both his branding and divine power. If the situation continues like this, people will continue to follow the queen's orders, trying to kill him, causing the young man to simply run out of time. The queen, meanwhile, laughed loudly and said that it was a classic method, and it worked well because people couldn't resist magic. Suddenly, the woman saw someone's hand and heard a familiar voice suggesting she end this ridiculous game if she was so sure of herself. After a moment, Josephine felt her movements become sluggish, then heard words that it was a wonder how she was still holding on. Looking more closely at one of the roofs of the castle, Josephine saw the very one whose voice she knew very well. It was Cetria's dragon, who had already lived in the guise of a mage for many years, who was the owner of the royal library. The man immediately took advantage of the dragon's fear, which put a stamp of primal fear on the queen, making her lose her strength. Josephine shouted loudly and called the rascal a despicable coward, for he had been hiding in the shadows all this time, waiting for the right moment. The dragon dispelled the fog that shrouded the capital, then successfully evaded all the traps the queen had set to catch him. Not Louis. The mage sighed heavily and asked the woman what that had to do with what was going on, because they were talking about completely different things now. He looked at Josephine and said that the woman wasn't even going to fight fair, and he and Louis had already made a deal for their lives. After these words, a huge explosion sounded around the guys, which was so strong that it threw away shards and brambles of rocks for a couple of dozen meters. When the queen raised that she found herself pinned to the ground, she laughed loudly again and asked how much of a disappointment that might have been. Louis, who was above her, stuck his sharp sword into the queen, who kept talking about what a lowly human being this knight was. But in response to that, the boy only stated with a smile that he hadn't fully inserted the sword into her body yet, for he had stopped it intentionally to do something. Josephine looked at the sword and immediately felt that it was really only 1/3 of the way in, but moments later that changed. Louis used a Guilford technique called resonance, after which everything around him exploded as the concentration of energy reached its maximum level. The boy was so exhausted by what was happening that he could hardly find the strength to rise to his feet, but he quickly regretted it. The blast wave from the explosion reached his body and threw the guy back, breaking his sword into 2 pieces. Delassie lay there staring at the time he had left, thinking that there was no way he could have saved his sword, for he had purposely blown it up by inserting it into the queen's body. But suddenly the lad heard Josephine's voice again and realized that the queen had only had part of her body torn off, while the young man himself was very much hurt. Josephine was horribly angry, so with her remaining hands she formed a lump of energy and screamed, calling Louis the last scoundrel. Exactly the second the energy charge was about to fly into the boy, a princess appeared in front of him and blocked him with her body. Louis didn't even immediately realize what had happened. But when it came to him, the boy cried out in exasperation, not understanding why Syrier had blindsided him. Catching the girl in his arms just in time, the knight tried to see if she was all right and not badly hurt. But Syrier Dawny hardly spoke. Despite the difficulty, the petite still found the strength to say that it was the only thing she could do to help her mercenary. Syrier Dawny lost her look and said that if saving Louis meant sacrificing her life, she was quite willing to do so. Living in the game world and met many people who hunted him and wished him dead, but he always got away with it. At the same time, the people who tried to protect him were only a few, and all of them were slowly drifting out of his life. As the boy looked at the dying princess in his arms and realized that he had just lost one of them, it brought back a heavy memory. Either way, his only remaining option now was to kill Josephine, even if he had to die with her. But unexpectedly, the protagonist saw a plaque in front of him that he had been called into the possession of the god of war, after which the image of the god himself appeared in front of him. He looked at God and said that there was no way he would have called him without a good reason in a situation like this. So Louis asked what was up. The god roared and said that he wanted to lend the guy his power, but only if the knight paid him a minimum of 1,000 hours of his life. Upon hearing such a number, Louis initially laughed that such numbers really seemed insanely funny to him. The boy looked at God intently and whispered that God didn't show up just to throw a tantrum about time, so that wasn't a valid reason. God smiled and said it was his pleasure to deal with Louis, and his conditions were that the guy had to give God everything from killing that demon. Louis gripped the hilt of his sword and said that for an obtuse god like him to offer a deferred payment, that monster had to give a lot of time. The boy used his strength and shouted to God that it was obvious he was just trying to take advantage of his own advantage. But at this point, it didn't matter as the knights needed to defeat Josephine to save people, so he agreed to his rules. Josephine herself, at the sight of the kid, immediately realized that it was the same war god's power that had shattered the sealing stone of the dark forest. It was just beyond extreme imagination, so the queen thought about whether her spell had worked and whether it was advantageous for her to fight against the young man. Realizing that she would most likely lose, Josephine decided that first she had to find a way to escape this place and stay in one piece. Feeling this terrifying force closer to her body, the woman decided that she was too late and would have to pay for it. Louis, for his part, gathered his strength and rushed after her, hinting with his whole appearance that the queen would be finished very soon. Josephine still had the same gleeful belief that she would be able to escape this human monster, but she also kept yelling at him to stop. The knight was as serious as ever, so a moment later he attacked the queen and finally cut off her head. Immediately afterward, he saw a number the size of 9,000 appear on the dial, which the god of war was now to take from him. Considering how much the god of war wanted to commandeer this time, it was expected, but it didn't change the fact that all of Louis's powers were exhausted. The boy flopped to the ground and began to think that this was a fraud beyond imagination, because he only had 30 minutes left. He turned his head towards the princess and realized that at this rate he and the girl were likely to be, so something had to be done. If a young man was condemned to die, it would be better if at least one of them survived. So in order for him to live, someone had to definitely sacrifice themselves. In the end, the most important thing was his own life, and Louis de Lacy was convinced of this every time he was on the verge of death. The boy reached out his hand for Syrier Dawny's arm, but since he had no energy left in his body, he never had the strength to touch her. At this time, the mage approached him and apologized to the boy for the situation, but he knew that not all victories had a happy ending. The mage stood next to Louis the princess and quietly continued to talk about how the poor guy had been abandoned by everyone just when they needed them so badly. She had once told a man that she wasn't sorry at all that she had so sincerely believed in people, but in truth, that was a lie. Despite her condition, the inner Syrier still had the power to make jokes, so she hoped the books would call her death honorable. Syrier Dawny turned to the mage and said that deep down, she really did believe people, and she didn't care how badly they betrayed her. No matter how sadly all such stories ended, somewhere in this world there were still idealistic fools like her. These idealists also pondered whether it was possible to live 1,000 years, and to do so, they had to watch to the end and know the answer. Suddenly, some kind of turquoise glow appeared around on the motionless princess, and the mage realized very quickly that it was Mercilla's divine power. A smile appeared on the man's face then, as he realized that with all those words in his head, Siri Dawny was only trying to tell him something. Suddenly, from the place where the girl was lying, something like a star signaled into the sky, making all the people in the area marvel at such a strange sight. When a moment later this strange contraption reincarnated into a Cetria dragon, the people screamed in stunned delight. Lewis lay staring blankly at the sky, listening to the countdown timer that was about to hit zeros and kill the young man from lack of time. Surprised to see his bandaged hand, someone reached for a piece of bread and looked questioningly at his companions. Lewis took a bite of the freshly baked piece and asked the guys how he was still alive and in one piece after that incident, even though he had a broken arm. Emma, sitting across from him, said it should have been asked of her not at all, even if Louis didn't understand anything. Despite the state he was in, the kid still asked the princess's bodyguard when he would be paid for his assignment. Just as Emma was about to say something about it, they heard someone's voice near the front door apologizing for the disturbance. Turning around, the boys saw Sir Caesar before them, whom they immediately greeted and said they were glad to see him in good health. The man turned to Louis and said that although the kid was probably hungry after 2 days of sleep, he needed a distraction for a while. Not wanting to delay, Caesar quickly explained that His Majesty the King wished to meet with the knight as well as discuss his reward. Such statements madly pleased Louis Delosi, who did not give away his surprise and also indifferently continued to chew fresh pieces of bread. Caesar knew how the boy inside really felt, but he didn't insist and informed him that he was waiting for his partner outside and that he had to hurry. Along with Caesar, the knight Emma also came outside and asked the big man if she could ask him a very important question. The leader of the order gave the okay, and the girl said that according to rumors, Caesar had previously rejected the prince, not because he was enchanted by the queen's power. Emma looked him in the eye and said that it was very hard for her to understand that, but she didn't think Caesar had done it out of personal gain. Continuing to speak, the girl said that although it was her personal opinion, she thought the commander had made the right choice. In response to this, Caesar asked Emma if it was too early to talk about it yet, to which the girl looked surprised for some reason. Caesar ignored her defeated face and said, She wouldn't take it personally, changing the subject and asking why Louis had taken so long to come out. Initially, Emma froze for a few seconds, trying to think of an excuse for this, but after a moment, she was irritably rushing towards the entrance. Looking inside, the girl realized that there was no one there at all, and Louis had disappeared somewhere, most likely leaving the room through the open window. The knight himself, for his part, was already in the middle of the city, where he rejoiced that he had managed to dodge, for he did not want a personal reward from the king. In the center of the city, meanwhile, talk was grinding that the king had been manipulated by a demon throughout that time, causing Cetria to suffer. Delosi listened to their conversations with the edge of his ear, and even sometimes agreed with the commoner, realizing that even after that, their lives wouldn't change much. Once outside the library, Louis decided that even in this world, the human race also suffered from social problems, having gone through thousands of wars. The boy found himself inside the library and looked around, seeing a pile of lying capes people had left on the floor without cleaning up after themselves. He heard the voice of the mage saying that unlike the mortal world, the commoners in this world didn't even have a chance to appreciate the full significance of that knowledge. The man said that power was far more important to those fighting for survival day in and day out, to which Louis responded by asking why the mage was still alive. The mage picked up the book and explained that right now he was just a shard of his consciousness, but very soon he would go to the other world. Taking a closer look at his partner's heart, the man emphasized that, in any case, his heart was very much suited to this extraordinary lad. Louis quickly realized that not only had he survived, but his lifespan had been extended as a result of the magician's sacrifice he had made that very day. When that strange dragon flew into the sky, it was actually the power of a mage who was just trying to save his friend. The boy asked the magician in surprise why he did it, but the man refused to answer and said it was a very long story. He suggested that the boy see for himself, as long as he was in his usual form, and tried not to scare people with his intimidating appearance. Louis didn't even realize what was going on, so he continued to stand motionless like that, trying to realize what the mage was doing at the moment. See the real image of the dragon, the boy smiled and said quietly that he had envisioned the dragon a little differently. The dragon, in turn, said that it was only an illusion created by the mind, but it was in truth its true form. The creature also added that if Louis wanted to know why he did it, it would be much easier and simpler on a direct look at his memories. The boy realized that the dragon was right, so he pulled himself together and strained to see the memories from the dragon's life in as much detail as possible. For countless centuries, he had watched civilizations being created and destroyed before his eyes. Eventually, the dragon came to the conclusion that all that was left in the end was a void that exterminated every living thing around it. A friend of his described it as part of a process or a form of growth, but ironically, she herself met her end in that very course of history. That's why he wanted to prove it without outside interference, outside of life. But in the end, it was all in vain again. Louis grasped at his head at the realization that this mage kept watching instead of intervening directly, for he was very stubborn. The dragon agreed with his assertion, but said that was the reason he hadn't met the boy, without whom he wouldn't have made it. Delacy raised her eyes to his and said that even though it was a little late now, he still hadn't had time to express his gratitude to the dragon. When the kid told the dragon thank you, the dragon accepted the thanks, for it was he who should have been the one to thank the boy for what he had done. He turned back into his human likeness again and said he was insanely grateful to the guy for showing that the wait had been worth it. While Delacy listened to what the mage kept telling him, some strange sounds came to Louis from another part of the library, something he tried to ignore. The man, meanwhile, went on to say that, come to think of it, it didn't look like he was trying to prove his very friend wrong. Perhaps she was actually right all along, and he didn't want to see it with his own eyes because he demanded some proof. It seemed to him that his determination had reached its limit, so once the mage completely dissolved, the quest would be renewed, and Louis could live in peace. Lastly, the mage added, lest the boy allow himself to focus solely on the quest, for he was faced with the immediate task of survival. As soon as he said the guy's life wasn't on a quest, but right in front of him, Emma and Caesar burst into the library. Trying to catch her breath quickly, Emma began berating Louis for disappearing and not saying anything to anyone, for which Delacy simply apologized. Not wanting to drag it out, the kids suggested the boys hit the road, but Emma asked him for a short break, for she was tired while she ran after him. In the castle of Cetria, meanwhile, work was already in full swing, for the king needed to catch up on the lost business of the past couple of years. He sat at his desk and signed stacks of edicts while Caesar told him that his majesty should take things less lightly. The king pretended to listen attentively to his faithful advisor, but in truth, he didn't like what the leader of the order was telling him at all. Caesar didn't back down and said that although he wasn't sure if his majesty had realized it, that guy had the stigma of a Croydian swordsman on him. Since Croyd's branding reflected the family's creed, his true identity could have been quite different. But the king only shouted that it didn't matter. That kid used the fictitious name Delacy, so the king could assume he had no intention of messing with his lineage. More important than who this kid was just what exactly he did, and he showed up during a time of crisis in the country and confronted powerful demons. In the end, the young man won the battle to save the kingdom and defeated the worst villain in Cetria's history. He was then enveloped by a dragon-like shadow, as if from the naming legend of Cetria's first king. The king explained that his country needed hope now, and to fulfill that hope and win the hearts of the people, they needed a hero. Maybe before, this child with long, silky hair who was sitting on the bed didn't understand anything. But now the situation had changed. Recalling the image of his daughter, the king told Caesar that it was the duty of the royal family. Lastly, he added that if his counselor understood everything, it was now time to go, for they could not keep the hero of the kingdom waiting. Caesar had nothing else to add, so he simply agreed with his majesty, saying that he would always do his every will. Despite how confidently he gave out orders to his men, deep down the king still doubted whether he was doing the right thing. When Louis came to the palace, his majesty began to tell him that the lad would be rewarded with the title of viscount and given lands, a carriage, and wealth. Without even finishing the list of what the king had promised him, Louis only coldly said that he didn't need all the wealth they were trying to give him. After saying those words in the back of his mind, the king could barely contain a stunned cry. But from the looks of it, the man didn't even give any sign of how surprised he was. Louis apologized to the king for the backlash, if it sounded harsh. But the kid didn't need a title or territories. After all, he was only a traveling mercenary. As the young man turned around and headed for the exit, he told the king one last time that he had already gotten everything he needed from Cetria. After thinking for a bit, Louis said that when he stepped into the mercenary guild, he had some obligations, so he asked the king to solve it. Before fully leaving the castle, the lad's attention fell on some big sword in a pile of gifts, which he immediately wanted for himself. Since his sword broke during the fight with Josephine, Louis said he would take this one instead, to which the king agreed and suggested he take something else. In contrast to the king's joy, Caesar remained serious and cold, scrutinizing Louis's every action. Eventually, the boy finally turned around and began to walk away from the castle, leaving Caesar alone with the king. The man just couldn't believe that that night had taken off because he thought that after saving the kingdom, the guy would have a lot of demands. Even those mercenaries wanted to be compensated, but it was rather surprising that Louis gave up not only the territory and the carriage, but also the money. The king was very quick to dismiss all these thoughts from you, for in spite of this, he had already achieved half of the success he so badly wanted to obtain. Before walking out the door, Louis still noticed Caesar's menacing gaze on him and asked if the commander wanted him to leave that sword here. The boy approached the man and asked that even if he didn't like him, was it too much after all he had done for the kingdom? Caesar said that it wasn't about the sword at all, thus surprising Louis, for he had actually broken his weapon in that very battle. The commander explained that it wasn't the sword he wanted, so Caesar wanted to bring him one sword from the royal armory. This sword was said to have come from a dragon who was a close friend of the founder king, so it should not have passed into Louis's hands. Even now it was used in ceremony and symbolized the power of the royal court, so this thing was very valuable to Cetria. Caesar added that, of course, unlike the legends, the sword did not shine with a golden light, as the man suddenly noticed that Louis had done something strange. When the boy drew his sword from its holster and began to examine it, the leader of the order ordered him to hide the weapon immediately, for they were still in the palace. Realizing that Louis wasn't going to do anything with him, the commander asked the young man when he planned to leave the kingdom and where he wanted to go. Delossi hid the check and said he'd leave when Caesar stopped harassing him about the sword, but really, he was going to leave in a couple days. The kid turned around and finally started to walk away, while Caesar shouted in his back to make sure of something before he left. The commander escorted the knight out and suddenly noticed that all this time someone had been watching their conversation and listening very intently to everything. Caesar told the listener that Louis would be leaving them very soon, and from what she heard, he didn't seem to understand the full significance of the king's sword. As he left, the man added that the princess could ignore it, but she would still have some time to think about it. Siriordani rested her forehead against the cold stone column of the palace and thought about something that had plagued her soul for a long time. Louis, meanwhile, stood outside and reflected that he had rested and recovered enough with the help of Mercilla's divine power. However, still the boy felt some discomfort in his chest, which could most likely be due to the dragon heart. The ether in his body now felt very different and much calmer than it had before. At least it seemed that way to Louis. Suddenly, Emma appeared behind the boy and asked if he really planned to spend the night here instead of in the royal palace, having that privilege. The kid explained with a smile that he had decided to come out just in case the king decided to have a farewell banquet or something. Finished speaking, Louis asked Emma to step aside if she had asked everything she wanted to ask, as he wanted to sharpen his newly gifted sword. Emphasizing that Ryer had been training right after his recovery, Emma said that he really was impressive, suggesting that he train together. Such an offer pleased Delossi, and he said that he felt much better now, so he was glad to fight the girl. Suddenly, Emma noticed something and poked her finger at his sword with a surprised look, asking the guy what was going on with his weapon. Initially, Louis didn't understand what Emma was saying, but after a moment, he noticed how brightly the sword in his hand glowed. Come to think of it, the commander of the knights had mentioned something like that, for he had said that the sword presented to the first king usually shone with a golden light in his hands. The weapon had never glowed before, so Louis couldn't understand what had changed now, as the sword began to glow a golden color. The sword of the golden dragon had been given to the first king of Cetria and shone gold in the hands of someone the dragon recognized. But Louis was just that, recognized. Suddenly, the boy remembered the image of the goddess Mercilla, who might have had something to do with this, for she was the one who had restored his system. Louis turned to Emma and asked her to postpone their training session for later, because he had something that needed attention. He added that the training was just an excuse, and Emma had come here to tell him something, which the girl eventually agreed with, but didn't want to admit it. Emma walked up to him saying that she had actually come to express her gratitude to the boy, but Louis asked if she really had anything worthwhile to say. The knight lowered her nose frustratedly and said that it was the young man who had protected the very princess she couldn't protect, and he had saved the country too. She felt terrible about the fact that when Louis was under the influence of Josephine's magic, she tried to escape with the princess and abandon the country. Delosi told the girl with his whole appearance that this conversation was not important to him at all, so he asked if she had any important information. Not knowing what he was getting at, Emma looked at him in surprise and couldn't find anything to say to the boy. The guy said there was nothing wrong with running away in that situation, and he himself had wanted to run away many times, so there was no need to apologize for it. Ironically, it was the princess who seemed the odd one out in this case, as she didn't run away with Emma, but threw herself into the fight instead. Louis ordered the knight to be more careful next time to prevent such incidents from happening again, for Sirior could not die. Emma stood silently listening to the agreement from the young man, for she herself was well aware that she was very much to blame for what had happened to the princess. Realizing that he hadn't seen Sirior Donnie in a good long while, Louis asked her bodyguard where the princess herself had gone. He told him that the princess was currently taking part in affairs of state to gain experience, aka that she was just busy. While the girl sat at the table, signing a pile of papers, the royal butler stood beside her and tried to support the young mistress. When he noticed that the princess was already quite tired, he reminded the beauty that she planned to explore the city tomorrow. This was much more interesting than what the girl had been doing for the past couple hours, so she thought about it and began to envision tomorrow. There was some kind of festival going on in the city, causing the main streets to be packed with people making noise, partying, yelling, and drinking. Delosi looked around and realized that he wanted to stay a little longer, but now he had to deal with something. The boy's new problem turned out to be a side quest that came after he and the dragon defeated Josephine in that battle. The main objective of this quest was to get to the Marin Republic, which was a good bit so far away from Cetria that it made getting there difficult. Even though the protagonist's mind was engrossed in thinking about the quest, he still noticed a small shadow following him around. Turning in her direction, Louis asked what the princess was thinking to herself when she decided to go and walk around the neighborhood without any personal guard escort. The girl explained that it was far from the fact that she didn't have a chaperone, for she was intent on leaving them behind and running away. Her attendant Emma had probably already noticed this and was furious, for she was now even more afraid of losing her young mistress. But Sirior Donnie couldn't do otherwise, so she left the girl a note saying she was going somewhere and would be back very soon. The princess told the young man that her father had suggested that she take lessons in politics, but she felt overwhelmed when she did such things. She didn't understand why the king was torturing her when the girl had a brother, and he was the first heir to the throne because he was older. Louis responded by saying that sometimes giving up and leaving was also a way out, so the young princess needed to think about it. The guy explained that it was already clear who would be the successor, and if the princess wasn't interested in politics, she could just leave. Sirior Donnie had never even thought about it after all, and it had always been drummed into her head that she was supposed to stand as queen and rule the kingdom. The girl wondered, for the first time in her life, if she could really just go off and do this thing she liked, since she wasn't going to be queen anyway. She had acted for the sake of this country of her people, and now that she did achieve her goal, it was just that she didn't understand what to do or how to act. Sirior looked at Louis, who was an example to her of a man who took everything from life and lived for himself, even though it wasn't really true. Suddenly, Delosi interrupted her thoughts and said that he had to tell the girl about something, to which Sirior exclaimed in response, for she had misunderstood him. Immediately realizing what the little fool was thinking, Louis prescribed a light slap to knock such bad thoughts out of her head. The guy wondered if the little one had lost her mind, or if she just had 9 lives to ask him such a thing, especially when she was a child. Very quickly, he switched to another topic and had already started berating Sirior for sacrificing her life to save him than during the battle. Sirior Donnie wouldn't stand silent and yelled back at the guy that she didn't know why she did it, but Louis should be thanking her for it, not scolding her. The girl was right, so Delosi, though, left a disgruntled look, but still thanked her for such an approach, doing so very dryly and pissing Sirior off. Suddenly, behind her, the princess heard the familiar voice of Emmy, who had finally found mistress and had come to deal with her disobedience. Emma grabbed the girl by her cape, reminded her of the order not to go unguarded, and dragged her along, not even going to listen to the excuses. Louis smiled and said lastly that if this was the fate, he and the young princess would definitely meet again. Hearing those words, the girl stared at him in surprise, not realizing if the knight had just hinted that he was about to leave Citria. Delosi explained to the little one that he had some things to take care of, and now he was saying goodbye because he planned to depart tomorrow at dawn. Cyrier instantly felt resentful because the knight was actually leaving, for she had thought that his goal from the beginning really was money. Since the debt issues would be settled by the royal palace, now Louis was leaving, for he was a mercenary and Cyrier was a member of the royal family. Being in the carriage that was taking the princess to the palace, the girl sat and looked sadly out the window, wondering if it was even right. She turned to her brother and said that she had wanted to ask him something ever since she first saw him in the crowd. After a little thought, the beauty asked the boy if he really wanted very much to become a real king one day. The boy hesitated, and after a couple of seconds, he said that he wasn't really sure, even though he had been raised to do just that since he was a kid. Cyrier knew too that the more responsibility a person had, the less they could live the life they wanted, so she understood her brother. Now that Josephine was dead, Bonaf thought that it seemed she had other plans that she was hiding from him and the rest of the magical gods. It was rumored that Cetria was home to a dragon, and it seemed to be true, for an ordinary knight like Parnish could not defeat such a demon. On the day Josephine died, people claimed to have seen the shadow of a dragon in the skies of the kingdom, and reports of it hadn't stopped for a couple weeks. One of the gods, whose aura was green in color, said that that half-moon made her head explode, but Bonaf asked Hela to refrain from such words. Instead of agreeing, Hela shouted for Bonaf to come to his senses, for thanks to Josephine, their existence had been made known 100 years earlier. She talked about how if the emperor found out about it, he would surely chase them again, but Bonaf did not agree, for the emperor would not get involved. While Louis was buying something at the market, Hela said that in that case they were lucky, because their main goal was not to confront humanity. Delassi was extremely unhappy with the high food prices, and Hela kept harping on the fact that they needed to free their god from humanity. This had to happen before they would unite against them under the pretext of fighting demons. As humans were killing demonic beings more and more often, Hela believed their job was to turn humans against each other. Every time some hunter killed a demonic wolf, the enemies would suffer, so the longer they would measure up, the weaker they would become. Here, the man who had just destroyed the big wolf looked at its corpse and emphasized how strange it was that the wolf had appeared in such a place. The stranger smiled and said there had to be a reason to meet and fight that guy named Louis Delassi like that. Having thought it over enough, Cyrier Dawny sat at the table of her room and wrote a letter to her dear father, for she could not tell him in person. The girl wrote with tears in her eyes and apologized for reporting it in the letter, but otherwise the king would simply not let her leave. Cyrier felt that her role had been fulfilled, and since her brother was here, the problem of state affairs in the palace shouldn't arise here. After all, the girl wasn't fighting Josephine to take up labor, but merely to save people and give Cetria her old life back. She wanted very much to do what she herself wished to do, just as Louis Delosi, who was just then strolling the streets of the kingdom. The princess knew that the kingdom needed a hero like the first king, but she was far from the one who could fulfill his role as needed. Louis, who was just as likely to become this king, had the same opinion on the whole thing. So in this, Cyrier felt some sort of support from him. Caesar was doing his duty as he always did, guarding around the realms of Cetria and keeping a watchful eye out for anything evil. When Louis saw that the man was on guard so early, he was surprised, but Caesar explained that he had come to the spot to say goodbye to the boy. Looking closer, the young knight saw that behind Commander Caesar's back was someone else who looked very much like the young lady Cyrier Dawny. In that very letter, the girl had finally made up her mind, so she asked her father to forgive her for what she was about to do, for it was something terrible. The princess was terribly worried, so nervously twiddling her thumbs, she told Louis that she had thought about what he said and what she wanted to do. Her father had solved his problem, and her brother was always in the kingdom and ready to sit on the throne, so Cyrier didn't have to do the duty alone. Though she and the knights had met a few days ago, Cyrier Dawny felt that she could trust Louis and follow him. However, the wounds inflicted on Cetria had yet to heal, and the splendor of the last few days could only slightly soothe the pain of the past, where a heap of problems remained. The young mistress took a few steps towards Louis and apologized to him, lowering her eyes to the floor guiltily. Well, right after that, she smiled and said that she loved this country very much too. Not only because it was her royal long, she willingly wanted to contribute to Cetria's development, so that night she came to Delasi's house to say goodbye to him. Louis looked at the girl and picked up on the fact that when he first saw her, Ceria was just a child, but now she was acting quite dignified. But at this point, the girl was wrong about something, as Louis had never suggested she leave together, and it was exactly her made-up suggestion. Hearing those words, the girl's eyes immediately rounded, and she felt how sharply and quickly she began to blush like a tomato. Louis added that he was an ordinary mercenary and had no need to carry around a useless on the breadline with no combat skills, startling Ceria with those words. The young princess immediately felt anger come over her with speed, for this brat didn't understand what it meant to receive a royal sword. She immediately jumped on Louis and started trying to beat the kid with her fists for his insolence. But obviously she couldn't do anything with those punches. When eventually Ceria felt her arm wasn't sore from the constant attacks, the girl stopped and Louis asked her what she was doing. In response, the princess shouted that she had struck the rascal for acting impertinent, and now the mercenary should leave, for she did not want to see him. Delasi said in a calm voice that the princess should not worry because she would never see him again, and she immediately calmed down and turned to him. Noticing the girl's questioning look, Louis reminded her of how recently she had wanted to help her country and invest in its development. Guy at her and asked what Cetria the beauty was trying to build, for if she had a good plan, he would come back to look at it. Ceria Dawny instantly rejoiced at such news and shouted joyfully to the young man that he could count on Cetria soon being a wonderful place. Louis was less positive, so he only calmly said that it might take a few years for the young mistress to get there. As the boy turned around to finally leave, Ceria shouted after him that the mercenary should take very good care of that very sword. Wondering why everyone was so mad about that weapon, Louis pulled a note from his pocket and held it out to Caesar, saying it was for him. He explained that there was a village of demonic monster hunters in the dark forest, so Caesar needed to give this to a man named Guilford. Louis also added that if Caesar ever needed anything, the man would definitely lend him a helping hand. Looking at the note in surprise, Caesar asked if Guilford was from the Empire, for the man had been quite famous in their circles in the past. Louis responded by saying that it was true that Guilford was from the Empire, but he didn't care about the origins of those who came to him, as long as they weren't monsters. Since it was an act of gratitude, Caesar sighed heavily and told Louis that he too was very grateful to him for all the help for Cetria. When Delasi was on the other side of the bars, Ceria and Caesar asked if they needed to repay this debt they were left into Louis. This situation was a confirmation of Ceria's word that in order to restore hope to this kingdom, there was no need to create a hero for it. If everyone pulled themselves together and worked together, they would surely rise again, and Ceria Dawny was truly confident of that. That's why she wanted Louis to keep the golden sword, because if he never came back when Cetria could stand up for herself, they would definitely bring him back. Louis, for his part, wasted no time, for when the forest returned, he immediately rushed to fight those he had not yet had time to deal with before he left. At that moment, the boy was fighting against huge demonic monsters that had gotten in his way out of nowhere and started attacking him. After finishing the battle, Louis opened the status window and saw that the details of the quest hadn't changed much, so he needed to head to the Republic of Moran. The boy looked at his sword and realized that he needed to save up some more time for now, even though his weapon was lovely. Something about the thing glowing would make Louis stand out wherever he went, so the kid had to do something about it to keep from giving himself away. Suddenly, the young man raised his head up and saw that the remains of the monster he had just killed were floating calmly in the air. The guy gently took the dead monster's head with his hand and decided that it wasn't like weightlessness at all because the body parts were moving in the right direction. Suddenly, all around him, he felt strange tremors that began to resemble boy earthquakes, but he knew exactly what they were. Louis felt someone's footsteps heading in his direction, indicating that this forest was indeed a horrible place. Delasi looked at him menacingly, measuring the man carefully with his gaze, for he was trying to figure out who this mysterious stranger was. The man, meanwhile, smiled and assumed that the one who stood before him was the one the flyer knight had been given a round sum for. He glanced at the very flyer in his hands and was convinced of his assumptions, for before him stood the real soul collector, Louis Delasi. In response, Louis quickly assumed a fighting stance and with a sharp movement of his arm, stabbed the man's flyer with his sharp sword, taking it away from him. Since Louis now realized that this stranger was the target, he asked if there was any need for further conversation between them. Besides, the man had the Kim Fun family crest on his chest, so it was unlikely that a person from the duchy would strike up a conversation with him. The strange stranger removed his hood from himself and added with a smile that his name was Chemfun, and he was just finishing up a skills assessment that was impressive. After a moment, the man's friendly face changed, and he said seriously that Louis's reflexes failed him very badly at times. Louis immediately realized that this Chemfun wasn't even trying to find a loophole to attack him, for as it turned out, the young man was within range of his attack. The boy glanced at Kimafun and wondered where this man might have come from, and who he was, and besides, what he wanted with Louis. Kempfin looked at the kid and said that it was slightly disappointing for the man with the last name Croyd, because he didn't notice the attack until he felt the pain. Delossi only glanced grudgingly at his opponent and said that as best he could observe, his arm was quite all right. In response, the man laughed and said that the situation was fortunately not a complete failure, and the surprise factor was also present. Such tendencies and the note of hostility in his voice didn't please Louis at all, so the kid decided that if he couldn't avoid Shamfun, he'd go full out. There were 3 families of swordsmen in that world, trusted by the emperor himself, and their ranks included the Croyds, the Chilis, and the Kemfuns. Those who had once encountered them on the battlefield said that one should never engage in one-on-one combat with these people unless one wanted to die. There is something special about the generic art of ball-wielding that distinguished them from others, for they believed that not the body but the weapon was an extension of the art. By combining the sword with the stigma, the members of these families would gain 3 skills, which was what Chemfun was doing right now in front of the protagonist. First, they surrounded their opponent with a huge hemisphere, limiting any ability to move in space and gaining privilege. Once in such a realm, Louis felt small notes of excitement begin to surge through his body, so much so that he nervously began to look around. Kemfun, meanwhile, gripped his sword tighter and laughed loudly, saying that soon this boy wouldn't even have time to breathe. Finished with launching the first attack, Nowhere corrected the glasses on her nose and asked with a sneer if it was true that this knight was called Cetria's first hero. Shamfun assessed the situation and added that Louis's reaction saved him this time. But it was only a one-time opportunity during their fight. Delossi himself realized that trouble would have happened if he hadn't deflected the blow. And if it had been business as usual, avoiding his attacks would have been enough. But not here. Inside this sphere, Kemfun's body became as if leaden, and it was a horrible sensation for a knight who had never clashed with it. The boy wished he could destroy the thing that was creating this orb right now, but he couldn't do it in front of Kemfun. Shumfun fairly stated that Delossi should have realized by now the quagmire he was bogged down in, and that moving for nothing was not at all beneficial to him. Louis knew that this rascal wouldn't stop at just one attack, so he stoically wanted to have more fun and continue the fight. The Kemfun sphere transformed the absorbed energy power and transmitted it to its owner, making it insanely difficult to defeat him. As a result, inside the sphere, this man became many times faster and much stronger than usual, gets such a bonus in the form of the strength of his opponent. Louis could feel how hard it was becoming for him to move the more time passed since the sphere had been created and the farther they traveled. The kid needed to block the device that created this sphere at all costs, but he couldn't even get within a couple meters of it. Chemfun was constantly monitoring his movements and pushing him out in the opposite direction so as not to let the young man near that thing in any way. The man told his opponent that Louis was thinking too much, as exchanging a couple sword blows was just a chivalrous greeting. Delossi had no desire to answer his provocative question, so the boy simply gripped his sword tighter and continued fighting. No matter how hard the knight tried, Kemfun still managed to dodge his blows, pinning his opponent closer and closer to the wall, giving him no way out. Suddenly, as the rogue began to move closer to him, Louis noticed that everything around him began to slowly dissipate and disappear from his eyes. Kemfun told the small man that he shouldn't have been so excited at the sight of a normal spell canceling, for the man was only regaining his position. Instead of believing his words, Louis once again sensed that the man and was using some strange technique that made him wary. People who watched how bravely and courageously the knight fought with one of the hunters, they kept repeating how good he was. When Louis finished the battle, one of them came up to him and praised the boy, ordering him to set off to catch up and destroy everyone. But suddenly he was stopped by a big guy with a big axe in his hand who said that they had to retreat as fast as possible. One of the commander's men approached the man and began to shout at him, for the man had earlier said that Viscount had paid with the heads of his fighters. Captain explained that it was a trap, as the runaway soldiers were just ignorant slaves who were counting on their attention. The real troops sat in ambush and waited for the hunters to finish all their business and finally move on, being an easy target for them. The commander turned to Louis and said that the battlefield was not a flower meadow, for in the battle they cheated you and you cheated them. That was why Louis was always told that he should never have believed what he saw, for it could always play a very wicked trick on him. The captain was telling Delasi that he should have learned to see through the enemy and develop his sixth sense, which would save him more than once. Thinking back on all these at stops, the knight was convinced that this was the only way to survive, so he should have focused on the rogue Kempfun. He had a small idea in his head, so Alas picked up a small rock from the ground and hurled it straight at his opponent's face. Kempfun looked surprised at this strange trick and wondered if the Soul Eater really thought he could hit him with a rock. Louis smiled and began to draw his sword, saying that Kempfun was quite right, for he couldn't hit the man next to him even with such nonsense. Kempfun looked at his opponent incredulously, as if there was the beginnings of something suspicious. The man still lacked the brains to guess his plan. He looked at the kid more closely and hissed that the petty knight was sniffing out something if he was using such cheap tricks. When he yelled that if Louis wasn't enough for more, they needed to finish, Delasi grabbed his sword and used his power. The boy thrust his sword into the ground, triggering a huge explosion that surprised Kempfun this time with its great power of destruction. But even though it was an amazing technique that could be repeated by a few, Kempfun still said that it wouldn't have much effect. After a second, it came to him that it wasn't an attack at all, just an ordinary smokescreen that Louis had hidden in and was looking for an opportunity to attack. The representative of the Kempfun family was no fool, so he understood that the boy's target was either him or the blade that held the dome at its center. This blade did not protect anything at all, so Kempfun assumed that the knight would attack him because being in the dome was not favorable to him. In any case, Kempfun didn't really care much since he could move the blade without even touching it, which he actually started to do. But then it occurred to him that Louis was going to get free the moment he pulled the blade out, because that would double Croyd's speed. Kempfun smiled and said that because of the ridiculous kid, even he was fooled. But subterfuge was the foundation of battle, so it was commendable. The man added that after analyzing the situation a little deeper, he would not fall for the deceptions of others like him, because he had seen dozens of people like Louis. At this point, Wyan shouted to his opponent to speak louder, as he was very hard of hearing through the prism of the fog, swung his sword and created something that looked like a rift in the ground. Well, he said that one of the abilities of the Kempfun family was to imprison enemies of the realm. Remembering past events, Delasi asked the man why he had pushed him back to the barrier and moved his blade, if that was how he had blocked Louis' actions. Without giving Kempfun a chance to answer questions, Louis said that because of this, he thought his opponent might not have wanted him to approach the barrier. As it turned out, the sphere was not a physical barrier, but an ordinary energy field, because the stone Louis had thrown passed through it. Watching how irritably Kempfun clutched the handle of his ball, Louis quite agreed with the words that whoops were the backbone of the battle. With a wave of his sword, the guy also added that something of the world's known information about the Kempfun weapons had been falsified to make his family so accomplished. At this point, the anger inside of Kempfun boiled so hard that the man could no longer contain it, so she began to verbally abuse her opponent. He seemed to think Louis had been fooled by this complicated technique before, but now he realized that it wasn't like that at all, so he was accepting his challenge. Looking at the strange energy rings that the Soul Eater had recreated in the air, Kempfun said that the young man had succeeded in this. Kempfun looked around and quickly realized that the young man had not intended to cut him from the start, for he wanted to win the fight by other means. Louis confirmed what he said and added that Kempfun hadn't fought seriously from the beginning either, to which the man chuckled and asked when Louis realized that. The boy explained that it was clear from the first attack, because with such attacking abilities, Kempfun could have hurt him much worse. When Delasi asked him why he had come, Kempfun explained that he simply wanted to see for himself the abilities of the legendary knight from Cetria. Spreading a smile, the man finally said that his real name was Evan, and he was a friend of Teshua's who had decided to join him in the Holy War. Louis hid his sword back and asked why these guys would go to war, and Evan explained that while he was in Straya, he had missed the latest news. Evans said that because of a recent incident in Cetria, the existence of dragons, demons, and other unclean and dangerous species on the mainland has become known. Everything in the world has turned upside down, and so 2 days ago, Emperor Troyson declared war to those creatures, and soon it will engulf the entire continent. Upon hearing this, Louis could not remain calm, for the young man thought it was because of the events he had been a part of in Cetria. 2 days ago, the weather was beautiful as usual in the lands of Bera, which illuminated the majestic royal palace with its sunlight. Evan, who was sitting on the couch, was asking someone about why he had been drafted to the borderlands after the publication of the announcement of the Second Holy War. Plus, it was done for a meeting, not a battle, so Evan had to remind someone that he was a knight, not a recruiter. Teshua looked indifferent as usual, so he said dryly that since his friend had been a mentor before, he could now become a recruiter. Evan menacingly ordered his comrade not to talk his teeth, after which he asked why the kid had such an interest in that Louis Delassie mercenary. Mentioning the documents from Horn's department in Cetria, he said that if it wasn't for the stamp of Superintendent Liley, he would have thought it was a forgery. Louis Delassie was known as a soul collector, but his real name was Louis Croyd. For once he disappeared from his family, he didn't want to go back there. He killed the demon leading Cetria to destruction for years, and was chosen to be the royal dragon to revive the legend of Cetria's first king. Evan took a closer look at Teshua and added that not only that kid was using divine power, which wouldn't even sound plausible in novels. Teshua sighed heavily and wondered if Evan had really come to see him, solely because of his personal suspicions, to find out more about it. Think of one thing. The kid smiled and said, for sure, Evan was afraid that the Croyd offspring would turn out to be much stronger than his family. These harsh words generated some aggression in Evan's body, but he didn't give any sights and continued to calmly drink his tea that his assistant had prepared for him. He said just as calmly that it was ridiculous, for in this generation of Croyds he saw no one equal to himself, at which Teshua laughed but did not continue. Teshua only said that it was just plain unfounded pride, and Evan thought the remark very ridiculous. Eager to change the subject, Jean said that they had expected such a reaction, because if they were Evan, they too would have found it very hard to believe. After she said that, Teshua added that he had seen Louis use his divine power with his own eyes, so Evan had to see for himself. Evan looked more closely at his friend, for he knew that Teshua would joke about such serious things, even though he was a goofball. Suddenly, someone else came into the guy's room, who in a gruff male voice apologized for his tardiness, but Teshua greeted him cheerfully. He smiled and said that the highly honored Viscount had been difficult to meet lately, to which the man agreed and said he had been busy. Teshua turned to Evan and introduced him to his good friend Viscount Quain Bera, who was the main character in their conversation today. Evan Kempfin sat on the couch idly contemplating the absurdity of this whole situation, which his friend called great. The Viscount looked at Evan and said that it was an honor to meet such important people who were the heirs of Duke Kempfin himself. When the man asked Evan the reason he had come to such a backwater, Teshua handed him some sort of small flask with a liquid at the bottom. The boy explained that it was a tool that turned humans into monsters, which in addition to that also subjugated human minds. Very quickly, the young man's tone changed to a gruff one, and he said that it concerned an incident in the dark forest where the Viscount dwelt. So Teshua wondered what he was up to. Evan Chemphin, who had been sitting in confusion all this time, finally realized why his longtime friend had summoned him to such a faraway place. The Viscount folded his arms nervously and told His Majesty that there had been a slight misunderstanding, but Teshua didn't believe it at first and told him to explain himself. It was noticeable that Quent was nervous, plus the proof of that was when the man asked Teshua if Evan should have listened to them talk about the case. He shifted his gaze to Chemfun and said that since he was seeing this kid for the first time, he wasn't sure what he was allowed to know about the great case. When Evan and John heard this, they looked at each other, for they themselves did not realize what a great matter it was. Teshua was beginning to suspect that there was something even bigger lurking underneath, but he was confident in his friends, so he told Viscount that he trusted them. Viscount Quain Bear ran up to the lad and fell to his feet, saying in a pitiful voice that he was merely following His Majesty's will and doing his duty. The drug was only meant to blind the tribesmen who wanted to destroy humans, so Viscount was only helping His Majesty. He kept talking about how he was nothing like their tribesmen who raved about dreams of reviving the legend, so Teshua had to believe him. These words made young Prince Teshua even more surprised, and he didn't understand how the tribesmen could follow the emperor's will, as it sounded like nonsense. If it was a tribesman dreaming of resurrecting a legend, it had to be a demon. And if the demons were subject to his father, then the war was pointless. The boy looked at the Viscount and was convinced that there was too little information, and he should know more about it before deciding anything. Suddenly, the Vicomte tore off his seat and furiously asked the young prince if he could not know of his father's great deed. Exactly the second the scoundrel dared to raise his voice at the lord, a huge sword appeared in his chest, piercing through the Viscount's body and killing him. The speed from the weapon throw was so great that the collision caused Viscount to simply be thrown into the opposite wall, smearing him like a tortilla. The owner of that ball was Jean, who rebuked the scoundrel with safety talk if he allowed himself to be impertinent to Mr. Teshua.
Unfortunately, the sword hit Never Eye straight in the heart, so he remained sitting there, broken bones, giving no signs of life.
Teshua stepped closer to the Viscount and admonished John for the girl being willful as usual, so the girl apologized to him. Vicent's death had upset the young gentleman a little, for if they had played him a little, the rascal might have told them more about the case. Suddenly, one of Viscount's mercenaries burst into the room, who heard loud noises and thought that his master was being attacked by someone. When the man ran up to the corpse of his boss and saw that he was no longer breathing, he immediately realized what had happened in that room. Teshua approached the mercenary and asked him what his name was, and if Mr. Viscount had given him any medicine or strange liquids. The mercenary introduced himself by the name of Paolo, and said that Mr. Viscount Quain Bear had never given him anything of the kind, and why should he have done so? Just as Paolo remembered something and started talking about the ether potion, he immediately felt someone's hand grab his throat and start squeezing. Somehow, magically, it was as if Viscount had come to life, so he clawed at his mercenary's throat and hilariously said that the guys had misunderstood something. Teshua hadn't expected this turn of events at all, so he was confused, but Jin remained toned down, so she pushed the prince behind her back. The Viscount calmly got to his feet and lifted the mercenary into the air, holding his throat and saying that they all thought the emperor's scion was on their side. While poor Paolo was already panting and feeling his boss sucking all the energy out of him, the Viscount asked why the emperor had left his son out. The Viscount finally sucked all the power out of Paolo, let his mercenary go, saying it was all irrelevant now, but he couldn't just let the prince go. Even though Teshua was a prince, he wasn't on his emperor's side, so it was worth getting rid of the guy and gagging him quickly. The second Viscount Quain Bear snapped his fingers. A huge pile of monsters that half looked like his mercenaries burst into the room. Watching all of this, Evan realized that the scoundrel had turned his knights into demonic monsters, but even they didn't scare him and his sword at all. The kid was terribly pissed off by this whole situation in which Viscount had 5 of his monsters pointed at him alone, so Evan didn't slow down and rushed to attack. A couple minutes later, all the monsters were dead and lying motionless around them, while Evan was just fighting the last one left of them. Kempfin was so engrossed in the fight with the creature that he didn't notice that a big mouth appeared right above them and was about to eat them. Thankfully, the situation was taken into his own hands at the last moment by Mr. Teshua as he moved his friend in time to ask Evan if everything was all right. Evan Kempfin disliked displacement magic because it made him sick all the time, but as luck would have it, the young man was safe, alive, and well. When he came to his senses, he boldly returned to the fight because he realized that he wasn't wrong and that guy was also using absorption abilities. Hearing about the absorption ability, Viscount found the suggestion amusing and said that he was the one who invented this magic technique. Pointing at the body, part of which was now his head, the rogue shouted that he called this monster Mofin, the lord of all demonic predators. The man shouted that he would be eating all of his own very soon, but Teshua only smiled in response and suggested he take better care of himself. Parnisha used his magic and remembered how great, brilliant, and undeniably excellent Teshuadarodi Asihel Troyson was. Besides the fact that he was the strongest wizard of the continent, the young prince had 2 assistants who were his loyal friends and were ready for anything. Everything that was happening in the castle room was terribly loud, so the rest of Mr. Viscount Quain Bear's mercenaries came running at the sounds. The guys saw the picture that took place inside and simply could not believe their eyes because, earlier, they had heard about it only in fairy tale legends. Noticing that the rest of his men were inside as well, the Viscount was glad that the new appetizer had come to him on its own. Realizing what was about to happen, Teshua and Jin shouted loudly to those guys to run with all their might, but it was too late. The Viscount engaged the tentacles of his terrifying monster and began grabbing the poor creatures, tossing them into the air and shoving the men into his mouth. One by one, the mercenaries began to fall to the ground, shocked at what was happening. So as much as Jin wanted to help them, she couldn't. She turned to Shamfun and said it was pointless to save these guys, but the man initially disagreed with her. After that, the girl explained that all the life force had already been sucked out of the poor mercenaries, so they were dead men in human bodies. The Viscount growled menacingly that he only needed one touch to suck all the power out of those weak bodies, so it wasn't hard. The scoundrel smiled wickedly and said that this was the ability of a raptor lord, but unfortunately he would not be able to eat human meat. After his words, new tentacles began to emerge from the ground, heading for Jin, for her power couldn't be harnessed if the girl was in the air. Viscount Quain Baru already completely blown away, so shouting some nonsense, he and the rest of the tentacles pounced on Jin. But suddenly something resembling a magical shield appeared in front of his face, which slowed the man down, and after a second, stopped him altogether. Teshua smiled charmingly and said that Chili's weakness did indeed lie in levitating in the air, but here was his family power that could counteract that. Helping his loyal friend, through Troisen's magic, Teshua created a podium for her where the girl could use her power. Jean turned her weakness into a deadly weapon, which she immediately aimed at the villain with the desire to finish him off as soon as possible. But Viscount was not even frightened by this trick, for the man shouted with a new wave of energy that it was useless and his body could absorb everything painlessly. A moment later, the rogue realized that he was deeply mistaken, for some human knight's technique had actually begun to pierce through the monster's body. Evan shifted his focused gaze to the Viscount and said rather matter-of-factly that he understood exactly why the man was curious about how he was hurt. He quickly explained that if the absorbing energies collided, their effect was nullified, so the whole situation resembled a tug-of-war. The kid didn't know who first discovered this technique, but it was the Chemfun clan that developed it, making it so that the technique couldn't be customized to one's abilities. Realizing that he had just been outplayed, Viscount shouted furiously, calling Evan a lousy rascal, but it was too late to regret it now. To support his hand came the young Prince Teshua, who also activated his magic and said that their palace's dear guest was doomed. With a couple of deft movements, the kid directed his energy straight at the monster and pierced through its large body, causing a terribly bright flash of light. Seeing how big a hole he had made in the creature's body, Teshua decided to make a joke and offered Evan some freshly baked donuts. But Kempfin refused such a marvelous offer and ordered his friend not to relax, for the foul creature was still not dead. Noticing the way the monster's eyes lit up again, Evan added that he and the boys still needed to absorb the remaining energy inside of him. Deciding to take advantage of Teshua's joke, Evan changed his mind and shouted loudly that he wouldn't mind eating Viscount in one fell swoop. The Viscount stuck out his nasty and long tongue, then said that he had rarely in his entire life had a chance to fight a man with the same abilities. The rogue had predicted that if anything happened, the representative of the Chemfun family would want to absorb his energy, so he had prepared for it in advance. Watching as Evan was about to attack him, the Viscount said that this was the only way the young man would test if his human body was capable of such a thing. Since Evan had never stuck with something like this before, he really overestimated his strength, and after a moment he felt indescribable pain. The overabundance of Viscount's energy just made him tossed aside, while Viscount laughed loudly from that and said that the underdog seemed to be oversaturated. Taking advantage of the moment of shock for the young prince and Jin, Viscount rushed at the boys, shouting that he had slightly changed the order of the dishes in the restaurant. Seeing how confused Jin had become for a few seconds, Viscount quickly chose his next target, so he was going to attack her. But the girl recovered very quickly and answered the rogue's attack with another wave of the sharp ice sword she wielded. Jin was well aware that she would not be able to defeat this thing alone, so she needed to bring Evan and Teshua back to consciousness as quickly as possible. The Viscount looked at the girl with his glassy eyes and growled that her gimmick was terribly foolish, for he could absorb that ether without touching it. The man was fully confident in his abilities, so he continued to attack the guys, not worrying about the fact that very soon his story would end. Noticing what he was about to do to his friend, Teshua quickly came to his senses and yelled for Jin to run away while he kept his footing. Jin didn't hesitate, for she herself realized how difficult the situation was, so she trusted her friend and began to run away along the platforms. Evan finally got involved as well and shouted to Teshua to be more careful, for this rascal was attacking haphazardly and everywhere. Kempfun could feel the speed at which his ether was running out, so now he needed to pull out his blade and create an energy sphere with it. Stopping the nasty tentacles that were flying straight at his friend, Teshua shouted to Evan to hurry up while the prince protected him and Jin. Hearing that the wretched humans were going to defeat him and move to the second clan, the Viscount mockingly asked if they had such an opportunity. He shifted his disarmed gaze to Teshua and muttered that the young prince had made a huge mistake in protecting his two friends with both hands. The scoundrel caught the moment when the prince was distracted and said that because he was busy, he had no intention of defending himself, which was a mistake.
Seizing the moment, the Viscount redirected his power to the monster, who recreated a huge energy jet and directed it at the poor Teshua.
Since the young prince wasn't prepared for this, he lost control and completely forgot that thanks to his platforms, Jin still had his weight. As the girl began to fall straight into the monster's jaws, Teshua quickly oriented himself and teleported her to his side, ordered and careful. The slime-covered tentacles grabbed Teshua in a split second and were about to put him directly into the mouth of the monster, Viscount Quainbira. The Viscount once again laughed loudly and said that there was nothing special about the continent's chief wizard at all if he fell for him so easily. When Evan saw what had happened, he reacted quickly and threw his sword to his friend so that he could at least defend himself against the nasty villain and his tentacles. But instead of Teshua, the sword fell into the hand of Jin, who was just running to the young prince to help him, and such a gift from Evan only played to her advantage. Quickly assessing the situation, the girl shouted to Teshua to obey her orders and not let the monster eat himself under any circumstances. The prince smiled and told his bodyguard that he was fine. She shouldn't worry whatever happened, since it wasn't her fault. Unfortunately, Jean didn't have time before the Viscount twisted the principal harder and shoved it into his mouth, showing off the class with his sharp teeth in front of her face. Jean was so shocked by what had happened that she could no longer control her emotions and the anger that was rushing out of her body like that. Sitting in some clearing, Teshua looked up in surprise and looked at what appeared before him in a matter of seconds.
As it turned out, in front of the boy was a huge gathering of healthy and horrible monsters that looked extremely terrifying and dangerous.
Before the young prince could even say that these things were not usually around, he immediately saw the speed with which Jin's weapon slammed into their nasty bodies. Continuing to attack the creatures, the girl turned to the prince and said that if he didn't obey and hang around here and there, he would die very easily. The kid smiled at his bodyguard and apologized to her, saying that he would definitely be more careful next time. Jean knew those words well, for he always said one thing and did exactly the opposite, but she still reminded him never to forget to be careful. When she said that the prince's body was priceless and desirable, the young man laughed and asked his friend not to talk about sad things, then held out his hand to her. He pointed his finger at Jean and said that since his friend was always there for him, he had nothing to worry about since she was the best bodyguard. Now that the one she had spent the last couple years of her life with was in the jaws of a monster, Jean felt nothing but emptiness and anger.
The Viscount took advantage of the moment and mocked the poor man, telling him how delicious the prince was, when suddenly the girl menacingly ordered him to spit it out.
Initially, Viscount didn't even hear what she said, but he quickly realized what she meant when he saw Jean's fierce red eyes. The bodyguard pounced on the rogue with her weapon and once again ordered him to spit out the prince before swinging her sword at the monster. But suddenly, out of nowhere, the little girl saw Teshua's real face in front of her, smiling as always and telling her not to worry. The prince explained that once inside the monster's body, he had full control over it, so Jin had to admit that he was a genius. When the girl blinked, she saw that what was actually in front of her was one of the Viscount's tentacles, with Mr. Teshua's face at the tip of it. Jean lost her concentration and soon regretted it, for the Viscount took advantage of this and impaled her bodyguard with 3 tentacles. She stared at this nowhere man and couldn't believe how easily Viscount had fooled her, for the attack had caused the ether to dissipate faster. Suddenly, Jean herself didn't notice how, but she found herself in the hands of Evan, who bravely chopped the Viscount's tentacles and saved the poor girl. But no matter how hard Evan tried, this thing was regenerating too fast. So a moment later, the monster was already generating another lump of energy. Kempfun realized that he could have died, so he quickly used a protective barrier and repelled the Viscount's attack, saving the lives of himself and Jin. He glanced at the Viscount and realized that his opponent was much stronger than Evan had thought. For every second, the monster seemed to grow stronger. As the kid set Jean on the ground, the girl put her hand on his shoulder and ordered the Duke to step back, saying she would deal with him herself. But instead of following her order, Evan Shamfun prescribed the bodyguard a hard slap across the face to bring her to her senses. He shouted furiously for the girl to move away, for if she continued to be disobedient, she would drag him down with her, and they would all die. Joan had nothing to say, for she knew she couldn't accomplish anything with blind attacks, for the Viscount was much stronger than she was. To calm her down a bit, Evan said that Teshua was still alive, since the more energy it took to absorb, the longer it took. It might only be a couple minutes until the moment of full absorption, but it should have been enough to save the prince, something Evan was quite prepared for. Now Jin finally realized how many mistakes she had made, so the girl held her head and whispered that she would definitely save the prince. The monster, meanwhile, wouldn't stop raging and yelling about what those two were whispering so amicably about if they were both already chained up. Seeing that another wave of Jin's attack flew at him, the not-real prince laughed and said that she attacked while squeezing out the last one. But since it was just an ordinary distraction, the monster didn't immediately notice Evan, who, along with his sword, was on his back. The lad grasped his weapon tighter and inserted it deeply into the monster's body while the Viscount said something, trying to hurt its emotions and feelings. Evan was hard as a rock, so the Viscount discarded that strategy and just pounced on the guy, yelling that he was going to throw a rich feast. The Duke shifted his menacing gaze to the monster and hissed furiously that he was sure to thank the rascal's self-assurance. As soon as he activated the magic he had been saving up all this time, the monster's body began to gradually dissipate right under Evan's feet. As Chemfun fell to the ground, he shouted to the rogue that his own power could not be absorbed. And because he was too narcissistic, he had made such a mistake. Evan smiled contentedly and, not paying attention to the streams of blood on his face, said that his role was over and everything was in the hands of the Viscount. At this time, Jin ran out onto the battlefield, flying straight at the monster with all her legs, which roared in pain that ran all over its body. The girl ran and mentally thought about the fact that she needed to get a little closer to the monster to accomplish what she had planned. But suddenly, Kim Fun felt some strange energy and realized what the scoundrel had done and why his fighting techniques appeared familiar to the guys. The Viscount noticed this doubt on his face and confirmed Evan's assumption that it was a technique of his kind that he had learned during the battle. Still using the prince's head, the villain laughed and said that for a second he himself was scared, but now it was time to stop these games. He scooped up all the energy he had left and once again formed an energy lump in the monster's mouth, which he was going to direct at the humans. Everything around went dark for a few seconds as suddenly something like rays of light began to appear in this impenetrable darkness. When Evan and Jin saw the monster's body being eaten by a human arm, they were immediately convinced that the young prince was indeed still alive. After a few seconds, a human silhouette with wings that reminded them very much of someone showed up on the pile of dead bodies. Jean looked straight at the boy. I couldn't believe her eyes, for she had never seen him like this before. Teshua had big purple wings now, and the boy himself looked like a Greek god who had just stepped out of the myths. When he saw that the prince was alive and well and stronger, the Viscount cried out in a daze, not realizing how he had absorbed his energy. Instead of listening to all of his screams, the prince simply directed a charge of energy at the rogue's head, ripping off half of his face. Teshua cast a quick glance at the villain and said that he still knew nothing about tribesmen and chaos, but was certain that the Viscount had to be killed. His eyes lit up with a red glow, and he fiercely ordered the monster to never use another man's face again unless he wanted to die so quickly. When asked if it was his power, Teshua revealed that although it was slightly different from ordinary ether, it was just as possible to get rid of it. The confirmation that it wasn't ether at all was how awful Viscount's head had begun to look, as if it were being eaten away by the air. While the rogue was yelling, trying to find out where the young prince got this power from, Teshua swung his left arm and said he didn't know himself. Evan, who had much more experience behind him, immediately realized that it was an overwhelming energy, and the prince was just playing with this demon. It was all very well now, but this appearance of Teshua might actually turn out to be something that the boys would have to be wary of in the future. Kempfin scrutinized the friend he had known for half his life and became convinced that this was not the same man now. Suddenly, Viscount still somehow managed to grasp the prince, which couldn't help but make him happy. So the rascal laughed again and started calling him a stupid underling. The villain rejoiced from the fact that although he would not be able to absorb the power of his tribesmen, he would be able to swallow the body of Prince Teshua himself, which he intended to do. Jean started to get frantic again and was about to rush to his aid, but Evan Shamfeng quickly stopped the girl and ordered her to stop. He asked the bodyguard if the girl was sure it was their Teshua they both knew so well. Looking at the prince, Jin couldn't tell if she was really sure it was her Teshua, since that guy was very different from him. The Viscount, meanwhile, could not stop shouting with joy because of how easy it was for him to get a representative of the emperor's family. But suddenly he felt that there was no way he could absorb Teshua, which was simply impossible since this kid was right in his clutches. Being held captive by the monster, the prince found the strength to quietly say that the rogue did use interesting techniques, albeit useless. Viscount Quainbear was finally confused and lost control of Teshua, for the villain could not even imagine that someone would not succumb to his power. The man screamed from the pain he felt with every inch of the monster's body and his own, as Teshua slowly consumed them both. The prince was taking absolutely everything from the shameless man, his magic, his life force, and all the energy. He was taking everything from Viscount Quainbear that he had taken from the common people. When the scoundrel tried to say something in the prince's direction while he was begging the guy to stop, Teshua just grabbed him firmly by the face. Teshua hissed menacingly that there was no point in the words of someone who was about to kill him a little earlier, but the principal wondered what the Viscount would say to him. The rascal thanked the Lord for his mercy and said that he did not recognize this body of a commoner, but now realized that he was the one who was His Majesty's heir. Viscount Quainbear looked the young lord straight in the eye and repeated that he would be the one to become the hero of the new world in order to somehow save himself. Mortal beings had always believed that they lived beautiful lives and were subject only to their own will, but this was not the case. The reality was that their existence was subject to the will of the gods, whose powers were much stronger than those of ordinary humans. The war was called the Holy War because it was started by Emperor Troyson at the will of the god Charlot, who was his lord. This war was started by their demons at the will of the devil, and in other words, they were ordinary mortals that played the role of pawns in the hands of the gods. The emperor realized what fate awaited mere mortals, so to interrupt the tragic cycle, he got rid of the gods. Continuing to clasp Viscount Quainbear's face tightly, Teshua menacingly asked the villain if that was really all he knew about it. When the Vicomte remained silent, the prince said that although it was said that way, in this world gods and humans could not exist without each other, so they always lived together. All of humanity was dependent on this balance, and Teshua knew it as well as anyone. But suddenly the boy realized something. Noticing the same expression on the prince's face, the Viscount laughed and realized that things had finally come to the young lord, and he too had realized the whole situation. Teshua looked him in the eye and told him that Vikan was neither human nor demon, for he had transformed himself into a being not subject to any gods. The young man finally understood everything, so he raised his left hand and ordered the rascal to return to the emperor. The matter was over. The prince thanked the rogue for the partnership and for the information, for through him the young prince learned a little about the intentions of the emperor, his father. But since Viscount betrayed his countrymen and told his enemies about the emperor's plans, he would now be hunted, which was the reason Teshua was letting him go. The last thing the villain said before his death was that he had never doubted the mission of the majestic emperor. The boy stared at the slime on his hand that remained from the Viscount's head that he had crushed, and realized that he was now convinced of something. He feared and revered the emperor more than his countrymen to such an extent that he preferred death in this situation. Teshua turned to his friends and said that now he had a lot more to learn, but at least they were all alive, and that was good to know. Evan and Jin stood silent and just watched the prince, for they were still just as doubtful that this was still the real Teshua. The kid in turn smiled and asked the guys why they were standing with sour faces at such a touching reunion moment. Evan Chemphin drew his sword and glared menacingly at his friend, ordering him to prove that he was the old Teshua, for they no longer believed him. Realizing that his friend's suspicions were justified, Teshua began to dig through his memories, for there was something that only they knew needed to be said. Eventually stumbled upon a flashback where Evan Chemphin confessed to his fencing teacher one thing that got him kicked off. Watching the expression on Evan's face quickly change, the prince continued to narrate with a smile. but Chem Fun only shouted for him to shut up. Just as Teshua was about to turn to his bodyguard to prove to her as well that he was real, the girl herself had already run up to him. Jin threw herself into the prince's arms, thus surprising him, for she had never before shown him such warmth and affection. The kid was really surprised by this and asked why she did that, if he too hadn't had a chance to say anything yet, to which in response, Jin simply apologized. She started crying and talking about how she was very sorry because she couldn't protect the prince because of her weakness and thoughtlessness. Teshua gently took hold of Jin's head and pulled her closer to him, reminding the girls that no matter who said what, Jin was the best bodyguard. While he was hugging the girl, Evan interrupted them and said that he was now ready to go meet Louis Croyd because they might need this guy. Noticing the prince's surprised eyes on him, Evan said that he couldn't stay away after today. After all, they had all almost died. The Duke was serious, and it was obvious. And if Teshua's words were to be believed, he had no need to check if Louis was on the Emperor's side. After finishing listening to this kid's story, Louis sighed heavily and asked if he thought he was an admirer of the Emperor after the fight that took place between them. Evan folded his arms across his chest and said that he was sure otherwise, to which Louis said that Evan's sense of certainty was not reassuring. Kempfen said that he sensed a sincere will to live in the kid's sword, and a swordsman's intuition after a battle could never be wrong. Not wanting to hear the rest of it, Louis just turned away and headed somewhere, while Evan exclaimed and asked him to wait. Delacy answered the Duke rudely that there was no use in his chatter, for he was now no different from the man they were talking about. Knight added that even without knowing what decision he would make, Evan had told him the whole story with Teshua and even offered to talk face to face. When Louis said that Evan reminded him of someone, something switched inside of Chemfun, and the man immediately felt annoyed by everything. But instead of showing his anger to the Soul Eater, he only smiled slightly and said that Delacy had hit the bullseye.
He measured the young knight more closely and asked if he was really headed for the port of Hofs, to which Louis agreed, looking at him suspiciously.
Evan said that the kid should have avoided the dark forest, and he asked why Kempfen suddenly cared so much about him. The man explained to Louis that he was telling him this in gratitude for the knight opening his eyes. But Delacy was also curious about what had happened in the forest. Kempfen decided not to pull the cat by the tail, so he explained that nothing had happened in the woods, because the problem was the footprints left by Louis Delocy. The Croyd family has sent someone to look for him, and from now on, wherever the boy goes, he will always be tailed by his family. Since the weather outside was lovely, Belle without a second thought dug up an axe from somewhere and went to chop down a tree, for she had 140 logs to collect. She was terribly angry at Guilford, for she didn't see how it was related to the swordsman's art, so she was going to punch the old man lightly later. But even though the weather was lovely, the forest was still too quiet, for Belle could not even hear the sound of falling trees. Suddenly behind her, she heard a familiar voice say that it was dangerous to fell trees where people usually stood. Turning around, Belle saw some beautiful stranger in front of her, who with a slight movement of her hand lifted the huge tree that she had cut down. The girl smiled and said hello to the little girl, who wielded the ball beautifully, then added that she was looking for Louis Croyd, for she was his sister. Noticing how intently the petite Belle was looking at her, the stranger asked the girl what she found so interesting about her. Belle thought about it and said that the girl and Louis didn't look alike at all, so she doubted if it was really his older sister. The stranger smiled and said that they were indeed blood relatives, at which Belle was surprised, for that was the usual way of speaking of aristocrats. From that question, the girl realized that her little brother didn't really tell his friends much about himself, whereupon she asked Belle what the pandemonium was up ahead. Vincent, who was Knight Troyson, read out that Captain Guilford of the Knights would be reinstated along with the Order of the Steel Lion. The man announced that an order in His Majesty the Emperor stated that Guilford should join the Holy War afterward. Since he didn't have much time, he said that it was the Emperor's own wish, so Guilford should have hurriedly packed. Guilford smiled and said that His Majesty was maddeningly impatient, for first he had thrown them into this wilderness, and now he was calling them back to himself. The captain of the Knights wasn't going to hold back any longer, so he yelled at Vincent and said that they were not sinners and no one would show them mercy. The man was immediately supported by all the other hunters and knights, who shouted for the Emperor's representative to get the hell out of their town. Vincent sighed heavily, drew his sword, and said that in that case he would proceed to fulfill His Majesty's second order. He said that anyone who disobeyed the first order would be considered a traitor, and traitors would only be met with carnage in the palace. When people saw that this knight had multiplied thanks to his magic, they immediately cried out in exasperation, not understanding how this could have happened. They initially thought that Vincent's copies were just a trick of the eye, but when the first such copy struck one of them, they quickly changed their minds. Vincent shouted as he walked that once it had been, but now the illusion tutor technique also had a physical embodiment in the right and skillful hands. The Emperor's representative looked at the opponents with a cold gaze and said that in that case, this battle could be called a battle of knightly orders. Not wanting to waste time in this homeless settlement, the man took off from his seat and ran at the hunters with renewed vigor to punish them. As soon as Guilford saw that the nasty Vincent and his copies dared to raise a hand against his men, he immediately became furious and engaged him in battle. As expected from Vincent, it was amazing, but the number of opponents you could physically attack at the same time was limited. If one continued this battle of attrition, the chances of success would be zero, and the Emperor's representative clearly understood this. After he felt Guilford's heavy hand on him, that in one sharp motion typed him into the ground, he was convinced. The captain rose to his feet and said that the kid shouldn't have shown up to him with just a technique. But a moment later, 2 swords went through his body. Guilford didn't expect an attack from the back at all, so he fell to his knees while his men cried out in astonishment, not realizing what had happened. Realizing the fact that the knights might have lost their guard, the captain shouted to them to stay focused, for there was another rogue around. As the magic around them dissipated, the people of Guilford saw the image of a girl approaching them, who introduced herself by the made-up name of Ba of Silence. Vela was also a Trossen knight that she ordered the boys to stop their futile resistance, for her sword had an ether scatterer implanted in it. Guilford laughed from such a statement. After all, the Emperor had sent as many as 2 of the great swordsmen to catch just one old man from the forest. He jumped to his feet and ran straight at Vincent, shouting that the knights risked losing all their dignity because he was still stronger. But when the captain felt how much his body was weakened by the ether solvents, he was no longer so confident of his own strength. At this rate, the damage would only become more substantial, and he was well aware of that. But because of his own pride, Guilford wasn't about to back down. Velo, meanwhile, kept attacking him with her sword and asking about who would cover Guilford from the back if he was as careless. The girl swung her sword harder and was about to prepare to strike her opponent when suddenly something happened. She felt a strength that wrapped around her body and pushed her away from Guilford, which was strange because none of these guys had that. Velo began to slowly slow down with her hands and look around to see who dared to attack her, and eventually her eyes fell on someone. It was Louis's little sister who suggested the girl calm down and asked what business the knights had with this old man behind her back. Vincent immediately realized that it was Ariel Croyd of the ducal family, but now she was clearly overstepping her authority in front of the Emperor's men. To stop them meant going against His Majesty's will, but Ariel knew that very well and said that she had no intention of committing treason against the king. She looked at Guilford and Belle beside him, then said she wanted to be sure of something in person, and she didn't care if the captain was killed later. Hearing such brazen words from the girl, Velo didn't hold herself back, so with a shout she scattered and lunged at Louis's sister. Velo was screaming about how if Ariel was from a ducal family, imperial laws applied to her as well, so she should stop talking nonsense. Vincent's men also attacked, as the imperial orders were clear that she was not to retreat under any circumstances. Ariel smiled slightly, picked up her sword and said that there was nothing that could be done then, but they shouldn't blame each other no matter what the outcome was. Vincent wouldn't listen to the Croyd family representatives talk anymore, so he accelerated and rushed running at the girl to attack. Even though Ariel could feel the speed at which Vincent and Welo's men were running at her, she still continued to stand still in her seat. Watching as her opponents grabbed their weapons and swooped at her, swinging them wide, Ariel repeated that it wasn't fun at all. Mrs. Croyd was one of the best in the business, so she immediately told Vincent that she could figure him out no matter how many illusions he created. If the real him was hiding in the blind spot like the last labor, then everything was immediately obvious, so Ariel didn't even have to try. With a deft sweep of her arm, she made sure her sword was right next to Vincent's throat, and then Ariel offered to do him a kindness. She hadn't forgotten about Welo, who annoyed her far more than Vincent did, so Ariel wasn't going to put up with her. In time to determine exactly where the girl was, Ariel turned around and stabbed her with her sword, saying that Velo had been too rough on her. Realizing that this was the end, Velo tried to gather her strength and squeeze out that the Croyd representative would not get away with this murder. Ariel measured her with her cold gaze, for the girl madly disliked the fact that even being in this state, Velo continued to annoy her. Sis Louie wasn't going to put up with Velo anymore, and she didn't want to pardon her anymore. So she used her magic and roasted the night. Finished with this girl, she threw her to the ground and told Vincent that they needed to be careful in the forest, which was full of monsters. When the Emperor's representative agreed with her, Ariel smiled and called him compliant, then ordered the man to depart for the palace. Vincent didn't want to test her patience, so he immediately took off his seat and ran towards the Emperor, not going to return to this place again. Ariel turned to Guilford and saluted him, saying that now she wanted to get to the main point and ask the captain something. The girl looked intently at the captain of the Knights and asked if he knew where Louis Delosi, who had recently been in their camp, had gone. Guilford said he had no idea who it was about, but Ariel hinted to him that a nice girl named Belle was friendly and told her all about it. After only a second, Ariel regretted mentioning it now, for Guilford was beginning to berate Belle for telling strangers about such a thing. She needed to stop the captain of the hunters somehow, so she said she was only trying to find her little brother who had run away from home. Just like Belle, Guilford said Ariel and Louis were nothing alike, but the latter only once again asked if the captain knew anything about Delassie. After a little thought, Guilford said he could still tell the stranger something, but he wanted to ask her a couple questions first. Guilford measured her carefully with his intense gaze and asked menacingly if the little sister had meant to accidentally hurt her brother. Ariel looked her companion in the eye and said that she wanted to save Louis because he was in danger now. Louis Delassie, the perpetrator of that celebration, meanwhile, stood on the northeastern border of the Troisan Empire and stared off into the distance. The weather in that place was atrocious, and the young man could feel how cold it was, but after a few days he finally made it to the right place. The onboard city of the Troisan Empire. Hofs was a place where a cold wind blew in from the sea, so winters there were extremely brutal, as was life in general. When Louis realized that he would need a boat to get across the sea to the Maroon Republic, he went to a man who dealt in boats. But unfortunately, the one the kid was hoping for turned him down, even after Delassie offered him more money or some kind of reward. The man said that other races were not banned in the Republic of Maran, so holy war was declared and the Republic was subjected to a blockade. Louis assumed that meant that dragons and demons had moved into Maran, but the man said that such information was not shared with the common people. Delassie realized that he was on top, for once he got rid of his debt, a second holy war was now looming over the world. Not wanting to retreat, Louis asked him if there was any other way to get to Maran, and he told him that an army of mercenaries would be leaving in 2 days. The salesman said that when a request for assistance came from the Republic, the army would head there, but their commander would be the son of the famous ducal family of Croyd. The man glanced at the flyer that hung on his wall and added that rumor had it they were having trouble finding volunteers and Louis might join. Before he could even finish his sentence, Delassie had leaped from his seat and ran out into the street, causing the man to mutter that the young gentleman was very impatient. Louis walked down the street and realized that things were bad, for he had not planned at all to meet his family in this place. The last thing Louis wanted to do was get involved in a holy war where the driver in front of him was the same asshole he'd already encountered. The boy was so absorbed in his own thoughts about it that he stopped noticing that someone had been following him nonstop for several minutes. The troop commander, meanwhile, was just yelling at his mercenaries for reporting to him about the shortage of men just hours away from departure. One of the mercenaries approached the commander and tried to tell him that this trek was so risky that the aristocrats weren't even going to join. Moments later, the poor fellow regretted these words, for he felt the captain's heavy foot stamped into his face and knocked him down. The platoon leader growled that this was an order from the Emperor, and if the insolent mercenary didn't have his limbs blown off yet, he was to bring everyone else in. Nicel Croyd was in a terrible mood because of the delay, so he told his other boys to prepare him a nice feast for the evening. Another one of his mercenaries turned to the commander and said that the captain had been having banquets for 7 days straight already, so they couldn't think of anything new. The Croyd family representative turned to the man and told him that if they didn't give him a good feast, they would regret it very much. When Nicel finally left, they breathed a sigh of relief while Louis finally made it to the place and found the mercenary squad he needed. He approached one of them and said hello, asking him if this was the place where the mercenaries recruited new men for their squad before sending them to the Republic. Hearing the approval of his words, Louis handed the mercenary his mercenary guild ID and said that he didn't belong to any organization. Once the receiver saw that Louis was actually a second-level mercenary and not a knight, Delassie whispered to him to keep his voice down. But it was already too late, for Nicelle came up to the boys and said that it was no surprise at all that the mercenary could be a knight. He said the mercenaries using the ether were very talented but disgustingly self-serving guys, so he asked who Louis was with. Remembering Thurn, who was just such a scum, Delassie decided not to tell about him and said he was with no one. This answer obviously did not like the representative of the Croyd family, so he made a disgruntled face and prepared to insult the new mercenary. He shouted at Louis and began to rebuke him for being insolent for daring to stand hooded in front of the ducal Croyd family. Then he hit Louis on the head. Suddenly taking a closer look at the stranger's face, Nicelle quickly realized who he had just prescribed a punch in the face, and such a ferocious one at that. Upon realizing that it was his little brother, Nicelle laughed out loud, for he had long ago thought this lowlife was dead or murdered. Louis had no choice but to stand silently and listen to the foul words in his direction, occasionally grabbing his shoulder, which hurt after the blow. Nicelle said that the family had recently put the kid on a wanted list, so his older brother would help him with his return to their beloved family. Instead of thanking him, Delassie removed the mercenary captain's hands and said, "Woke up and stopped living some made-up dreams?" Louis reminded the man that he had given up the name Croyd a long time ago and had no intention at all of returning to the family, no matter what. Eager to take advantage of the situation, the kid smiled wryly and asked how the family had sent their second son to the suburbs and to such a shitty place. Such insolence instantly enraged Nicelle Croyd, who growled for the little brother not to scratch his tongue or he would regret it very much. Louis wasn't even close to being afraid of the big guy, so he said he couldn't call him a commander, at least because he didn't have a squad. Surprisingly, even money-hungry mercenaries didn't go to his team, so Louis said that he wonderfully knew the reason for this problem. It wasn't because of fear of war, it was because of an incompetent commander. But Louis ironically tried to support his brother by saying he would help him with it. Not going to put up with the little one's insolence any longer, Nicelle swung sharply at him and hit him, his sheer force throwing Louis back a couple dozen meters. Noticing how the little brother reacted to this, Nicelle said that it looked like Louis had learned something from wandering the battlefield with an unfinished stigma. He measured Louis with his piercing gaze and called him a lowlife who hid all his life behind his mother's skirt, unable to do anything about it. Remembering what had happened in the past, Nicelle assumed that his brother wanted to return home to burn down the entire homeland, for he had once killed his own mother. Louis wasn't going to stand silently and listen to the accusations against him, so he said menacingly that he wasn't the one who killed his mother at all, no matter who thought what. The kid touched his ball and activated his power, saying that if Nicelle mentions her name one more time, will he himself kill the oldest son of the Croyd family. Suddenly, the commander was approached by his mercenaries, but Nicelle gruffly replied that they should not interfere, for he just wanted to show them a very clear example. The man pulled his huge sword from his back and swung it precisely at his younger brother, while Louis did the same. As a kid, when Louis happened to be at his older brother's practice, he was constantly covered for getting in his way. Nicelle was always snapping at Louis and calling him a pathetic puppy who was always bothering him during training without knowing how to do anything. He would beat his little brother until Louis curled up in a lump, lying on the ground and started begging him to stop. At times like this, it was as if Nicelle was losing control of himself, for he usually practiced his punches on his younger brother with the ether he was learning at the time. When Nicelle was in such a state, the only person who could stop his voice was the only person who had any power over his eldest son. That very person was Ariel, in front of whom Nicelle couldn't humiliate Louis that much, because after all, she was a girl. The oldest Croyd son would leave, and only then would Louis find the strength to get up, for he always felt like a wimp after fistfights. He was good at fists, but on swords against someone who was trained in it, Louis simply couldn't win, and he was well aware of that, though he always tried. After these situations, Discharge spent the next 15 minutes with his mother, who taped up his wound and supported her youngest son. She repeated to him that the boy had no need to be modest, for she knew how difficult it was when the opponent was but an unreasonable child. Mom knew too and was a special child, so she asked him very often how much time her son had left in his account. 14-year-old Louis looked at the hologram, which had about 70,000 on it, and told his mother that it was fine and she shouldn't have worried. Reborn in this world, he became the son of the second wife of Duke Croyd, who was the head of a family that was one of the best in the entire empire. The boy did not realize that he was reborn and did not even think about the timer that appeared in front of him because the infant brain was not yet so strongly developed. At the age of 10, the young boy was able to count the numbers on his timer, so he asked his family teacher what would happen after his timer ran out. The teacher had no idea what the timer was about, and neither did Louis's brother and sister, for in addition to not understanding, they thought the little one was crazy. That's when the kid realized that this timer existed only for him and it made him special, but at the same time, hung a huge responsibility on him. When he reached a realized age, he remembered his past life, becoming his present self, and each time he glanced at the timer, imagining his death. He always fell into despair over these thoughts, and his only support was the very woman who had remained kind to Louis in that place. His own blood, who listened earnestly to the ravings of a 10-year-old child, was his own mother, whom Louis had sincerely grown to love during his childhood. To her, who believed in the existence of the timer, Louis had told her about his past life as well, and Mom believed even the things that were hard to believe. His mother helped so that the boy could devote his time not to acquiring the knowledge required of an aristocrat's son, but to finding instances that might explain the meter in his life. Unfortunately, Louis didn't achieve any meaningful results, but he did come across information on necromancy and blood magic that tumbled with such. Then when he couldn't have expected something like G, Louis found a way to increase his longevity that changed him forever. Before, the boy wouldn't have noticed the 2 seconds that appeared due to killing a cockroach, but since he was in the process of searching for information, he noticed such a thing. Caught on this thread, thanks to his mother's help, Louis increased his life expectancy, for he began to gradually kill monsters. After a bunch of tries, he and his mother realized that the more life that was taken, the more was added to the guy's time timer. Even though Louis had learned how to select and kill the strongest beasts, his calculations still didn't match up, and he didn't understand what the standard of this thing was. At that point, the boy had learned to kill everyone besides humans, for he had not yet realized that humans could give him the most hours of life. Little Louis was terribly difficult, but despite this, his own mother was always by the boy's side and constantly supported him, giving him love. One day, she hugged her son tightly and asked him to listen to a very important request she wanted to make to him. Mother understood that he was born into a family of knights, so one day he too would kill a man. But she trusted that it would not hurt Louis, who carried the value of the former world. In that moment, the kid's mother fully realized that her son was condemned to kill relentlessly to stay alive, and it couldn't help but hurt her. As hard as it was for her to accept, Louis's mom always stayed by her boy's side and was willing to go to any lengths to help him. As cheerful a child as Louis was in his childhood, his mother realized that at his young age, the boy was not capable of carrying the burden. Once in adulthood, Louis realized that for some reason, his mother rather wished he couldn't get it out, but the kid did the opposite. Once he met his older brother as an adult, Louis wounded him without a second thought to finally show Nickel what he had accomplished. The boy looked at his brother over his shoulder and said, "You were shallow early on." And even though he had such a temper, they were still family once upon a time. Nickel hissed furiously that Petty Louis had indeed passed the test, so he ordered him to get the papers from that mercenary and fill them out. Delassie turned to the very mercenary in the cabin that stood near the entrance to the base and was about to head over to him to sign all the necessary paperwork. The second the young man turned around and took a few steps, he immediately felt Nickel's energy behind him begin to increase dramatically. Nickel took advantage of his brother's distraction, so he grabbed his weapon and swung at him from behind, wanting to kill the scoundrel with all his might. The eldest son growled that there was no way he would have let Louis get away with the wounds on his body. After all, trash like the little guy couldn't be a member of their Croyd family. Louis dodged his attack just in time to remind his older brother that he was wrong about something, because the kid hadn't considered himself his family for a long time. Unlike Louis to his mother, everything in this world came first, and even a scoundrel like Nickel was still considered part of her first family. Delassie had warned his brother more than once and given him tons of chances, but Nickel was too stubborn and proud to take them seriously. While the mercenaries were watching, Louis shouted to his brother one last time that he wasn't kidding when he said he would kill Nacelle if he ever brought up his mother again. This turned out to be the truth, for as soon as Louis was done with him, his entire crew came running to the already dead commander, cut to pieces. The guys hated their commander, but since there was a mercenary code of honor, some of them shouted and ordered the others to capture Louis. The mercenaries realized that if they missed the murderer of the second ducal son, their head would not rest on their shoulders for too long, for the emperor would be furious. But as soon as the wars turned to where Louis de Lassa had stood just a few seconds before, they saw an empty space and not a hint of the kid. Louis realized that the whole team had to chase after him, so he snapped out of his seat and started to run away. Not wanting to run into them, glad for more trouble, things got terribly confused, so the boy had no choice but to steal a boat and head to where he had intended to go all along. The mercenaries, who just happened to have someone coming, shouldn't have guessed that the young man was going to the port rather than away from the city to get away from them. When the warriors saw who had come to them, they froze with their mouths open, imagining what kind of reprisals would await them now. In front of the boys was Her Highness Princess Vivian Troyson, who was the first princess of Emperor Troyson. The girl already knew that Commander Croyd was dead, so without showing much emotion, she dryly asked the mercenaries how it happened. The warriors said that the commander got into an argument with a mercenary who wanted to join the army, and during the battle, unfortunately, something went wrong. Without even listening to what I told the mercenary, the princess told the guys to go to the port, from which they were not jokingly surprised. The man said they had to catch Louis first before they could go anywhere, so Vivian explained that was why they had to go to the harbor. The princess said that the primitive mercenaries didn't understand anything, but she more than knew everything thanks to those eyes. When Louis did get to the harbor, you saw only a warship there, which there was no way he could have handled alone. Suddenly, the boy heard some familiar voices behind him and realized that most likely he had been spotted somehow and was about to be caught. Turning around, the young man saw a whole cluster of mercenaries who drew their weapons on the fly and ran straight at him, having somehow found him. Behind the protagonist was nothing but icy water, so he once again began to contemplate the fact that he would have to fight again. But suddenly he heard someone else's voice ordering the man to take this road, if there was even the slightest desire for survival in his body. At the place where the real sea had been a few seconds ago, a very strange ice trail had formed that led deep into the sea horizon. Louis had no choice, so he trusted the unfamiliar voice and ran down that path, trying to disappear from the mercenary's sight first. When he was halfway through his run, he saw some creature in front of him that reminded him of a human, but at the same time didn't look like one. Louis looked at the creature incredulously and asked if it had created the ice trail, and the creature told him that it had been watching the guy for a while now. De Lacy thanked the stranger as suddenly he noticed something that dramatically revealed this man's identity to the night. In front of the young man stood one of the demon lords named Sway, and she said that Louis didn't need to watch out for her because she didn't want to fight him. Even though it seemed to the guy that the demon was telling the truth, he still started to draw his sword and talk about how she was hardly here for a friendly chat. But since she had saved him from danger, Louis agreed to listen to Sway, who started talking about how the kid was different from other people. Looking him in the eye, the demon offered the boy to become temporary allies and then permanent comrades, for they were both strong. She showed Louis her magic class and said that it wasn't decided after just a sentence, for she had been watching the young knight all this time. Sway had thought the almost boy dangerous when he destroyed her kin in Citria, but after watching his actions, the demon realized something. Louis acted for his own benefit, not for the human race, to which he responded by saying that race-based persecution was forbidden in his homeland. Sway called his homeland a wonderful place, and she was interested in hearing about it, but first they needed to deal with something she pointed her finger at. Turning back around, De Lacy saw a hive of mercenaries there, along with Princess Vivian Troyson, who he had already forgotten about in those couple minutes. Vivian watched as the human engaged in conversation with the demon and said there was nothing else to see here, so they both had to be killed. When the mercenaries swooped down on Sway, a couple moves immediately wounded her, while Louis quickly gathered himself and hissed, not realizing how they got him there. The boy turned and saw one of the demon heads was injured, but he didn't have time to help and save Sway. She informed Louis that there was some strong knight among those guys who had attacked and injured her, so the young man needed to deal with him first. Sway was right, For a moment later, Louis noticed the fastest swordsman of the Troyson Empire named Edgar running straight at him. Edgar knew that the demon's magical abilities were more powerful than their physical form, but that young knight in front of him was just trying to buy time. Delossi was serious, but the boy realized that he had never had to deal with such strong knights before. He stepped into the belt with Edgar, who constantly rebuked the lad for how terrible he was at holding a sword, for he would never have been able to win it that way. When it came to choosing the best swordsman in the Empire, everyone thought of Croyds, Chepmans, Chiles, and those who were called the Emperor's swordsmen. But everyone judged by the sheer scale of the destruction, and in fact, Edgar was convinced that the strong knight was not in his excellent swordsmanship. Realizing that the situation was dire, Louis turned to Sway and asked her to destroy the ice, but the demon couldn't do it as she was very weak. Louis was extremely dissatisfied with what was going on around him, because since the ice road was so wide, all the mercenaries could pass through it. The boy had no choice but to collect himself and go into battle with Edgar, but he quickly regretted it, for he was wounded. Edgar believed that the true art of a swordsman depended on his footwork, and it seemed that the swift swordsman, once again, had proven his superiority. The Soul Eater was in the middle of the man's attacks, trying to figure out how he could be so strong and inflict deadly wounds on him. Since Edgar was busy, he wasn't paying attention to the demoness, and if Louis had held out a little longer, she could have used her magic. But Sway had a hard time getting magic into someone who was traveling close to the speed of light, and whatever she did couldn't be changed. In addition, reinforcements in the form of mercenaries, who were much more numerous than the two guys, were rushing to their enemy. Louis hadn't been in such a shitty situation in a long time, because the guy was constantly being attacked and was also very deeply wounded. Still trying to do something, Louis drew his huge sword from behind his back and used ether magic to do something. He swung his weapon and with a deft movement broke the ice that Sven had created, throwing Edgar straight into the icy water. But even such a clever trick did not stop the fastest Troyson knight, for he leaped high into the air and pointing his sword at Louis, flew at him. Edgar was indeed a skilled warrior, for he struck the young man squarely in the chest with his weapon, nearly piercing the poor man through and through. The man hissed that if the young knight lost his fulcrum, there was no way he could avoid his sharp ball. Delossi bellowed that he figured that with his speed, Edgar would be sure to attack him in that position. So that was his original plan. The Troyson knight swung his sword and threw Louis away, but the boy quickly regained his senses and began to slow down, digging his sword into the ice. Vivian Troyson and a couple of mercenaries looked surprised at the boy who was left alive after such a ferocious attack by Edgar, which was strange. Suddenly, the princess realized what the problem was and shouted loudly to her men to immediately take away Louis' sword. In response, the boy only hissed that it was too late, and then his eyes glowed red and his sword shone brighter than the stars of the night. Sway, who had actually pretended to be injured to test the young man's strength, stood stunned at what had happened. Dangerous to the same for his unconventional strategy and bold execution, in Sway's opinion, revealed the very out-of-the-box thinking of an unusual knight. In addition, he used the power of several gods at once, which was not common for an ordinary person in this world. Louis looked at the demoness suspiciously and asked why she recovered immediately after the fight ended, for it seemed strange to him. The lad pulled Princess Vivian Troyson out of the water and tossed her onto the path of ice. What was left was that this girl was now their main problem. Delossi stated that the fact of what she was wearing and that the princess survived spoke volumes that this girl was in charge here. Vivian Troyson furiously turned towards the warrior and shouted, calling him an insolent man as he was being dismissive towards the imperial princess. Louis didn't want to listen to her complaints, so he pulled out a knife and threw it straight at the girl's leg, after which she fell on the ice and screamed in pain. The boy pointed his sharp sword at the loud girl and said that she needed to realize the situation, as he wasn't afraid of the consequences at all. With a glint in his fierce gaze, Louis said that it was dangerous to kill the imperial princess, but only if there were witnesses around. Sway responded by saying that the girl was a Chinevera, which surprised Louis and made him turn towards the demoness, looking at her incomprehensibly. Sway explained that in the Aphelian language it meant that Vivian Troyson was the one chosen among the elves. The demoness suggested that the young man look at her eyes, for the Chineverians saw the etheric trail thanks to their eyes, which were called the fairy's gut. This was all beyond the young knight's mind. Not long ago, this girl was calling herself a princess of the empire, not a fairy at all. Louis didn't understand something, so he said he had to go off to talk to someone, whereupon he folded his arms and started calling someone. A moment later, he saw the same goddess Mercilla greeting him, but since Louis had no time, he got right to the point. The boy looked at the goddess with his menacing gaze and asked what the Cenevira Sonetti was. At first, he had no idea what it was about, and then he learned quite by accident that Cenevira was an elf chosen by God. He looked the goddess in the eye and said that if she was an elven god, then surely she knew what Sonetti was and why the guy needed to find them. Mercilla looked at the young man and said that first of all, Sonetta was a mixed race and she wouldn't know why Louis needed to find them either. This answer did not please the boy at all, because he expected that the goddess of recovery would show him the right answer and show him the way to it. The goddess added that the lad was a being originally not of this world, a stranger and an adept sent by Bamhara. Mercilla said she didn't know the true content, but after listening to Delasi, she assumed something and could tell him about it. Cenevira was her vessel, but a warrior who proved himself undoubtedly became a vessel of Raum. It seems that Bamhara gave Louis this assignment in hopes that he would make those creatures his allies so that he could then bring them to him and give him back his body. Calling people soldiers and elves in a true classic, Louis asked the goddess what vessel she was even talking about and what it all meant. All mortals in this world were connected to the gods, and among them were those with a particularly strong connection to the gods, so they were called vessels. A vessel with a strong bond could temporarily let in the spirit of a god, as the god of humanity Charlotte had done during the past Holy War thanks to Troyson. Louis didn't understand why everything was always about the emperor, but now that he had found Mercilla's vessel, he only had Raum's vessel to find. Hearing these words, Mercilla asked the young knight what made him think he had found her vessel, for she had not mentioned it to him. Remembering the girl who was still in front of him in real life, Louis asked if Vivian Troyson was Sonetti's Cenevira. Although she had the eyes of a fairy and the demon lord Sway called her a Cenevira, the girl could belong to a mixed race, which was the reason she was the emperor's child. After a little thought, Mercilla suggested that if Vivian had the eyes of a fairy, then she could indeed be her vessel, though Louis didn't know those who had a connection to her. Her words made Louis think a little, and he remembered Teshua using demonic powers while in human form. In addition, it was said of his opponent that he was neither human nor demon, but a being that did not belong to any of the gods. Delasi looked at the goddess and asked if there were those who were not under the influence of a god, but could use divine power. Mercilla closed her eyes and said that now she understood why Louis had been brought to this world, for because of the boy, great changes were brewing in it. Suddenly, they saw some creature approaching them that was somewhat like the goddess of recovery herself. Looking at the stranger, Mercilla explained that it seemed to her that Louis's abilities and that girl's abilities interacted somehow. Originally, the mortal bound couldn't date each other, but in the current situation, that could play right into Louis's hands no matter how much Louis didn't like it. Mercilla pointed the boy's hand at that stranger and suggested he meet the girl, who was the real Cenevira Sonetti. There was nothing in that world more majestic than the capital of the Troyson Empire, and Louis was convinced of that as soon as he arrived there. Sonetti was standing in front of some man who was apologizing to her for not having time to prepare properly because of the sudden audience. Finished speaking, the man smiled affectionately at the girl and asked her to wait in this place if she had already come to them of her own accord. There were only 6 people who could get an audience with the emperor at any time in the imperial palace, so they were a rarity. Unless one counted the emperor's 3 children who had this opportunity, these were the vessels of every god in the 3 guardian gods' temple. They included the Archbishop, Charlotte, the commander of the Knights of Rauma, and of course the one who now sat in the waiting room, Saint Mercilla. The girl had long blonde hair, big emerald eyes, and elf ears that made her a true representative of the elves. It had been a few years since she had been chosen to be saint, Mercilla, and had begun to pray, but from time to time, Sonetti had contacted the goddess in the same way. The exact same thing happened this time, but it was the first time Sonetti had met another person in this space. Furthermore, this person had spoken about beings that weren't related to any god, and he also spoke in regards to how everything always led to the emperor, which was arrogant. Sonetti, who was sitting in the real world waiting for an audience with the emperor, heard some strange sound that made her distracted. The girl stood up and tried to find the source of the sound with her eyes, but she couldn't do anything because there was nothing in that hall except the emperor's portrait. Sonetti began to look around nervously, for the girl didn't understand what was going on, and whether she should start being afraid. She couldn't take it anymore, so she used her fairy eyes and tried to detect the notes of ether in the neighborhood, but she failed. The girl walked over to the booth with the picture of the emperor. Something on it clicked and secret doors opened in front of her that led to the lower floor. She didn't consciously follow where the fairy's eyes pointed her, but Sonia had some sense that she had learned something she definitely shouldn't have known. Even though that secret passage looked intimidating to the young fairy, she gathered all her strength into a fist and seriously determined herself to go inside. Thinking of the strange sounds that could have come from the passageway, Sonia speculated that there might have been a person inside who needed help. She went inside with thoughts that she absolutely had to save that man, but what Fairy saw inside stunned her. There was a small flask of some kind lying around the man who was handcuffed, the bottom of which showed a strange liquid. There were two men standing next to him talking about how there was no rejection reaction at all from the injected serum. An official from West Troyson, Earl Carlton, said there was no need to worry, as everyone else was dead and they had already had time to clean up. Looking at the emperor, he added that no one in the empire would even notice if a couple of such vagrants suddenly disappeared from the streets. The emperor touched that poor man's head with his hand and said that by doing so, he was completely cutting off Charlotte's will that was bound to him. As soon as the man said, "Let the poor man accept absolute freedom," the tramp's eyes opened wide and glowed red, whereupon he roared. Moments later, the one who looked like a human for a couple of seconds turned into a real bloodthirsty monster with huge sharp teeth. Inside it, there was still that poor man who was trying to escape from that monster and screaming, not realizing what the rascals had done to him. In the reflection of his eyes, he saw the Earl of Carlton, who asked if the monster remembered his name, if the capacity for speech and memory remained. Initially, the monster hesitated and tried to remember something about a past life, but after a moment it turned into an even greedier demon and took a swing at the humans. Troyson had no desire to be its first victim, so the emperor took up his sword and with a deft swing of his weapon, chopped the monster into several pieces, killing it. They put together a lot of magical knowledge and even practiced alchemy with a huge amount of experiments. The emperor said that despite all this, when they cut off a living being's connection to God, given to him at birth, sooner or later he would lose his mind. The Earl of Carlton said that His Majesty really did sincerely love all mankind, and he knew it better than anyone else. The emperor agreed with the count and said it was sad, for he, living as part of his race, was horrified to see the ignorance of the rest. He went on to say that death was the only salvation for mere mortals, and young Sonia clearly heard every word he said. After realizing what kind of thing she had just seen, the girl excitedly covered her mouth with her hand, for the emperor had turned an innocent man into a monster and killed him. Thinking that the emperor was going to kill all mortals, Sonia didn't notice some kind of centipede-like critter crawling up her arm. From surprise, the girl exclaimed, thus drawing the attention of Emperor Troyson, who immediately heard it. When they, along with the count, came out of that room, all they saw outside was a rat that was trying to eat the very same centipede. The Earl of Carlton suggested that it was only a common rat that had crept in and was not dangerous, and the emperor agreed. But when the man used his calculation magic, a real rat in the form of Laya immediately jumped out of the pile of crates next to them. Looking at the girl, Troyson shouted that the wretch seemed to have seen and heard everything perfectly, so now she had to be killed. Carlton also shouted furiously that he would certainly send a squad of assassins after the girl, but Troyson stopped the count for some unknown reason. Staring intently after her, the man said there was no need for that, as he definitely needed Laya alive. With just a few words, the emperor summoned Bonhoff, who immediately appeared in the room and swooped down on Laya, pinning the poor creature to the ground. This turn of events the girl certainly hadn't expected, so she had no chance of getting out from under the demon's foot. Noticing the fact that Laya had been successfully immobilized, the emperor praised Bonhoff for the marvelously worked capture of a very large basement rat. But suddenly the emperor's vision fell on some small piece of cloth that was not at all like Laya's clothes that lay before him. Sonia, who hadn't noticed herself losing part of her dress, finally got out of that awful place and tried to calm down. In her head, she kept going over and over the words that death was the only salvation for mortals. Plus, it turns out, the emperor was also served by a demon. Suddenly, that Mr. Manager came up to Saint and asked affectionately why Madame had turned so very pale. Sonia suddenly began to feel terrible, so she tore herself off and ran, shouting as she went that she would come to see the emperor next time. When the girl ran out of the hall, the steward had only time to say that he would prepare a carriage for her as well, but he was beginning to suspect what Sonetti might have seen. Laya, the manager of Korn's Sethrian Philly, meanwhile, was imprisoned by the magic of Emperor Troyson, who was about to interrogate her. The man realized that the stewardess couldn't spy in his palace for nothing, so he assumed it was Prince Teshua's orders. Count Carlton was less calm than the emperor, so he took a swing at the girl, but Troyson stopped him and said that violence didn't work on Leia. Bonaf was of the same opinion, ordering the count not to interfere and using his magic that could get Leia to talk. He thought it was better to affect the girl's mind with magic, for no one could endure 5 minutes of his power telling everything after a few seconds. Leia looked him in the eye and smiled, wondering if the guys were really going to chop everyone's tails off when their plan was finally revealed. She asked Bonifay what to make of his six kin then, but the demon remained silent, measuring the girl with his intense gaze. Count Carlton looked at the demon uncomprehendingly and asked what that girl was talking about, and he replied that it was all empty and made-up concoction. But Carlton trusted no one but His Majesty, much less creatures to whom a connection to his own people meant nothing at all. Bonaf turned toward Count and asked why he was trying to pick a fight with him, but Count only said that Bonaf could also have been a double agent. Laya immediately thought of exactly what Teshua-san was saying, because not all demon lords were under Emperor Troyson's control. According to Moffin's recollections, which Teshua had learned about, Bonifay followed the emperor's will for some motives of his own, unknown to anyone but him. Bonaf himself, meanwhile, went up to the emperor, fell on his knees before him, and said that his subject had never thought of treachery. Especially knowing Moffin's fear, the emperor must have treated demons tyrannically, so he shouldn't have been expected to pardon them. In response to Bonaf's behavior, Troyson said that betrayal would have been his worst choice, but the emperor was concerned about the way the demon was doing his job. In the dark forest, there was a knight using the power of a god, and that very knight recreated the Cetrius legend right in front of everyone. In addition, one of Bonifa's kin even died at his hands, and the demon himself didn't even know about it. The emperor asked Bonifa why he should listen to someone else's report on the situation if it all happened on his lands. Troyson turned away from Bonaf, who had no answer to that, and said that he didn't want to think of the demon as a traitor, but hope and faith were different things. The man said that Bonaf had once promised him to control his kin, and here, Bonaf immediately realized what he was getting at. The emperor said menacingly. Now he was beginning to think that the demon's abilities weren't enough, and therefore Troyson had no reason to save his kin. No matter how callous and cold-blooded Bonifa was, after he managed to slip out of the emperor's hands, he immediately called an emergency meeting. The gods that were in front of the Termini asked him in surprise about this sudden gathering, which seemed very strange to them. Noticing that there were only 4 gods, Bonaf asked Hela where Sway and Lethiu, who were usually never late, had gone. Hela said that Lethiu was just not feeling well, but Sway went somewhere on personal business, which she described as very important. Bonaf sighed and said that in that case they would talk in that lineup. Just as suddenly Hela stopped him, about to say something. Suddenly the demon lord appeared in front of Bonifa and asked him how long he was going to prepare for the resurrection of the devil while hiding from the emperor. He added that if Josephine was already caught, the humans couldn't stay away now, so it was worth it for the demons to follow his plan. Bonaf explained that today in the palace, a human spy learned of the existence of the 7 lords, and also the spy realized that he was serving the emperor for something. Hela didn't stay silent and shouted that Bonaf simply couldn't suspect any of them, for even if there was a traitor among them, it was Bonaf himself. The demon ordered Hel not to be annoyed. After all, he himself wanted to resolve the situation as smoothly as possible, so he had already calmed down the emperor before this. Hela realized that if something like this happened next time, they would all be in trouble, so she speculated as to who the traitor might be. Since Sway alone had some obscure business to attend to during the emergency meeting, Hela offered to follow the demoness and kill her if anything happened. Bonaf said that it was not about that at all, and then asked Moffin why he had kept silent if he had seen Prince Teshua before. Moffin immediately replied that there was nothing special about their meeting with the prince, and he himself was about to tell about the elixir for turning into a monster, but forgot. Looking intently at Moffin, Bonaf asked the god in a suspicious tone what the conversation was about, for he was beginning to guess something. The demon was surprised as the development of the elixirs had been finished long ago, and Mofin's own voice was different for some reason. Suddenly something very familiar appeared beside Mofin, a smile that looked very much like that of the young Prince Teshua. After a moment, all the gods noticed that it was the same prince who stated that unfortunately, the absorbed memory was scrappy. Louis, along with Vivian Troyson and Sway, stood looking at the burning Republic of Moran, which was on the other side of the sea channel. Usually things were quiet in the Republic, even if there were wars. But now Ariel couldn't understand why Louis was going to such a place. She thought about the fact that, moreover, in Huffs, Nacelle was definitely going to have to start a fight with his little brother if he saw him in town. Ariel turned toward the man in the shadows and asked if that was accurate, to which he replied that an important person had told him so a few days ago. Evan Champfin stepped out of the shadows and told the Croyd family representative that he didn't expect to meet the girl in such an extraordinary place. Yes, and in fact, he looked around at everyone in the room, including Belle, Guilford, Sariori, and Caesar, before asking what kind of union this was. Ariel explained that these guys were the heroes of the First Holy War, and especially the Iron Lion Guilford, who had been a beast hunter the whole time. According to them, in addition to him, Princess Satria Sirior Dawny was also present in the room, arriving accompanied by the leader of the Blue Dragon Organ. Caesar did not like their surroundings, so he was constantly on guard because he had to ensure the safety of the young princess. He looked at Ariel and said that the Imperial Knights shouldn't have gotten involved in something like this, so the girl shouldn't have stayed in business. Ariel replied that it wasn't even something official, so Caesar was overreacting, and besides, she definitely wanted to be in the loop. It was easy to assume that Guilford had received orders yesterday to return to Troyson's empire, but he had refused to do so. Cetria, at the same time, was suffering from a shortage of troops as a result of recent events, so the purpose of the guys' meeting was obvious. The number of demonic beasts in Bior's territory had decreased dramatically, and Guilford could provide funding when Citria was responsible for security. Finished recounting a summary of recent events, Ariel looked around at those present, with her gaze asking if she had gotten it wrong anywhere. Since the girl was indeed right, Guilford confirmed the words and asked the beauty why she was stalling so much then. Representative Croyd smiled and asked the old man why he was so naive and foolish, since the Empire had declared holy war. Sirior Downey said that since everything had been revealed, she was going to be blunt about the fact that Citria wanted to recruit Guilford and the others for her own safety. Recently, the number of demonic beasts around the kingdom had increased, and the number of troops had decreased, so they needed help. Ariel confirmed her words and added that things didn't always go right, so now recycling had become popular, and the Empire might not have forgiven. Not wanting to hit the details, the girl slapped her hands on the table and stated menacingly that she didn't care what this union of guys was up to. She folded her arms across her chest seriously, closed her eyes, and said that she and the bespectacled man, referring to the already disgruntled Evan, weren't even here. Chimfun leaned over to Ariel and asked if she was in her right mind if she was going to hire the Iron Lion himself for such an important position. He said that during the Holy War, it was tantamount to them jeopardizing the Empire, because things could go wrong at any moment. Ariel pulled Evan away with a swift motion of her hand and ordered him to stay out of the way, because all he had to do was shut up and be quiet. Not understanding all the actions of the representative of the Croyd family, Sirior Dawny looked at her incredulously and incomprehensibly, asking why. The girl said that since Ariel wanted it to be unofficial, she also wanted to be direct, asking if Ariel had served the Empire. Ariel smiled and told the princess that it was not her concern, for she was only looking for her little brother named Louis Delosi. When the young princess heard the name of someone so familiar to her, she didn't understand how Ariel could be his sister if she was the Duke's daughter. Knight Croyd, along with Evan, had already left their meeting room when suddenly Sirior Dawny ran out after them and asked the boys to wait. Ariel turned to her and asked what the little one wanted to tell her, and in response, Sirior asked what happened to Louis, if she was looking for him. Sirior Dawny told the girl that her kingdom owed a lot to the young man, so she was eager to know what had happened to the boy. When Ariel asked the girl how she knew Louis, Evan stopped the mistress and said it was private, but she ordered him to shut up. The mistress asked the princess about the Croyd family, and the petite one told her that she just knew of the existence of this ducal family. Ariel confirmed this by adding that the decision of the head of the family was unquestionable, but the head of the family was her father, Master Croyd. He was a man obsessed with strength and the art of wielding the ball, and his chief interest was to raise an heir worth his level. He was his only son by the second wife of the head of the family, and he was not trained properly, so his father paid no attention to the boy. But because of an incident in the kingdom of Citria, his father took an interest in someone he had spent his entire life both despising and not wanting to teach him anything. To kill a demon of the highest level alone and to become the chosen dragon was not given to everyone, and now the head of the family began to think about his son more often. Watching Belle, Ariel said that all that mattered to his father was how well his son wielded a sword. That's why the head of the family decided that if Louis refused to follow his father, he would simply send someone to kill the boy. Lastly, she added that if Louis agreed, Ariel's mother would try to secretly kill the kid to protect Nichelle's position. After hearing the whole story, Syria Dawny turned to the girl and asked what she could do to help, to which Ariel was surprised, for the little one was a simple princess. After a bit of silence, Syria said that if you think about it, she was the cause of the trouble in their family, since she was the one who hired Louis as a mercenary back then. It was because of this that the girl felt a moral responsibility, but she wasn't going to avoid any other responsibility either. Ariel smiled and picked up on the fact that Louis always made good friends, so now she could ask Syria for mine without any embarrassment. She said to let the young princess do whatever she could to help Louis survive and escape. Syria Dawny stared in surprise at the girl who had already turned and walked away, then asked what exactly she could do to help, but Ariel didn't answer. When Ariel returned to Evan, he asked if the Croyd family could have sent another stalker, and the girl said that her mother was probably already looking for a mercenary. She had always harassed Louis since childhood and wished him only one thing, for it was impossible for her to love her eldest son, Nitzel Croyd. The diplomatic representation of the capital of the empire, Troyson, was a real monument of architecture, because it dazzled everyone with its simplicity. The very bald manager of debts from the mercenaries had just arrived at the mission and was standing in front of the manager of the West Side. The manager of the West Side was Earl Carlton, who had understandably summoned the bald man to his place to talk to him about something. He looked closely at the bald man and wondered if he had been told that the man should come with the mercenary king himself, for this was an important conversation. The one replied that he was still the general secretary of the mercenary guild, so his qualifications would be sufficient for the conversation. Suddenly, a knight commander named Paladin Rama appeared before the man, presenting his sharp sword to his neck and asking for deference. The knight said for the secretary to mind his manners, or he would have him nailed on the spot for such appalling behavior in front of Earl Carlton. Baldy lowered his head and asked the count to have mercy, for as secretary general, he could not forcefully bring the king mercenaries. Mercenary King Dwayne was a monster comparable to an imperial master-level knight, so Baldy could only convey a suggestion to him. Earl Carlton sighed and said that so be it, for there was no point in taking out his anger on such a second-rate person as a secretary. When the bald man asked the Earl if he could tell him the conditions, Carlton gaped that he hadn't even told the secretary what the mission was yet. Baldy blinked back that the mercenary king didn't care about the difficulty of the mission, for he was only interested in the reward that could be obtained. Earl Carlton threw the sack on the floor and replied that he was paying 20,000 gold as a down payment, and if the mission was accomplished, he would double that amount. The secretary of the mercenaries accepted payment and said that in addition to this, he asked for indulgences within the empire, to which the Earl of Carlton agreed. Now the bald man was quite satisfied with the terms of the deal, so he smiled and thanked the count, saying that he would be sure to bring good news. The man had not the slightest desire to linger in that horrible place, so at the first opportunity, he immediately jumped out into the street. The secretary proceeded to read the document that Earl Carlton had given him, which said that someone had kidnapped Princess Hafs, and now he was to be killed. As soon as the bald man saw the portrait of that lunatic who dared to steal the princess, he immediately opened his mouth in surprise and defeat. It was the same Louis de Lacy with whom he had recently had dealings. Only now the boy was in an even bigger mess. The Republic, meanwhile, was covered in fire because of the holy war that was raging there in full force. The mercenaries would gather the locals and bring them to the main square, then sit them on their knees and keep a close eye on her. The head of the operation was not happy with such gatherings, so he ordered his guys to search every corner and beat up anyone they found. When people saw that the representatives of the others were severely beaten, they tried to defend them, because those guys were the same residents of the Republic. But the mercenaries paid no attention to this, ignored the people, for Parliament had already approved an emergency law to revoke the citizenship of non-humans. One of them looked menacingly at some man and said that if he was dissatisfied, he should have gone and complained to Parliament. But the inhabitants did not back down and continued to claim that this land had belonged to the Maroons from the beginning, who had improved and changed the land. The Maroons were the very non-humans who looked like monsters, which was the reason Parliaments ordered their extermination. Looking at Kashan Tor, a former MP, people said that since he was no longer an MP, he could not give orders. Some marionettes who had already been beaten up before looked at Kashan Tor and asked in a pitiful voice why they were doing this. Even though the people made the decision to win the Maroons from the land, their spokesman said it could have been done by human means. Kashan wasn't going to listen to the Nalid and said that the Maronians had long believed in the god of war and practiced combat, so by human means no one would have spoken to them. He swung his swords at the poor man and shouted that the existence of non-humans was a direct threat to the lives of ordinary real citizens. Only 10 and a bit hours ago, a civil war broke out in the Republic of Maran that turned the duchy into a living hell. It was a peaceful place where other races and humans lived together until the imperial forces invaded there with their military force. After the declaration of holy war, the Troyan Empire, as per the emperor's orders, sent its army to the Republic and everything changed. The number of people who hated the other races and blamed them for the situation had increased, so now the Maronians were in danger. The situation went beyond the society and reached the level of political struggle, so that the parliaments decided to exterminate the non-humans. Believing that even if it would lead to war for the empire, they had a duty to defend their people, the hardliners made a decision. It was a decision to reject the race of the Republic. Besides, the parliament was not even going to negotiate, disregarding the discontent of the rest of the representatives. Their confrontation heated up, and by means of a vote, the fate of the Maroon Republic was determined, which was already clear. At the end of the vote deciding the fate of the Republic, it was not a piece of paper, but dozens of arrows that determined the fate of the empire. Instead of doing things in a peaceful and humane way, people just started shooting Maran representatives with bows, brutally killing them. Letus, who was the presiding proponent of negotiations in the Maroon Republic, shouted that he would not allow that country to become mired in war. The supporters of the negotiations were not going to solve everything with a vote from the beginning, so teaming up with the military, they seized the parliament. While a massacre was taking place inside the parliament, mercenaries and military men stood peacefully near its entrance and guarded, not letting anyone inside. And by the time there was silence in the room, less than half of the remaining Republican MPs had unanimously passed the resolution. This decision was a bill on the repression of representatives of other times on the territory of the Maran Republic, which, according to the parliament, carried a direct threat. That was why Kashan Tor, who was one of the supporters of the negotiation rejectors, was so boldly willing to kill the helpless Maronians. But suddenly someone appeared in front of Kashan Tor and repelled his attack with his sword, thus angering the man even more. Lewis measured with his cold gaze and said he was a mercenary who was passing by and saw how the ordinary citizens of the Republic were being humiliated. Delosi also added that he wanted to know something, so he turned to the resident of Maran, going to ask him something. He asked Marans if the resident of the Republic knew how to find the warrior who had confirmed himself, for the young man had already searched for him. Marionettes hesitated a bit and wondered if it was about the great warrior, for he knew the great warrior very well. He raised his eyes and looked straight at Louis, asking why he should believe who the kid was any different from the brutal imperial military. The fact that the orc knew about the great warrior pleased Louis, so now all he had to do was gain his trust. Since all this time Kashan Tor had been trying to attack the boy to no avail, at one point Louis did respond to his attacks by taking away his weapon. The rest of the Republic stared stunned at the knight, trying to believe that he had just rubbed the imperial mercenary's nose in it. Louis Delassie addressed the men and said that he didn't want to make a fuss, so he suggested that the mercenaries part ways amicably and not fight. He realized that most likely the imperial troops agreed with them, so he added that if the guys wanted bloodshed, there was nothing to be done. Kashan Tor pounced on the boy with loud insults, repeating that the stupid mercenary had no idea who he was up against. He shouted that another imperial unit would soon arrive in the Republic, and then this side would drown in fire, for the imperial troops would spare no one. Their goal was to drive other races out of this world and send them somewhere far across the sea in warships, or just kill them. Looking at the people of the Republic, he said that if they didn't want to go to war with the Roman Empire, They needed to get rid of the non-humans first. Louis sighed heavily and asked Kashan Tor what he thought about this whole situation, if he could put aside the words of the Emperor and the MPs. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Vivian Troyson, at the sight of whom the mercenaries and the inhabitants of the Republic simply dropped their jaws in surprise. Kashan Tor shouted, not understanding why the princess was in such a place, to which she said that she would in no way report to someone like him. Ignoring the look on his face, the princess ordered the man to take his squad and report to Chairman Lethius that she had arrived in the Republic. She added that the Emperor had declared a holy war to drive out the other races, but he didn't want to see humans fighting so viciously amongst themselves. Troyson expressed regret at what had happened in Parliament, so Vivian ordered that everything there be left to her and Louis, and that Lethius be summoned as soon as possible. Kashan Tor and his men had no right to cross the princess, so they immediately turned around, retreated, and ran off with all their legs to search for Lethius. Watching the mercenaries run away, expressed to the princess that it was pretty convincing, to which Vivian said they were just afraid of her daddy. Having finished her business, Vivian asked Sway to take the knife away from her neck, for now she had proved her worth to the boys and was ready to help them. The demoness didn't threaten Vivian Troyson anymore, so she obediently took her sharp dagger away from her and hid it. Sway told Louis that the commander had listened to him and stopped, but now he would have to be more careful, for it was shifting a lot of responsibility to him. She explained that Chairman Lethius was her kin, and he was on their side, so Louis needed to avoid confrontation with the man. After a bit of thinking and assessing the situation, Louis told the demoness that in that case their alliance ended here, thus horribly surprising Sway. The boy said that the basis of their alliance was opposition to the Emperor, but here the Sway people were actually exhibiting pro-Emperor behavior. Since the girl kept quiet about everything and was going to reveal the cards gradually, he wasn't going to dance to her tune either. That's why he wanted to finish everything. The people who were still in the main square watched the conversation between the mercenary and the demon with interest, which was very rare in the world. Suddenly, when one of them heard Sway call that kid Louis Croyd, he immediately realized it was the Croyd family they were talking about. The townsman approached Louis and asked if he was really from an imperial family, to which the boy had to agree, for he didn't want to lie to people. The man took a close look at the young man, and especially at his hair, and then said that he was the one and only son of Elisa. The protagonist immediately felt the tension in his body, so he concentrated and menacingly asked the man who he was. The townsman introduced himself by the name Kashan Tor, and explained that he was a member of Parliament of the Republic and also the older brother of the boy's mother. When Louis heard Kilos say that he could call him uncle, the kid just couldn't describe his level of defeat at such news. Kashan Tor, meanwhile, had just finished telling Chairman Lethius about everything that had happened in the Moran Republic. Lethius turned to the mercenary and said that the man could go back, and he was ready to deal with this problem, for it was getting interesting. When Kashan Tor left, the chairman took his true form and asked the demoness why she did it. Looking at Sway, he said now the girl's actions were suspicious, so he wasn't sure he could trust her. Sway seriously folded her arms across her chest and said that although this one was hard to believe, it wasn't done unintentionally. She asked the chairman if he remembered the knight using divine power that Bonaf had mentioned, to which he agreed. The demoness said she'd been keeping an eye on this guy, since he went for contact more willingly than other people, but he was the nephew of Lethius's enemy. Kilos didn't want to put his nephew in danger and told him to leave the Republic, but the boy refused and said he was looking for someone. Lethius wondered if there was any way they could have solved the problem, when suddenly he was interrupted by Kashan Tor and told that he had missed something in his report. Going inside, Kashan Tor said that that Imperial Knight was looking for an orc who had undergone the warrior ritual, but suddenly he saw a demon, and he cried out in fright. This was the biggest mistake the mercenary had made in his life, and because of what he saw, he couldn't live anymore. So the chairman released an arrow straight into his face. Lethius was kind to this man, and very much lived up to the name, but Kashan Tor just didn't open the door at the right time, causing him to die such a brutal death. The chairman turned to Sway and asked what she was talking about, and she proceeded to tell him that Louis had arrived with the Imperial Princess. This turn of events pleased Chairman Lethius so much that he broke out into a nasty smile and asked the demoness to tell him that he would work it out. As evening came on, Louis and Kilos sat around the fire, where his uncle told his nephew about how he felt after Alice's death in the duchy. The man said his heart ached the most when news came of the boy's disappearance, so he always longed to meet him. While the boys were talking, one of the Maroons came up to them with a huge plate of food in his hands and told them that they would set off as soon as it started to get light. The orc smiled and said that they needed to rest first, as whether fighting or traveling, humans always needed enough rest. Vivian Troyson was the first to agree with his words, but Louis tiredly took his head and told the princess that the opinion of the captives was not considered here. When the fire around the Republic was finally at those, the boys could afford to dine under the bright light of the night moon that was in the heavens. The Night King, meanwhile, looked at the Troyson Empire and recalled how a group of humans had met a demon lord after the end of the Holy War. That monster was so large and fearsome that the poor creatures threw themselves in despair into these waters, which were at the foot of the rock on which he was sharpening himself. The Paladin of Rama stood and looked into the very water into which so many had once fallen, grasping at the slightest hope with their last strength. If they had believed in His Majesty and waited for salvation, that salvation would have surely caught up with them, but as it was, they only wasted their lives. But since no one in the kingdom's population believed the emperor at that time, he was unable to save anyone's life except for one person. Sonia came up to the king and said it wasn't because they didn't believe enough, even knowing there was minimal hope. She too remembered the events of that night very well, so she told the King of Knights that absolutely everyone was weak in the face of fear. Clinging to a phantom hope, those people could not make sound decisions, so they fell for the first idea that popped into their heads. The only surviving kid that night just didn't have the guts to put his life on the line by following all those guys. The fact that that child didn't rush after those people didn't mean that the child believed in hope at all, because she just didn't understand the right thing to do. Finished listening to Sonetti's story, Paladin Rama looked at the girl with interest and asked what the occasion was for which she had called him to this place. The girl folded her arms across her chest and turned to Mr. Bolton, saying that she wanted to ask him something very directly. After a brief pause, Sonetti asked the King of Knights if he really trusted His Majesty wholeheartedly. The Paladin of Rama laughed and said that there was simply no other way, for the Emperor was a man who symbolized hope with him. Hearing this, Sonetti started to get even more nervous, for she didn't think that people really thought Troyson was a human hope. Noticing how worried the girl was, Paladin Rama asked the saint in surprise what exactly was wrong. Sonetti looked him in the eye and said that she was going to tell the king about a thing she had encountered personally a few days ago. The girl immediately started replaying in her head all the events that had happened to her, starting with her meeting with some other person at Mercilla's. Immediately afterward, she recalled that horrible picture of the Count, along with the Emperor, killing an innocent vagrant from the streets of the Troyson kingdom. Sonetti couldn't get the moment out of his head when Emperor Troyson drew his sword and killed that man who had turned into a monster because of him. After finishing listening to her story, Paladin Rama said he found it hard to believe such a thing, so he asked why the saint was telling him about it. The girl said that she had met one man in Mercilla's world before this incident, and it had never happened before. Sonetti had no idea who that man was, but there had to be a reason why the goddess Mercilla had shown her that warrior. The Rama Paladin thought for a moment and told the girl that her story was simply amazing, then asked if anyone else knew about it. The saint quickly told the king that he was the first person she told about it, and the man said it was the right thing to do. Sonetti remembered well how the King of Knights had helped her when she first arrived in the Holy City, so she asked for his help this time as well. But suddenly, instead of help, all she got was a fatal blow with a sword, which the king justified as the fact that now, after her story, no one else could die. The girl looked tearfully at Paladin Rama and asked why he had done this, to which the king only laughed nastily. The rascal wasn't even going to answer her questions, so he simply tossed the poor man from the cliff from which the war party had once fallen. Lastly, he added that those who had a mixture of blood from different times could not understand the real people who saw hope in the emperor. According to the king, Sonetti had committed a sacrilegious act by doubting that hope, so she simply could not stay alive. A saint who was surely the only person with a pure soul in that world very abruptly became a nobody because of her sainthood, symbolizing irony. The poor thing flew into the sea waters with a scream and finally fell, leaving a small splash from the seawater. Looking after her, Paladin Rama said it would be better if she sat quietly in fear like the day the emperor had saved her. Fate was indeed truly ironic, for the things that once saved us were now easily killing and betraying us. There wasn't a single whole spot left on Louis's face, while he had someone's hand on his head accompanied by the screams of a stunned Sway. The demoness was yelling at Chairman Lethius because of what he had done in the place where, not long ago, people were peacefully dining or enjoying a vacation. When the man justified his actions by saying he had a reason, Sway shouted that it wasn't necessary to kill everyone but the princess. But as soon as she heard that Hela's shadow had been destroyed, she froze with her mouth open, trying to comprehend what she had heard. Lethius emphasized that judging from Sway's reaction, she didn't know about it. But even the demoness' own shadow was broken. The chairman added that Hela had left a message before her death that said the Emperor could use the power even without Charlo incarnating. Since it's said to be wary of people using divine power, Lethius directed his magic at Louis, intending to kill him. Sway tried to stop him by vouching for the boy, for she was sure that when the boy was healed with the Mercilla, he would explain everything. But all she heard in reply was that it would never happen again, for the chairman had already killed Louis Croyd. In addition to mutilating the young man's body, Lethius also told the demoness that he had destroyed his brain as well, erasing all memories. Whether Delassi used divine power or not, he was now a corpse that would never speak to anyone again. That night, the people really had no choice where to run from the huge monster that had descended on their head from nowhere. As people rushed down, Sonetti simply froze with fear, for she was too young and small to realize all that was happening. She watched as the monster caught those people and immediately put them in its mouth. And it was such a horrible picture that the girl was so unable to forget it. The girl had entertained a horrible hope that she could survive when he filled her stomach. But as a child, Sonetti was too naive a child. There was some strange boat floating through the magical forest with a man in a black cloak-like cape on board. He looked like the very real Death, but actually turned out to be much kinder and more affectionate than he was usually imagined to be. At the other end of his boat sat a frightened Sonetti, who covered her head with her hands and wept softly, causing Death to be in misunderstanding. Death suggested that the girl was swallowed hard by guilt, but the fact that she was easing the burden of her heart was very commendable. Continuing to row, Death said that people who usually observe such things had had horrible experiences throughout their lives. Sacrificing the lives of the weak was natural, but he was tormented by guilt for every person killed in the war, which was strange as a night. He had so much weight on his heart that he could hardly cope with it, but there was no choice, and Louis Delassi had that fate. All these guys came at the night so fast that he didn't have time to think, so Louis had to act on his choice. After finishing the battle, the boy looked around and realized it was everyone he had killed during the Holy War. Louis looked at his hologram, which didn't have any numbers on it, so the boy had to assume that somehow he was strangely dead. He realized that he was used however he wanted, and once the kid failed, he was thrown away for nothing, which was extremely cruel. While Louis was busy looking at his hologram, the young man didn't notice how he had another man behind him who had survived the battle. At the last second before that man was about to chop him in two, Louis fended off his attack and bounced back. When the boy realized who was in front of him, he wasn't even surprised, because this person simply couldn't help but appear in this place at this time. It was the same Captain Thurn she had dealt with back at the beginning of the story, and somehow now the captain had come back to life. Thurn laughed from the fact that Louis had easily killed all of his own and lived happily ever after. But still, the betrayal wasn't careless, for in the end, he himself died. The captain had gotten wind that the boy couldn't use his cool divine power in this place, so the time to pay for his sins was now. He swooped down on Louis with his huge axe and attacked him, repeating that now the boy would certainly not be able to escape him. Terran was simply furious, for he had waited too long for Louis to appear in this world to avenge what had happened in the mercenary settlement. But in a moment he regretted that he had started it at all, for with a few deft strokes of his sword, Delassi easily cut off both his arms and pierced his body. Even though the boy thought the captain was a jerk, he was grateful to him, for Thurn had taught him about life, without which he would have perished long ago. He added that he still sometimes thought back to the day he got rid of the captain in their squad. But despite everything, and we were still sorry. Without even turning to look at the slain army, the young man pronounced that he would never again in his life be soft out of sympathy for these men. Since this world was a little more straightforward, Louis only now realized that the struggle for survival looked the same in all universes. When the boy found himself near a body of water, he saw Rufus, the god of death, in front of him and asked him what he was going to do next. Rufus said that Louis really surprised him because he would have given up a long time ago with such a weight on his heart, and the kid was still on his feet. Dalasi measured God with his cold gaze and said that if things were different, it would be terribly difficult for him to deal with life's obstacles. The god thought a bit and said that it turns out that the young man was aware of its essence, because none of the people even knew of its existence before the night. Grasping his sword, Louis revealed that although he didn't understand why, this weapon kept telling him all sorts of important things after his death. Upon seeing the golden dragon's knowledge, God Rufus spread his hands and turned from a cute little skeleton into a real monster, saying that he was a friend of lost souls. God took his usual likeness and added that he had actually lost all his kin and was working alone, so he was sad. Rufus was so relaxed that he even forgot Sonetti existed for a few seconds, which he soon regretted, for the girl had pushed him overboard. Louis was well surprised from who he saw in front of him, for besides the fact that there was a saint in front of him, no one had ever done this to the god of death before. She screamed at the death god Rufus and asked why he had shown her this illusion, for she did not want anyone to appease her. The god of death, meanwhile, was trying with all his might to climb back onto the boat while shouting out, "I don't understand what this girl was doing." But instead of listening to him, Saint continued to club the god with the paddle, while Rufus yelled that she just couldn't kill the god of death. Louis Dalasi stood and watched the situation confusedly, trying to believe what nonsense he was seeing before his eyes. He took a closer look at that girl and became convinced that she was the Chenevera Sonetti that Marcella had once told him about. Actually, in such a situation, the knight should have been quite surprised by what was happening, but he somehow stood there and didn't give off a single emotion. Rufus, the god of death, meanwhile, begged the saint's forgiveness with all his might and spoke to let her try to understand his situation as well. When Louis was also near the girl, Rufus said frustratedly that most were making a mess of the place, unable to recognize their deaths. While God was talking about how hard it was for him to deal with everyone individually, Sonetti offered to yell and say he was just being a slacker. Wishing for at least a little improvement, Louis leaned over to the girl and said that Rufus was indeed difficult, for he didn't have any abilities. The boy told the saint that he was a god who had lost all the races that worshipped him, so he created illusions using the abilities of the dead. When Sonetta heard about illusions, she immediately jumped on God and started shaking him, demanding that he tell her if they were in an illusion right now. But since such enchantments were beyond his power, Rufus told the girl that they did die, but because of their strong connection to God, they could both be reborn. Cinevira finally stopped bludgeoning Rufus with the paddle, so the god of death rose to his feet and said that unfortunately, it was no longer up to him. When he said he was a guide and was going to take the humans to their gods, Louis asked Rufus if he should have gone to Charlotte if he was human. Rufus immediately remembered the gossip that there was a man from another universe living in the world, so he said Louis should go to Bamhara. He changed his look to a more intimidating one and added that he was doing all this for a reason, so both Sonetta and Louis had to pay him back. Sometime later, while on Rufus' boat, Louis, along with Saint, put their hands in the water for some reason, as if trying to catch something there. Sonetti turned to the young man and asked if he was the same guy from the Marcella universe, to which Louis agreed, for he too had memorized the Chenevera. Dalasi said he never imagined that he and Saint would meet only after his own death, and the girl confirmed his words. Even though the situation was in truth dire, Sonetta still said that she was glad that she wasn't herself in the world of the dead. She told the lad that Chenevera Sonetti was her name in the Elven tongue, but her real name was Sonia. Louis pondered the fact that Sonette might actually have been called something else, but he didn't think she would have such a beautiful real name. Continuing to fish around in the water, Sonia asked Louis what the god of death was talking about when he mentioned that the kid was from another universe. Their conversation was interrupted by Rufus, who, for some reason, began to say that today he had just had a bunch of new experiences. Continuing to row with his oar, he called the boys lucky, for they were both human, but still hadn't met Charlotte. When Rufus started talking about how Charlotte was worse than him, he noticed people's indifferent faces and took offense because they weren't interested. The god of death was silent and continued rowing in silence, suffering in his heart that the wretched people did not even want to listen to him. When the boys found themselves in some strange place, Rufus explained that it wasn't the afterlife, but something like a zone of higher spirituality. Louis decided to check his hologram with time, convinced that Rufus' words were true as his time timer restored itself. Well, here he wondered what was happening to his actual body, since the connection with the god was usually cut off immediately after the moment of death. When their boat struck land, Rufus told the boys to get down, for that was the end of his part, and Louis Croyd was just waiting for Bumhar. The young man took a closer look at the silhouette that awaited them on land and realized that it was the same Bamhara of whom the Satraya mage had spoken so much. Sonia, who had been watching the boy climb out of the boat, was a little worried about him, so she wished him better luck. She wished her new friend a favorable outcome, for it would be much better. It was he remained happy even after his death. Louis Delosy smiled and thanked the saint for such kindness, as he himself was a little nervous before meeting Bamar. When the night finally left, Rufus realized that this place was not Sonia's stop. So despite his fatigue, he would have to take her to Mercilla. He did feel immensely tired, so he informed the girl that they would definitely head out, but before that, they would rest a bit in this place. When Sonia asked how long they would rest, the god of death said that it had to be the girl's decision, which surprised her. Rufus said that if she was interested in what he was talking about, Sonia needed to focus on what was going on behind his back with Louis. While God in Death was trying to get the saint to listen to their conversation, Louis walked up to Bamhara and said hello to her. Bamhara looked at the boy and said that here they were at last meeting, for she had waited for Louis Croyd in her domain long enough. Watching his facial expression, the goddess surmised that it looked like the boy had a lot of questions he was asking. Though the fact that Bamhara looked different from how he had envisioned her bothered the young man, he first decided to ask why she had chosen him. The goddess explained that it wasn't in the scene her choice, and besides, how could Louis be the only one to do what was required of him? Thinking about what she should start, the goddess asked the boy if he had ever heard of the balance between gods and races. Recalling the legends that mankind had come up with because of the events that had happened, the goddess said that mortals always received a blessing. Bamhara went on to say that on account of this blessing and his prosperity, the god always stopped stronger, for he was connected with man. Louis said he was well aware of that, because he had been through it himself, but he wondered who made the decision about something like rebirth or the afterlife. Bamhara became more serious and said that mortals were so deluded because they knew nothing about what life was like after death. Even after death, the soul of mortal man stopped sacrifice to the power of God, which he tried from the human origins that passed to him. Since after their person died, their energy became the only source of God's power, sometimes they would lose their senses. Such gods could constantly nurture their power, the increased power rewarding mortals once again. It worked as the most primitive exchange by which there was a balance between gods and humans in the universe. Louis thought about the goddess's story and said it was all kind of weird, to which she agreed, because the takeover was a bad and inhumane way to do it. She added that the stronger the gods stopped, the weaker the mortal world became, and if there was no such problem, she would do the same now. Because it was repeated time after time, the closest mortal to divine power began to become a vessel. The gods considered their manifestations in the vessel an excellent opportunity because they could thus become even stronger without personally descending into the mortal world. So the most real war broke out, which mankind called the Holy War, and which was led by the very Emperor Troyson. Using a magical vessel, the winner in this war was the god Charlotte, because at that time he was considered one of the strongest among the gods. During the Holy War, leading the demonic chaos, the gods personally condescended to the mortal world, even though they very much did not want to. During the war, Charlotte ordered the killing of all other races, but here Bamhara was against it, as such a decision could destroy even the gods. All of this was happening as the disappearance of divine power itself, which affected both the world of gods and the world of men, and even the world of the god of death. The fact that Charlotte was becoming a bloodthirsty creature with only anger left in him belonged to the race he was affiliated with, for it was her he was killing. The goddess talked about how although she had lost the battle with Charlot, but because he had spent a lot of energy, it wasn't enough to kill the demons. Instead, he severed Bamhara's physical body so that she could no longer interfere with his plans, after which he sealed her and the demons thanks to him. Rome and Mercilla were forced into a truce despite the war that broke out when Charlotte used too much power and lost control of the vessel. After finishing listening to Bamhara, Louis said that it was a very confusing story, after which he asked why then the goddess had summoned him to this world. She told him that it was the man who could remove Charlotte's magic, but all the people in this world were under his supervision, and someone new and different was needed. What was needed was a human, but also a being who could utilize the vessel's abilities without being interfered with by Charlotte. In other words, a human soul from another world was needed, but there was also a second reason, which revealed itself in the fact that it was not Bamhara's personal choice. Just as she found Louis found her, which led the guy to think it might have something to do with the fact that he couldn't remember his past life. Bamhara confirmed his speculation and said that her divine ability was to embody thoughts, so she erased his memories. The goddess told her that the overabundance of memories could lead to a bad result, so before doing so, Louis demanded a timer system from her. Noticing the young hero's surprise, Bamhara reminded him that back then, being in his past life, the boy wanted to play some game. He said that above all else, the game gave a fair reward and he had to follow his own path to get it. Bamhara had never played a game like this before and knew nothing about it, so the timer was recreated based on Louis's memories. She also added that it was impossible to sustain existence without Charlotte's influence, so Louis became an incarnation of Bamhara and took some of her souls. In other words, the boy would take her place and steal her soul, which would go to the gods, and then the goddess would use them to make deals. Lastly, Bamhara added that she was the goddess of freedom and wished all mortals of this world to live freely and in justice. She began to approach the young man and tell him that Louis's desire to escape Charlotte's influence and the fact that he had joined in saving the world was changing some things. The goddess stopped right beside the lad and finished that the most important thing in all this was his fierce desire to live free, for he was Louis Croyd. Delassie asked Bamhara if the mortals in this world were just food for the gods, to which she agreed, as cruel as it sounded. When the guy asked if the person he killed became food for the power of another god, Bamhara thought about it, after which she said that she didn't know until the end. Finished with the basic questions, Louis asked the goddess if she remembered Elisa, to which she uncharacteristically agreed and showed him some sort of hologram. She said that in fact other gods had made similar attempts before, but the souls that came from other worlds went mad or died. The one who helped him through the process was Elisa, his mother, to whom Bamhara was terribly grateful. After these words, Louis was immediately transported to the very moment when his mother was dying in front of him and asking her son to kill her with his own hands. With the royal guards already running after the young man, Alice persuaded him to kill her to buy himself some extra time. Alice looked at the kid and said she was fine, but if she could save her son, she would certainly give her life to him. But suddenly, Louis told his mother that it was all a lie, and he lied to her about there being such a timer in his life. After these again, the boy began to beg Alice to get up quickly, but she only smiled in response and was glad that her son didn't need to be killed. While poor Louis' face was flooded with tears, in the last seconds of her life, Alice was genuinely glad that it had all turned out to be a lie. Now, being with Bamhara and listening to her stories, Louis realized that she was the one who had allowed Charlotte to consume his mother's soul. Not going to put up with her insolence any longer, the kid drew his sword and pointed it straight at the goddess of freedom's throat. The lad remarked that now he finally realized that Bamhara also evaluated people in terms of a god, seeing people as nothing more than livestock. He threateningly ordered the goddess to broaden her horizons if she wanted to deal with humans, much less ask them for any help in this world. Louis Delassie shouted angrily at the goddess, asking if she thought he was going to be her pawn for the rest of his life, because now he wasn't going to follow her. Instead of responding to his aggression and use of force, Bamhara said to let Louis act the way he wanted, because that's what she expected. The goddess recalled that she desired freedom for all mortals, and Louis not following the will of the gods was the epitome of her ideal. Hearing those words, the kid took the sword away from Bamhara's throat and said that now his puzzle in his head had come together even better. If being alive, the young man could not disobey the will of the goddess, he decided that he could only get rid of her by becoming dead, so he retreated. When asked by Bamhara what he was doing, Louis said that the goddess of freedom could have absorbed him with her power and gotten rid of him, or indeed done anything. Bamhara stared perplexedly at the man and said that she didn't understand anything at all, because just a few minutes ago he was madly eager to live. Delassie replied that whether it was fate or something else, he just wanted to live his own way, not as the hero the goddess of freedom so desired. Even what he thought was a second chance turned out to be Bamhara's decision, so now he didn't want to exist in this world at all. Suddenly, behind him, and the young man heard Sonia's voice, who remarked something that understood him perfectly, for Bamhara had given him a new life. She gave him the freedom of mortals, and it was wonderful. But in this way, the goddess turned this kid's life into a story under her wing. That Louis lived the struggle with such determination was a struggle for its own sake, not to become a faithful servant of Bamhara. Sonia had never in her life lived what Louis de Lacy had gone through in his journey, but for some unknown reason, she was more sure of her words than ever. The girl put her hand on Louis's shoulder and asked if he was really going to give up everything like that, even if it was Bumhara's play. The saint reminded the boy that there were moments in his life that he had enjoyed, but now the young knight was not at all sure of that anymore. Suddenly, the guy saw the girl's patience break, and she screamed that Louis knew everything perfectly well, even though he was now denying every word she said. Sonia continued to shout that the young man should not have acted so rashly after all he had endured and done for the world. Even though it was something insignificant or meaningless, Louis was eating and drinking something delicious, and there were still tons of things in the world he hadn't tried. Sonetta went on to say that when the knight traveled or spent time with his comrades, there was something good about it, and there always would be. Trying to change the soul eater's mind somehow, Sonia even mentioned his mother, who had always wished him a happy life and didn't want him to end up like this. Instead of agreeing with Saint in any way, Louis got angry and grabbed her clothes sharply, ordering the girl to keep her mouth shut. He hissed menacingly and ordered the girl to be quiet, for she knew nothing at all about his mother, who had once been everything to him. Sonetta agreed with what he said and said that she never knew Alice, unlike the kid himself, who had lived with her half his life. Mercilla was the god of prosperity and healing, so her temple was very frequented by couples with young children, whom Sonia saw often. They always asked the goddess for happiness for their child, and although it was an ordinary ritual, people were sincerely asking for a blessing. It wasn't uncommon for parents to leave their children at the temple entrance, so Sonia couldn't even imagine what Louis was experiencing. The girl looked at the lad with her clear and emerald eyes and asked him to answer to himself what kind of person his mother was. Sonia made the knight recall moments from his life, then asked if all the time he'd spent with Alice had really been in vain. She asked the kid if he didn't have any precious memories with his mom, or thoughts of what kind of life she wanted for him. Louis let go of Sonia and rose to his feet, saying that Alice wished him to live a free life, and though he was now subject to Bamhara, he wanted to live his own way. Delosi added that their paths had crossed only briefly, so his condition to the goddess of freedom was to ask Sonia herself to be brought back to life as well. Bamara smiled contentedly and said cheerfully that she would gladly grant the wish, but first she needed to talk to Mercilla. When it was over, Louis and Sonia moved farther away, and the girl told the guy that she was embarrassed to stop in front of him in such a horrible way. That was the last thing the knight cared about, and Sonia knew it. So she went on to say that everyone in life had difficult times like his. Louis told Sonia that he had passed out in the Republic of Maron and so died, and the girl in turn told her that she had fallen into a river near the capital of the empire. Delassi smiled and said that he would be sure to find Sonia after the resurrection, because he hoped that I wouldn't be able to meet in the real world. Sonietta smiled broadly and told Louis that those words about the meeting were now a promise to her about the next meeting. In the real world, meanwhile, Lethius was just telling the demoness Sway that this guy was now useless, for he was just an ordinary corpse. But suddenly the representative very quickly regretted his words, for he only had a fraction of a second to dodge that blast. At the spot where Delassi's corpse lay just a few seconds ago, a tremendous explosion erupted, from which a living Louis appeared in front of Lethius. The boy was extremely pissed off that the representative was trying to kill him, but the moment it happened, he saw Lethius' hand in front of his face again. This time, both the power and the demon weren't enough to knock the kid out in one move, so he only managed to throw him farther away. Lethius didn't understand how that had happened, as he was convinced that Louis' brain had absolutely exploded, making resurrection or magic impossible. Louis threw his sword on the ground and shouted loudly that he had come back from the other world even after all that the demon had done to his body. He pulled out the royal golden dragon sword from behind his back and hissed that he had no intention of telling the unclean forces how he had done it. Suddenly, the kid heard the familiar voice of the demoness Sway, who ordered both him and the chairman to calm down and stop this mess. The girls shouted that they couldn't do that when even their combined efforts weren't enough, because they wouldn't accomplish anything with this skirmish. Lethius wasn't even going to listen to his littermate, so he told Louis with a menacing look that now they had no turning back. The kid agreed with him and hissed that unlike the demon, he was supposed to get something when he died. Everything within his reach had been destroyed, and given that he was confidently concentrating on the offensive, he simply wouldn't be able to defend himself. After assessing the situation and weighing his options, Louis immediately realized that the blessing of the god realm would be a wonderful fit right now. The boy was going to level the playing field with this demon, so he used his divine power and grasped the sword tighter. Lethius wasn't going to stand by either, so after only a moment he jumped up the air and lunged at the boy, about to attack him. Louis was surprised from the fact that after he swung his sword, the demon was still the same in front of him. So it wasn't like it was moving at super speed. It looked like the demon could destroy even space with his hands, so this fact began to annoy the young knight even more. Suddenly, out of nowhere, some ogre came to the boy's aid and sent Lettice back a few meters with a couple of blows. Louis had certainly not expected such a development, for he could not even imagine that there were flying ogres in that world. Ogre, for his part, prescribed a second blow to the demon, and as he landed on the ground, said he was glad he had gotten there in time. He spread his hands apart and announced that he had been brought to this place by the red light of the god of war, and his great warrior fighting spirit was boiling like this. The monster looked at the young knight and smiled broadly at him with his sharp fangs, saying that he was very happy to meet his human brother. When Lethius finally got out of the place Ogre had thrown him into, there was no limit to his surprise, for some things didn't add up in his head either. Eager to hurt Louis, the demon said he couldn't even think about the fact that the brat's mother was an actual ogre. Ogre sighed heavily and called the demon very stupid, whereupon he slapped his chest and explained that he and Louis weren't bonded by blood. He added that he and the lad had the same destiny because they were both chosen by the gods, and all grateful warriors were brothers at heart. Lethius had no desire to listen to this monster, so he leapt into the air and swooped down on him with another attack, shouting that people like him couldn't have gods. This time it was Louis who came to the ogre's aid, facing the demon and swinging his golden dragon sword at him. The demon was so helpless and insignificant that instead of kissing his magic at the young man, he missed and aimed it behind his back. Delassi immediately seized the opportunity and chopped up the demon's body, realizing that this was somehow an unfamiliar feeling to him. Feeling the pain disperse through his body, Lethius looked away from the ogre flying at him and decided that the man had not been this fast and strong before. Just as quickly, the rogue regretted that he had lost focus, for it presented the ogre with the opportunity to prescribe him another punch in the face. Not expecting such a strong blow from his opponent, Lethius began to fly backwards for the second time, while Louis swung his sword at him. Since the young man was slightly late with his strike, the demon managed to survive, and now he realized that something had gone wrong. He needed to dismantle his opponent's strategy. As Lethius tried to search with his eyes for the very knight who now interested him more, he overlooked something. That something was Louis, who was behind him in a split second, swinging his dragon sword to cut off the demon's head. The boy hit the demon straight in the back, leaving a huge deep wound from his sharp ball that began to glow gold again. Even one of the strongest demons couldn't withstand such an attack, so he simply slumped to the ground and screamed in pain. Ogre, meanwhile, turned to Louis and said that both his blessing of Palm and the boy together resonated and amplified each other. Louis realized that perhaps that was why he seemed so slow, since this was what was happening if one used the divine power of the same god. Finished with Lethius, the ogre smiled and apologized to the boy for interfering in his glorious fight and helping him deal with the demon. But since deep down the ogres didn't care, he asked his partner if he'd be willing to let him finish Lethius off. Since this demon had killed the ogre's kin, the young man had no right to cross him, as it would be unfair. Realizing that Delassi was not in denial, the ogre blurted out a satisfied and cruel smile and hissed to the demon that he was giving an eye for an eye. Louis watched the big guy just about to kill Lethius and didn't even feel the urge to be in his shoes because he didn't care. The boy walked up to the ogre and said that he could do anything he wanted to the demon, but he was the one who had to take his life. Such an answer still suited or whom the warrior was, so he didn't lose his positive attitude and told Louis that he would already try very hard. Suddenly, Sui intervened in their reprisal once again, getting into a persuasive pose and yelling for the boys to stop immediately. She asked the guys for some time to change Lethius's mind, since they couldn't kill him that quickly and easily. Ogre ordered the demoness out of the way. After all, he didn't want to kill her because she was negotiating, but he wanted revenge on the one who killed his entire family. Hearing this, instead of standing silently and watching the proceedings, Lethius grasped his wounded stomach and laughed very loudly at the ogre's words. Somehow, miraculously, he happened to have Princess Vivian Troyson in his possession, So Lethius did not move, as he had the fate of the Republic in his hands. When the ogre saw that the rogue had touched the girl's neck, intending to kill her, there was a growl that the threat of manipulation never worked on him. Suddenly, Louis heard a familiar voice and saw his uncle Kilos behind him, who also ordered the boys to stop and not continue this horror. Even before his death, the boy thought that the demon had dealt with Kilos for good, but luckily his uncle turned out to be alive. The man walked over to his nephew and was glad that he was okay, while Louis ordered his uncle to rest, for they could figure it out on their own. But Kilos responded by saying that he could not stand by when the affairs of the Republic were being decided, much less by the method of bloody fighting. Kilos asked the boy to leave the matter to him, then told him that he would intervene if they saw fit, but he would need to recover first. Delossi could not cross his uncle, so he allowed him to intervene, for which the man thanked him and said he would not disappoint the young man. Louis decided that if he let Kilos interfere just briefly, it wouldn't affect anything, and everything would still be fine. Kilos approached the demon and asked him to let the princess go, for she was friendly to the Republic and could convince the Empire. He said that even though the demons were oppressing other races and killing members of the National Assembly, in the end they wanted to protect Meran from war. But suddenly the demon's patience evaporated and he lashed out at the man with rage, telling him that the creature in front of him was no longer the same Lethius. Lethius said that he was a demon lord himself, a child of an oppressed god, so he was different from the pathetic humans. The demon kept shouting that the weakling living under Charlotte's protection was unable to understand the sorrow of his kin who had lost the protection of the god in the darkness. In response, Kilos suggested that the demon take his kin and come to the Meran Republic, to which Lethius was horribly surprised, not expecting it. Uncle Louis said that both elves, orcs, and even demons lived in that place, so he was willing to prepare a place for Lethius. When the man asked the demon if this wasn't what their side did or was proud of, Lethius only laughed nastily and loudly in response. Grabbing the princess tighter, the demon shouted that the pathetic human was still living in his fantasy world, so he should have stopped being so optimistic. Kilos said the demon had to be punished for his sins, but he wanted to work together to prevent such a tragedy from happening again. He crouched down in front of the demon and added that sometime in the future, he wanted to create a world where they could live without racial hatred. Sway confirmed Uncle Louis's words and told the demon that she wanted the same thing. But Lethius only brushed it off, justifying it by saying that humans just didn't understand it. Too much blood had been spilled during the holy war of humanity and demons, and on top of that, his entire family and brothers had died because of the Empire. Lethius looked around at the people around him and said that they were living fantasies because they hadn't experienced this horror on their own skin, unlike him. Just as the demon was about to say something to the people, he was cut off halfway through his speech by someone's sharp sword, which cut his head in two. Kilos, who hadn't expected this at all, looked startled at the place where Lethius had stood just a few seconds ago, and now there was something horrible there. The ogre and Swaya froze with the same facial expressions, because these guys didn't expect such an abrupt turn of events either. Even Louis, who usually remained unemotional, realized that the situation was gaining new momentum and he needed to act. The boys saw the very real Teshua in front of them, who pretended as if nothing had happened, after which he asked if this power of destruction was a power of destruction. The young prince greeted his longtime friends and asked with a smile if he hadn't ruined anything by showing up so unexpectedly. With Chairman Lettuce missing, the opposing party, which had lost its stronghold, curtailed the civil war in the Republic. Kilos realized that if word got out about Lethius' death, things would escalate again. But he couldn't announce that the chairman was a demon either. Louis told his uncle that he was always glad to help him, but the man dismissed his help, for these were the affairs of the Republic. He looked at the boy and said that Louis had helped him enough as it was, so now he needed to accept his heartfelt thanks. Delossi understood how difficult it was for his uncle, but the boy was not in a position where he could act on his own sanity. The dialogue was going very well at that point, but they never got to know the will of Lethius, who was killed so lowly by the prince of the Troisan Empire. Because of what happened in that place, there wasn't even a corpse left of the demon's body, so the chances of finding out the truth were practically zero. Suddenly, some girl walked into Kilos' office and said she had some ways the guys had to listen. Upon seeing Princess Vivian, Kilos asked how she was feeling, to which the girl replied that all was well thanks to the hospitality of the Republic. She got close to Louis and informed him that she had come to pay back her life, so the kid could ask her for absolutely anything he wanted. She said that war was a great political tool, so she was going to act as the Empire's envoy, appearing to declare war. The Imperial fleet will approach the Republic, and it will be impossible to get it back, for there will be you who assisted in the civil war led by Troyson. The princess seriously stated that taking them as a force wreaking havoc everywhere would rally everyone within the country. When Kilos attempted to say something, Vivian made the point that they needed to deal with the civil war first and the problems as they came. Vivian turned to Louis and said that this was her brother's plan. So according to it, the girl was going to stay a republic. Hearing about his brother, Louis asked the girl in surprise, and she told him that it was about the first heir of the Troyson Empire, Teshua. Louis understood and reminded the princess that if she pulled something stupid, exactly what the girl wonderfully knew would happen. As the boy was about to leave, Kilos approached him and asked him to wait, for he had something to tell him. The uncle approached his nephew and said that he was sad that they hadn't discussed a lot of things with the guy yet, but Louis understood everything perfectly and didn't take offense. Kilos looked the knight in the eye and asked him to be sure to survive, and if he needed a place to come back, the lad should have come to the Republic. Louis convinced his kin that if he ever got the chance, he would be sure to come visit where his favorite uncle would be waiting for him. Outside the Republic of Meron lay a small coastal town where the locals used to sell fish to incoming ships. In one of its buildings sat the very same great ogre that Teshua and the demoness Sway were across from. Watching this strange situation, the thought never left Prince Teshua's mind that this union was truly unusual and unique. The kid tried to believe that the real orc who called himself and Louis not blood brothers was sitting in front of him. In addition to that monster, the demoness Sway sat next to him, who considered herself and Louis as allies and had no idea what that young man was capable of. But since the young prince was a terrible narcissist, what pleased him most about this union was his own presence, for without him, the union could not exist. His sweet thoughts were interrupted by Sway's question about whether or not the prince was the man who had killed that particular Moffin. When the prince agreed with the girl and asked how she had guessed it, Sway said it was simply impossible not to know. She thought for a bit and said that the magic coming from the prince was a mixture of Mofin and Letheo's powers, to which Teshua also agreed with a smile. Pay attention to Sway's concern. He had convinced the girl that he wouldn't hurt her, but the demoness couldn't take just his word for it. Teshua looked her straight in the eye and told her that if he wanted to, he would have killed the rogue much sooner than a couple hours after they'd met. The young prince heard someone enter their room, so he snapped out of his seat and greeted the long-awaited guest. He immediately ran up to Louis with his arms spread wide, about to hug the guy they hadn't seen in so long, but Louis was less welcoming than he was. This behavior of the representative of the Troyson Empire annoyed Louis a lot, so without hesitation, he decided to prescribe a punch in the face to him. Ogre liked this trend and shouted to Louis that he wanted to intervene in the fight too, but Delasi only said that he was just greeting the prince that way. Trying not to show how hurt he really was, Teshua told Louis that he shouldn't have greeted him so rudely if he was happy to see him. Louis reminded the prince of how much he wanted to beat him up, but since there was something more important, the kid preferred to stop there. He looked menacingly at the prince and asked what the petty scoundrel from the Troyson Empire was planning this time, for nothing could be hidden from the knight. Teshua pretended not to understand, saying that Louis was upsetting him with such assumptions, as the prince only wanted to cooperate with them. After enduring a second of silence, Teshua motioned for the boys to join the conspiracy with him, thereby surprising them terribly. The kid smiled and said that the guys were so grateful that they even swallowed their tongues, but he really wanted to kill the emperor and take the throne. He added that the emperor had gone mad, and intoxicated by his own complacency, he was leading the whole continent to destruction. Since Teshua himself was a byproduct, he was one of all the many test subjects in which demon and human blood had once been mixed. As soon as Louis heard about it, he realized that the kid was just like him too, because he was made of an artificial life form. Noticing the look on his face, Teshua said that even his sister Vivian was also a half-breed like him. Because of this, the prince could freely control his power of the demon lord he had absorbed, for it was far stronger than human magic. Teshua showed his fist with his accumulation of energy and said that unfortunately it wasn't enough, so he wanted to absorb the guy's powers to defeat the emperor. Sway looked at him incredulously and asked if the prince really thought she would accept an offer from the man who had ruined her entire nation. The young prince had expected such a response, so he told Sway that she had no choice, for he planned to help the girl become the next devil. Teshua explained that because of the predator's power, he was able to gain all the knowledge he had absorbed, so he knew of the next devil from his memories. Delossi turned to Sway and asked if it was possible to inherit the place, to which the girl agreed, for she knew it well enough herself. Sway revealed that before becoming sealed, Chaos, who was a devil, implanted a part of himself into his warkin. Interrupting her story, Teshua asked if they wanted to team up with him, but Lewis interrupted him and said they had to break the seal first.
Charlotte's power sealed Chaos in Bamara's body, and only people not under Charlotte's influence could break that seal with their power.
The prince agreed with the knight, said that was the problem, for although he met the conditions, he could not guarantee success or failure. But suddenly the young heir to the throne had an idea that made his eyes round in a flash. Since he had found this information by digging through the memories of 2 demon lords over hundreds of years, Louis simply couldn't have learned about it in such detail. Teshua exclaimed happily, so there was no way the gods would have made a deal with humans, so he should have realized it sooner. Louis confirmed his words and said that though he did not look like a man, he was not God, for he was the messenger of Bamara. It was hard to explain, so the kid only wanted to tell that freeing the goddess of freedom was one of the processes of realizing his goal. He added that the same was true of the overthrow of the emperor, whereupon Teshua cheerfully declared that it was only because of Louis that their affairs could go smoothly. Not understanding everything the guys were talking about, Sway asked what it all meant, but here Louis thought her question was very childish for some reason. The knight sighed and suggested the boys lay their hands on top, for though it was premature, their alliance was already formed. The great ogre, who had been watching and listening to the boy all this time, told his brother that the path he was on smelled of battle. Since he loved battles, the ogre immediately told the young man that he too was ready to join the boys, for it was a great honor for him. Teshua still didn't understand who the creature was, so he asked Louis about it, and the knight called the ogre his brother, whom he had met in Meran. Since there was now only one person left, Louis began to look around carefully, this behavior surprising the young heir to the throne. Noticing his confused eyes, the kid smiled and said that there was only one person missing from the case. Being in some woods, Ariel Croyd stood near a small lake and looked at what was near her feet. In the water in front of her lay Sonetta, who seemed to be unconscious and hardly breathing at all, for she had been lying there for some unknown length of time. Ariel looked at the girl and didn't realize what it was, for to her this whole situation seemed insanely strange, since Sonia was now joining the Croyds. Kilo said that against the military might of the Troysen Empire, even the combined forces of all the other nations would not be enough for them. It was because of this military might that she was gaining hegemony on the continent, through which the emperor's 3 balls continued to exist. The first such thing was the church judges, who looked like the most ordinary knights, but they had strange masks with crosses on their faces. The second was the fire magic tower mages, who had never been heard of in this world, so people doubted that they existed at all. Uncle added that there was a need for many knights with top-notch skills comparable to theirs, because demons couldn't be dealt with any other way. Vivian folded her arms across her chest in displeasure and said that was why she had asked the man to have the Marin Republic intervene, because it would be easier that way. The girl said she didn't want to declare war on the Empire at all, as it was an operation that excluded armed conflict. She asked Kilos to station Republic of Meran troops in the territorial waters of the Empire. The whole, then they would do the same. Kilos thought about it, as it was a really cool idea, because any empire, if a foreign fleet found itself in its waters, had only one solution. But suddenly the princess asked what to do if the Republic could not avoid disaster, and the plan failed, for the emperor was ready to kill everyone. Kilos walked over to the window and looked at it enigmatically, saying that if their plan didn't fail, the empire would soon be gone as well, as part of this continent. Given that, the Republic was simply obligated to help, but it wasn't enough, for the Troysen Empire was indeed much stronger. The man looked at Louis and the others who were not far from his estate, and said that the lad, along with his friends, had risked their lives. Louis, meanwhile, was just about to ask Teshua if by any chance his instantaneous movement was more efficient than the boat. Future Legacy said that if used on more than 2 people, even a genius magician like him had a failure rate of 50%. Wanting to make a joke, Teshua said that the guys might have been taken unknowingly, but it was still willing to do so, so he suggested they join. But instead of getting an informative response to his proposal, The prince only felt someone's heavy and very strong fist on his face. Hearing some strange sound that reminded him of Teshua's lowly scream, Louis turned towards the guys and marveled at what he saw. Where the prince had stood a few seconds ago, there was now an ogre, who with a deft U-turn tossed Teshua somewhere out to sea. Delassie asked the ogre in amazement what he was doing, and in response he explained that he was merely following the awesome human culture like his brother. Reminding Louis of how the kid had greeted that narcissistic prince, the ogre smiled and said that he had figured out a way to say goodbye to Teshua. Louis knew at once what the big man was talking about, for when they first met the future heir, the boy himself had slapped him in the face. The knight praised his friend the ogre and told him to make sure that next time the big guy still asked him before punching someone in the face. Sway stood behind the boys and watched them closely, thinking about what would have happened if they hadn't fought to the end and escaped the continent. If only they had the option to choose existence over submission, the demons' lives would be much simpler and safer. Had they not lost their brothers and family to stick together like this, Sway's life would have been a happy one as well. Bunoff stood and looked at the little frozen demon in the icebox and also thought about whether his fate would have been different if things had turned out differently. But alas, for demons, regret was just a luxury, and Bunoff was well aware of that fact, especially after all he had been through. Those torn away from God were forever in the past, just like a bunch of people frozen in ice with the majestic demon looking on. Bunoff was seriously tuned out, so he hissed that he would definitely personally bring the devil back, because that was the only way they could survive in the present. Ariel looked at little Belle and offered the girl to be her apprentice, for the little one was indeed marvelous with a sword. Despite how tempting the offer sounded, the girl declined and said her teacher was already Mr. Guilford. Sister Lewis said that if Belle became her student, she would master the Croyd technique and win the title, opening up many career paths. But when Ariel heard in response to her words that the girl was not interested in such things, for she was sick of the city, the girl was slightly surprised. Ariel hissed angrily. She didn't think it would go this far, so she slowly started to pull out her sword, thus really scaring Belle. When she finished listening to the story, Sonia screamed in exasperation, demanding that Ariel tell her if she had killed that innocent child from the forest of hunters. The maiden sighed heavily and told Sonia not to let the girl take her for someone she didn't understand. But Sonetta was honestly very scared for that little one. That's why she was so worried. Ariel revealed that she didn't kill Belle. She just taught her how to wield a sword while she was alive, because she wanted to help that girl a little. Hearing this, Sonia hesitantly asked the girl what could be learned in just one day of sword training. Port Hoffs looked majestic as always, as it was one of the biggest ports on the mainland, where there were always tons of people. Hours later, Sonia, along with Ariel, finally made it to this city, traveling through its streets in their wagon. Ariel sat and pondered the fact that all the girls she met along the way didn't know where her brother was headed, yet they were familiar with him. When she saw Sonia's face change at the mention of her brother's name, Ariel threateningly ordered her not to be deceived, for Louis was a scoundrel. Sonetta immediately refuted her words and said that it wasn't about that at all, but about the mission, which she unfortunately couldn't tell anyone about. Ariel didn't bother to coax her, for they didn't have time, so she pulled some sort of cape from the strip and threw it over Sonette to hide her. Suddenly, some woman appeared in front of their wagon and greeted Ariel and said she didn't think they would meet in such a place. With the warriors behind her, the woman introduced herself as Ramfell and said that she was happy to welcome the Duke's daughter into her city. Laudna Ramfell was Charla's finger commander, so she asked the girl if she had come to personally investigate the death of Nitzel Croyd. Ariel smiled and asked her if she really looked like the kind of person who would go to something like that, then asked Ramfell to stay out of her way. Laudna Ramfell replied that she was too happy to meet her mistress, which was the reason why she had allowed herself to be so rude. To apologize in some way, Ramfell offered to deal with the body pulled out of her hand, but Ariel said she knew she'd been following her. Ariel measured the girl with her fierce gaze and hissed that she had messed with the wrong one, for these matters were not at all on Ramfell's mind. Ramfell explained that she understood Ariel's desire to protect her companions, but it had been reported that the saint had insulted the emperor and the god of order. Hearing this, Sonia immediately frowned unhappily. After all, she wasn't insulting anyone, but merely speaking the truth and wanting justice. She couldn't help herself and threw off her cape, screaming that Emperor Troyson no longer loved humans and was bringing destruction to humanity. Soon enough, Sonetta regretted opening her mouth at all, for she barely managed to dodge the sword that Ariel immediately pulled out to defend herself. The representative of the Croids jumped off the wagon and began to swing her sword straight at Ramphel, who continued to threaten her and her companion. Ariel remained calm in spite of all the shouting, saying that she did not like the shaming by Laudna Ramphel very much. Laudna Ramphel's patience broke, and she too drew her weapon, saying that she now understood Ariel's intent and now she had the right to execute her. Ramphel looked her angrily straight in the eye and said in a low voice that it was exciting and pleasurable at the same time. The very girl who 5 minutes ago seemed to be the true embodiment of respect and proper manners had now turned into a monster. She looked at Ariel with a nasty look and said that the representative of the moles was a bit too impatient, so she didn't want to keep her waiting. Ramphel was about to say something else, but she failed to do so, for Ariel beat her to it and attacked the wretch. Sonetta watched the whole situation in shock and shouted to Mrs. Ariel to be more careful in the battle. But this was not the first time Ariel had fought such battles, so the girl held firm, swinging her sword and continuously trying to attack her opponent. Noticing how strong Mrs. Croyd was, Ramphel smiled and praised her skills, but she still wasn't admiring them. Lana was just furious and kept yelling that she would first turn her hand into a mop and then deal with the girl whole. Suddenly, Ariel lost her concentration for a few seconds, thus giving her opponent a window to attack her, while Laudna suspected nothing. Immediately, the blows of the Croyd representative were spelled out. Laudna Ramphel laughed evilly and smugly, thinking that was the end of it. Seeing this horrible picture, Sonetta just couldn't believe it, so she screamed with fear. But suddenly the girl saw something that made her stunned to silence, because Ariel seemed to come to life, now being several times stronger than usual. Even though it was quite rare since Ariel used her stigma, Laudna Ramphel still wasn't very surprised by it. A moment later, Ramphel had to change her mind, for the trick Ariel had used had left the wretch stiff with shock. Ariel's attack was so strong and powerful that it triggered an explosion of immeasurable proportions, accompanied by a flash. Even Louis, who was on the other side of town, noticed this horrible sight and immediately realized that it was Croyd's lightning attack. Realizing that such power could only be used by one member of his family, the boy immediately realized that it was Ariel. Ariel herself, meanwhile, didn't even change her face, as if she had attacked her opponent with the most common technique in the entire world. In the world of the nobility, fighting over the right of succession was commonplace, for what mattered was whether the heirs could ignore their sins on their way to the throne. Only after everything was to be drowned in flames did family members begin to act, just like their father, the head of the family. When that terrible incident happened, Ariel was the first one to go to her little brother and ask why Alice had died on his lap. The boy ignored her, and the girl told him to take the amount of money he needed and leave as soon as possible, never to return to his family. Louis leaned over his mother and sobbed, asking his older sister sobbingly if her mother hadn't ordered the girl to kill him. Ariel confirmed his words and said that her mother had ordered her to kill someone who was a danger to the heir, but she had not ordered her to kill someone who was now sobbing like a child. The girl looked at Louis one last time and ordered him to leave quickly before she changed her mind. After all, she didn't want to kill him. As he replayed the events of that night in his head, Louis stood on the dock and looked over to where a huge explosion had gone off a few seconds before. The kid thought he'd gotten over those memories a long time ago, but he got just as uncomfortable every time it popped into his head. The next head of the Croyd family is to be the eldest son of the head wife, Lawrence Croyd, and no one who was against it could escape her wrath. Because of this, Louis lived quieter than water, and though he was harassed by Nitzel, he never fought back, for it was dangerous for him to be in his mother's sight. But after the young man found out how he could increase his life expectancy on the meter, his mom started helping him, and misunderstandings piled up. In the eyes of the elders to a spouse sensitive to the issue of inheritance, it looked like a process of learning how to kill and preparing for an attack. Lawrence Croyd was unstoppable, so Louis's mother died overnight, and the boy himself then barely escaped. The person who controlled this situation and at the same time let him go was Ariel Croyd, who was the strongest representative in their family. She had been used solely as a sword to put Lawrence as the head of the family, so Louis still didn't know why she had let him go that day. Parnisha was certain that the lightning bolt in Hofs was without a doubt hers, for there were several people in the family who possessed such a thing.
Noticing that his little brother was sad for some reason, his trusty ogre friend came up to Delassie and asked Louis what was wrong.
But Louis's thoughts were plagued by the fact that whatever Ariel's goal was, she wouldn't kill him on the spot, unlike his allies whom she didn't know. Turning to Ogre and Sway, the boys said that when they got to the port, the boys would have to move separately from him for safety reasons. When the boys were outside of Hof's port, Sway and the Ogre were walking down some path while the big guy was asking the demoness some strange questions. Sway sighed heavily and explained to the monster that Louis had done so to protect them, for he wanted to avoid any bloodshed in this place. Though deep down he agreed with the demoness, the Ogre didn't show it and said it would be safer if it was just the three of them. The demoness, for her part, went on to say that if the man Louis was wary of could destroy half a city by himself, then they should have been afraid of him. Ariel looked at her little brother and asked him if he remembered that the weather outside had been about as gloomy as it had been the day of his escape. While the girl continued to talk about the weather, wondered from the get-go if the huge explosion here was really about the real Ariel Croyd. Sonetta stood watching this situation, not understanding why the guys were so glum if, according to Ariel, they were related. Seeing Saint Chinevera next to her sister, Louis asked Ariel why she had captured her and taken her hostage. Ariel smiled in response and said that she was hurt that her little brother thought of her that way, since their paths with Sonia had just crossed. Louis said that if it was possible, he wouldn't want to fight Ariel, because once upon a time, when Nicelle attacked him, the girl always stopped her brother. The boy recalled the day his mom died, saying that the only reason he was able to survive then was because it was just another whim of his little sister. Ariel laughed hilariously after these words and said that her little brother had grown up a lot and finally understood her intentions with which she acted in such a way. She abruptly changed her face and looked menacingly at Louis, saying then the boy shouldn't have ignored her warning and caught their eye. Delassie realized it himself, so he tried to justify himself by saying that it was just the circumstances. But Ariel was even more annoyed. The girl began to complain to the guy about how hard it was for her right now, after which she said that the young man had only two ways of doing things. Ariel said that the first option was to return him to his family, but that solution didn't appeal to Louis at all, and he asked what the second option was. But suddenly, instead of hearing the second way, Louis was momentarily frozen by Ariel's word that he had already made his choice. Without giving him a second's head start, Ariel grabbed her sword and charged at the boy, swinging it around and attacking him. She screamed that Louis had become another son of Croyd, who had revived the legend of Cetria, so now she surely needed to kill him. Since the kid had become a danger to the heir's seat, Ariel hoped it was just idle rumors, but Louis had straightened out Nicelle and was constantly making noise. Suddenly, their battle was interrupted by the ringing cry of Sonette, who shouted to the boys that they could not kill each other, for they were brother and sister. Not expecting this turn of events, Louis and Ariel stared perplexedly at the saint, who didn't realize that this was what they were fighting about. Louis apologized to Sonia for having to witness this horror, but alas, such was the cruelty of his worthless family. Grasping her weapon again, Mrs. Croyd said that she would try to be gentler, for she herself did not want to kill her little brother. Delassie looked the girl straight in the eye and wondered how much she didn't care about the fact that she was now about to kill her own kind. Even though Ariel didn't expect that from him, she still smiled and asked the kid why he was asking her such emotional questions. She continued her battle and reprimanded the young man that it was a choice that was not based on personal feelings, but commitment. This girl was the first worthy opponent Louis had faced lately, but the downside was that he didn't have the strength to kill her. Once Louis finally managed to get close to his sister and point his sword at her, the young man immediately realized what was about to happen. When it exploded right in the boy's hand, Ariel stepped away and said that overintroduction of ether causes weapons to explode. Holding the shards from his sword in her hands, Ariel said that Nicelle had never been able to do something like that, so in this, the little brother was sure to overtake him. But suddenly she saw a turquoise glow begin to appear around Louis, which reminded the girl very much of the restoration of the goddess Mercilla. Louis knew that underhanded techniques didn't go over well here, so he needed to fight with firepower at maximum if he didn't want to die. The kid concentrated all his power on his sword and activated the blessing of God Rome, about to attack Ariel with all his fury. Watching this, the girl marveled from the fact that this time her little brother had recovered his body and summoned a weapon, mastering the technique peerlessly. She watched carefully at all that he was doing and was glad that this skill had not yet reached its final and most dangerous stage. But here was Louis Delassie not paying attention to his sister's musings, so he swung his sword and came at her with another powerful attack. When their forces came in contact, there was a huge explosion, from which poor and frightened Sonetta barely had time to hide behind some wood. Because of the insane force of that explosion, Louis had his arm blown off, after which Ariel came up to him and said that the boy had really gotten stronger, but that was his limit. Louis sat on the cold ground and didn't understand why this was the case, as he believed that the destructive power of Raum's blessing was stronger for his sister. Ariel knew exactly what he was doubting now, so she said that a man who had been living half the time all this time could never understand it. She pointed her weapon at Louis' head and ordered the boy to just give up and humble himself, because that way he could make life easier for both of them. Suddenly, some man appeared behind Ariel, who said that the girl would never kill a man with such a tilt of the sword, for it had to be turned slightly. It was the same bald man who turned to Louis and greeted the boy, saying they hadn't seen the kid in a good long while. The second the bald man said that he actually had a name too, Ariel didn't slow down and immediately swung her sword at the man. But a moment later, Ariel heard his voice again, laughing and saying that she had not frightened him at all with such puny movements. The girl pointed her sword at the bald man and asked him who he was, while he continued to gloat and say that the Croyd family was very rude. Suddenly, the bald man tore off all his clothes and showed off his pumped-up body, saying that he was the general secretary of the mercenary guild. He added that if it had been business as usual, the man would have stopped at his greeting, but today he had come to fulfill some duties. Baldy smiled and said that since everything was different now, he was ready to say that he was actually the mercenary king Duane. Duvain stepped over the dead body of Lodna Ramphel and asked what the boys had fought for now he wanted to prove something to them. From somewhere, the man took Lodna's hand, looked at it incomprehensibly, and said that he wanted to prove that he possessed the qualities of the strongest knight of the continent. Well, suddenly, Lodna's hand in Duane's hands turned into something resembling a sword, and the man hissed that he wanted revenge on those who never gave him a chance. Duane said that no matter how outstanding a mercenary was, he was still vulnerable to aristocrats who had mountains of money for anything. Realizing what kind of weapon Duane had turned Lodna's arm into, Ariel asked him how the mercenary could swing such a club and not be ashamed of its size. In response, the mercenary king smiled and said that this was exactly the problem with the aristocrats who equated weapons with techniques and skills. On the battlefield, one did not look to see if the weapon was weak or if the stance was correct, for there the strongest survived and the one who could do nothing died. Duane glared his sneaky gaze at Ariel and asked the girl to teach him the noble art of wielding a ball if they were to meet. Ariel replied that she never thought the king of the mercenary world had such an inferiority complex, but Duane only laughed it off. The representative of the Croyd family grabbed her sword and said that she quite understood his frantic desire for recognition from others. After all, he was a man. The girl looked her opponent straight in the eye and asked him in a low whisper if he was really sure he could handle her techniques. Duane didn't wait for long, so he immediately shouted that he was as confident as ever, after which he rushed into battle. Although Ariel had heard earlier that this bald man was nicknamed the King of Mercenaries, she couldn't imagine how strong he was. Glancing at her opponent, Mrs. Croyd was convinced that she had greatly underestimated this man who was now ready to kill her. In a moment of watching, Louis also decided to join the battle and help his little sister, but he immediately got a backlash from Duane. The young knight smiled wryly and asked the bald man why he had decided to go out in public when he had always done everything in secret and didn't like publicity. While the boys were talking, Ariel noticed her little brother's arm, which was in its place despite the fact that she had cut it off. While they were distracted, Louis signaled to Sonia to keep praying until the fight was over, thus calling upon the goddess Mercilla. Once Mercilla's divine power increased, it wasn't too difficult to restore the arm, so now the boy was once again unharmed. Duane looked at the kin and said that he never thought he would have to fight a recovery Croyd, and a Croyd wielding the power of a master. He fairly shouted that he would fight two people at the same time who were like monsters in their field, which couldn't help but please him. The battle was so powerful that afterwards the constant attacks were constantly followed by explosions, which the inhabitants of the harbor heard everywhere. Louis continued to battle with the bald man and didn't understand why this rogue was so strong, since his strength was even beyond that of a demon lord. Duane continued to laugh evilly and told the boy that he could hear his chatter perfectly well, for he had recently learned to read human minds. Ariel didn't back down from the fight either, and tried to attack the bald man while he was distracted by her little brother, but the girl wasn't having much success. Suddenly, the female member of the family finally managed to catch the right moment and she swooped down on the bald man with an attack, breaking his cane. She glared menacingly at her opponent and asked how he had the time to joke around when it was time to start fighting properly. Dwayne smiled broadly at the beauty and said that he was completely serious. It was just that he talked a lot when he was very nervous. While the rogue was fighting Ariel, Louis was standing at his back trying to figure out what to do next and how to attack the mercenary king. Baldy, meanwhile, went on to say that even though it was called swordsmanship, without the use of the stigma, these guys were nothing. Suddenly, without realizing it, the man managed to grab hold of Louis's golden sword, which had been given to him by the king of Cetria after he had dealt with the demon. Dwayne stared intently into the boy's eyes and asked if he had recovery power, but Louis didn't understand at all what the rascal was talking about. Exactly the second the bald man threw him back into the nearest wall with a mighty force, Delassie immediately guessed what he meant when he asked him that. The scoundrel turned back to Ariel and reminded the girl that, unlike her brother, she didn't know how to recover, so she should have calmed down and given up. Dwayne tried to sell the beauty through emotional manipulation, talking about how her little brother was much stronger than the older daughter of the Croyd family. Hearing those words, something inside Ariel lit up, and she felt an uncontrollable anger that made her unable to contain herself any longer. The girl concentrated all her power into her weapon and shouted that apparently the bald man just wanted to die quickly, whereupon she attacked him. Feeling that she had used explosive power and the speed of ether circulating through her body, Dwayne shouted to his opponent that it wasn't enough to kill him. Ariel no longer realized what she was doing, so the girl jumped high into the air and swung her sword at the bald man, intending to kill him. Mrs. Croyd shouted angrily, letting the bald man fret over the fact that the last thing he sees in his life will be her flash of lightning. In the end, she managed to attack her opponent with such force that he finally lost all his courage and flew aside, clutching at his heart. But since Ariel's body somehow had his cane in it, the bald man rather declared that the flash of lightning wasn't enough to shorten the explosion. He walked over to Ariel and pulled a piece of his weapon out of her stomach, saying he was sorry because it would have been more fun if she had calculated it right. Since the maiden was insanely weak, Dwayne took advantage of this and stabbed her through and through with his stick, saying that the result wouldn't have changed anyway. Invoking his magic, he shouted that it would end here and now, and Ms. Ariel would soon surely become part of his glory. But unfortunately, the bald man was so engrossed in the fight with the girl that he was oblivious to the existence of Louis, who was flying at him from behind. Dwayne turned just in time and shouted cheerfully to the boy that he had recovered very much in time, but unfortunately it wouldn't help him. The mercenary crawl grabbed the kid by the neck and hissed that Louis was in too much of a hurry, which was why he didn't have time to calculate all the possible outcomes. The villain's hand was right on the kid's carotid artery, so before he lost consciousness, the bald man suggested that the young man try to attack him. When he told Louis that he should have used the ability that he had chosen and the timing of the fight with his sister, Delassie smiled and said that he had already used it. Dwayne saw an extraordinary unusual glow appear around his body, which was more like healing rather than an ordinary attack. But the man immediately realized that in this way Louis was trying to heal Ariel through him, for the girl was still in his arms. He told the young knight that he would take all that energy in that case, but when the boy didn't react in any way, the bald man was surprised. Suddenly, Dwayne felt his entire body begin to fill with some strange energy, causing his skin to begin to turn into painful bubbles. Louis looked at him and said that anything in excess was harmful, even if it was a life force created by the divine power of goddess Mercila. If one used the divine power of one god at a time, it would merge and intensify, and this was something the young man was taught by his loyal friend the ogre during one battle. Delassie tried to age him by infusing divine power with Sonia, and it was a little different from what Louis had planned before, but the result was similar. Now Dwayne, who just a short while ago was so confidently standing on his own two and swinging his sword, was about to explode due to the excessive force. His movements had definitely slowed down, and Louis realized it, watching the rogue move ridiculously, trying to at least do something. Of course, if one's own body wasn't interrupted, then the power of destruction had also increased many times over, and there was certainly no way Dwayne could resist it. One thing young Mr. Croyd was sure of, for now was the very chance to defeat this creature that had nearly killed them. His thoughts were confirmed by Ariel herself, who finally came to her senses, pulled that stick from her body, and was able to move again. The girl said that the bald man was now bald as he tried his best to control the raging power of recovery in his body. Just one attack would be enough to break his concentration, so the guys needed to get ready and strike last. When Ariel asked her brother to then reinstate her, Louis refused because he only had 47 minutes left in his time account and his sister didn't know it. Ariel sighed resentfully and said that although she really didn't want to do it, it couldn't be helped. And then she touched her brother's arm. Realizing what she was about to do, Louis stared stunned at the maiden, trying to believe what he was seeing, for it was a completed stigma. Baldy, who was still alive and watching this, smiled and said that this new way of using life force was quite interesting. But it wasn't interesting enough to let things get out of his control, so now Dwayne had regained his normal human form. If one injected it in moderation and repeated regeneration, a golden mean was found in the end, so the result of Louis's best technique was a loss. At the rogue's words about letting the feathery man not be disappointed because of failure, Louis activated his strength and shouted furiously that he wasn't going to give in to him. With the help of Ariel Croyd, the kid's sister, his stigma was now complete, and he could use the whole wash without any restrictions. This meant that the power of rejecting the stigma was no longer effective, and since the young man had little time, this was the best option. He didn't even bother to look for the right moment, so he immediately snapped out of his seat and swooped down on his opponent on the ground with a ferocious attack. The force of the main character's blow was so strong that it destroyed half of the city and even damaged one of the rocks ahead. When Ariel gave him the opportunity to finish the stigma, she had no idea how it would turn out, for Louis was stronger than she thought. The fact that her family's lightning bolt was now in his hands couldn't help but be frightening, because with that power, the kid really could destroy half the world. The knight said that this power of destruction was beyond his expectations, for now with such abilities, he could become the new head of the Croyd family. Finally, the carnage was over, so the boy calmly turned to his little sister and thanked her for finishing his stigma. In response to this, Ariel only said that it was the best choice for them all, whereupon she handed her brother the sword she had taken from him before. She told her little brother that now they had no reason left to meet, to which Louis asked the girl if she would go all the way. Sonia, who once again got it wrong, stepped between Ariel and Louis and yelled for them to stop and not go that far. Saint shouted that since Miss Ariel was that guy's older sister, she should have protected him instead of trying to kill him at the first opportunity. This petty girl's words began to annoy the Croyd family representative, so she attacked her. But Louis DeLossie managed to repel this attack in time. The boy hid Sonia behind his back and ordered his sister not to do anything so rude to her, for the saint was not guilty of anything. Ariel grudgingly gritted her teeth and said that she wasn't doing this because she liked it. After all, it was an order from her family. Louis understood exactly how the girl felt at that moment, so he said that if she didn't like it so much, she could keep her last name. Mrs. Croyd looked at the young man with a stunned expression, for she had never even considered that she could have done exactly the same thing as her brother. After thinking for a bit, Ariel finally smiled and said that under the free life, her favorite little brother had mellowed out nicely. Even though she was looking into his menacing and cold eyes, Ariel could still feel how much Louis had changed in these few years. Ariel clutched her pendant and said that the guy himself marvelously realized that people like them didn't even close to having a choice for freedom. She ordered her little brother not to say anything stupid, for even before she was born, Ariel, like the others, had been robbed of her right to the estate of the ability to choose.
Even after the girl was born, she no longer had the right to choose anything in her life, and it wasn't invented by the Croyd bloodline, but by the Empire and the humans.
As much as Ariel disliked it, the beauty always understood that it was done to better the world in the name of order and rules and creature traditions. Deep down, Ariel had always wanted to do the same thing as her little brother, but the fear of being abandoned kept her from doing so. She looked Louis straight in the eye and reminded him that he was already part of the Croyd system, and that couldn't be changed until he or the clan was gone. Ariel could only show her concern by making the boy an invalid who would carry no danger to the clan. It was her only way to take care of her little brother, as she had no other choice, for she truly loved him and wanted him to be happy. Louis started going in her direction and saying that anyone had a choice, and even that day when instead of getting rid of the hidden threat, Ariel did the opposite. DeLossie held out her sister's hand and said that the day she saw the boy who just wanted to live, Ariel realized it herself. Not realizing what the madman was doing, Ariel remained standing like a pillar, staring at the hand her little brother held out to her to take her along with him. Belle looked into his cold red eyes and realized that this was the moment she had waited so intensely for all her life. But since Ariel's life was much more complicated than the young lad's, she realized she couldn't decide to do it so easily. Ariel hissed that if she had known something like this would happen today, she never would have done it, so she ordered the guy to shut up and raise her sword. Delassie had hoped deep down that his sister would obey him and go along with him, so when she refused, he felt bad. There was nothing left for the boy but to agree to her terms, for he did not himself perfectly understand the statutes by which his family lived. Eager to finally resolve things after so much time of pointless fighting, Ariel grabbed her sword and ordered Louis not to give in to her. The young knight did the same and looked his sister in the eye and ordered her to attack first, for he didn't want to attack the girl first. Ariel didn't need to be asked twice, so using her strength and grabbing her sword tighter, she ran at her opponent. Louis did the same, trying to ignore her cries of how much she had waited for this moment throughout her life. Unfortunately, the boy was much stronger than the girl, so with one sharp movement of the ball, he fatally wounded her. Ariel smiled and was even happy with how things had unfolded, so she didn't fight back and just fell to the ground, bleeding. Delassie picked up her pendant and thanked his sister for sparing him that day, for then she had sacrificed her life and position in the family. He turned the other way and told the girl that if she suddenly hurt him, she shouldn't have gotten to her feet, because it would be better for everyone. The main character was approached by a flustered Sonia and asked him if the kid was really just going to walk away and leave Ariel behind. Looking somewhere in the distance, the guy told Saint that Ariel knew it too and had been waiting for this moment for a long time, so he couldn't do otherwise. Since the boy had now gained the strength he was sure he had, he would have to continue to fight the strongest, constantly improving his skills. Sonia walked over to Louis, placed her hand in his palm, while the protagonist contemplated how much he still had to go through. Delassie asked Sonetta in surprise what she was doing, and the girl explained that in her prostration, the kid had reached out his hand, and she thought he wanted her to take it. Saint said that no matter how messy a relationship based on profit was, Louis was still fighting with his family, so she wanted to support him. Watching this girl's eyes, Louis thought about the fact that things had gotten so serious just because of her, so he wondered what she would be like in battle.
About 5 days had passed since then, but the Troisen kingdom continued to sparkle as majestically as ever.
In the palace, meanwhile, it was just being reported to His Majesty that the Maron fleet had entered Hofs, where a unit of Charlotte's Finger had just been destroyed. It was reported to the Emperor that an army from Cetria was moving north, but then they stopped at the southern border and delivered a letter with their terms. This letter was about the Emperor stopping the Holy War, and if he continued to provoke, the warriors would surely retaliate. Troyson said he knew and displeased Iron Lion Guilford, but he didn't think his troops would be on the border with the small state. When Earl Carleton asked the Emperor what they should do, His Majesty asked the Earl if the caravan had only stopped because of the barking of some rag. The Emperor ordered the Count to place a magical fire tower in the southern part of the empire, for the crusading party was to retake the port of Hofs. Since those guys were some of the strongest in their field, the Emperor didn't even doubt that they would fail and lose. But Earl Carleton informed His Majesty that in such a case, only the Royal Guard would remain in the capital, which could not stop a knight either. Troyson gave the Earl a disgruntled look and said there was no problem, and Carleton shouldn't have scored who was in that palace. The men were so involved in their own conversation that they didn't even notice the lump of yellow energy that was watching them from the ceiling. On the other side of this lump of energy were Teshua and Louis, who were making sure that, as expected, most of the troops would leave the empire. Louis began to slowly pull out his golden sword from behind his back and asked the boys if they could go on their way to the Troyson Empire. Demoness Sway was also ready to finally depart, because all this time, this was all she had been waiting for. Ogre was equally excited, who was only thinking about punching someone in the face. Along with Sonia were also ready and waiting to depart. A few hours from that moment, some strange wagon appeared near the entrance to the holy city of Troyson and was immediately stopped at the entrance. The man who was the driver of the wagon said that he was constantly delivering goods to the Horn Company, so he was bound to be let through. As long as they didn't have Laia in charge with them, who had gone somewhere, the guards didn't want to let the cart inside, thus causing problems. Realizing that the plan was falling apart little by little, Sonia asked Louis what they were supposed to do, while the guy was angry at Teshua, who hadn't thought it through. But suddenly the boys heard the voice of Earl Carleton ordering the guards to let the strange wagon in. saying it was his personal permission. The Earl of Carleton justified his decision on the grounds that the Horn Company was owned by Prince Teshua, and the Earl guaranteed that he could be trusted. Hearing the fact that the guards had finally raised the gate, about to let them in, Louis breathed a sigh of relief and wondered who this Earl Carleton was. The kid immediately remembered that he had seen this fat man through Teshua's eyes, so this old man was probably Emperor Troison's crony. The Earl himself, meanwhile, walked to the back of the wagon and stopped beside it, as if pondering something. He said in a quiet voice that at that size there were 1 or 2 people there, so he asked when the guys were going to team up with the others. Receiving silence in reply, Earl Carleton said, lest the boys should be surprised, for he was well aware of their intentions. The man fixed his strange gentleman's hat with a small smile and explained that in the Empire, the Emperor had eyes everywhere. Not understanding the situation, Louis asked Earl Carleton why he was letting them inside, but he said that trying to stop them was just useless. He calmly added that whatever these guys did to the Emperor wouldn't hurt him in any way, so he warned their faction one last time. Earl Carleton ordered the boys to stop doing senseless things and go home quietly, because if they leave quietly, nothing will happen. Delossi didn't like the fact that the rascal was making fun of us, for they hadn't been preparing after their sleeves before showing up on that wagon to the Empire. The kid ordered Count Carlin to leave his illusions behind, for their real target was not any emperor at all, but someone else. Hearing the insults towards the emperor, the count shouted furiously at the boy, for he had shown him mercy, and the young man had behaved abominably. Louis pulled back the curtain of the wagon and pointed his hand at the count, saying that he was the one who had shown the man his mercy. The boy measured him with his menacing and anger-filled eyes, then said that if the count had gotten the number wrong, they would have slaughtered everyone and gone in. Earl Carleton laughed at the way these fellows assessed their strength, for in any case, such freedom would not last longer than tonight. Before the strip touched down, Louis asked the count why he hadn't checked his troops on the front lines here, leaving the man in complete incomprehension. As they continued on their way, Louis sat in the wagon and smiled, for their plan was going exactly as they had planned it. The lad looked at Sinette and told the girl that only they would be going into the castle, so the girl shouldn't have worried about it. He asked her if it was better to entrust an army using divine demonic powers to those who specialized in it. Sway, along with Ogre, had to deal with the holy knights and mages while Louis and Sonia quietly entered the palace. Reflecting on the fact that their wagon was a bit delayed at the entrance to the kingdom, Louis thought that things might have been resolved by now. The boy was right, because at that time Sway had already completely dismantled the group of mages, leaving alive only its leader, who did not want to end the fight. Fire Magic Tower Master Donovan shouted, letting the demoness not be proud that she had single-handedly destroyed the Fire Magic Tower. Since this man was the strongest mage of humanity, he directed his energy at Sway without any fear, continuing to attack. Sway sighed heavily, turned to her opponent, and said that it looked like what she was trying to convey to him still hadn't gotten through to him. Recreating something resembling a flame with her hand, the demoness said that he and she were fundamentally different, for mages derived their power by giving up ether. This power originally belonged to their race of demons because it was the divine power of chaos, but then humans brazenly stole their development of the ether. Upon hearing that the magic power was actually the devil's divine power, Donovan cried out in exasperation, for he simply didn't believe it. Well, after a few moments, the man was convinced of that, because thanks to her magical energy, Sway recreated an entire ice wall in front of her. She said that even though it was true, if it wasn't for that cloak on the demoness, it would be terribly difficult for her to fight alone. Sway walked over to the chaos shell fragment and took a few steps inside the pectoral, wondering where Louis had gotten such a thing. Once inside the strange circle, Sway even doubted that it was real magic, because the demoness had never seen such a thing before. As she continued to make something out of the pectorals, she pondered what kind of magic the young knight who had been doing something all this time had prepared for her. Suddenly, Sway realized that it was magic to return to the Imperial Palace, for from the beginning, Louis had no intention of going to the battlefield. Guilford was unhappy that they still hadn't deployed large-scale action, so he asked the princess why she had called them in. Caesar reminded the hunter that in his own words, full-scale war was a last resort, but Guilford didn't think so now, though he hid it. Since Guilford really wasn't aware of the intentions, Caesar told him that it was a request from a Cetria hero named Louis de Lacy. Suddenly, one of Guilford's men shouted loudly that he saw an attack from the Empire side that was ahead. Guilford immediately jumped up from his chair and shouted that if this wasn't a reconnaissance unit, the guys had to prepare for real combat. But in response, the very man who had noticed the movement from the Empire's side only told the ringleader that there was one man looming over them. Since the battle between members of the Croyd family took place in the port of Huffs, half of the city was still as destroyed. The townspeople were extremely unhappy that communication with the landing troops had been lost, because it did not please them at all and even slightly frightened them. Unfortunately, the townspeople were right, as the entire landing party had indeed been wiped out by someone they had never seen before. Only their leader remained alive, who simply did not understand how one man managed to destroy an entire corral of knights. He rode his horse forward and thought of the urgency of reporting this to Lord Thor, for now the knight had to retreat quickly. But suddenly some stranger appeared near the man, who interrogated him as to whether the military was really going to retreat to the sea. No sooner had the leader of the corral of knights looked towards Master Chemfun than the strange stranger immediately chopped off his head with his sharp sword. Master Chemfun pulled a cigarette to his mouth, took a few drags, and said that it was an honor to kill the most glorious troop leader. The thought that even across the sea people knew his name made the master smile, for that might be enough to rival Louis Croyd. Lately, Master Chemfun had often wondered where the man who appeared to have allied himself with the kingdom of Cetria had gone. In front of Guilford's corral on the southern boundary, meanwhile, the lazy swordswoman Master Childs appeared, clearly not in the mood. Master Chilies hurled her sharp ice sword straight at the people and said that it was worthy of someone who had no pride at all. But suddenly, instead of killing every pathetic human that was on the southern border, her arrows hit an invisible barrier. When the master saw Caesar and his shield, she immediately realized that it seemed that there were also natives of even Behemoth itself in the kingdom of Cetria. She was initially surprised by this, but then, when the woman's attention fell on a small crack in the order leader's shield, she changed her mind. Master Chilies smiled and said that what she saw here was just an insignificant bunch of human rabble that would die very soon. Even though this woman was much stronger than them, Guilford, along with Caesar, still continued to hold on bravely. Their opponent folded her arms on her chest and said that the reason why the Emperor sent her to the battlefield was only because of one thing. Master Chilies looked around her opponents with a baleful gaze and shouted that they were tactical weapons themselves, so they were not afraid of anything. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the Hofs harbor, the judges of the church simply could not believe their own eyes. A true god of war had appeared on the mainland, because no normal person would ever be able to master the kind of sword he had. Showing his right hand of war that was connected to Raum's right hand, the ogre rejoiced at how useful a thing it was. He looked at all the lowly people he had at his snogs, and fairly declared that it was a hand that suited him terribly, a temperament. When the chief judge of the church saw that that ogre dared to steal the war god's power, he cried out in exasperation and ordered him to give it back immediately. The man shouted at the ogre to put his life on the line for the emperor's majesty, but the ogre didn't even listen to this bum. Noticing that the big man wasn't paying attention to him, the man ordered his men even more fiercely to defeat this heretic imitating the god of war. The judges of the church were another experiment of Emperor Troyson, who could utilize the power of the god of war Raum, which was what the name implied. It was an elite imperial army that no human could stand against, except for one creature. This one creature was the true vessel of the god Rauma Ogre, holding in his hand the very weapon that could destroy half the world. The power of this vessel was so terrifying that after a couple of attacks, the church magistrates were completely destroyed without any chance. In the Troyson Imperial Palace, meanwhile, 4 men slowly but surely descended deep into the castle, entering its basement area. When the guys were at the very bottom, they saw just a huge pile of corpses that seemed to have been kept there for ages. It seemed suspicious to Jin, for it wasn't that the Empire hadn't prepared in any way. It hadn't even sent a single guard to the basement. The girl asked Louis if the young man was sure that this was the road to the seal, but the knight was convinced that Bamhara's energy was getting closer. Suddenly, the protagonist heard some strange sound, after which he would abruptly start pulling out his sword, trying to be ready for anything. Suddenly, everything around them abruptly began to collapse at such a speed that Louis and the others barely had time to bounce aside. Teshua immediately realized what had happened, so he smiled and told the creature that it had been a good long time since they had seen each other. In front of the boys was the first principal of the Empire named Dimius, with whom Teshua is on closer terms than mere acquaintances. Dimius looked at his brother and said that his father had been right when he said that if the big man stayed there, he would soon meet Teshua and his friends. Louis immediately realized that Jean was right, for it could have been possible for me to have no one here at all, but Teshua seemed to have seen it coming. Jean immediately jumped forward and yelled to the guys to hurry up. These us were going to take the big guy on. But when Dimius' huge weapon, which was bigger than the girl herself, appeared in front of her face for the first time, all of Jean's confidence vanished. Watching the girl fight, Teshua asked his friend if she was holding back by any chance, because Dimius was his older brother. Jin shouted that that big guy's body was as strong as he was stupid, so defeating him wasn't a big deal before her. Dimius did slow down a bit, for while he was figuring out how to attack, his little brother's friends had vanished. But just moments later, he found the answer to his question, seeing some strange demonic tentacles popping out of the ground at him.
Teshua, who was handling those tentacles, told his little brother with a smile that he and his friends had some business to attend to, so they had to leave first.
Continuing to squeeze Dimius' body, who seemed even glad of it, Teshua offered the big man a laugh for the first time in a long time. But suddenly, by concentrating all his strength, Dimius managed to break free from his brother's tentacles, so he shouted that Teshua would answer for it. Such a turn of events the future principal definitely did not expect, because he could not even imagine that his older brother turns out to be so strong. When Louis, along with Sonia, finally made it to the right place, the guy told Saint that this was the seal restraining the devil in Bamhara's body. Remembering the word goddess, Sonia reminded the boy that Bamhara was already dead, so now there was only one thing left for them to do. Now Louis understood why Jerem had left him all his knowledge, for the sword he had received from the dragon Cetria turned out to be the real key. Thanks to this key, the protagonist managed to break the chains holding back the demon in the body of the dead goddess of liberty. After he did, that big thing in front of him started glowing with purple flames, which turned out to be very creepy to the kid. The devil's forces began to approach Louis and envelop his body with their tentacles, while the guy just stood there and did nothing. He watched the whole process and thought that in this way his only adversary Bamhara would finally disappear and he could live in peace. Even though she was the boy's enemy, her thoughts and actions deserved respect, so it would be her, not Louis, who would end this old era. While Louis watched intently as the devil emerged from his imprisonment shell, Sonia excitedly asked if his arrival would do any harm to the world. Parnisha replied to Sunette that the devil would have re-entered the human world one way or another anyway, so it had to happen at some point. Suddenly, an emperor appeared behind the hero, saying that Louis had faithfully fulfilled his role, so he could now be free. Troyson turned to Louis Croyd and added that the young man had proved his usefulness, but now he had to leave the place if he wanted to live. Sonia was surprised that she was unable to spot the emperor even with her fairy eyes, so she quickly grasped her bow and released an arrow at the emperor. Since Saint had benefited from him earlier, Troyson gave the girl an irritated look and said that he had never seen anyone more impudent than her before. But Sonetta wasn't stopped by his words for a second, so the girl continued to attack him while Troyson stood his ground unmoving. Calling Chinavira a useless creature, the emperor finally grasped his sword and lunged at the beauty to attack her back. Quickly, Louis came running to the girl's defense, and with a deft swing of his weapon, she fended off the man's attack, telling him that they needed to finish their conversation first. Troyson measured the kid with his menacing gaze and said it was commendable of him, but he preferred to just kill the creep.
Suddenly, the emperor's sword slipped off Louis' sword, and he managed to wound the boy, leaving a deep cut on his forearm.
Delassi certainly hadn't expected such a ferocious attack from Troyson, so he immediately slumped to the ground, trying to catch his breath and ignore the pain. Since the night system wasn't working, the emperor said that for a while, he wouldn't be able to use the power he used with Bamhara's help. Troyson stood looking at the pile where the devil was imprisoned, saying that Bamhara had finally been destroyed, but her power was still immense. Wanting to get all the devil's power and energy, the emperor reached out to that pile and ordered the devil to transfer his energy and power to him. The emperor was filled with the indescribable power of the devil and cried out that this was the only way he would be able to obtain full freedom and liberation. Troyson had been waiting for this moment his entire life, for with this power, the emperor would be given the opportunity to open the way to a new world. When Louis asked His Majesty if it was true that he wanted to kill all the gods, the emperor smiled and said that the boy had finally discovered the truth too. He held out his hand to the knight and said that if the kid had seen it, he would have understood, but the emperor was willing to let him share the fight. Delassi grimaced irritably, and said that even though the world was a horrible place, he still didn't like these cruel methods of the emperor. Troizen replied that the young man simply could not choose to confront the emperor, in whose hands all the devil's power was concentrated. He added that unfortunately, the guys were already too late, as the sixes had already started moving, and now humanity along with the gods were doomed. Everything around them began to shake and shake as if in a real earthquake, but Louis and Sonia knew it was real. Troizen used his magic and roared that by Bamhara's power, he was erasing Charlotte's existence from this world and taking the first step into a new era. At that moment, some strange flash of light appeared on the highest point of the royal palace, which was watched incomprehensibly by thousands of citizens. Earl Carlton alone understood what was happening, so he cheerfully repeated that it was the best choice the little man could have made. Count Carlton rejoiced madly as he swore allegiance to His Majesty, who had finally completely liberated this world from all manner of evil. But the man was so absorbed in the process of admiring the emperor that he did not notice how the people around him began to turn sharply into terrible monsters. When Teshua saw Jin fall to the floor and clutch her body, he exclaimed fearfully, horrified that his friend had been injured. But something strange was happening to Joan, for she had developed elf ears, and one of her eyes shone with a strange bright yellow light. The emperor, meanwhile, continued to say that the very first creature he would release would be an ordinary human from the kingdom. He kept repeating that the elves, orcs, and demons would also be freed, and he would finally give complete freedom to all living things on this earth. Some 40 years ago, there were very frequent shouts near the Earl of Carlton's estate, which were more often than not directed at the man himself. One day, someone was beating the poor man terribly badly, berating him for the fact that it was not customary for high-ranking guests to see his ugliness. The man kept shouting that this meeting with the imperial nobles was terribly difficult to organize, and because of the little freak, everything was screwed up. While young Earl Carlton, who was 13 years old at the time, knelt before the man and cried, the man continued to threaten him with violence. Carlton, who came from a noble family in the western region, had a body different from others, for it was due to a genetic malfunction that was very rare. But despite this, young Carlton was always resentful because of why he was born the way he was, as he was always bullied because of this characteristic. Ugliness manifested itself in their family once every few generations, but this time it was the Earl who had this affliction, ruining his entire life. Unexpectedly, the answer to his questions was given to the Count by a servant who assisted him and who held out to him the Charlotte scripture containing his doctrine. In the beginning, the world was full of house, wars, and unbridled freedom, and Charlotte's writing said that humans were created for a unified order. In addition to this, it also said that every human being had a use, and it was these words that became hope for the young Earl. Now that he had a purpose, the boy was a completely different person, convinced that his existence had meaning. Making the most of his talent for observing the course of the world, Carlton gained the confidence of those who had influence on the continent by raising his status. He set a trap for the brothers who had bullied him all his life, so those scoundrels were eventually brought before the imperial court. The parents were also held accountable for shutting their words to their son's bullying, and eventually Earl killed all of his family's rivals. The servant who handed him the writ, despite his cruel actions, had great respect for Carlton, and after his death, Carlton erected a tombstone in his memory. There were those who doubted the young Earl's actions, but he always replied succinctly that it was the only way his life would make sense. Once, when Earl Carlton found himself before the emperor, Troizen told him that such a noble cause simply did not exist. These words stunned the old man, for he had thought otherwise all his life, and it was only because of this that he continued to live, hoping that he had some importance. When Carlton questioned the emperor about his words, Troizen only laughed at the old man and said that he should have stopped refusing and accepted it. Troizen clarified that he was not saying this to test Earl Carlton or to embarrass him, for he was trying to reveal the truth to his faithful servant. But Carlton had no need of this truth and asked if it was not His Majesty, being the vessel of Charlotte himself, who had started the Holy War. The emperor glared menacingly at the old man and said that all mortals on this continent were fit for only one thing, as food for the gods. After hearing about food for the gods, Carlton was completely confused and asked the emperor what he meant. The old man didn't understand anything at all. Looking at the food on his plate, the emperor asked the count if he knew what path that meat had traveled before ending up on his plate. The count replied that they were born on a farm and grew up trying their mother's milk and grass in the meadows, after which they were cut when they had value as a commodity. Carlton looked the emperor in the eye and asked if the Lord meant to say that all mortals on the mainland were no different from the same cattle. Continuing to eat his food, the emperor said that humans raised livestock for the same reason the gods help mortals in their prosperity on earth. When the gods appeared directly in this world, their essence was defiled, so they needed something with which to impart the power of this world. This particular power, according to His Majesty, was ordinary mortals who were unfit for anything other than feeding the gods. The emperor continued to dine and spoke of the gods growing stronger, absorbing the power accumulated by mortals throughout their lives. The moment Earl Carlton realized that the gods weren't actually going to protect this world, the old man simply became numb, for he couldn't believe it. Troyson jumped up from his seat, pounded his fists on the table with impossible force, and shouted that their goal was not to keep the peace, but to amass power. Men to the gods were tools or cattle that were enslaved to them, and if there was any meaning to existence, it would be these sorrowful facts. The Count was confused and asked His Majesty what he planned to do in such a case, and the Lord told him that he wanted to create a world for mortals without gods. Carlton didn't understand how that was possible, but Troyson explained that even though they were gods, the truth was that they still needed people. Although it was impossible to kill the gods directly, the emperor was convinced that if there were no mortals, the gods would simply die out without their food. Listening to the fact that Troyson simply wanted to kill all humanity on the mainland, the Count asked what would happen if there was no one left around. Looking straight at him, the Great Lord stated that there would be freedom left, but even if he said so, it would be a mere empty promise. Being mortal, the only thing people feared more than death was that their next generation would repeat their horrible, senseless fate. The emperor wanted to create new mortals who would live independently of the existence of the gods, never thinking that they were someone else's cattle. If the emperor succeeded, at least the humans wouldn't pass on their cursed fate to the next generation without condemning them to torment. Carlton fell down before His Majesty and began to thank the Lord for opening the foolish earl's eyes to the truth, for now he understood everything at last. Tears appeared in the Count's eyes, and he began to affirm and swear that he would sacrifice everything for the true salvation and liberation of this continent. When His Majesty finally got what he had been planning for half his life, there was no limit to the joy of his loyal servant, the Earl of Carlton. That same strange flash on top of the royal palace of the Choisin Empire continued to shine still as brightly, making people anxious. It seemed as if Carlton had plunged headlong into madness, for the old man was so preoccupied with Mr. Troyson's success that he simply lost his common sense. While he was shouting that His Majesty had finally succeeded and the moment of salvation had arrived, the people behind his back were suffering and turning into monsters. But a moment later, and the Count himself turned into the same bloodthirsty monster that roared that at last, the world was free of the gods. Unfortunately, the Count's joy came to an end very quickly, for in a few seconds a sword flew near his neck and severed the Count's head. Around the place where ordinary people were still standing a couple minutes ago, the head of the Croyd family, along with his heir Lawrence Croyd, appeared. After looking around at all the dead and realizing that it was the turning of people into monsters, Lawrence said that this was what His Majesty wanted to draw their attention to. Master Croyd told his son that they were only swords, so they didn't need to question the Emperor's will and just get the job done. The Master suggested that his son should initially take care of the monsters and then already complete the mission, but Lawrence did not answer his father for some reason. When the Master realized that the man behind him was not Lawrence at all, he immediately changed his face and concentrated, preparing for no idea what to do. Turning back and posing before the stranger with all his menacing and intimidating appearance, the gentleman asked him who he was and where he had taken his son. The man across from the gentleman said that the god of Croyds himself had condescended to him, but the messenger of Bamhara was doing much worse than he had anticipated. This wanderer ordered Master Croyd to follow him, though he used force, but if the man did not hurry, then he would soon become a monster himself. The god turned and looked the Lord straight in the eye, adding that in a world where chaos had reigned, he would establish order again very soon. Watching Lewis, Troyson said that if it still hadn't gotten to the boy, even if he was an adept of Bamhara, this power couldn't help but affect him. The Emperor hissed that even to his eyes, which saw the order through, the young man's strength was unfathomable, for he was not of the world Troyson knew. Louis pretended to listen intently to the man, hoping that it would take as little time as possible to restore his system. And even if the recovery system had already been damaged, Delasi still felt as if he'd lost all his trump cards. Suddenly, Banaf was in the room with them, thanking his majesties for freeing their god as promised. Troyson assumed that Bonaf too had seen the whole truth of the world by being near him, whereupon the emperor asked what the demon was going to do now. Watching the cute emperor talking to a real demon, Louis slowly began to understand the whole picture. Bonaf, for his part, told Troyson that he wanted to return his people to the demon world, thus disappointing the emperor who was against it. But suddenly the emperor's body was pierced by someone's hand, who declared that she would personally seal him so that he could never return to this world again. Some demoness appeared behind him and told Troyson that it had been a long time since they had seen each other, so such a greeting should have been enough. Bonaf supported his kin and told Troyson that the devil did not desire the same peace as his majesty, so the demon also stabbed the emperor through. Louis, who was still on the sidelines watching everything that was going on, and was convinced that the future heir of the Teshua Empire was right after all. Back then, this kid was saying that the demon lords must have made a false oath to the emperor to break the devil seal and set him free. Judging from the fact that they attacked the emperor the instant the seal was broken, Teshua's guess was more than correct. When the emperor was finally disarmed, Sonia ran over to Louis and started helping him to his feet, asking the kid if he was okay. Well then, the guys heard someone's voice saying that he was quite right. This was their choice. Gathering the last of his strength, Troyson could barely stay on his feet and said that he had tried in vain to bring the real truth to savages like the demons. The same demoness who had first impaled his body didn't tolerate the man's chatter, so she swooped down on him with another ferocious attack. She didn't spare her power, so she took advantage of everything she had been given and pounced on the emperor, screaming at him to burn to the ground. Even Bonaf, who himself resembled from the same world as the demoness, was surprised at how powerful magic and strength she possessed. The demon had originally planned to just run away, but Leon stated that she was frantic to get revenge on the lowly emperor for last time. Bonaf looked at his hands and thought about the fact that he could escape with his abilities, as suddenly he saw that a finger on his hand had just fallen off. The demon fearfully shouted to Leon to immediately extinguish her flames, for the force of her attack was so great that it hurt even Bonifa himself. Leon laughed loudly in response, but said that she quite understood her kin's true desire to experience such power herself. The emperor asked Leon when she had managed to become fire herself, in response to which she explained that with the release of the devil, her power had increased many times over. Leon turned her body into flames and shouted furiously to Troyson that besides that, another reason was her unimaginable anger towards him. The demoness screamed that she would make the rogue pay for looking to oppress her and her kin, making them miserable. The girl used all her strength and power and swooped down on the emperor, but he only made a couple of deft movements with his sword and cut off the scoundrel's head. Without even looking Leon in the eye, Troyson explained that the demoness had just died because he had shattered not her outer shell, but her very soul. The 2 wounds he had left from the demon attack gradually began to heal on the emperor's body, restoring his strength. Troyson shifted his gaze to Louis, who was still standing nearby, and said that now only this kid was his opponent. He turned to the knight and asked him if Louis Croyd was really still going to confront the emperor himself, who had just killed the demon. Delasi, meanwhile, sensed that his system had recovered, so he took up his sword and said that he wouldn't have run away when there was a way to kill the final boss. Sui, who was near the imperial palace, suddenly felt a very familiar energy that made the demoness realize everything. She snapped out of her seat and ran toward the palace, realizing that the devil had been released, so Louis was already at the imperial castle. On Sui's left side, an ogre was also running along with her, who was also ready to fight the enemies that were now surely in front of Louis. The demoness told her partner that the devil's seal had been broken, but that wasn't the end, because they had to deal with a huge pile of villains. Suddenly, the friends saw some strange energy circles appearing in the sky right above the royal palace, shining all around them. Ogre immediately rejoiced that it looked like a really great battle had broken out in the palace, but Sui said it wasn't worth rejoicing over. Suddenly, in front of the guys was a human girl with long ears named Sonia, who flew straight at them at full speed. She ran up to Sui and the ogre and told the boys that they needed to hurry, for Louis had asked her to bring the 2 of them to the palace as quickly as possible. Sonetta shouted at the top of her voice that Louis was now fighting the emperor, so if the guys didn't hurry up, he would just die. But suddenly, Banaf appeared in the air above the guys and said that it was completely pointless since the Emperor was stronger. Banaf walked up to Sway and told the demoness that since the devil had been released, it was time for them to go home. But Sway didn't want to run away. The demon absolutely understood his kin, so he said that they had just tried, but aside from the return of the devil's powers, they had failed. When he said that it didn't matter now, since Emperor Troyson wouldn't touch the demon world, Sway and the others stared at him in surprise. But Sway couldn't betray Louis, so she said that if things were that bad, Boniface should have returned to the demon world alone. Sway explained that the man who was now engaged in battle with Troyson was different from the others, so she was obligated to help him, for he had freed the god. Moreover, he willingly shared his power not only with her, but even with Ogros and Sonia, so now they could all exist together. The demoness added that she was the first to offer this guy an alliance because she trusted her intuition and thought that he could definitely defeat Troyson. Bonaf stared at Sway irritably and asked her how she could give in to her emotions, ignoring reason, being so stupid. But Sway reminded Boniface that he had always thought of how to escape, since he hadn't inherited the devil's seat or confronted the emperor. Ogre, meanwhile, quickly grabbed Sonia in his arms and rushed off screaming that he couldn't take it anymore, for the battle was calling out to him like this. As the boys ran with all their might towards the imperial palace, Banaf looked after them and thought about the fact that they had no idea what they were about to fight. In the palace, meanwhile, the battle raged on, for after a while, Louis still managed to wound the emperor, and quite badly. Troyson looked at his adversary and realized that he had not expected Bamhara to give his messenger such devilishly powerful and terrible forces. The emperor watched as the devil's magic power and Bamhara's sacred power mixed together, and knew that this attack could make him feel threatened. But since the emperor himself wasn't about to back down either, he lunged at the boy and roared that this was the penultimate attack he would allow him. Louis fought and thought about the fact that after breaking Bamhara's seal, he felt a different power from before, so now his power was different. The kid looked at the emperor and was convinced that he was also having a hard time now, even though he was a bit stronger than the young knight. If this keeps up, the boys only needed to create a gap to stop defending all the time and attack Troyson one last time. But suddenly the emperor still managed to deliver a few sharp blows to the young man, one of which still wounded his opponent, leaving a cut on the guy's torso. The force of that attack was so great that Louis, without any resistance, flew backwards, flooding the entire hall with his fresh blood. Troyson said the existence of forces that could not exist originally, after being together for a long time, have finally found their harmony. He thanked Louis for the guy showing him this, for would it be a gift given to him in a blending of the essence itself, then the emperor would have the same power. His Majesty pointed his sword at the kid and growled that the kid was the first to see the emperor's blood, so he needed to consider it an honor. Well, suddenly the man felt some invisible force stop his hand from killing that rogue lying at his feet. Seeing those who did, the emperor hissed furiously that it looked like Louis had found himself new puppets, so among his kin. In front of Troyson, Master Croyd and his son Lawrence, who was actually God Charlotte if the emperor's words were to be believed, emerged from the portal. Being in front of a furious Dimius, with not a living spot left on his body because of the Aso girl, Teshua shouted for Jin to finally stop. When the girl ignored him, the young prince turned to his friend and shouted even louder for her to stop, for her body was slowly beginning to change. Jin didn't even seem to be paying attention to his words, as she kept repeating that she needed to stop the monster and protect Teshua. The prince's bodyguard was turning into something very strange as she kept saying that she couldn't let the future heir get hurt again. Dimius, meanwhile, was watching this scene and laughing, telling his brother that the kid shouldn't have worried about Jean, because he was going to kill her anyway. The scoundrel smiled nastily and declared that the girl would either die by his hand or become a monster, so the result was still the same. Teshua, who was insanely appreciative of Jin and always very fond of him, ordered his brother to shut up, then recreated his pectoral at his feet. Dimius hadn't even remotely expected this turn of events, so he stared at the pectoral in astonishment, not sure what was going on. The future heir to the throne wasn't going to put up with this horror any longer, so he put his hand on Jin's shoulder and told the girl to wait a bit. Feeling Teshua freeze her body so she couldn't move, Jin stared at the prince stunned, not understanding anything. But Teshua didn't want to lose his closest friend, so freezing her completely, he said that this time he would be the one to save her. The prince turned to his devilish likeness and shouted to Dimius that he was the only one among them who would very soon die in agony because of his power. The emperor, meanwhile, continued to fight his opponent and shouted that Charlotte was not fighting on the level that the god of order was supposed to fight on. Watching the boy, Troyson tried to emotionally manipulate him, saying that in the vessel's body, the young man couldn't use his power to its fullest. Constantly attacking and not giving him a second of fury, the emperor asked Lawrence what it was like to grovel before his own slave. In the end, the emperor finally managed to successfully attack his opponent, slamming his sword into the ground with such force that Lawrence flew up. Noticing the huge crack in the floor, Lawrence immediately realized that he was insanely lucky. For a little more, and he would have fallen under the bottom. Noticing that the boy had seen that crack too, Troyson asked the young man why he was so concerned about what was beneath them. Ignoring the irritated face of Lawrence, Charlotte's vessel, the emperor reminded him that this was the first order that he had established in this world. Immediately after these words, His Majesty declared that he had changed his mind, so that he now wanted to smash the floor right in front of Lawrence. At the last second, before the man's huge sword was about to touch the floor, Lawrence appeared in front of him and stopped him. Croyd Sr. tried to attack him, but he missed, thus greatly amusing the emperor, who laughed at how the kid had miscalculated. Watching Lawrence try and give it his best, Troyson laughed cruelly and asked how the vessel could even stand up to such power. In the end, Croyd ordered the emperor to be silent, for he was a man who had committed a sin and insulted Charlotte, the god of order. As the young man shouted to His Majesty that he would make him pay for it, it made the emperor even more eager to finish him off soon. Suddenly, an explosion suddenly sounded in the palace, which occurred on one of the highest floors, illuminating the dark, impenetrable night with its glow. Master Croyd walked over to Louis lying on the floor and said that he never thought he would meet his abandoned child in such a horrible place and at such a time. Touching his son's face with his sword, the Lord spoke of how he thought the lad would remain a pathetic stray dog, unworthy of anything at all. But deep down, the master regretted that he had not discerned the ferocious tiger within his son, for if he could have recognized his abilities, he could have trained him himself.
Suddenly, the man noticed some sort of turquoise glow starting to appear around his boy's body, which was like the power of regeneration.
As Louis's body slowly began to recover, the master turned his attention to the young man's completed stigma, which showed Ariel's mark. Croyd Sr. smiled wryly and asked himself what he was even thinking, having gotten this far. The head of the family realized that the one who lay near his feet now carried a direct threat to his kingdom, so the Lord wanted to kill his youngest son. Exactly the second the master aimed his weapon at Louis, the young knight finally opened his eyes and came to life, thanks to Mercilla's recovery. He quickly sat up on the floor and looked around, surprised from the fact that this was his second death recently that he had gotten out dry. The lad looked at his petrified hands and very quickly remembered that he had lost the battle with the emperor, for Troyson had managed to knock him out. But then the protagonist heard a very familiar voice behind his back, which informed the boy that he still wasn't dead. Turning around, Louis saw Bamhara standing behind him, who said that she was only a residual thought that she had borrowed the goddess's appearance. Suddenly, instead of Bamhara's guise, Jerem, the same mage from Satria's library who was surprised to see Louis fight the emperor, appeared in front of the protagonist. He said that if you think about it, the young man's defeat was a natural result, because the emperor was ruled by the forces of several gods. The mage explained that it was because of this that it was safe to say that the emperor was a being that was superior to humans. Delosi hesitated and said that he too could control and harness the power of several gods, but unfortunately he was less good at it than Troyson.
The mage walked over to the boy and lightly smacked him on the head a couple times, ordering Louis to think a little more, for he couldn't give up at least the thought of winning.
When Louis asked why it was to materialize, Jerem asked the young man if he remembered his payment for Raum's power. After the boys used Raum's power, he paid with Bamhara's strength and the length of his life, causing his body to barely tolerate it. Troyson, who had gathered the powers of several gods and used them skillfully, was no exception to this rule either, for he was also human. No matter how outstanding the vessel was, eventually Troyson's body was going to collapse very soon, for he couldn't tolerate this power forever. Louis began to think that this applied to him as well, because if he used his full strength to fight the emperor, his body would definitely not be able to withstand it. But the mage reminded Louis that his body had been mated with a dragon's heart, so his power was no different from that of a dragon's body. Transforming into his true likeness, the mage, who was now a dragon, said that Lewis needed to realize that he existed on the same plane as Troyson. As the young man gradually adapted to the force, he also got to see what was beneath the ground, something Delasi was not yet aware of. Noticing his uncomprehending eyes, the mage explained that beneath the earth was Charlotte's first order in this world, namely the core, cycle, and axis of this bridle. God could not appear out of nothing, so it was only with the help of his subordinate species that he could absorb the power of the world and nurture it. When the young knight asked the dragon if he wanted him to destroy that thing, the mage replied that the guy was saying some very strange things. So he also added that he and the protagonist were now one, so his desires became their desires, making Louis even more confused. Dragon said that if the guy wanted a Buddhist monk-style conversation, he could go on indefinitely, but now the time had come. The huge creature touched Croy Jr.'s head and ordered him to open his eyes, for he had now come to his senses and had to act. Finally opening his eyes after all that he had seen in his head, the first person Louis saw in front of him was his father, Master Croyd. Louis blinked up from the ground, grabbed his sword, and swooped down on the man, not realizing how he was in this place. The gentleman responded by saying that it was ridiculous to ask for such touching appeals in the form of a father now, especially considering what would happen next. The protagonist looked at his father in amazement and asked why he had saved him, and on top of that, also shared his airs with him. Master Croyd looked into his worried son's eyes and said he only did it to make sure of something. Without intending to finish his sentence, the family leader immediately attacked his son, resulting in a huge explosion of red flames. The gentleman laughed out loud, repeating that it was all just amazing, and he had been waiting for this moment for his entire life. He looked at his son with his menacing and emotionless gaze, then added with a wry smile that there was some good in having children after all. The man looked at Lewis, who had the same cold stare as he did, and spoke of the fact that throughout all this time, the guy was the one. Croyd the Elder grasped his weapon tightly and roared that his youngest son was the one who would fulfill his cherished wish. From that point on, not even a second passed before father and son clashed in a ferocious battle, wanting to deal with each other quickly. Mr. Croyd looked at his son, who was fighting hard, and said that he was someone who had acquired strength and technique that was unfathomable to the others. Lewis bravely confronted his own father, who ordered his son not to dare to break down because he wanted to give his best in the fight with him. Ever since Louis was a child, resentment against his father had lurked in his soul, so he asked if it was true that he had come to him so late because he was looking for an equal opponent. Master Croyd agreed with his son, and as he continued to fight, said that any knight once coveted a battle with the strongest of his kind. With one sharp thrust of his sword, he pushed the young man away from him and shouted at him for the petty man to accept his challenge and fight honorably. Delasi looked menacingly at his father and asked him in a calm voice if it was necessary to kill and sacrifice people for the sake of it. He asked why his own family meant nothing at all to the man and why he had never loved Mother Sophia. Louis reminded his father of a lifetime of watching his own children's quarrels and the agony in which his wife was dying. Despite all that he had done long ago, just recently the Lord had again sacrificed his strongest daughter Ariel for his own ends. The protagonist really loved and respected his sister for what she had once done for him, so he asked the head of the family if it was all about the battle. Croyd the Elder just as calmly asked his son why he demanded any more explanations from him, for the answer to his question was already obvious. There was only one reason why the man retained this untenable and annoying status as the ringleader of the family, for he had always wished to achieve this battle. The Emperor of the Kingdom was strong, but there was no fighting spirit in him, and his gaze directed to nowhere confirmed that a fight with Troyson would be boring. The master clenched his weapon tighter in his hands and shouted furiously that he had had enough of just one better battle in his life, and Louis had to understand. He shouted at his father to stop this nonsense, for Louis himself had never even thought of such a thing. Croyd didn't even want to believe that his son was so useless, so he fended off his attacks and ordered the boy not to deny the truth. He looked at his own blood and cried out that his youngest son simply could not help but crave battle, for he had once run away from his family and chose to become a mercenary. The head of the family was convinced that this happened because Louis had a thirst for power and battles, and if it were otherwise, he wouldn't have thrown himself into the epicenter of war. Mr. Croyd paid no attention to the fact that his son thought otherwise and kept trying to put it into his head that he was the same in his childhood. Even as Louis Clyde wounded the man and left a deep cut on his leg, the man still tried to make his son understand him. But at that point, Louis had already fully lost his temper and shouted that he was fighting to survive, because without the murders, he would have died himself. Croyd the Elder broke out into a nasty grin, wiped the drops of blood from his mouth, and said again that it was all just awesome. He harnessed the power of his stigma and invited his son to climax together, for only the lad had the power to fulfill his true desire. The final phase of Croyd's sword art was that by going beyond the manifestation of ether through the stigma, the body itself also became lightning. The stigma was originally a magical circle of the human body, designed to maximize its capabilities as Croyd did. So, if a force other than ether were to be injected into this magical circle, something could be primordialized to change its inner origins. Especially if it was the divine power of the war god Rama, it could be said that such destructive power could rival the power of God himself. An ordinary human body wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of pressure, but right now Louis's body was comparable to that of a dragon, so he would be able to handle it. It was then that his son proved to be a challenging man, that Master Croyd was defeated as the most ordinary mortal in this world. The man's body was simply torn apart by such an unimaginable force that even the dragon of the empire itself could not imagine. When that restless force ripped off his arm, Master Croyd was still alive and rejoicing that his son had defeated him after all. The Lord looked Louis straight in the eye and ordered him to kill his father to become the strongest sword master from their entire family. But instead, the boy only said that his father would not meet the death he desired, for he was not prepared to let him.
Dalasi had ordered his father to live this miserable life and watch closely to see that it was not the sword that survived in this world, but the man he was.
Master Kimfun stood in front of his son Evan and reflected on how his own bloodline didn't realize he was getting in the way of his own father. Evan, in turn, greeted his dad and said that since they hadn't seen him in a while, the young man had something he wanted to ask him. When he asked the man if he was aware of the emperor's plans, Kimfun took a drag on his cigarette and said he was tired of telling his son about it. He added that the emperor's sword had only to follow orders, so Evan should have gotten out of his way, even though he was his son. Instead of obeying Mr. Chemfun and stepping aside, Evan stuck his sword into the ground like he had once done during the fight with Louis. Everything around Chemfun Jr. shone with a bright light and recreated the same sphere that Evan had used before to blunt his opponent's strength. Chemfun Sr. looked at his son and asked how such a bright boy had become so primitive and ignorant of the basic fundamentals of this world. Evan looked at his father, pulled out his real sword from that contraption, and said that the Lord was clearly not grasping the point of this fight. He pounced on him and shouted that this shield always gave them an advantage on the battlefield, but not when two Shamfuns used it at the same time. At such times, the power of the fog could not affect either of them in any way, so victory could be won through the art of ball possession. Mr. Chemfun smiled at his son and asked if the boy really thought he could defeat him with a sword. Evan had indeed slightly overestimated his abilities, causing him to regret exactly the moment the family leader slashed his body with his weapon. As the kid bounced farther away, his father said he bypassed all the vital points and reduced his damage. Looking at his son, he continued to say that this pointless fight was over, so the young man needed to let go of the sword and surrender. Lastly, he added that Evan was very different from his father, who had known many hardships and losses in such battles. But Kempfun Jr. thought otherwise, so he grabbed his sword and lunged at his father again, shouting at the man that he was wrong. The moment when Ariel Croyd was still alive and trying to teach him how to wield a sword at his own request popped into his mind as well. Since Belle was around the boys at the time, Ariel suggested that Evan go and stand next to her, since that would make it easier for her to teach them both. Seeing exactly what his mistress was trying to teach him, Evan said he was marvelous at swinging a sword, but Ariel said it wasn't enough. Since he only fought with Kim Fun's fog technique, Ariel emphasized, Evan's ball possession was more like that of an executioner than a knight. Shumfun Jr. slumped to the ground frustratedly and said that he had always wielded his sword like that and somehow won, which struck Ariel as odd. Evan turned to his mistress and asked her why Miss Ariel was so enthusiastic about taking on his training if she didn't even know him. Ariel initially said she thought it was hilarious, But then she explained that the future head of the Kemfun family himself had asked her, and she couldn't say no. Relying on her experience, the girl said that in her opinion, Evan was very much shocked by something that caused him to come to her. She said that even so, it took a lot of courage to step out of your own comfort zone and ask someone to teach you something. But now that Evan was in a situation where Ariel's skills were saving his life, the kid was attacking his father and mentally thanking the girl. The head of the family, meanwhile, shouted that his son had squandered the pride of the Kemfun family if he didn't start using the techniques of the Croyd family. Evan responded by saying that his father had once used these guys' techniques himself, so he shouldn't have humiliated his son for doing such things. Evan bounced off the man and said that if he didn't recognize his imperfection, the Kemfuns would be left to try and stay where they were. He took a few sharp and quick steps towards his father and put his sword straight to his throat, ordering the head of the family to finally stop. Guy stated that the Emperor's second sword had just been destroyed, and the Kemfun family would henceforth need a leader in the form of a human, not just a simple sword. Instead of giving his son any significant response, Kemfun Sr. simply spat out his cigarette from his mouth and sighed heavily. Looking at his son, the man said that although Evan had chosen a difficult path, he was admitting defeat to the new master Kemfun. Among the pile of corpses in the borderlands of the Cetria kingdom lay the wounded Belle, who finally opened her eyes and looked up into the sky. The girl slowly came to her senses and wondered when she had managed to pass out, for she remembered nothing at all of the last couple hours of her life. All that remained in her mind was how the girl had heard the horns rumble and stepped outside, and then saw only a rain of swords and passed out. When Belle sat down on the ground, she saw Master Guilford not far from her, with several ice balls sticking out of his body. In front of Teacher Guilford, meanwhile, some rogue stood and told the hunter that he should have learned to put up with the result by now. Instead of showing any sign of his imitation of the man, Guilford smiled and said he wasn't afraid of death at all. His interlocutor smiled and said that actually the hunter was right, but he would still have to pay for daring to gall the Empire. The villain did not delay, so he quickly drew his weapon and impaled Guilford with it with such force that the hunter was thrown backward. Belle, for whom the teacher had become a very close person lately, cried out at the sight of this, being out of her senses, for she had just seen death. The poor woman looked at the one who had just a short time ago taught her everything she now knew, and now he had so simply died. Before her eyes there was nothing she could do. Hearing that this girl was calling Guilford master, that strange man approached Belle and asked if she was his apprentice. The man measured the girl with his emotionless gaze and said he felt sorry for her, as the little one was still very young. He ordered Belle to raise her head and admire those who had been with her, and now they were all wounded or even killed. Pointing a finger at Caesar, the stranger told Belle that such an outcome awaited absolutely everyone who didn't realize it was time to back off. The wretch showed the girl and the others who had died in that battle, after which he added that people like them always met a dog's death, for they were primitive. He apologized to Belle and added that since he had spotted the girl, he couldn't let her live now, so she should have gone to her teacher. But suddenly, at the last second before the collision, Belle jumped to her feet and in one motion shattered that rogue's illusory sword. The man certainly didn't expect to see such power from this girl, so now this whole situation was starting to interest him a lot more. Since he assumed that Guilford might have taught the girl something really meaningful, he let her try to kill him. Belle, meanwhile, shouted in a rage that until she was repaid in full, there was no way she would die so easily, and for nothing after all she had been through. The very day she had met Ariel and asked her to teach her something, Ariel was constantly prescribing the girl's backhand for not trying. While the little one resented Ariel making her do ridiculous things, Croyd herself tried to convince her that it was really useful. Ariel told Belle that her sword didn't feel intent to kill, which was a very important problem, because then the little one wouldn't be taken seriously. No matter how outstanding her skills were, that little flaw crossed everything, and young Belle needed to finally realize that. Belle said that Guilford had only taught her to suppress the thing, but Ariel quickly clarified that it worked when the girl was stronger than her opponent. Then Mistress jabbed her finger in her face and ordered the girl to remember that if she didn't kill her opponent would surely kill her. When it wasn't her, but someone dear to her who was dying, it was even sadder, so Belle couldn't hesitate when she needed to kill. The moment that Rogue stood in front of the young girl, she realized what Madame was talking about then, for she had been unwilling to admit it all this time. Belle gathered all her strength, walking away sword hard on her opponent. shouting death threats at him. Glaring with her fierce eyes, she was once again convinced that she should have listened to Mistress Ariel much more carefully then. That man felt that after that small one attacked, the atmosphere around him changed. It was as if it smelled like the real smell of blood. Such strength of a small child, who looked to be about 15 years old. The man was simply amazed and even felt goosebumps running through his body. Belle, in turn, did not stop for a second and continued to attack him, because the girl wanted to avenge her teacher, Guilford. The rogue smiled and emphasized the fact that Chili's illusory sword was so good that it could rival even a glorified sword. When he mentioned that such a crude, low-grade sword couldn't stand up to a couple of battles, he immediately got a punch from Belle right in the face. Since the Chili's representative didn't expect such power from this girl, he immediately flew to the opposite side without resisting. Stopping, the rogue called the girl a cocky little brat who just didn't realize who she was now fighting against. But that didn't stop Belle for a moment, as the girl continued to run through Ariel's teachings in her head and attack the scoundrel. Representative Chili's realized that her techniques were marvelous, and at this rate he wouldn't even be able to hurt her, so he needed to make a change. Belle watched her opponent closely with his every move, and finally she managed to catch the right moment.
Picking a marvelous opportunity to attack, Belle gripped her sword tighter and flew at Chili's with all her might, wanting to kill him.
The man simply couldn't imagine that such a young child possessed such roof-raising power after only a couple of training sessions with the hunter. At the last moment before she struck, Chili's managed to dodge and save his hide. It wasn't to last long. He felt like he was having an awfully hard time fighting with his broken sword, so he was clearly going to lose to this girl and her powers. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the piece of sword that Belle held in her hand, which suddenly began to glow as if she had used magic. The man cried out in exasperation, not understanding how she had done it, for the little one had managed to master Chili's technique without even having the simplest stigma. Of course, the absence of the stigma was not limited to the power of the ether, for the stigma was an ordinary magic circle that obviated the need for concentration. But now, because of the widespread use of stigma, many people have forgotten or have not even tried to learn about its origins, just mindlessly applying it. If these people had a stigma, they only thought about what family it belonged to, because that was what determined the knight's level of awesomeness. It was as if they had a firm determination, overpowering an opponent, regardless of stigma, was easy, for the ether responded to a strong will. However, skillfully mastering various techniques was impossible with martial spirit alone. This only applied to geniuses with talents that were hard to find even in the entire history of the country. Chili's fought this girl and realized that she most likely had this super rare talent, for in addition to his techniques, she was using Croyd's techniques. Since Representative Chili's was well acquainted with Ariel Croyd, the man immediately picked up her trace in young Belle's methods. But even though Chili's had never fought Ariel before, he was sure that this petite Buddha was stronger than the Croyd representative. Chili's said that he had never met a knight with as much talent as the girl, but still, her strength wasn't enough to win. He added that it took long training to handle illusionary swords, causing him to impale Belle with his weapon. Suddenly, the man saw that the girl still had her sword in her hand, which, although broken in two, was also sharp. He asked his opponent what she was going to do with a broken sword that was worth absolutely nothing against the weight of his strength. But a second later, the wretch got an answer to his question, for right near his face, where he was not holding Belle, there was a powerful flash. The girl took advantage of this moment and bounced away from the man, finally escaping his grasp and securing herself. He looked at Belle, who looked much sterner than she had before, and said that he had woefully underestimated the Guilford student. Now Chili's had decided that he would give and no more indulgences, so he rose to his feet, apologized for that, and prepared to attack. The man growled that from this point on, he was ready to swear he would do anything to kill the little wretch who decided she would be stronger than him. Not wanting to waste a single moment, Chili's leapt from his seat and flew at his opponent with all his might, waving his weapon in front of her. He hoped that if he could distract Belle with constant attacks, the girl would get confused and he would be able to catch the little one off guard. Belle herself clearly realized that despite the constant attacks, she couldn't lose her concentration and keep attacking too, lest she die. Chili's watched this girl dodge his every attack and just didn't understand how she had time to react and get out of the water dry. Glaring back at the man, Belle mused that though he swung his sword skillfully, he was terrible in close combat. Petty said that the Emperor's third sword just couldn't be that insignificant, so she called Chili's a clown and lunged at him with an attack. The scoundrel, in turn, but at that moment felt a terrible anger, because this petty, shameless girl dared to trample on the honor of his family. He couldn't take her ferocity any longer, so he swung his swords and shouted loudly for Belle to prepare to receive Chili's signature sword. Defending herself from his relentless attacks, the petite one accepted the fact that she had no place to run to, so she had to try and stand her ground against this scoundrel. Since she could only move forward, the girl ignored all the pain from the wounds that were reverberating through her body and flew back at Chili's. What everyone who had taken up the sword had strived for was actually always united warriors who engaged in battles like this. They all strove to demonstrate the aesthetics of moments and remain indestructible in the face of the primal fear of death. It was the finest sword in Master Chilla's life, but it ceased to be worth anything exactly the moment the master lost his head at the hands of Belle. When the people around saw that the Emperor's third sword had been destroyed by some child, they simply couldn't believe their eyes. Belle held her hand up, and they all thought that now the girl wanted to give up, but it wasn't so, for she was pointing at something. Petty screamed that all her friends and the rest of them had died because of the Empire, so she was going to wipe out all those involved. The people heard that it was petty and insane and wanted to destroy the Emperor and the Empire itself, so they didn't wait long and broke off to run away. But suddenly Belle felt her hand grasped by someone's strong and manly hand, which seemed very familiar to the girl. The one who did this ordered the pretty girl to stop, but when Belle turned and looked at the man, it just took away her speech. Poor thing was so shocked and so exhausted from fighting Chili's that she immediately passed out and began to fall to the ground. At the last moment, Hunter Guilford barely managed a small one, whereupon he immediately pulled her tighter to him and hugged her. The man looked around and made sure that the southern front was finally done with and that he had fulfilled Louis Croix's request.
In the middle of the Imperial City, meanwhile, a huge explosion rang out, destroying one part of the settlement.
Troyson flew into the air and looked at his opponent with a menacing stare, briefly ordering Charlotte to surrender if he wanted to survive. The Emperor had said that his order would be destroyed and this land would once again be reborn, so it wasn't even worth it for God to resist in front of him. Lastly, His Majesty added that unfortunately, Charlotte would no longer be able to see the new world, so he all the more needed to give up.
Suddenly, something very similar to a magic portal began to form right in front of his face, growing in size. But then, something popped out of that portal and it exploded, blasting the Emperor farther away and making him think it was Bonaf.
The man thought about the fact that a demon wouldn't take such a risk, so he assumed it was a demoness following a Bamhara adept. When he saw Sway and the huge ogre in front of him, he told the boys that they didn't know their place at all, so they dared to challenge him. Sway looked at the Emperor and said that the Troyson power she had heard so much about was in fact a real trinket. She added that in that case, they especially should have avoided any contact with the Emperor, which confirmed what Sonia had said. Ogre used his hand and confirmed his partner's words, reminding her that Sonia had said that the Emperor could tap into a person's essence and kill them. But now it wasn't a problem for him, because the big guy had a god's right hand, thanks to which the Emperor wouldn't even be able to get close to him. The green monster didn't even bother to slow down, so it immediately took off and flew at Troyson, for it didn't want to hesitate before killing the rogue. Troyson had been expecting his attack, so he had time to prepare, and with only a couple of blows wounded the ogre, who immediately flew to the ground like a rag. Trying to use her magic, Sway pondered how it was possible, since the Emperor hadn't even touched her partner with his power. The Emperor himself, meanwhile, roared angrily that his opponents were so weak that he could injure and kill them with mere thought power. With the exact same technique, the rogue wounded the demoness as well, for the difference in overwhelming true strength was indeed huge. Finished with the boys, Troyson sank to the ground and grumbled unhappily that Sway dared to target him instead of the culprit of this whole situation. He looked at the still lying ogre at his feet and briefly said that it was very foolish of those worthless warriors. But the Emperor was still as certain that these creatures were foul creatures, though he still tried to open up a new world for them. Suddenly, behind his back, the Emperor noticed what looked like a huge flash of light that appeared right on top of the Empire's palace. A suggestion immediately popped into his head as to what it might have been, but the Emperor refused to believe it to the last. The ogre that still lay at his feet hadn't actually managed to die yet, but he continued to follow the plan and played dead in Troysen's eyes. God Charlotte, who had also seen this huge flash of light, also quickly realized what it was as quickly as the emperors. The man stared at the royal palace and shouted loudly that Bemhara should never do this, for she could destroy the whole world. Feeling the energy that suddenly appeared around him, Lawrence Croyd cried out that the goddess was collapsing the foundation of the order of this world, destroying it. Realizing that the goddess of freedom was doing this with the help of his little brother, Lawrence Croyd shouted even louder that he would never forgive Bumhar for this. Troysen was surprised from the fact that Bamhara's vessel knew the existence of the original order, for it made the whole situation very confusing. His Majesty couldn't stop thinking about why Louis had tried to stop him then when they were fighting in the palace. But suddenly Troysen heard something. The rogue was so involved in his own thoughts that he didn't even notice the ogre that was behind him, getting back on his feet and attacking him. The Emperor quickly came to his senses and shouted to the creature that it was useless for him to resist. It would still end up losing to the ogre. But instead of showing the slightest consternation at his words, the ogre only laughed viciously and loudly, showing the Emperor his full power. He shouted that since the order created by Charlotte had been shattered, now the ogre himself was going to get covered in the blood and dust of battle. Troysen didn't fear this big guy for a second, for he thought he was just an ordinary, stupid ogre, so he rushed towards him in battle. Ogre, in turn, took advantage of Raum, the god of war, and began to look several dozen times stronger, creating a fiery aura around him. Louis de Lacy stood in the palace dungeon and observed the broken plaque that caused the gods to not intervene in this world for all this time. The young man looked at his meter, for he wondered how much of his lifetime had been taken away for breaking the seal. Suddenly, the hero heard someone's voice telling him that he had no idea how Louis was so capable and how he could get this far. When the boy turned, he saw Rufus behind him, who didn't seem at all surprised by their sudden meeting. Rufus told him that it was some sort of agreement of the gods made by his flesh, which is why he appeared the moment Louis broke the seal. If ever in life the gods condescended, the world would immediately shake, and this treaty could never come to fruition again. But here, with his cute likeness, God turned into an intimidating monster, whereupon he angrily shouted that his body was the exception in this case. He came to his senses again and lowered himself to Louis, asking the boy to give some sort of reaction to his actions, for it was a shame to the god that the boy was unresponsive. When Louis turned him down, Rufus grudgingly shouted that he was a great god who had come even more first than Charlotte or Chaos. Rufus irritatedly stated that he didn't like the guy because he was defaming the majestic and charming god of death. But in the end, since the situation wasn't quite disposable, the god of death sighed and said that it looked like the past was repeating itself again. He added that although they could not have reached an understanding, he was ready to help the young man, to which Louis responded by suggesting to God that they join forces. Rufus ignored his words and told the protagonist that his essence had been vilified over 10 times, and the god himself had been on the verge of death a couple times. The god of death smiled wickedly and asked Croyd for permission to give him a gift of his power, for no one could have foreseen such a thing. In the place where the battles between Emperor Troysen and Ogre were currently grinding, something was constantly exploding. Oddly enough, the victim of all these explosions was often the Emperor, who was so confident that he could easily defeat the Ogre. The green big guy himself, meanwhile, was cheering madly from the way he enjoyed the mortal world, where he could smell blood and fighting spirit. Suddenly, the Ogre heard some strange sound and, turning around, he saw some person flying across the sky at high speed. This person turned out to be the Charlotte god vessel, who flew to the imperial palace with all his legs, for the initial order had been destroyed. But the god's representative didn't teach the fact that the ogre had seen him perfectly well and was about to attack him, preventing the man from reaching the palace. The big man shouted that thanks to the disgusting order he had set up, the ogre had been tormented by bloodlust and dust on the battlefield for ages. The force of the big man's blow was so great that Lawrence Croyd could not resist it and flew to the ground from the height at which he was flying. But very quickly, Charlotte came to his senses and immediately activated his magic, going to attack the insolent man who dared to trip him up. In response, the ogre shouted that he would make the man pay for making the god of war tormented by his thirst for bloodshed in battle. The ogre was very serious, so he swung his weapon, and with a swift movement, he pierced Charlotte's vessel, leaving him no chance. The green monster smiled straight into Charlotte's face and said that he was very disappointed in God, as this was not what he had expected from him at all. The big man hurled the man from his spear and shouted that the one called the God of Order and Humanity was too weak to resist him. He added that he certainly wouldn't have enough God Charlotte alone to quench his thirst for his God of War, so the ogre wanted to seek out an adept of Bamhara. Suddenly, the ogre heard someone yell that now he wasn't going anywhere else, whereupon he felt himself lose his arm. Even though he was in terrible pain from losing half of his arm, the ogre still remained positive, smiling at his opponent. Since Louis had taught his friends the power of recovery before, the ogre's arm slowly began to return to its normal semblance, but much slower. The emperor was right in front of his opponent and told the God of War that they were in a very difficult situation. He explained that the research was over long ago and they had created an order of holy knights who used his power as a source. Troyson thought the ogre was terribly foolish, for the big man must have thought that the emperor would be able to penetrate his essence even before the moment of battle. But then, the man heard someone shout that ordered him not to speak as if he knew everything much better than the others. God Charlotte turned to the emperor and said that they were all just ordinary scum that littered his perfect world. Lawrence Croyd measured his opponent with a soul-searching glare and menacingly declared that he would now fight in earnest and get rid of this chaos. Even though the god realized that it would be difficult to restore order due to the lack of people, he still believed in his victory over this unholy force. No matter how serious Emperor Troyson looked in front of him, Charlotte was fed up with his dressing down, so he finally wanted to deal with it. Ogre, who was still standing to the side, smiled contentedly and suggested that the boys start the Battle of the Gods, for the sooner they started, the sooner they would finish. At the place where his arm should have regenerated, the creature had something resembling a large sword that looked extremely unusual. He swung this strange sword and stabbed it straight into the ground, triggering another explosion accompanied by red flames. When Teshua had finally dealt with his brother Dimius, he finally approached Jin, who he had frozen in a Valdezka before to keep her safe. Fortunately, Jin's conversion to a monster had paused, but the prince feared that if he pulled his friend out of the ice, it would continue again. He felt he had to make a decision soon for his friend's sake, for she could easily freeze to death in the ice. The transformation had been stopped, but her life force was nearly depleted, and healing with ether or magic was ineffective. Suddenly, Teshua saw someone's bow arrow stabbed into Jin's ice pick, so the prince immediately turned around and saw Sonia in front of him. Though the guy was surprised at the sight of Saint, she quickly explained that it was an emergency and she took immediate action, for Jin could have died. In that arrow that Sonetta fired at Gion was hidden the divine power of Mercilla, who with her power could save the prince's friend. The saint told the young man that she had half-materialized Mercilla herself, for in fact, she was her direct vessel. Continuing to look at the stunned expression on Teshua's face, Today added that as soon as Jin recovered, they would join Louis. When the prince asked the girl where Croyd had gone, she told him that Louis had left first and traveled deep into the empire to stop the emperor. Once at the spot where the emperor was, Louis looked around and said that the real battle hadn't even started yet. But suddenly the boy's gaze fell upon the still-lying Lawrence Croyd and the ogre, who must have been dealt with quite recently by Troyson. Troyson turned to Louis and said that the boy had saved him from having to look for him himself, so he was grateful for that. The emperor ordered his enemy to come closer to him, as it was finally time to clear things up and get this over with. His Majesty waved his arms around and offered the boy and scrutinized the result of his attempts to destroy Troyson's power. Among the victims of this battle were those believers who had originally established the wrong order in the place, for which they later repaid. In addition to them, there also lay the believers who had used the mortal world as a platform for slaughter, which was the reason they lost to the emperor. Troyson looked arrogantly at the boy and asked him how Louis was still trying to challenge him if he was so intent on survival.
Not wanting to go into details, the emperor briefly and coldly said that the kid would lose this battle anyway and would be left with nothing.
Instead of tucking his ponytail fearfully under him, Louis snapped out of his seat, grabbed his sword, and pounced on the emperor with all his strength. As he walked, he threw some sort of strange cloak over himself that made it impossible for the man to see his basic essence, making things difficult for Troyson. That's exactly what Croyd expected from that thing. So with a couple of deft moves, he would approach the emperor and attack him, leaving a wound on his shoulder. When Troyson realized how cleverly the little rascal had tricked him, he shouted furiously and lunged at the young man, threatening to kill him. His Majesty was so angry that he literally stopped controlling himself, constantly asking Louis what he was even up to. Louis, meanwhile, remained as calm as a boa constrictor, asking the emperor in return what he was so much surprised and pissed off about. When his eyes lit up with red flames, the boy broke out into a smile and declared that absolutely all knights had trump cards up their sleeves. Being in front of the god of death, Louis asked him if it was true that no one knew God because Rufus was a fool and simply destroyed himself. God told him that he was merely hiding his power, for the power of the soul essence order only attacked when it penetrated some creature. Louis thought about the fact that if he covered his essence with his ability, the emperor wouldn't be able to prevent the attack even if he knew about it. The boy couldn't stop being convinced of how awesome he was because he had come up with one of the best options being in this situation. Given his experience in combat, he knew that the emperor would penetrate the essence and read future actions. Then he would attack using that information. To penetrate the essence, he needed time to build rapport and read his opponent, for these were the basic criteria of mind reading. That's probably why the emperor allowed him to strike him at the beginning of the fight, so that in the future his victim would relax a bit and open his brain to him. But now Troyson would not be able to read his opponent, for Louis knew perfectly well how to conceal his essence and stop the action of the man's eyes. Only thanks to this boy would be able to win this fight, because in all other criteria, the emperor was stronger than him. Dodging his majesty's every attack, from time to time Louis would approach him and tell the gentleman that he was terribly overconfident. In response, Troyson said that even if Louis hid himself with his essence, it didn't mean that his attacks would become useless and he couldn't win. The emperor had ordered the boy not to think that because of this, he would be able to overpower him, but Louis Croyd was of a very different opinion concerning this. The kid focused his energy on his opponent and swooped down with a new attack, which with its force triggered a huge explosion. Taking advantage of having the powers of several gods available to him, the boy also activated the blessing of the god of war. Pointing his huge sword at the emperor, he was about to attack him, while Troyson, in turn, tried his best to think of something. But Louis was much faster than the old man, so after a few seconds, Troyson only saw his shadow behind him. After all, Mr. Emperor was an experienced knight in such battles, so he managed to dodge in time and counterattack the boy. He kept attacking the petty knight, screaming about what Louis was accomplishing with this, because he still couldn't win Troyson. Looking the Soul Eater straight in the eye, the Emperor asked him about why Louis was so desperate to stop him. What the Emperor disliked most about this whole situation was that this little scoundrel was from another world, yet he was still trying to do something. Continuing to fend off his relentless attacks, the young representative of the Croyd family said that Troyson's questions were terribly ridiculous and obtuse. Eventually, one of the boy's attacks became so powerful that it accidentally triggered a huge flash of light that threw the Emperor backwards. Louis said in a cold voice that there was once a time when the boy thought he had to survive on his own, and everything else was unimportant. But he was wrong. After several years of struggle for survival, there were those whom he could call his partners or friends or even family. Some of these people betrayed the protagonist. Some of them broke up with because they disagreed, but the beginning of it all was him. Louis grasped his sword and said that he may have come from another world, but in this world he had found his new happiness and new friends. The kid wasn't going to hold up the fight any longer, so she shouted that he was Louis Croyd, after all, descended from the greatest Croyd family. The boy swooped at the Emperor with such a furious speed and thrust his sword into his chest that the old man didn't even have time to react. He could feel how hard it was becoming for him to breathe and even to stand on his feet. So the Emperor realized that he had lost this battle. Lastly, Louis vehemently stated that they didn't want a world with a master at all, as all races just wanted to live in freedom and happiness. The afterthought Troyson had before his death was how much he hated Louis Croyd, who had destroyed his entire world. The protagonist had no desire to listen to his chatter, so with a couple movements of his sword, he chopped the villain in half. Louis Croyd stepped away from the Emperor, looked into the distance and said in a quiet voice that it was definitely over now. Suddenly, his attention was caught by some man who began to rise from the ground and say how impressed he was with the messenger of Bamara. This man was Lawrence Croyd, who asked the young man if he had really used the power of Rufus, that forgotten god. Still, Lawrence thanked the guy for dealing with that pesky mortal named Troyson, thanks to his power. Realizing that Louis probably didn't know him, Lawrence majestically spread his arms to his sides and said that he was God-ordained Charlotte. The man looked menacingly at the young knight across from him and said that in another situation he would have praised the lad for his services and rewarded him, but not today. He snapped his fingers and said it was because very soon Louis Croyd could get in his way and mess things up again. In the sky above the Empire, where the morning sun was about to start rising, some sort of magical rift that looked like a portal suddenly appeared. Louis had never seen such a thing before, so the boy, perplexed and stunned, raised his head and stared up at the heavens. Sui had the exact same reaction, seeing the bright light from this thing, even though she was many kilometers away from the epicenter. Charlotte took to the air and said that it was time to recognize that we world had been shattered so badly that nothing could be changed now. His eyes lit up with flames, and the god roared that when nothing could be changed, the only thing left to do was to start over, destroying everything before. That rift was so large that it was seen even by people who had been over at the temporary Allied troop deployment site at Hof's Harbor. Those who were staying in the border area of the Citria Kingdom were no less surprised than the guys from the port, for they had never seen such a thing. Louis stared into the strange portal and tried to guess what it was, but the boy was having no luck. Charlotte spread his hands apart and stated that there was a rule that forbade gods from personally appearing in the mortal world for the same reason. With one appearance, the gods could disrupt the world order, but now nothing mattered, and this world had to be destroyed anyway. The god of peace cried out loudly that he was going to set things right and recreate a new world for mortals, where such a thing would never happen again. Suddenly, a small portal appeared in front of the god of peacemaking, from which he heard a cry that it was time for him to stop talking nonsense. From there, an ogre appeared and ordered the wretch to return to his mortal body now, for he simply could not destroy this world. Charlotte responded by saying that the place had long ago lost its importance, for with order, he was trying to create a virtuous world. But there were too many selfish rascals here who prevented this world from living a common will, the way God wanted it to be lived, so this world failed. As the ogre tried to shout to Charlotte, the latter responded by using his magic and channeling his power at him, telling him that he would stop all of this very soon. The green big guy didn't stand a chance against the mighty power of the god of peacemaking, so he slumped to the ground and died from such injuries. Teshua and Sonia, who were also observing the whole situation, grudgingly stated that a selfish scoundrel couldn't do that to all living things on the mainland. Well, here Charlotte didn't care about that, as he continued to do whatever popped into his head without paying attention to anyone else. His true form sucked all the energy out of Lawrence Croyd's body, justifying this one by the fact that he had to find a new vessel for himself, one far stronger than this one.
He turned to Troyson, who had escaped the wrath of the gods, and cried out that it was time for real retribution for him.
As soon as Teshua heard those words, he smiled and said that even though Charlotte called himself God, it was all he could do. The future heir to the Empire concentrated all his power, swung and directed it straight at the god of order, wanting to defeat him. Unfortunately, the prince was overconfident, so he was so overjoyed with his success that he didn't notice who appeared behind his back. The one behind the kid called him a fool who thought he could defeat God himself with his puny magic, whereupon he wounded Teshua. An excited Sonetta, meanwhile, ran up to Louis Croyd and asked her friend if he was all right, to which the young man agreed. When she showed the lad her guise as the goddess Mercilla, who was half-robed inside her, Sonia explained that she too could now fight alongside the young man. Watching this touching reunion, one of the creatures Charlot had created said that sadly it would soon be over. He aimed his lump of energy at the guys to attack them, but luckily Sonia, along with Louis, managed to dodge and bounce away in time. Louis shouted to the girl that he was definitely willing to help her if she needed anything, but Saint still needed to be careful. The lad asked the beauty to avoid independent attacks, for she might be hurt, but the young man was too late, for at the same second the power of the villain was thrust into her body. Feeling this energy spreading through her body, Sonia whispered softly that such wounds were unworthy of even her attention. But it turned out to be a mere joke, for after a second she declared that in that case she would recover again and again. The scoundrel responded by calling her a lowlife based on the fact that the girl was overconfident due to being made up of half Mercilla. He shouted that he could take over her body just as Sonetta was giving it to Mercilla, so the god didn't delay and did just that. Seeing the blood starting to flow from Sonia's eyes and mouth, Louis cried out in a daze, realizing that the girl was about to die, dragging the goddess with her. Moments later, the poor thing lost weightlessness and began to fall, but Louis Croyd managed to catch her at the last moment, preventing her from falling to the ground. He looked at Sonia and immediately decided that she needed to use the powers of the goddess of recovery as soon as possible or she would pass away. While the lad was busy with his girlfriend, that rascal came up to him and asked if Louis realized what a favor he had done for all mankind. Since this world was built according to his will, challenging the god of Charlotte was the same as challenging the rules of this world. Despite how awful he felt about what was happening, Louis still replied to Charlotte that he was guided by Raum's opinion. Raum had said that if you took the world back to its roots, the god of order would no longer be safe, so convincing Charlotte wasn't that hard. But Charlotte responded by saying that behind the disheveled veil, he saw the real essence of the guy in his original world, which was crowded with people. After the rogue was finished in this world, he wanted to go to that place to take his place in that perfect world with no uncleanness. And once he succeeds, he will finally descend from heaven as the one and only God, presenting all mankind with the opportunity to see him. Since still Louis had minimal chance of winning, the villain turned to him and asked if the young man wanted to fight him. He added that this world would be destroyed anyway, since order had been destroyed, but Louis immediately got angry and ordered him to stop talking nonsense. The boy shouted that he hadn't been fighting all this time for such a lousy ending, so he couldn't afford to lose this battle. The protagonist shouted to God in rage that he was willing to do anything to stop the villain at any cost and save humanity and the rest of us. Charlotte smiled and said it was an answer worthy of the man chosen by the goddess of freedom, Bamhara, whereupon he flew into the air. Watching the speed at which Louis flew at him, God asked the boy to remember that he was the one who had ruined this world by killing Troyson. Looking the boy straight in the eyes, God said that such an ending was the result of the choice of the protagonist, who thought only of himself. Because of the feeling of injustice and anger, Louis lost his common sense, so his attack immediately failed, in addition to hurting the guy himself. The god of order's response was so powerful that the poor guy's body couldn't resist it, so Louis blacked out and flew to the ground. Charlotte, along with her artificial form, sighed heavily and whispered quietly that it was time for this mayhem and circus to end. Now they were preparing to get rid of all believers in the order and cut all ties with ordinary mortals who were of no use to the gods. As Louis quickly woke up from his fall, God decided that the hour had come, so he told the boy that he had been waiting madly for this moment for a long time. But suddenly out of nowhere, Emperor Troyson appeared right above God Charlotte and flew at full speed at the rogue. The old man swooped down on the god's artificial appearance and stabbed it with his sword, thanking the rogue for personally descending from heaven and coming to the people. While the god shouted angrily, demanding the man tell him how he had survived, Troyson ignored his words with the excuse that such a scoundrel shouldn't know. Since Charlotte had ceased to fear him and had separated himself, the emperor was now ready to devour not just a part of him, but the whole god. Charlotte only had time to shout fearfully, but since it was already too late, a second later Troyson stood there and felt his strength fill his body. Louis stared at the emperor in astonishment and asked how it had happened, to which the old man replied that the boy would never have been able to break him with one blow. But no matter how it went down, they finally dealt with whoever wanted to ruin everything. So Troyson said he initially had Louis to thank. Thanks to the boy binding the god of order Charlotte, the emperor was able to deal with him, and he was now the new god of order in this world. Looking at his hand, Troyson said that although he hadn't planned to take the place of the god of order at all, it didn't matter at all now. Louis looked at the old man and realized that the fact that the emperor had become the new god of order was just a complete failure after everything they had been through. The protagonist just didn't understand how to fight against this creature, especially after he managed to survive its ferocious attack. Since Louis Croyd didn't use the extra time that Troyson gave him to escape, the emperor didn't put up with the guy anymore. He hissed that the young man didn't want the complete destruction of this world either, so in a way, they both only wanted the good of humanity. The emperor waved his hand and began to gradually tighten the portal that god Charlotte had recreated in the skies above the Troyson Empire. Louis stood and watched amazed, trying to believe that everything Charlotte had done before was now becoming the same. His Majesty, meanwhile, fully closed the portal in the heavens and returned everything to its original place, making everyone who was still in this world safe. 100 years ago, Rondrik Witzel Faust Troyson was the most distinguished heir in the history of the empire, of which he soon became king. He was a true follower of god Charlotte, making him one of the best among those who still claimed to be emperor. As a child, Troyson had received a revelation at the Charlotte Temple, and for a man who revered the god of order as the supreme god, there was simply no greater honor than that. Very soon, Troyson's thoughts became Charlotte's thoughts, and Charlotte's will became his will, turning the future emperor into his pawn. In a world too weak for the gods to descend from the heavens, the history of the chaos era of horrible monsters was once again repeating itself. But since man's main goal was to create an ideal world where everyone could live amicably, very soon this era had to be ended. Troyson summoned all the tribes and all the knights of the continent to finally deal with this and make sure everyone could live peacefully in his land. Because he did it in the name of order. In the future, this war was called the Holy War, and those who participated in it were accepted as heroes. The endless war had exhausted the world, where ogres and elves were all but wiped out, and the human population was also steadily dwindling. In the midst of the stretched-out war, the soldiers began to wonder what they were trying for, to which Troyson said it was for the sake of order. The man was convinced that if they fought hard enough, it would eventually lead them to the desired result. Amidst the endless battles, the emperor felt doubt. After all, they had been fighting for too long without getting any results.
Troyson began to wonder why a god of Charlotte's order full of fatherly love for people caused his people to suffer so much.
He wondered why God continually urged them to fight and why he had no compassion for those who perished in those battles. As everything was coming to an end, the Holy War was also coming to an end as Troyson was about to wipe out the last remaining supporters of Chaos. But just as he was about to kill them, the Chaos supporters spoke to him and told him that they too were mere pawns in God's game. Then Charlotte gave Troyson a new assignment that involved the art of force to sever the bond between God and mortals. After that, the Chaos supporters in the same place turned into monsters that were ready to kill anyone who got in their way. Now Troyson realized that a servant of God whose bond with God was broken was not just dying, but was becoming a true bloodthirsty monster. As the Emperor's heart shuddered, taking advantage of Troyson's confusion, Charlotte took and brazenly entered his body, possessing his mind. When Troyson finally came to his senses, it was over, but now the man felt very different than he had before. The war came to an end and peace was established on the continent, and the people joyfully welcomed Troyson and elected him the next emperor of the kingdom. But for some reason, the emperor himself was not smiling, for deep down he still remembered some moments from the very incident that had changed his whole life. He decided he had to find out the truth about the gods and what happened to the Chaos supporters, and beyond that, what happened to them after the battle. Leaving the affairs of state, Troyson settled in the library and never left it. He began to search for the truth in the books that had received the status of forbidden. And then, in a book banned for blasphemy from the land founded by the dragon, the emperor learned of the vessel Charlotte, who defeated Bamhara. That very vessel had ruptured the mortal body and sealed the demon, which was simply impossible, making the emperor unable to believe it. In the same book, the man read an eyewitness account of those events and realized that he was beginning to wonder what the truth really was. There was no way Troyson could understand it, but he knew that there was a way in the world to find out the truth very easily, which he was beginning to lean more toward. One day he turned to God and said that in his eyes too, the elfies and ogres were no different from monsters, so he wanted to banish them from the world. Charlotte was terribly pleased at his subject's words, so knowing it would not be easy, he divided his forces with his faithful servant. Then Troyson took a moment to peek at Charlotte's knowledge and learned what the God of Order had done that day when he took possession of his body and mind. Convinced that the eyewitness account from the ancient book was true, he at the same time learned a truth about the world that had been hidden from him all along. The awful truth for the emperor was that to the gods, mortals were mere animals or cattle, but no more and no less than that. This disappointed the one who looked at the world of order and justice with his naive eyes. So now Troyson no longer wanted to defend order. What would happen to those whose connection to the gods would be severed was easy to know, just by looking at the monsters that filled the continent. It was necessary to get rid of the power of the gods, and it was the only salvation for the mortals. So throughout this time, Troyson had been trying to do just that. But if you severed the connection between mortals and their gods, all the subjects of the empire and all the inhabitants of the continent would also turn into those horrible creatures. Though Troyson doubted whether he should have done it, still the man decided he had to take the risk and try to free the world from the gods. One day, on entering his palace, Troyson ordered Count Carlton to summon the ministers and swords of the emperor at once, for he had something to report. The emperor ordered the count to tell those guys that the holy war wasn't over yet. They needed to expel all other races from the continent. Now, after all the hard work that Troyson put into his case, after God came Charlotte, it's all back again. He said that too much divine power had been expended to rebuild this world, so it was easier to destroy it, and that was it. Troyson smiled and told Louis that those were the words of God's Charlotte that he had made the emperor believe by possessing his body and mind. When Louis had finished listening to the old man's story, he asked him if it was true that everything would now go back to the starting point. But Troyson said it wasn't quite so. Glancing at his hand, Troyson added that although he had taken the power away from Charlotte and restored the heavens, this world was too weak to bear anything else. Unfortunately, not everything went exactly the way people wanted it to, so humanity had to learn to live with it and accept it. After being silent for a couple seconds, the old man turned to the representative of the Croyd family and asked Louis to raise his sword. He did the same thing and said that the plan had gone to hell, and another one was going to be added to the thousands of failures very soon. As long as the emperor breathed, he carried this burden, for he had created a utopia where mortals could enjoy absolute freedom, which was not true. The man jabbed his sword at Louis and asked if the young man should have held his sword properly if he still thought to prevent it. Troyson eyed Louis and said there was no way to stop this mess other than to blow his head off and be done with it. Such a turn of events pleased the protagonist a little more, so he grasped his weapon and lit up with the desire to sort things out once and for all. The young man threw the black cloak over himself, for he needed to surround himself with the power of Rufus so that Troyson could not realize his intentions.
But suddenly he saw that cloak start to disappear somewhere, as if dissipating into the air, which was very strange.
The emperor explained that since the wounds of this world had not yet healed, they would not be able to use divine powers for some time. Not only the emperor and Louis, but everyone in the surroundings had the same problem. For although one could forcefully summon divine power, it would be dangerous. In that case, the wounds of this world that have barely had time to heal will reopen, and the situation will worsen, hurting those who were just as weak. Troyson adjusted his clothes and said that it was all very amusing, for it was not he nor Louis who at all wished for the end of this world. But in the end, the future of this place depended on the battle of two mortals who were now to fight each other. Louis Croyd activated his power that was available to him and began to devise a plan on how he could defeat Troyson as quickly as possible. Even if he wanted to and could use the Death God's powers, it was simply impossible in this situation, so it was worth looking for another way out. The kid said he was insanely happy about it, because now he didn't have to strain to use a naked one, but just fight and swing his sword. Troyson himself wanted to get it over with as soon as possible, so he measured his opponent with his gaze and ordered him to attack and not even think of giving in. The protagonist shouldn't have been asked twice, so he snapped out of his seat and flew at the emperor, who said he had fought the gods for this world. Since he was still fighting because of the men, Troyson looked at Louis and asked the young knight if he had any reason to fight now. Suddenly, the boy lost concentration for a second and regretted it very quickly, for the emperor managed to throw him high into the sky. While in flight, he turned to his majesty and shouted that he didn't have a single reason to fight, but he was doing it anyway. Parnesha told the Lord that he fought only to survive, and he saw no other reason to fight. Troyson disliked this answer terribly, because the emperor found it as insulting and selfish as his opponent himself. The opponents pounced on each other with such terrible force that they immediately provoked another explosion, which was accompanied by a bright flash. When Sirior Dawny saw the lightning strike the capital, she immediately exclaimed, but Guilford immediately realized whose hands it was. Evan Champfun and Uncle Louis were also pretty sure it was the Croyd family's lightning bolt, which meant Louis was fighting someone again. Despite how exhausted that kid was, he still fought the emperor, wanting to restore the people's ability to live freely. Louis felt that he had nothing more to lose, for somehow the boy thought that all of his friends had long ago been dead at the hands of God Charlotte. He was so deep in his thoughts that he once again accidentally missed an attack from the emperor, causing him to fly backwards again. As soon as the protagonist came to his senses and prepared to attack, he saw Troyson running at him at full speed, about to wound him. But Louis was smarter than the old man, so he circled him and jumped out in front of the emperor from the other side, leaving a deep cut on his body. Although Troyson grimaced at the pain that traveled through his body, he still did not retreat, continuing to fight his opponent. The two warriors fought each other persistently, for they could not let their opponent win this battle. When Emperor Troyson first felt that Louis had succeeded in pushing him away, he marveled at the ferocity of this young knight. He looked at the boy in front of him with anger on his face and felt that this young man really could be the next heir of God. Troyson wasn't about to give him his place in the sun, so he roared furiously that it wouldn't work that way and tried to pull himself together again. The man called Louis a lowlife who came from another world and could not feel love for the real one, so he was not allowed to come to power. Even though half of it was true, Louis didn't feel anything, so he just continued to attack his opponent. The emperor shouted that to someone who only thought of himself, he simply couldn't lose, so he was ready to fight to the end. Unfortunately, Troyson was actually overconfident, so just moments later, he felt Louis' sword pierce through his body. The man touched his hand to Louis Croyd's arm and said that the boy understood nothing at all of the world. He added that the cycle of fate was determined from the moment of birth, and Louis had no chance to change his destiny and find true freedom, no matter how much he wanted to. But instead of getting upset at the man's words, Louis only asked what was wrong about it, thus startling the emperor. Croyd Jr. said that even if their existence was predetermined, there was nothing wrong with wanting to live that way. Louis looked Troyson straight in the eye and hissed to the rascal that this was the end. So the old man had better remember this moment. The kid took advantage of the resonance, and with a swift movement, he stabbed through the emperor's body, killing it definitively this time. Watching his upper body slowly bleed out, Louis became convinced that this man really didn't want to live at all. Squeezing out the last of his strength, Troyson said that it was very primitive, for the one who stood before him was no different from beasts. But on the other hand, Louis was exactly the kind of man who could accomplish anything if he wanted to, and the emperor knew that very well. Once the protagonist was convinced that the emperor was now dead, he himself fell to the ground from the exhaustion of his attack. His eyes went dark after all. Fighting at this level without Mercilla and her recovery was too difficult for him.
Louis thought the problem was the life expectancy window, but when he saw the hologram, it showed an incredibly huge number.
The real problem opened up in divine power. And besides, if things continued like this, the young man would simply die from severe blood loss. He looked at his hands and realized that if he used divine power, the world might suffer again. But on the other hand, he could die himself. Before finally closing his eyes, the young man began to remember his life and reflect on the fact that it really wasn't that bad. Now he felt that he really didn't need a reason to save people, especially those he cared about, and was willing to do anything for him. The boy merely wished for the freedom and happiness of mortals, for now he knew that even after receiving support and comfort, life could still go wrong. The last thing he saw before his eyes was the face of Sonia, to whom the young man had once promised that they would surely meet again. This leading was not useless, for suddenly the boy heard the familiar voice of the saint, who was trying with all her might to wake him up. When Sonia saw that Louis had finally opened his eyes, she rushed into his arms as she was very scared that something irreparable had happened. The kid realized that the girl had healed him with divine power, because just a few seconds ago the world had finished recovering and everything was fine. Sonia said she was well aware of all the risks, but her desire to live exceeded those risks, which is why she brought Louis Croyd back to life. The girl kept hugging the kid and repeating that she wasn't ready to live in a world without him, as he had become very dear to her. The speed at which the world was changing was simply incredible, for soon Teshua became the new emperor and appointed people to the positions of imperial swordsmen. Some townsfolk were walking and reading a newspaper that said Teshua had formed an alliance with a mercenary guild to prevent civilian death and destruction. Edgar, who was the fastest swordsman in the past, crumpled the newspaper in his hands and said that no matter how hungry he was, he still didn't feel like doing this. After a few minutes of walking, the man found himself in some strange place that was full of warriors and a few tents. Some of the mercenaries ran up to the imperial worker, angrily pounded his fists on the table, and shouted that the rascal couldn't abuse him like that. The man shouted that he was an honorary knight of the Troyson Empire, and the wretched man couldn't give him a temporary soldier's ID. But I remember the day when a lot of monsters entered their world. That guy said it was one of the conditions of the alliance with the Empire. He decided to remind that warrior that it was the members of the mercenary guild who had been the first to lend a hand, so he couldn't object now. But aside from them, the Emperor was also helped by the strongest sword of the Empire, Mr. Croyd, who had restored half of the imperial city after that incident. But aside from Louis, The empire back then was even helped by simple soldiers like this young man at the table, so he wasn't going to give the warrior anything other than a soldier's ID. Even though the little rascal was right, the warrior was still infuriated by his words, for he felt that it was disrespectful to him. He kept yelling at the representative of the empire. Edgar was watching this circus and muttering something to himself, and there wasn't one girl who didn't walk into the military town. When the fastest swordsman saw the girl, he looked at her in surprise, as he felt like he knew her from somewhere. From the way she held herself, this girl was from the knights, but it looked like she was going to join the soldiers if she was in this place. It took a century for the knights to gain a place of honor in the empire, but it seems a month was enough for their reputation to sink to the bottom. Edgar was approached by some soldier and asked the man if he was here or if he was here to get his soldier ID, to which Edgar immediately agreed. Pointing his finger at what was happening behind his back, the man said that this kind of thing happened every day and there was nothing strange about it anymore. Edgar was thinking about something again, and the soldier asked the man with the mustache more nervously if he was going to get an ID because he didn't have time. The man jabbed his finger at the girl who had already managed to leave and ordered Edgar to decide faster, for that was how the beauty decided in seconds. Hearing that that girl had decided to become a soldier without any hesitation, the fastest knight was well surprised from that. Edgar watched that beauty, and he thought she looked like she was something good for this town. The girl reeked of something pleasant and light, which was now so necessary for the empire to recover as soon as possible. That soldier said that while signing the papers, she kept smiling and telling him about some pendant she had once lost. After the demise of the previous emperor Troyson, Teshua, the sole surviving prince, took over his imperial throne and became in charge. But very soon the young man began to regret it, because he had so much work that the guy's head just exploded more and more often every day. The capital of the empire had been half destroyed by a battle of divine creatures and needed little time to rebuild. Even so, this battle did not shake the foundations of the empire, though demands for compensation arrived from Cetria and Meron to the empire. Every day the new emperor had so many problems that he was already regretting that he had agreed to become the head of the empire at all. The only one who supported him was Jean, who once suggested that the guy hire qualified people and delegate some of the work to them. But that was a bad idea, because if some person was summoned by the offspring of a crazy villain who turned people into monsters, he would immediately refuse. When asked by the guy about how she was feeling, Jin said that thanks to Mrs. Sona, her body recovered quickly and she was fine. She told the new emperor that very soon people would understand his nature and stop comparing him to Troyson, which actually pleased Teshua. A few minutes later, Evan walked in on the guys, who greeted Teshua with a smile and asked if he had missed anything important. Still not waiting for an answer, Evan said that he had come at the call of His Majesty the Emperor and was ready to help with whatever he needed to help with. Looking at the mountains of papers around Teshua, Evan immediately said that he refused to sit behind a desk and fight the letters like an emperor. Teshua quickly calmed the warrior down and said that he wanted to congratulate him, as Evan was now the emperor's first sword. Evan Chemfun did not expect to hear such news from his comrade, so he just froze with surprise. Notice the young man's displeasure. Teshua asked him about it, but for some reason, Evan couldn't do anything about his displeasure. He was still not comforted by the thought that the past first sword, who was the head of the Croyd family, was not dead, but merely crippled and still living. Obviously, everyone will be talking about Evan being a thief who took an empty seat, rather than him becoming the first sword for his outstanding ability and strength. Teshua walked over to his friend, put his hands on his shoulders too, and said that in that case the kid needed to be proven to everyone how good he was. Evan smiled and said that if Teshua announced it to him as an imperial decree, he couldn't refuse and would stop complaining to him.
The emperor smiled and apologized to his friend for not being able to give him a celebration, but Evan didn't care and just walked away.
When his friend finally left the imperial chambers, Teshua turned and saw that Jin was clearly displeased about something. As the girl was of the Chili's, she felt very hurt by the fact that after all her merits, the young man was unwilling to make her his first sword. Throughout his life, Teshua had taken Jin as his girlfriend, and in truth, he just hadn't thought of it, so now he felt guilty. When after he said that Jin was always first in his heart, the girl kicked the guy outside, Teshua had to go to the balcony. The new emperor stood and sadly reflected on the fact that with his incredible power, Troyson had subjugated not only the empire, but the entire continent. Since the young man did not want to become like his father, he was interested in the question of whether there was a way to run the country any other way. He couldn't help but think about the monster hunt that had spread across the mainland, which Teshua wasn't sure was right. The second such problem was the conflict between the knights who had lost their authority and the common soldiers who had been fighting constantly for a couple days now. Teshua stood in front of his father, who was imprisoned in a huge icebox that the boys had additionally tied a bunch of chains around for strength. The new emperor turned to Louis and asked the kid if that was how it was done, to which the new head of the Croyd family immediately agreed. There was still Charlotte's will in the body of the dead emperor, so the guys could use his body as a kind of prison. They wanted to do this in order to captivate Raum, the god of war, who had taken possession of the ogre's body and would not leave it. Since it was the same thing Charlotte had done to Bamhara, Teshua thought Louis would be against it. The boy turned out to be more than in favor. The ogre, who had been watching the boys all this time, angrily said that both Charlotte and Raum, once they regained their strength, would try to destroy the world again. The monster looked angrily at Louis and asked the boy if the young man had any idea who had been helping him throughout this time. Louis Croyd was no longer so gullible and naive, so he menacingly ordered the rascal to then return this body to his close friend Ogre. At that very second, Teshua used his magic and began to slowly pull Rauma out of the ogre's body, even though the god didn't want it at all. The guys were slowly sealing the god of war in Choisen's body, while the scoundrel continued to shout some foul threats about the death of humanity. Teshua stood on the balcony of his palace and thought about the fact that it had been about a month since that moment, and he still couldn't forget about him. But when the kid realized that a month wasn't really that long a period of time, he immediately told himself that he would need more time to do it. The new emperor was convinced that problems could be solved not only by force, but also by negotiation. So he was going to prove it. Suddenly he heard someone's voice behind him, who was glad that they had gone to look for a new emperor after all. Turning around, Teshua saw Sway and Banafa near the entrance to the balcony, who greeted the kid and congratulated him on his new position. Banaf thought it was impossible and believed that friendly relations between the demons and the people of the continent would never be established. But here Sway was different, for she had made an alliance with that man and was walking with him towards a goal, protecting an entire humanity. Moreover, the demoness even managed to achieve her goal, while Bonaf was sure that the humans would not be able to defeat Troyson. Eventually, the demon finally realized that it was he, not the devil, who had been the one who had defined their limits. Sway looked at her kin and asked him if he was going to recognize her as the leader, to which he agreed, for Sway was wiser than he was. Looking at the imprisoned demons in the ice, Banaf said that thanks to the demoness, he realized that their kind could change too. Banaf walked over to Sway and said how much he hoped that their remaining lives and the lives of their descendants would not be marred by suffering. When Sway heard that the demon wanted to create an era where their people could also enjoy equality, she realized that it would be very difficult. After finishing listening to the telling of the story, Teshua asked Sway if she really wanted him to arrange a meeting to make peace between the continents and the demons. But unfortunately, the demoness had no one else to free herself to, for in Cetria and Maran, the aversion to demons was far stronger than in the Empire. Against the backdrop of what had once happened there, it was justifiable. But Sway, along with Banaf, wanted to change that anyway. Considering the current situation in the Empire and the reputation of the neighboring countries, Teshua said that people weren't that different from them. After saying that, Banaf said that it was the result of the lad's father's sole decisions, in response to which Teshua ordered the demon to be silent. Sway said that she understood how difficult it was, but even if this venture failed, she would still want the new emperor to at least give it a try. Teshua said that he would not yet try to go exactly to the meeting, and then ordered the demons to scram, for the humans were not to see them. He stopped and stared off into the distance, thinking that now the situation was even more complicated and his head would definitely explode at some point. The young man realized that he couldn't decide on the peace agreement between the demons and the mainland alone, so he needed help. However, if he just told it like it was, no one would believe the new emperor, so he had to figure out how to embellish the situation. Teshua couldn't think of it, and a couple minutes later, he angrily pounded his fist on the wood, for the guy knew that it would all come to light at some point anyway. In Cetria, meanwhile, Princess Sirior Dawny, who was just talking to Emma, had someone enter and ask for a moment of her attention. It was Caesar who apologized for his unexpected appearance, but he had really important business to attend to with the princess. The man said that the matter was that an envoy from the empire had arrived in their kingdom and had something important to say. Belle walked the streets of Cetria and talked about how this kingdom was almost destroyed, but now it has been rebuilt. Evan Chemfun was walking next to the girl, and she told him all about it, saying that life was much better in this city than in the Black Forest. When Evan asked the little one if she had succeeded, Belle smiled and informed him that the guy in front of him was now Citria's chief of guards. Evan thought for a moment and told the girl that she had really changed a lot since they had first seen each other in the Black Forest. Belle asked him if Kim Fun knew anything about Ariel, and the kid said he had come to Citria as an envoy of the Empire alone. Looking closely at Sham Fun, Belle said that she used to think he was Ariel's six, but in fact, Evan turned out to be a very important person. He quickly explained to the petite girl that in front of the girl stood one of the 8 great balls of the Empire, a descendant of the Kemfun family. When he said that he was also the first sword of the Empire, Belle looked at Evan suspiciously and asked if it was Master Croyd who was the first sword. Evan told her that he'd only recently been appointed, but Belle still wasn't satisfied and continued to pepper the kid with uncomfortable questions. Kemfun realized that there was no point in him lying to the petty one, so he said that his task now was to surpass the 2 strongest swordsmen with the Empire. Belle turned to Evan and asked him to fight her a little later, but she immediately covered her head from her teacher. Guilford scolded the girl for the way she spoke to their guest, after which he apologized to Evan for his student had been very rude to him.
When Evan said that he wasn't bored thanks to this girl, Guilford said that Her Highness was already waiting for a messenger from the Empire.
Sirier Dawny read the papers the messenger had brought her and opened her mouth from time to time in a daze, for she could not believe it. The girl looked at Evan for the 10th time and asked the kid if it was all true, to which he once again agreed. That document was about holy war, oppression of other races, interference in the affairs of other nations, and human experimentation. Evan said that it was all done by the previous emperor Troyson alone. In here, the current emperor apologized for it and revealed the truth. But that wasn't what Sirier Dawny was asking him, for she didn't understand how the Empire could demand an agreement from Citria to negotiate with demons. The girl could feel the level of anger rising in her body, for her kingdom had suffered terribly because of the demon in question. It was quite the expected reaction, but Evan had no choice but to agree with the princess' words and say that he was well aware of it. Looked the princess straight in the eye and said that the Empire could not make the decision alone, for they could repeat Troyson's mistake. Sirier Dawny replied that she would then prepare a detailed opinion of Citria and also make demands for compensation for losses. She smiled at the messenger from the Empire and asked him to wait a couple days, for she needed time to do all of the above. Not wanting to see Evan in his kingdom anymore, Sirier Dawny bid him farewell and asked Shamfun to leave, so he did. This girl appeared to him to be a lot stronger than she looked at first glance, so Evan was worried about whether they were really going to make it. When that man left, Caesar asked the princess if she was really going to fulfill the Empire's demands, to which the girl agreed. Sirier Dawny explained that even though their kingdom had suffered tremendous damage due to the Empire, they still needed to band together and work things out. Besides, this message will definitely be conveyed in the Moran Republic, which will surely agree to it because it adheres to the ideology of harmony. In that case, there would probably be a big meeting where the leaders of the 3 nations would gather, so Sirier felt that they couldn't miss it. But Caesar realized that discussing such a massive problem could take a couple of years, so they didn't need to rush into anything. Sirier Dawny was so engrossed in paperwork that she didn't notice what Sir Caesar was looking at so concentratedly. 2 weeks from that moment, a royal carriage appeared under the gates of the outer fortress of the Empire's capital. When she drove closer, one of the guards ordered the driver to stop because he needed to check their identity. The curtain from the small window of the carriage pulled back, and the girl who was inside told the guard that he just couldn't forget her. Initially, the guard didn't give it much thought and said that he couldn't remember all the passers-by who were entering and leaving the Empire. When Teshwa saw his sister, he put all his work aside and was very happy to see her, for they had not seen each other for centuries. The lad was indeed very glad that Vivian had visited his empire, for he had not heard from her for a long time. The princess, for her part, said that she only nailed it because of the message she had recently sent, because someone wanted to personally deliver it to Teshua. The man who stood to her left removed his hood and appeared to be Kilos, the chief councilman of the Moran Republic. Troizen's executions caused the Moran Republic to suffer a great deal of damage. But thanks to one fine man, that has now changed. Kilos pointed to the princess and said that thanks to Vivian Troisen being here, they were able to prevent more casualties. Since the man didn't want to procrastinate at all, he told the new emperor that the Republic supported the peace agreement between the mainland and the demons. In that second, Teshua felt immense relief and said it was the best news he had heard since he ascended the throne. Kilos added that although Lethea was a demon, he was fighting for the lives and safety of his compatriots, so it was justified. The man added that this tragedy was caused by the era, so the solution of the peace agreement could be a chance to realize the mistakes of the past. Remembering how skillfully he had finished off Lethu then, Teshua smiled at his interlocutor and said he was of the same opinion. But suddenly their conversation was interrupted by an excited Jin, who burst into the imperial office at full speed and exclaimed. She shouted that a previously unknown race had been sighted on the east coast of the empire, causing a clash there. Teshua pretended he wasn't even surprised over such news, so he calmly asked his friend how bad the damage was. After visualizing in his head the appearance of the one their emperor's main sword was fighting, Jin pondered how she would respond. As Louis Croix dealt with all the newcomers, the girl told him that rumor had it that the race had been completely wiped out. One of the representatives of those guys shouted that they were the descendants of gods banished by the 5 gods of this continent, so they were eager for reprisal. Hearing that these people had been expelled from the continent, Louis said that whoever they were, the empire wasn't going to give them their lands. But the strangers paid no heed to his words and continued to shout that they were not interested in the earth, for they were the rulers of the sky. Their ringleader told the young man lastly that he was giving them 15 nights, and when that time came up, they would meet again and fight on equal strength. As the man flew away, Louis stared after him, thinking that the empire seemed to be in for a new wave of trouble.